Auction house appraiser Chu Jian stumbled upon an antique magnifying glass in the storeroom. During his examination, an unexpected incident caused a mutation in his left eye, granting him the ability to perceive the flaws in ancient artifacts. This newfound ability propelled him to remarkable heights. Chapter 1. The soul of the artifact enters the eye. A golden finger awakens. What on earth is this? Chu Jian exclaimed, shielding his left eye as the magnifying glass slipped from his grasp and shattered on the floor. As an appraiser at the Magnifier auction company, his limited skills and inability to curry favor with superiors relegated him to the menial task of organizing inventory in the warehouse, rendering him virtually invisible. Magnifier Auction Company is a venerable establishment in Yangcheng, boasting over 30 years of history. However, in the past decade, its decline has been palpable, and Chu Jian wouldn't be surprised if it were to fold at any moment. While sorting through items today, he accidentally discovered this early 20th century style magnifying glass. Curiosity piqued. He lifted it to inspect it closely. As his left eye approached the lens, a sudden beam of yellow light emanated from the glass. Merging with his EYET that moment, it felt as though a fire ignited within his left eye, an intense burning sensation that nearly caused his mind to explode. Fortunately, the pain was as sudden as it was fleeting. Still shaken, Chu Jian hastily swept up the shards of the magnifying glass, wary of touching them with his hands. It was all too uncanny. After clearing the area, he picked up a painting that had previously failed to sell at auction. Every auction featured a few items that simply could not find a buyer. To his astonishment, as he focused his gaze, his left eye began to magnify the painting, revealing 3 distinct flaws within it. Furthermore, a wealth of information about the piece flooded his mind. Realization dawned upon him. It must be the result of the light from the antique magnifying glass. Was this the fabled golden finger? Could it be classified as a supernatural ability? It was nothing short of a remarkable boon for his profession. What was that light? The legendary soul of an artifact? Perplexed yet undeterred, Chu Jian decided to embrace this newfound capability. The prospect of identifying imperfections in antiques filled him with exhilaration. After all, who would choose a mundane existence? As for the potential consequences of his altered eye, he chose to set those thoughts aside for the moment. Eager to validate his newfound power, he scrutinized the remaining unsold items, successfully identifying the forgeries among them. Glimpsing the time on his phone, he contemplated skipping work to explore the antique market. With this ability, was it wise to remain cooped up in the office? Not straying far from the company, he encountered a few vendors who often set up stalls nearby, albeit on a modest scale. Occasionally, the auction house would offload some of its less desirable inventory to these merchants, and Chu Jian recognized several of them. Among them was a man named Pan, who seemed to thrive in this environment, that he was well acquainted with another appraiser from the auction house, and frequently acquired items deemed trash for resale. Pan displayed no pretense of politeness toward Chu Jian, viewing him as merely an inconsequential figure within the auction house, lacking any reason to be courteous. Ignoring Pan's jibes, Chu Jian scanned the wares of the stall, quickly identifying a finger guard of notable value. Many were unaware that such tools had been in vogue since the spring and autumn and warring states periods. It was not until the Qing dynasty that the Manchu developed the finger guard into a decorative accessory. Following their ascendancy, the 8 banners were well supported by the state, fostering a culture of opulence. The finger guard, initially a military implement, evolved into a fashionable ornament, coveted by the elite, from emperors and noblemen to affluent merchants, transcending social stratifications. How much for this? Chu Jian inquired in return. Pan was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Chu Jian's genuine interest. With a glint in his eye, he replied, "This piece originated from your auction house, so you must know its worth. I won't exaggerate, 2,000 yuan. Take it if you want." Chu Jian scoffed, "Don't kid me. You probably acquired it for 500. I know better than to indulge in such theatrics. Just give me the real price. 1,800, consider it a discount. Then keep it and sell it at your leisure. If you can manage to sell it for 1,000 yuan, you'll admit defeat." Chu Jian would not yield to Pan's haggling and set the finger guard down, preparing to leave point 200, not a penny more, or you can keep it for yourself. That's far too little, it should be at least 500. Ah, don't go. Fine, you win, Pan relented, hastily grabbing the finger guard and thrusting it into Chu Jian's hands. Last time, he had spent 1,000 yuan to procure a sack full of items from the auction house. Thus, selling the finger guard for 200 was undoubtedly a bargain. Only then did Chu Jian send 200 yuan to Pan via his phone. Ha. Keep it safe, it might be worth 20,000 or even 200,000 someday. Pan's tone carried a hint of sarcasm. Perhaps. Who's to say? Chu Jian replied, just as a balding man with a Mediterranean hairstyle called out from across the stall. "Boss, where's that finger guard?" Pan's face fell, realization dawning upon him. Chu Jian chuckled. I wouldn't want to interfere with your business. Pan.o. Has someone already bought it? The balding man's enthusiasm dissipated, but he still inquired, how much did it sell for? Pan, with a forced smile, held up 2 fingers. Pan's eyes widened in disbelief. Was I the fool all along? He quickly glanced in Chu Jian's direction, only to find that the latter had already distanced himself. Just then, Chu Jian's phone rang. It was a call from the leader of his university dormitory. Among the 4 of them, only he and the leader, Yi Wenxuan, remained in the city. Yi, a local, owned 2 or 3 buildings and could live comfortably without working. Exuding an air of understated affluence. Out of the 4, he was the least successful, with a modest salary and still single. From time to time, Yi Wenxuan would invite him out for street food, maintaining a good rapport. Hey, are you finishing up soon? We'll send you a location, take a cab, and don't be late. Yi Wenxuan wasted no time on pleasantries. What's the rush? Chu Jian couldn't help but ask. Remember when you asked your sister-in-law to keep an eye out for attractive women? A new intern at her company caught my attention. I've seen her picture, and she's quite lovely. I told your sister-in-law to set up a date. You'd better be on your game. In Ye's view, fresh graduates were easier to approach than those who had been in the workforce for a couple of years, who tended to be more pragmatic and demanding. Given Chu Jian's less than ideal circumstances, finding a match was no simple task. By the way, I mentioned you were interested in buying a house. Don't give me away, Yi added. Chu Jian hesitated. Isn't that dishonest? Eventually, she'll find out. Though he now possessed a golden finger, earning money should not be insurmountable. What's wrong with that? It's not outright deception. If things progress, I can lend you 100,000 or so to secure a place, and you can manage the down payment easily. In the future, you both can share the mortgage, and it won't be too burdensome. He began to ramble. Chu Jian felt a swell of gratitude. His leader genuinely looked out for him. A substantial sum of money. Friends rarely lent that much, let alone brothers. Moreover, this wasn't the first time he had attempted to set him up. Frankly, his own parents were less invested. All right, he'll be there on time, big brother. Setting aside any reservations, Chu Jian was determined not to take this gesture for granted. After ending the call, he didn't wait for the end of his shift, but headed straight to the location provided by Yi Wenxuan. In truth, staying at the office held no appeal. The current company resembles a stagnant pool, mired in a quagmire of chronic decline. Over the past 2 to 3 years, ambitious individuals have departed in droves, seeking better opportunities elsewhere. Although he has heard rumors of an impending overhaul within the company, potentially even a change in general management, many colleagues remain skeptical about the future. Yi Wenxuan had chosen a high-end restaurant for their meeting. After all, one cannot introduce a romantic prospect to a roadside eatery. Such an impression would hardly be favorable. Do you have a reservation, sir? The waitress inquired as she approached. Chu Jian nodded. Table number 8. Right this way, please. The waitress promptly led him to the table. Yi Wenxuan was already waiting and was taken aback to see Chu Jian arrive so early. In his recollection, Chu Jian was always diligent and would rarely skip classes or work. It seemed that his desire to find a partner was quite fervent, to the extent that he was willing to forego work. Showing such enthusiasm this early, you must not be single for long, Yi Wenxuan teased with a smile. In their school days, he had attempted to introduce girls to Chu Jian, but the latter had shown little interest. The reason was clear. Coming from a modest background, the prospect of a romantic relationship felt burdensome to him. Yet, stubbornly, Chu Jian had opted for a position at the Cotton Tree Auction Company instead of accepting Yi Wenxuan's offer for a better job post-graduation. Whether it was pride that led him to this decision, Yi Wenxuan could only speculate. He actually admired this tenacity. One may be financially challenged, but dignity should never be forsaken. Having struggled through tough times myself, I wouldn't want to drag anyone else down, Chu Jian quipped self-deprecatingly. All right, let's sit for a while. They should be here soon, Yi Wenxuan remarked, glancing at the time. His girlfriend's company was nearby, which was why he had specifically chosen this location for convenience. No sooner had he spoken than his phone rang. Seeing it was his girlfriend calling, he quickly answered. However, after a moment, his expression soured, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn it! What trouble is that woman stirring up now?" Noticing Yi Wenxuan's irritation, Chu Jian surmised the news was likely unfavorable, which strangely relieved him. Indeed, once the call ended, Yi Wenxuan awkwardly informed him, "It's off. That wretched Chen Bing disclosed your situation to Su Xin, and now she's found an excuse to bail." Su Xin was the intern in question, while Chen Bing was the woman Yi Wenxuan had previously introduced to Chu Jian. "Well, that's that. When your sister-in-law arrives, we'll just have a casual meal. The 3 of us," Chu Jian replied with a smile. Chapter 2. A Small Trial. Despite Chu Jian's repeated assurances that it was of no consequence, Yi Wenxuan and his partner felt a twinge of guilt. Promising to introduce something better next time, after their meal, Chu Jian graciously declined to insist on paying the bill. with time still on his hands. He ventured to a nearby antique market. The old street adjacent to the Jade Street is among the more renowned antique streets in Yanqing. Upon arrival, Chu Jian noticed several vendors beginning to pack up. Do not underestimate these stall owners. Their earnings might far surpass those of office workers in mere moments. The items on display may have cost only a few yuan, yet they are sold for over 1,000, yielding astonishing profits. With just 3 to 5 customers a day, they can earn more than you do. Hey, handsome, care to take a look? We're about to close. Hurry up, one vendor called out to Chu Jian. In this city, many find themselves lost amidst the calls of handsome and beautiful. Chu Jian was accustomed to it by now. He squatted down and inquired, "May I handle it?" In the world of antiques, there are countless nuances to observe and numerous unspoken rules. For instance, whether browsing at a stall or in an antique shop, it is wise not to casually inquire about prices or handle items without permission, as such actions imply strong interest and an intent to purchase. Should the item turn out to be a counterfeit, the seller might secretly mock you, while knowledgeable bystanders would disdain your lack of understanding. Furthermore, if you wish to handle an item, it is best to first ask the owner to avoid any friction. Yes, just be gentle with it, the vendor nodded. If they were to disallow handling, they would likely find no customers at all. Visitors to these stalls typically seek a more relaxed experience, free from stringent regulations, allowing them to freely examine items, even without gloves. Though the vendor had given permission, Chu Jian refrained from arbitrarily picking up items. Instead, he meticulously examined each piece on display. After a thorough inspection, he felt somewhat speechless. Among the hundreds of items, the majority bore glaring flaws to his discerning eye. The depths of this trade were indeed profound. "How much for this?" Chu Jian inquired. "A sharp eye is handsome. The best piece on my stall is this seal, with the sun setting. I won't ramble on. It's 20,000 straight up." Chu Jian nearly rolled his eyes. Could there be a hint of originality? He suspected that regardless of which item he showed interest in, the vendor would claim it to be the best, with a price tag of 20,000. One must admit, these individuals truly know how to inflate prices. "That's far too expensive. I won't be buying." The vendor chuckled. "Come now, handsome, why not make a counteroffer? I should negotiate? I'm afraid you might hit me." "Not at all. Go ahead, make an offer. It's all part of the trade." Holding the seal delicately, Chu Jian cautiously proposed. "How about 500? 500 is far too little, handsome. A cup of milk tea costs over 10 or 20 yuan these days." The vendor lamented. "How about this? Since we have a connection, and this is my last deal of the day, I'll let it go for 2,000. Just take a good look. It's made from Shoshan stone. Not to mention, this piece alone is quite valuable. The stone is lustrous, smooth, and vibrant, with an inherent beauty and clear color distinctions. Its rarity, cultural significance, and potential for appreciation make it highly sought after by both domestic and international collectors. Not all Shoshan stones are expensive. There are indeed specimens priced at merely 100 or so." Chu Jian countered, asserting that the Tianshan stone, a true gem among Shoshan stones, is priced by the gram. Many Shoshan stones are not as precious as commonly believed, with some available for just over 100 yuan. 200 is my final offer." The vendor shook his head. "Even at that price, I would be a loss. You need to pay someone a few dozen bucks for engraving, right? 500 it is. Let us not debate further." After a brief exchange, they settled on a transaction of 350 yuan. Once the payment was completed, the vendor swiftly packed up his stall and departed. The seal itself had cost him nothing. It had been inadvertently left behind by a fellow vendor, and he had simply picked it up for his own stand. He felt quite content with the 350 yuan. A smile crept across Chu Jian's face. The previous vendor had clearly misjudged the item. Perhaps he had sensed that it differed somewhat from a true Shoshan stone, which is why he priced it so low. Jinseal, a precious type of jade sourced from the ancient Silk Road regions of Xinjiang, thrives in terrains such as terraces, Gobi deserts, and sandy expanses. Primarily in hues of yellow, red, and white, when carved, it possesses significant aesthetic and collectible value, being a unique variety within China. Most Shoshan stones exhibit patterns, some with exquisite veining, like the radish-like texture of Lizadong stone, the wave patterns of Dashi stone, and the vibrant color blocks of Shanxiyuan. Jinseal also features radish-like patterns, reminiscent of the inner texture of a radish, or those resembling the heart of a winter melon, manifesting in irregular net-like formations, either light or dark, coarse or fine, sometimes appearing to seep from the stone's surface. It is this resemblance that may lead some to mistakenly identify it as Shoshan stone. However, other characteristics diverge from true Shoshan stones, which is why the vendor had been uncertain about its authenticity. As Chu Jian pondered, a voice interrupted from behind. "Young man, May I take a look at this seal? An elderly gentleman smiled, nodding as he placed the birdcage on the ground and received the item. After examining it for a moment, he inquired, "Young man, would you be willing to part with it? I can offer 20,000. He had witnessed the earlier haggling between Chu Jian and the vendor. Initially, the vendor had aimed for a price of 20,000, believing that such a high figure would deter the youth from hesitation. However, Chu Jian chuckled, "Sir, this piece of Baoguang stone alone is worth far more than 20,000. Baoguang stone represents the highest grade of Jinsu, fetchingly selling for over 10,000 per gram, which is why Chu Jian asserted that the material alone commanded a greater value." Surprised to discover the young man was well informed, the elderly gentleman conceded, "All right, I must admit my oversight. How about 50,000? He anticipated that the young man had been playing the fool to deceive the vendor. Are today's youngsters truly this astute? Chu Jian contemplated the offer. It was a fair negotiation, neither party at a loss. Given his current financial constraints, he nodded, "Very well. I will transfer 50,000 to you, sir." Pleased with Chu Jian's prompt agreement, the elderly gentleman swiftly completed the transaction and provided his contact information, suggesting that should Chu Jian come across any valuable items in the future, he should not hesitate to reach out. "Certainly, I shall be in touch," Chu Jian replied. Chapter 3. A Splash of Cold Water. A sudden influx of 50,000 yuan into his account left Chu Jian feeling somewhat exhilarated. A stark contrast to the life of poverty he had grown accustomed to. He endeavored to maintain his composure, reassuring himself that brighter days lay ahead. This was merely the beginning. It marked the first occasion in his life that he held such a substantial sum of money. Chu Jian contemplated relocating to a new residence, believing that with newfound wealth, it was unnecessary to continue residing in a sunless urban village. However, his desire to linger and explore further was thwarted as the vendors began to pack up their stalls, compelling him to abandon his plans. The manager revealed that a Qing dynasty porcelain bowl, valued at over 1 million, had been shattered, and there were suspicions that he might be responsible. "You need to come over quickly. General Liu is furious," the manager disclosed. General Liu? Chu Jian pondered, unable to recall any leadership figure by that name in the company. "The new general manager from the parent company, General Liang, is being reassigned," Manager Chen clarified. Although Chu Jian had contemplated leaving the company, he was reluctant to depart under a cloud of suspicion. He had never encountered the Qing porcelain bowl, nor could he have possibly broken it. Upon arriving at the office, Chu Jian noticed that his colleagues, who typically slacked off, were now filled with trepidation. Many who often expressed indifference toward their jobs were now desperate to avoid unemployment. He was Chu Jian, having spent the longest time in the storage room yesterday. Upon seeing him, the bald man, known as Zhou Jiming, immediately reported to General Liu. Zhou Jiming was one of the 3 appraisers at the Cotton Flower Auction Company, possessing greater expertise than Chu Jian and frequently engaged in fieldwork, which naturally earned him a higher salary. Chief Appraiser Gu Weihai was a veteran of the auction house, reputed to have served for over a decade, and was somewhat renowned within the local circle. Though this statement did not explicitly accuse Chu Jian of breaking the porcelain bowl, the implication was clear. It was at this moment that Chu Jian clearly discerned General Liu's identity, and he was taken aback to discover she was a woman, around his age, approximately 1 meter 70 tall, with fair skin and striking beauty, exuding an air of intellectual sophistication, though her expression was currently rather somber. Liu Rian had not anticipated encountering such vexing troubles so soon after taking charge of the auction house. Being new to the position, she was aware that some seasoned employees might harbor resistance to her leadership. Liu Rian had been strategizing on how to navigate her new role when this unforeseen incident occurred. Chu Jian nodded graciously indeed. "I spent yesterday in the storage room for unsold items. However, I did not recall seeing any Qing dynasty porcelain bowl there. How could I have broken it?" Furrowing his brow, he wondered when he had incurred animosity from this individual, who was now hurling accusations his way. "Do you have any evidence to prove that it was Chu Jian who broke it?" Liu Rian asked, her brow furrowed. She harbored a strong aversion toward Zhou Jiming, who had been excessively flattering her today, his gaze lingering uncomfortably. She was not oblivious to his intentions. Now, he was shamelessly slandering a colleague. Chu Jian was momentarily taken aback, surprised that the new general manager would stand up for him. His suspicion is the highest. After being unjustly accused multiple times, even a clay figurine would be incensed. Chu Jian stated directly, "Perhaps we should contact the authorities. A relic valued at over 1 million is not a trivial matter." He felt no fear, for he had committed no wrongdoing. How could he be made to bear the blame? The most effective method of clarification is to involve the police in the investigation. Upon hearing this, Those present almost immediately dismissed the suspicion surrounding Chu Jian. If he were indeed responsible for shattering the item, he would not have suggested such a course of action. Clearly, Chu Jian harbored no fear of scrutiny. Yet, Zhou Jiming persisted relentlessly. Is this a case of the thief shouting "Stop thief"? I heard you left early yesterday. Could it be that you departed in a panic after breaking the precious item? Zhou, am I being too lenient with you? Chu Jian could no longer contain his frustration. At that moment, a middle-aged man hurriedly entered the office, clutching a black briefcase under his arm. Mr. Zhao, please do not be upset. We are still investigating the matter concerning your Qing Dynasty porcelain bowl. Rest assured, since it was damaged while in our care, we shall take full responsibility. Zhou Jiming quickly approached him. The newcomer was indeed the owner of the porcelain bowl, who had entrusted it to their auction house for sale and was understandably seeking answers regarding the damage and compensation. Mr. Zhao was not interested in explanations. He stated, I'm not here to hear about your investigation. I do not care about the outcome. My treasure has been shattered, and I demand compensation promptly. My Qing Dynasty Famille Rose 3 Joys Arriving Bowl, which your company has appraised at over 1 million, is now in pieces. Lu Rian could only force a smile in response. Mr. Zhao, please remain calm. Compensation is assured. Though our company is small, we pride ourselves on our integrity. Why don't you join us in the reception area for some tea while we discuss the compensation details? There was indeed little to discuss. The item had been destroyed under their watch, and thus the responsibility fell squarely on their shoulders. After all, a consignment agreement had been signed, and the potential for a lawsuit was very real. Manager Chun, please escort Mr. Zhao to the reception area and attend to him. We will join you shortly, instructed Lu. He then inquired, where's Chief Appraiser Guda? Gu Weihai was a seasoned expert and the company's chief appraiser, serving as a pillar of support. His work hours were relatively flexible, a fact the company had tacitly accepted. A phone call was placed to him, as he and Zhou Jiming were responsible for the appraisal of the porcelain bowl, and their presence was essential for determining a precise valuation and subsequent compensation. Moreover, everyone who had entered the storage room the previous day was required to cooperate with the investigation. Rest assured, the company will not wrongfully accuse any employee, Lu assured them. It must be said that the newly appointed Lu Rian spoke with a persuasive authority. Chu Jian found himself at a disadvantage, as he was indeed the prime suspect. Yesterday, while in the storage room, no one could vouch for his whereabouts, placing him in a precarious situation. Just as one issue seemed to settle, another arose. Another manager rushed in. Lu, this is bad. Appraiser Gu has resigned. Resigned? When? Why would he resign? Lu Rian felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. The departure of such an important figure without any prior indication was highly unusual. Just now I called him, and he stated he was leaving to stay with the Muxinhua Auction Company solely because of General Liang. Now that General Liang has been reassigned, he has no desire to remain, Manager Hao cautiously explained. Chapter 4. A New Perspective. Lu Ruyan felt a throbbing headache. The auction house had already been a chaotic mess, and taking over under such tumultuous circumstances was proving to be exceedingly challenging. Gu Weihai is the pivotal figure of the auction house. His departure will render the company unable to regain its footing in the short term. Of course, recruiting a seasoned appraiser at a high salary is not an insurmountable challenge. However, finding a suitable candidate in such a brief period is quite difficult, especially given the current circumstances, which are quite chaotic. Even if he were to resign, it would be prudent for him to visit the company, remarked Lu Ruyan. The dispute at hand must be resolved expeditiously. Otherwise, it will tarnish the company's reputation. Lu Rian retained Chu Jian and 2 others, all of whom had entered the storeroom the previous day, an antique conservator and a master craftsman in cultural relic restoration. Among them, it was generally believed that the perpetrator lay within this trio. Chu Jian inadvertently caught a glimpse of Zhou Jiming casting a mocking glance in his direction. Upon entering the storeroom, Chu Jian observed shards scattered across the floor. To preserve the scene, Lu Ruyan had instructed others not to disturb the fragments. Chu Jian's left eye inadvertently lingered on the shards, and suddenly he froze. All right, the 3 of you, I need you to recount precisely what you did after entering yesterday. Lu Rian instructed. Wait, Lu, may I first examine these shards? Chu Jian interjected hastily. He picked up the largest piece, notably the base of the bowl, which remained intact and bore the inscription. The markings on porcelain can be traced back to the Song Dynasty, primarily consisting of workshop marks, artisan names, production years, auspicious phrases, palace names, and specific inscriptions for imperial porcelain. From the Ming Dynasty onward, the decoration of porcelain markings became increasingly popular, evolving into a crucial aspect of porcelain craftsmanship and a significant criterion for the authentication of Chinese ceramics. The piece in Chu Jian's hand bore the inscription from the Qianlong period. Porcelain from the Qing dynasty, especially from the Qianlong era, is renowned for its exorbitant value, making a famille rose porcelain bowl worth millions entirely unsurprising. Among the annual marks from the Qing dynasty, specific year inscriptions have become nearly non-existent, with most being either made in the year or during the reign of the Great Qing. Generally, these inscriptions appear in forms such as 6-character dual-line or 4-character 2-line formats, with various border styles including single and double circles, single frames, and even borderless inscriptions. Those acquainted with porcelain should recognize that during the Qianlong reign, the imperial kiln porcelain predominantly featured 3-line, 6-character seal script inscriptions, while 3-line, 6-character regular script marks were commonly found on ceremonial red pieces. In contrast, 2-line, 6-character regular script inscriptions appear infrequently on varieties like white ground red decoration, and Qianlong 4-character seal and regular inscriptions are exceedingly rare. Chu Jian discovered 4 significant discrepancies among the shards, whether in the inscription, the porcelain body, the glaze, or the painting, each harboring issues. Zhou Jiming could not discern the piece as a counterfeit, yet Chu Jian remained convinced. But could Gu Weihai have failed to recognize it? That was indeed perplexing. Lu, you all should come over. This porcelain piece is problematic, Chu Jian announced. Problematic? Lu Ruyin and the others expressed disbelief, and a flicker of concern passed through the conservator's eyes. What issues? Before Lu Ruyin took over the auction house, she had thoroughly analyzed the entire operation and was well aware of Chu Jian's appraisal capabilities, not believing he would uncover anything significant. This is a counterfeit, Chu Jian asserted with confidence. The conservator could not restrain himself from exclaiming, "Impossible! Master Gu has conducted appraisals, yet you claim to surpass him? My prowess is not the crux of the matter. Rather, the flaws in this counterfeit are glaringly evident. Take, for instance, the inscription. Pieces from the Qianlong era are exceedingly rare, and this horizontal stroke should not be so elongated. Furthermore, the glaze exhibits an unnatural sheen. Even a novice in the field recognizes that a surface too lustrous indicates a piece freshly emerged from the kiln. Additionally, the porcelain body is rather thin. It is well known that the porcelain from the Qianlong period is thicker than that from the Yongjing era, yet thinner than that from the Kangxi period. We possess examples from the Yongjing era for comparison. It is perplexing that Zhou Jiming's inability to discern this as a forgery is one matter. But how could Gu Weihai also overlook it? Chu Jian's logical analysis astonished the 3 attendees, particularly Lu Ruyin, who was left with a newfound respect for him, prompting her to reconsider the accuracy of the data presented. Perhaps Chu Jian's usual modesty obscured his true capabilities. Upon hearing Chu Jian's doubts, Lu Ruyin's mind raced, and a conjecture arose in light of the day's events, causing her expression to darken. She inexplicably trusted Chu Jian's judgment. This was indeed a counterfeit. Zhou Jiming and Gu Weihai had procured an auction item valued at over $1 million, which curiously shattered, followed by the porcelain owner demanding compensation. Coinciding with Gu Weihai's resignation, these events intertwined led Lu Ruyin to increasingly believe her suspicion was correct. Without hesitation, she took out her phone to contact the authorities. Witnessing Lu's decision to involve the police, the antique conservator panicked. President Lu, reporting to the police could be detrimental to our company, he hurriedly urged. Lu Ruyin gazed intently at the antiquities conservator. If you confess now, there may still be a chance. Once the police arrive, the situation will change, and your opportunity will vanish. She was astute enough to perceive that this individual harbored ulterior motives. Confess to what? The conservator stammered. Chu Jian and another restoration expert were not naive. They recognized the conservator's fear of scrutiny and deduced he was indeed guilty. If you refuse to speak, we shall take you to the police station, Lu Ruyin asserted without leniency. The conservator was thoroughly alarmed. President Lu, spare me. This was all orchestrated by Zhou Jiming. They set this trap to defraud the company of compensation. The frightened conservator then divulged the entire sequence of events. Upon hearing this, Chu Jian was taken aback. Zhou Jiming's desperate gamble was not surprising. But what motive could Gu Weihai possibly have? To risk so much merely to deceive the company out of a mere 100,000? And to split it among several people, what would that yield? It is worth noting that Gu Weihai's annual salary is substantial and due to his capabilities. He often manages to seize opportunities. He is not impoverished. Once exposed, his reputation in the industry would be irreparably tarnished, rendering the endeavor utterly futile. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyin was seething with barely contained anger. The auction house's decline could undoubtedly be attributed to such parasites. Chu Jian, please exert yourself and meticulously examine the other antiques here, Lu Ruyan instructed, her tone warming slightly. President Lu, I hope your concerns are unfounded, Chu Jian surmised. Sensing her apprehensions, it is difficult to articulate. You should check first. Currently, the company can only rely on you. Chapter 5, The Capture. Lu Ruyan found it rather ironic that she, the one deemed the worst appraiser in the company, now had to depend on him. Regardless, she was prepared to promote Chu Jian, advocating for a raise. While Chu Jian examined other collectibles, Lu Ruyan made several phone calls. Reporting to the police was essential, and she also informed her family. This auction house was a family enterprise, founded by her grandfather. Despite incurring losses year after year, they continued to inject capital to support it. Outside, Zhou Jiming and others remained blissfully unaware that their plans had been uncovered, relishing their secret of glee. Chu Jian first scrutinized the painting by Zhang Daqian, the most valuable item in the collection, previously acquired at a high price from a collector. Zhang Daqian, a name familiar to many, was a legendary figure in 20th century Chinese painting, particularly renowned for his mastery in landscape painting. After residing abroad, his style evolved to blend meticulous brushwork with vibrant colors and ink, particularly through the techniques of splashed ink and color, establishing a novel artistic style. Alongside Qi Baishe and Pu Hsinsheng, he was often referred to as one of the greats of his time, with countless accolades. Even on the international stage, he garnered immense acclaim, celebrated as the Eastern Brush by the Western art world and recognized as the artist who reproduced the most famous paintings globally. In the art market, Zhang Daqian has consistently been regarded as a leading stock, a benchmark, and a driver of price increases. For nearly a century, the prices of his works have remained at the pinnacle of the market, leading the sales of Chinese calligraphy and paintings. It is commonplace for his works to fetch millions, with some even surpassing the 100 million mark. The painting held by the Magnifier auction company, however, was merely a replica, yet it was appraised at an astounding 12 million, possibly the most valuable asset of the company aside from its real estate. As Chu Jian observed intently, his keen eye detected several subtle flaws in the painting. It became evident that this was merely a high-quality imitation. The original might have been swapped. How audacious! At this moment, Chu Jian comprehended why Gu Weihai had chosen to resign. What is your assessment? Lu Ruyan inquired as she approached after her phone calls. A faint fragrance of orchids wafted into Chu Jian's nostrils, prompting him to inhale deeply. This replica by Zhang Daqian is also a forgery, he articulated carefully, pointing out the discrepancies. The cost to produce such a high-quality imitation is substantial. Lu Ruyan felt a surge of fury within her. The decline of the auction house over the years was the result of those individuals' machinations. She even suspected that the recently transferred general manager Liang had colluded in these affairs to unlawfully benefit the company. Manager Chun entered. Lu, Mr. Zhao is causing a scene. Lu Ruyan sneered. Is he still making a fuss? Go and placate him. We cannot allow him and Zhou Jiming to leave our company. By the way, has Gu Weihai arrived? Manager Chen paused, taken aback, unsure of Lu's intent. Follow my instructions, and you will understand shortly, she replied. Manager Chen nodded, understood. I will go and manage the situation. Gu Weihai was still en route and should be arriving shortly. Before long, Chu Jian discovered more than a dozen counterfeit items. Presumably switched out, a shocking sight indeed. Gu Weihai, a middle-aged man sporting a Mediterranean hairstyle and wearing spectacles, had long since secured a new opportunity, preparing to transition to another city. Over the years, he had amassed a considerable sum at the Mufan Flower Auction Company. No one understood better than him that the residual value of this company was rather minimal. If he did not depart now, when would he? The only slight annoyance was that their operations had been inadvertently stumbled upon by Zhou Jiming, who, much to their chagrin, had to be included in their scheme, sharing in the spoils. As soon as Gu Weihai entered the company, 2 police cars followed closely behind. Upon witnessing this, Gu Weihai frowned slightly. Taken aback that Lu Ruyan had involved the authorities, this was somewhat troublesome. He had believed that the Lu family, for the sake of the company's reputation, would refrain from calling the police. After all, they had already arranged for the major suspects. He thought it necessary to advise the newly appointed General Lu, cautioning her about the dangers of police involvement. However, at that moment, the police caught up with him. Are you Gu Weihai, the chief appraiser of the Mufan Flower Auction Company? We have received reports of your illegal infringement on the company's interests, with particularly significant sums involved. Please accompany us. Gu Weihai was instantly bewildered. What was happening? This was not how the narrative was supposed to unfold. Surely there must be some misunderstanding. The police interrupted his protests. Any statements can be made at the station. We will also provide you the opportunity to consult with a lawyer. This scene left the others in the company in shock. Several police officers stormed into the reception area, following a nearly identical procedure, escorting Zhou Jiming and Mr. Zhao away. Naturally, the antique conservator was not spared either. Zhou Jiming was filled with terror. He had not received a single penny, yet was to be apprehended. This is unjust. This is my first attempt, and it was unsuccessful. He never anticipated that events would escalate in such a manner. Upon seeing the conservator, he realized that the plan had been exposed by this individual, leaving him with no room to deny his involvement. Enough of your lamentations. Attempted murder is still a crime. Any statements can be made at the station. Mr. Zhao also lost his previous bravado, his face pale. Had he known it would come to this, he would rather have declined the job. In truth, he was merely an actor hired by Zhou Jiming and his associates for a mere 10,000 yuan. After these individuals were taken away, the rest of the company finally grasped the situation's reality, finding it hard to believe. Additionally, some began to take notice of Chu Jian, astonished that this usually inconspicuous man had managed to unravel Zhou Jiming's conspiracy. He was remarkably understated. I have heard that his appraising skills are extraordinary, rivaling those of Gu Weihai. With both Zhou Jiming and Gu Weihai out of the picture, he now stands as the sole appraiser for our auction company. A stroke of good fortune indeed. Moreover, a receptionist began to entertain thoughts of courting Chu Jian, contemplating when to invite him for a meal. It was evident to all that General Liu held Chu Jian in high regard. One could say that his future prospects were exceedingly bright. Such a promising asset, who wouldn't he want to invest in him post-haste? However, they were unaware that at that moment, Chu Jian was discussing his resignation with Liu Ruyan. Resignation? Why would you resign? Liu Ruyan questioned, perplexed. It's not about the salary. I simply desire a bit more freedom. I hope you can understand, General Liu. After all, it is rather incongruous for someone with a golden touch to be working for others. Chapter 6. The Great Collector, Tianrong. Liu Ruyan held Chu Jian in high regard, and she found herself in a dilemma. With only 3 appraisers in the company, 2 of whom were now in police custody, the auction house would struggle to operate without him, particularly since Liu Ruyan had always treated him well since her arrival. It would be unkind for Chu Jian to be so callous. After contemplating, he decided to stay for another month or 2. He could endure that. Very well. Liu Ruyan sighed in relief upon hearing Chu Jian's agreement, her mind racing to elevate his position and salary. She genuinely wished to retain this employee. What about the auction plan for this month? Manager Chen interjected. Manager Chen, you and Manager How must ensure the stability of the auction house. Assure everyone that personnel changes will be minimal. As long as they work hard, they will certainly earn more than before, Liu Ruyan instructed. Presently, stabilizing the situation was paramount. She had considered the necessity of a successful auction, or even several, to propel the auction house to prominence. Thus, postponing this month's auction was not an option. It needed to be even better. The quality of the auction items was therefore crucial. They would have to pay visits to collectors. Understood, General Liu. Manager Chen acknowledged, then shot a knowing glance at Chu Jian before getting to work. That glance conveyed a simple message: to work diligently and not to rush into leaving. In this auction house, the only one with whom Chu Jian had formed a close rapport was Manager Chen. Chu Jian, prepare yourself. We are headed to a particular location, Liu Ruyan remarked as she turned to him. Chu Jian, without further inquiry, nodded in agreement. Soon, he found himself in Liu Ruyan's vehicle, setting off. Along the way, she informed him that they were about to visit a local collector who had some ties to the Liu family. Our auction is lacking exquisite antiques. It would be ideal to acquire a few pieces valued in the millions. Once we arrive, pay close attention, Liu Ruyan advised. Absolutely. Liu Ruyan was quite pleased with Chu Jian. He was capable and succinct, a man of action. They arrived at a towering building, parked the car, and ascended in the elevator. Chu Jian was astonished, for he was aware that the boss's girlfriend worked in this very building, which was said to be owned by a single, powerful company. The elevator halted on the 12th floor, and, as they stepped out, 5 individuals entered. Among them the boss's girlfriend, Fong Ting. She was taken aback upon seeing Chu Jian, then greeted him with a smile. Chu Jian, what brings you to our company? Liu Ruyan's gaze shifted between her subordinate and the striking woman, initially suspecting a close relationship between the two. However, Chu Jian's words quickly dispelled her misconception. Hello, sister-in-law. I came here with General Liu. Fong Ting turned her attention to Liu Ruyan, and as a woman, she was genuinely captivated. She had not anticipated that Chu Jian's superior would be such a stunning beauty. Lu Ruoyan smiled and inquired, "Are you employees of the Tian Group?" "I am acquainted with Chu Jian." Lu Ruoyan exuded a commanding presence that overshadowed all the women in the elevator. She conversed solely with Fong Ting, as if the others were unworthy of her attention. Her noble aura rendered the other women speechless. Upon reaching the 25th floor, Fong Ting and her companions exited, while Chu Jian and Lu Ruoyan ascended to the top floor, the 28th, which housed the office of Chairman Tian. Few were privy to the fact that Chairman Tian had also established his treasure chamber on this floor. The entirety of the 28th floor was his private domain, and outsiders were generally forbidden from accessing it. As soon as Fong Ting and her companions stepped out of the elevator, one of the girls asked Sister Fong, "Is that Chu Jian? He appears quite dashing." This girl, Su Xian, had initially intended to dine with Chu Jian the previous day to familiarize herself with him. But upon hearing certain rumors, she hesitated. However, upon seeing him in person today, she discerned an air of confidence about him. Such a man, even in temporary adversity, would inevitably shine brightly someday. She begrudgingly admitted to feeling a twinge of regret for not having seized the opportunity to meet him, especially given Lu's evident esteem for Chu Jian, which was apparent to all. What sort of talent could possibly attract the admiration of such a stunning superior? Fong Ting glanced at Su Xian and replied nonchalantly, "Indeed." With that, the conversation ceased. Women understand women. Fong Ting, too, sensed the transformation in Chu Jian. His newfound confidence was undeniably magnetic to women. Su Xian's thoughts were not lost on her. Yet, after having treated him with indifference yesterday, how much goodwill could she expect in return? Su Xian felt a pang of bitterness, recognizing that her actions had displeased Sister Fong, who now seemed reluctant to engage with her. "Uncle Tian, I truly need your assistance this time," Lu Ruoyan playfully implored upon encountering Chairman Tian, much to Chu Jian's astonishment, as her demeanor seemed to falter. Nevertheless, Lu Ruoyan possessed a unique charm at that moment. "I knew you weren't simply here to see me. In my opinion, you ought to close that auction house of yours," Chairman Tian Rong, lamented. "Uncle Tian, you are aware that the auction house was established by my grandfather in memory of my grandmother. It holds special significance," she replied. "Yes, I understand, which makes it all the more troublesome. I dare not advise your grandfather for fear of being struck by his cane," he said resignedly. "Very well. When we reach my treasure chamber, you may choose 3 items. What you manage to select will depend on your abilities." Lu Ruoyan felt a surge of delight, realizing that Chairman Tian had underestimated the Chu Jian she brought along. Evidently, he regarded Chu Jian's youth as indicative of a lack of capability, hence his casual challenge of selecting 3 items, a notion she hoped he would come to regret later. "Thank you, Uncle Tian," Lu Ruoyan expressed gratefully, casting a glance at Chu Jian that conveyed a message. He should not hold back when the time came. Subsequently, Chairman Tian escorted Lu Ruoyan and Chu Jian through several checkpoints until they arrived at the treasure chamber. The security system of the chamber was impeccable, featuring fingerprint palm print and iris recognition technologies. "Enter. You have only half an hour," Chairman Tian stipulated, adding a further requirement as a precaution. He thought to himself that within this half hour, the young couple would likely have to rely solely on luck. In truth, the true treasures are concealed in even more secretive locations, completely unfazed by Lu Ruoyan's potential discovery. Chapter 7. Whose advice should one heed? Tian Rong, a renowned collector, undeniably possesses an impressive array of artifacts, at least 2,000 to 3,000 pieces, each a masterpiece in its own right, with no inferior items among them, except for this set of furniture, which he hastily noted. The treasure chamber had been transformed into a study, prominently featuring a set of Ming and Qing-style furniture at the forefront. Chu Jian recognized it as furniture crafted from Wangwali wood, a precious material revered by artisans of the Ming and Qing dynasties for its lustrous yellow hue, fine texture, graceful grain, and enchanting fragrance. Wangwali is characterized by the intricate patterns of rosewood combined with the base color of the pear wood, exemplifying a perfect amalgamation of nobility and elegance, stability and grandeur. The variegated patterns resemble flowing clouds and water, imparting a sense of tranquility, while irregular knots formed during its growth create whimsical faces, though not all Wangwali pieces exhibit such peculiarities. The aesthetic appreciation of furniture among the literati and officialdom during the flourishing Ming and Qing eras further distinguished Wangwali furniture, making it unparalleled in both artistic merit and ergonomic design, earning its place as a gem in the realm of global furniture artistry. A single piece of Wangwali furniture from this period can fetch millions, and a complete set is even more valuable. It is no wonder that upon entering, Tianrong quickly set this furniture apart, fearful that Lu Ruyan might take it away. This set of Wang Wali, without a doubt, is valued at several tens of millions, if not 100 million, Chu Jian whispered to Lu Ruyan, who displayed a look of regret. Well then, let us explore the rest. As Chu Jian continued his examination, he noted that Tianrong had a particular fondness for scholarly treasures, with a third of the collection consisting of such exquisite items. Typically, scholarly treasures are of exceptional quality. In ancient times, scholars often led austere lives in terms of food and clothing, but would spare no expense in cultivating their studies. Their investment in scholarly pursuits was as lavish as modern women's indulgence in cosmetics. During rigorous study for examinations, scholars required relaxation and emotional diversion. After achieving fame and success, they sought to showcase their taste and flaunt their wealth by amassing rare curiosities. The implements of study expanded from essential tools such as brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones to include accessories for music, incense, tea, and floral arrangements, as well as numerous decorative items that transcended mere functionality. The treasures of the study can encompass as many as 40 to 50 varieties, far exceeding the imagination of future generations. Accompanying the brushes are brush holders, brush screens, brush pots, brush boats, and brush washes. Related to ink are ink boxes and ink beds. Concerning paper are paperweights, rulers, secret compartments, shell glimmers, cutting knives, and paste pots. And associated with inkstones are water sprinklers and inkstone boxes. In recent years, domestic auctions featuring dedicated scholarly sessions have invariably drawn large crowds, resulting in exhilarating highlights that prompt antique dealers to scour for acquisitions. Though Tianrong appeared nonchalant, his gaze frequently darted toward Chu Jian and Lu Ruyan. What do you think of this painting? Lu Ruyan inquired. She gazed at the painting, prominently displayed in the center, as if intentionally flaunting its presence. Thus, Lu Ruyan speculated that the artwork must possess considerable value. As Chu Jian approached and scrutinized it for about 20 seconds, he was taken aback and whispered to Lu Ruyan, "President Lu, we should refrain from acquiring this painting." This remark inadvertently caught the attention of Tianrong, who inquired with curiosity, "Why? Pray tell." After a moment's hesitation, Chu Jian replied delicately, "I cannot ascertain the authenticity of this painting. In the realm of antiquities, when one claims uncertainty, it often implies that there are serious doubts regarding the item's legitimacy, suggesting it may be a forgery. Do you suspect it to be a counterfeit?" Tianrong asked, his hands open in inquiry. Given the invitation for elaboration, Chu Jian did not hesitate to assert, "This painting appears to be a high-tech replica, capable of deceiving the eye. However, here are the flaws. Though subtle, they are indeed grave. Particularly concerning is the ink. Such a formulation did not exist in ancient times." He pointed out each defect with precision. Even the paper had been aged to the extent that it concealed any apparent faults. This was a lesson he had learned the hard way, having spent over 30 million on this piece, which he hung in the center of his treasure room as a constant reminder. Now, in merely half a minute, Chu Jian discerned it as a counterfeit, leaving him genuinely astonished. It is worth noting that even old Qin had taken 30 minutes to confirm its inauthenticity, identifying flaws identical to those Chu Jian had just mentioned. This revelation piqued his interest in Chu Jian. The young man was clearly pleased, and Lu Ruyan, recognizing his thoughts, quickly interjected, "This is Chu Jian, our chief appraiser at the auction house." "Isn't your chief appraiser Gu Weihai?" Tianrong retorted bemused. He was well aware that the Magnifier auction company had only Gu Weihai as a reputable figure. Lu Ruyan promptly summarized the company's situation, explaining that Gu Weihai was no longer affiliated with them and that Chu Jian now held the position of chief appraiser. Upon hearing this, Tianrong was taken aback, realizing that Gu Weihai and his associates had been draining the auction company for years. It was no wonder that Magnifier auction house had been declining year after year. "Xiao Chu, if you find it unpleasant at the auction house, you are welcome to join me," Tianrong said, half-jokingly attempting to recruit him in front of Lu Ruyan. Uncle Tian, Lu Ruyan interjected, "Let Xiao Chu decide for himself." In truth, while he admired Chu Jian's skills, he did not wish to impose his employment upon him. There were many capable appraisers who would work for a generous salary. "Thank you for your consideration, President Tian. Should I find myself in dire straits, I shall seek your assistance," Chu Jian replied, before picking up a piece of porcelain from the side and presenting it to Lu Ruyan. "This one is quite good. It could serve as a centerpiece." At this moment, Tianrong's expression turned slightly peculiar. Just moments ago, he had praised Chu Jian, yet now he seemed less impressed. The brush washer appeared to be of Ru ware, but was, in fact, a later imitation. Although it held some value, it paled in comparison to an authentic Song Dynasty Ru-ware brush washer, which could fetch tens of millions at auction. Notably, a particular Song Dynasty Ru-ware brush washer had once sold for over 200 million. However, observing Chu Jian's youth, Tianrong refrained from further comment, acknowledging that it was normal for a young person to misjudge. He could not help but remind her, this auction is acceptable, but it should not be the centerpiece. Lu Rian felt somewhat bewildered, unsure of whose advice to heed. Chapter 8. The Shrimp by Chi Baishe. Upon hearing this, Chu Jian was slightly taken aback. He glanced at Tianrong, pondering whether he genuinely believed this Ru kiln brush washer was not from the Song Dynasty. Ru porcelain, one of the 5 renowned types of ceramics from the Song Dynasty, namely Ru, Guan, Jun, Gu, and Ding, derives its name from its place of origin, Ruzhou. It holds a prestigious reputation in the annals of Chinese ceramic history. In the late Northern Song Dynasty, Ru kiln production was monopolized by the imperial court, exclusively crafting porcelain for the palace. After the Jin dynasty's conquest of the Northern Song, Ru kiln production also met its demise. The kiln operated for merely 20 years, and due to its brief period of activity, very few pieces remain. By the Southern Song Dynasty, Ru porcelain had become exceedingly rare. The craftsmanship of Ru porcelain was lost for over 800 years. During the Ming and Qing dynasties, there were attempts at imitation, yet none yielded successful results. Chu Jian felt a surge of desire to privately acquire this Ru porcelain, but lamentably, his finances fell short. He suggested to Lu Ruyan, Director Lu, why don't we have our auction house buy this brush washer outright? This would mean that the auction house would purchase the item, rendering the auction results irrelevant to the original owner. This was also a method for the auction house to secure a bargain. Lu Ruyan, having considerable trust in Chu Jian, turned to Tianrong. Uncle Tian, could you provide us with a psychological price? Tianrong, both amused and exasperated, observed that his appraisal team had determined this to be a Ming dynasty imitation. Although it appeared relatively successful, the glaze was too refined to have originated from the Song Dynasty. The audacity of this individual to expect a bargain from him was somewhat presumptuous. Very well. 2 million it is, Tianrong replied, refraining from further persuasion. He believed that these young individuals needed to experience some setbacks to foster growth. Chu Jian felt a pang of regret. Had he possessed 2 million, he would have made a substantial profit this time. Alas, though he muttered this under his breath, Lu Rian caught wind of it and her heart fluttered. What a pity. Don't tell me you suddenly feel something is amiss? Chu Jian shook his head. It's nothing. They continued to peruse the auction items. Before long, they came upon a painting, a depiction of shrimp by Chi Baishe. It is well known in the art community that Chi Baishe shrimp are unparalleled, vibrant and lifelike, imbued with spirit. With delicate ink strokes, he captures their essence, and the colors enhance the shrimp's translucent quality. The bold ink dots serve as their eyes, while horizontal strokes form their heads. Each brushstroke is imbued with vitality. Fine lines delineate their antennae, claws, and large pincers, skillfully balancing strength and grace, showcasing the artist's extraordinary calligraphic prowess. Chi Baishe's shrimp, indeed, live up to their esteemed reputation. A young man expressing such admiration might come off as somewhat pretentious. Tianrong chuckled. Xiao Chu, shall we venture a valuation? Valuation? Those in the know are aware that Chi Baishe's shrimp are valued individually. Just a few years prior, each shrimp was worth around 100 to 200,000. However, following the record-breaking auction of Chi Baishe's 100 shrimp for 1.2 billion 2 to 3 years ago, the price for his shrimp skyrocketed to nearly 1 million each. In the painting before them, there were a total of 16 shrimp. The painted shrimp appeared to frolic in water, their antennae seeming to sway. Undoubtedly, this was a superb example of Chi Baishe's work, even if the price does not reach 1 million for each piece. Securing 50 to 60,000 should not pose a problem, right? In addition to the shrimp, there are the lotus leaves in the pond, the bamboo reflected in the water, and more. Overall, Chu Jian believes that a valuation between 8 million and 10 million is entirely feasible. Upon hearing this, Tianrong once again questioned Chu Jian's appraisal abilities. It seems he had overestimated him. After all, youth often brings a certain naivety. He joked, shall we sign a buyout agreement? I don't even need 10 million. 6 million will suffice. Chu Jian was somewhat taken aback. Is Tianrong on such amicable terms with the Lu family? Lu Ruyan appeared somewhat perplexed. Glancing towards Chu Jian, Chu Jian nodded. If our auction house's financial resources allow, I would propose a buyout at 6 million. While finances were indeed not an issue, Was it truly a sound decision? Noticing Lu Ruyan's hesitation, aware of her concerns, Chu Jian elaborated. Firstly, this is a masterpiece by Priceless. A shrimp alone could undoubtedly fetch 50,000. Moreover, besides the shrimp, many are aware that bamboo is also one of Priceless' specialties. Particularly, the depiction of bamboo as a reflection on water showcases the artist's technical prowess. In summation, exceeding 10 million is not out of the question. Lu Ruyan meticulously counted. There are a total of 12 shrimp. If each could indeed sell for 50,000, then 6 million is a safe estimate. Well, Uncle Tian is looking out for her. At the very least, he won't let her auction house suffer losses. Upon concluding her thoughts, she noticed Chu Jian rolling his eyes and could not help but innocently inquire, "Is that not correct?" Tian Rong momentarily paused before bursting into laughter, waving his hand dismissively. "No worries. If there are losses, I shall consider it my support for this girl." With this assurance, Chu Jian pointed towards the lotus leaves. "Lu, look here. A tendril is extending outwards, and on the other side of the lotus leaf, the shrimp's legs are visible. Do you see? Although it is somewhat subtle, this indicates that at least 2 shrimp are concealed beneath the lotus leaf." Upon hearing this, the smile on Tian Rong's face instantly faltered as he leaned in closer. Adjusting his glasses. "Oh no, how careless of me. Such a large lotus leaf, the tendril and shrimp legs cannot belong to the same shrimp." Confirming that there are indeed at least 2 shrimp hidden underneath. Lu Ruyan's expression brightened. "Uncle Tian, we agreed on a buyout, remember?" Tian Rong felt a bit embarrassed. It wasn't that he couldn't afford the price of 2 shrimp, but rather that he felt somewhat humiliated. He had not anticipated Chu Jian's observational skills to be so astute, especially since he hadn't observed for long. It must be said that this oversight was on his appraisal team. With a wry smile, he conceded, "Very well. It appears I have overlooked the details." Chu Jian pointed at the reflection of the bamboo, saying, "In fact, there are still 2 hidden within. You may want to search for them." Tian Rong felt a bit overwhelmed. If the shrimp concealed beneath the lotus leaves had been momentarily overlooked, one could still attribute it to carelessness. However, not identifying 2 more hidden in the bamboo reflection was certainly not the standard of a professional team. Lu Ruyan was elated, finding the situation amusing, and increasingly valued Chu Jian's insight. The 2 meticulously searched once more, and both Tian Rong and Lu Ruyan managed to locate a shrimp each. Tian Rong raised his head to look at Chu Jian, his gaze somewhat complex. Chapter 9. Can this still be bought out? This individual is quite remarkable. At present, Tian Rong has developed an inclination to recruit Chu Jian. However, the latter currently harbors no intentions of changing jobs, leaving the future uncertain. This implies that the starting price of the painting in question is a staggering 8 million. It is no wonder, then, that Chu Jian has estimated its value between 8 million and 10 million. Upon comprehensive consideration, it indeed holds the potential to fetch a price reaching 10 million. In this instance, Tian Rong is already poised to incur a loss of 3 to 4 million, which does dampen his spirits somewhat. "Choose the final piece as you wish," he asserted, adhering to the agreement of 3 items, showcasing a measure of integrity and grace. He would not stoop so low as to drive someone away merely to prevent them from reaping a bargain. Lu Ruyan cast a knowing glance at Chu Jian, encouraging him to choose boldly. Presently, she possesses immense confidence in Chu Jian, for he has delivered considerable surprises. Before long, Chu Jian paused before an ancient jade piece. Tian Rong, mistaking his interest, promptly remarked, "This piece of jade is indeed exceptional. If you find it to your liking, please take it." In truth, the jade's worth is but a few 100,000, categorizing it as inferior among his collection. Seeing Chu Jian seemingly intrigued, he hastily offered it as a mere filler. Chu Jian immediately waved his hand. No. Mr. Tian, you misunderstand." Lu Ruyan, sensing something amiss, could not help but inquire, "Is there an issue with this piece of jade?" An issue? Tian Rong reacted with surprise. He had always assured others that his treasures, aside from the painting, were genuine antiques. Even if there were replicas, they were merely imitations from the Ming and Qing dynasties, equally valuable. Some replicas are even worth more than the originals. A prominent example is Zhang Daqian's imitative works, which often command higher auction prices than their authentic counterparts. What issue could there be? Tian Rong's heart began to race. Chu Jian glanced at the time. "Mr. Tian, why not let us finish our selections, and I shall discuss this with you afterward?" With precious little time remaining in the half-hour limit, they needed to expedite the choice of the 3rd item. Lu Ruyan quickly nodded in agreement. Indeed, Tian Rong waved his hand dismissively. "Forget it. Consider the half-hour limit as void." "Speak up. What faults does this piece of jade possess? In truth, his collection was extensive, and he might have forgotten the origins of some items. The piece of jade before him was particularly vague in his memory. Most of the items in his treasure chamber had undergone scrupulous authentication, and he hoped that no forgeries had slipped through. Analyzing the jade piece, Chu Jian remarked, "In terms of style, this should be a jade huang from the spring and autumn or warring states period. This type of jade ornament possesses a rich history. In Liangzhu culture, jade huang served as a ceremonial pendant. During religious rituals, shamans would don it, often combining it with jade tubes and strings to create exquisite adornments that reflected the shaman's enigmatic identity. Observe. This features the dragon head pattern of the spring and autumn period, with shallow reliefs of the dragon head formed by intertwined cloud patterns. Whether in the twisted wire tongue shape or the S-shaped tongue form, it presents itself in a manner where the head is visible, yet the tail remains concealed. The dragon head pattern represents a significant breakthrough in dragon motifs since the Xia, Shang, and Western Zhou dynasties, directly influencing the dragon designs of the Warring States period. If the jade artifact of the Liangzhu culture marked the inaugural zenith in the annals of ancient Chinese jade, then the jade creations of the spring and autumn, as well as the Warring States periods, undoubtedly constitute the second illustrious peak in the history of ancient Chinese jade. During this era, jade artifacts were not only abundant and of superior quality, but they also introduced numerous elegant forms, demonstrating a refined application of lines and a dramatic increase in the aesthetic value of their motifs. The craftsmanship was exquisite and vigorous, embodying a fresh and graceful style, leaving behind countless precious jade relics within a mere span of 500 years. Then what is there to question? Lu Rian pondered, perplexed. According to your analysis, this is indeed a jade huang from the spring and autumn and warring states periods. Jade skin? Lu Rian clearly lacked understanding. Having recently taken over the auction house, she had not yet mastered the requisite knowledge concerning antiques. Tian Rong explained, this yellow layer, when present, typically increases the value. Jade skin, as the term implies, refers to the outer layer of natural jade stone, akin to the skin of a fruit. However, unlike fruit skin, which forms simultaneously with the fruit, jade skin develops only after the jade stone has taken shape. In other words, jade skin is a secondary formation, arising from geological movements or the erosion by water, resulting in impurities that create a skin on the jade surface. Tian Rong was well versed in these matters. In recent years, with the soaring prices of Hetian jade, the prevalence of counterfeit skins had become rampant, a fact not lost on Tian Rong. For Hetian jade, mountain material typically lacks skin, while seed material predominantly comes with it. Thus, if a piece of Hetian jade raw stone possesses jade skin, it likely indicates high-quality seed material, justifying a higher price. Additionally, the jade skin of Hetian jade often exhibits various colors, which, under the design of jade carvers, cannot merely be cut away. Instead, these colored skins often become focal points of the jade artifacts, enhancing their aesthetic appeal and artistic value. Consequently, jade with intricately carved skin is frequently more valuable. The presence of counterfeit skins is, therefore, unavoidable, driven by profit motives. Genuine skin colors should appear entirely natural, with a sense of depth in the color that transitions seamlessly, ensuring a consistent feel between the skin and the core. The colors on the skin should exhibit a gradient from deep to light, while any cracks should reveal a progression from shallow to profound. If you observe this piece of ancient jade from an angle beneath the skin, you will notice its skin is exceedingly thin, Chu Jian elucidated in an accessible manner. Moreover, beneath the skin, there is no coloration at all, as if it had been dipped in a large vat of dye and swiftly retrieved, leaving only the surface stained while the interior remains unaffected. Even Lu Rian, who was entirely unacquainted with antique appraisal and appreciation, comprehended this explanation. However, Tian Rong's expression grew increasingly grim. After being caught out multiple times, he pondered the implications of having invested in a professional appraisal team. Would he still be able to maintain his reputation? Noting Tian Rong's distress, Chu Jian reassured him, of course. At the end of the day, this is still a genuine piece of jade. It is just the skin that is counterfeit, and it still holds value. With that, Chu Jian resumed his search for auction items. Chu Jian's performance further solidified Lu Ruyan's resolve to find a way to retain him at the auction house, as he was indeed a rare talent. After a brief interval of over 10 minutes, Chu Jian picked up a piece of Sankai pottery and inquired Boss Tian, "Can this be bought outright?" Tian Rong's face involuntarily twitched. Frankly speaking, he no longer dared to underestimate Chu Jian. Chapter 10. Song Sankai. Lu Ruyan, standing nearby, nearly burst into laughter. Wasn't this akin to rubbing salt in someone else's wound? At that moment, one of the appraisers on his team had remarked that it was a fine piece of Liao Sankai, which could be acquired for 5,000 yuan, certainly a great find. Furthermore, that appraiser had also provided an estimate of 800,000. After recalling this, he tentatively proposed, 1 million. Do you want it? Chu Jian remained silent, casting a discreet glance at Lu Ruyan. To his surprise, she swiftly took hold of Tian Rong to draft an agreement and sign a contract. Only with clear terms laid out could they feel at ease. Tian Rong found himself cornered and ultimately signed the document, exclaiming with irritation, "Now, are you satisfied? Speak up. Is there something wrong with this Liao Sankai?" Suddenly, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction towards his appraisal team. When discussing Liao Sankai, one cannot overlook the illustrious Tang Sankai. The Sankai of the Liao dynasty inherited the traditions of the Tang dynasty, representing a low-temperature, glazed pottery style that was influenced by Tang Sankai. The body is coarse and relatively hard, exhibiting hues of gray, yellow, white, or pale red. Although its overall quality does not rival that of Tang Sankai, it possesses distinct characteristics of its era. Notably, the Qifeng Gangwa kiln produced a larger quantity of this pottery, with its Sankai glazed whereas featuring a soft body and a delicate pale red color. Their vibrant and lustrous glazes comparable to those of Tang Sankai. The differences between Tang Sankai and Liao Sankai lie not only in the clay, but also in the absence of blue in Liao Sankai, the lack of glaze fusion, and minimal flowing on the glazed surface. Who claims this is Liao Sankai? Chu Jian Juke. Tian Rong frowned. Could it be Tang Sankai? That shouldn't be the case, right? He had once entertained doubts about it being Tang Sankai, but his appraiser had confidently assured him that it was certainly not. Even Lu Ruyan, despite not being an industry insider, had heard of the renowned Tang Sankai and thus gazed at Chu Jian with anticipation, seemingly hoping for it to be a piece of Tang Sankai. Chu Jian shook his head. This is a piece of Song Sankai. Many are familiar with Tang Sankai. If you know of Liao Sankai and Song Sankai, particularly with Song Sankai, the porcelain of the Song dynasty reached unprecedented heights, with the 5 famous kilns shining brilliantly, overshadowing the Sankai pottery of that era. In truth, the firing techniques of Song Sankai are more exquisite than those of both Tang and Liao Sankai. After all, the technology of porcelain had matured, and when applied to pottery, it would naturally surpass that of preceding dynasties. Song Sankai boasts a rich array of glaze colors, building upon the foundation of Tang and Liao Sankai, incorporating not only the 4 primary colors of yellow, green, white, and brown, but also vibrant reds, deep blacks, and rich browns, alongside a newly created jade glaze, which is resplendently green. Compared to Tang Sankai, the imagery of Song Sankai is lively, with orderly filling of colors, devoid of blue glaze. The predominant forms are pillows, and the imagery radiates a strong essence of folk life. For instance, the exquisite tricolor ceramic pillow before us, with its ruby-shaped headrest, features a verdant glaze adorned with lotus blossoms and rippling water patterns. The body of the pillow is coated in yellow glaze, showcasing 3 lion faces and 2 dancers, the latter of whom gracefully wave colorful ribbons as if engaged in a lion dance. The entire piece exhibits smooth lines in its decorative motifs, and the glaze possesses a lustrous sheen, evoking a vibrant atmosphere of folk life, leaving one with a refreshing impression. Song tricolor? Clearly, Tian Rong was taken aback, his expression one of astonishment. Chu Jian nodded. The Song and Liao dynasties belong to the same era. Their timelines overlap. Additionally, Liao tricolor pottery predominantly features glazes in yellow, green, and white, so it is not surprising that one might make an error. However, Liao tricolor pottery typically utilizes a yellow sandy clay that is rather coarse, often covered with a layer of white slip. The glazed surface is uneven, frequently presenting protruding grains of sand, with limited fluidity, poor luster, and less vibrant colors. Upon examining this piece, it is evident that it does not conform to the characteristics of Liao tricolor pottery. It resembles Song tricolor much more closely. In fact, the most telling aspect is the depiction of the lion dance scene. Such an activity was virtually unheard of in the Liao kingdom. So how could one possibly find a tricolor ceramic piece depicting it? Tian Rong's mind buzzed with confusion, and he felt compelled to inquire about the identification team's families. Lu Ruyan leaned in closer to Chu Jian and whispered, "What might its value be?" A faint fragrance wafted towards Chu Jian's nostrils, and he inhaled quietly, choosing not to speak, but rather extending 4 fingers then adding another. This gesture implied a valuation of 4 to 5 million. Thus, an additional profit of 3 to 4 million would be made. Tian Rong observed their subtle exchanges, feeling a pang of heartache, unable to bear the sight. He urged, "Since you have obtained the auction item, let's be on our way." No sooner had he spoken than his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he recognized it as a wealthy acquaintance from the capital, a renowned expert and collector in the antique realm who had recently invited him to view his treasure trove. Chu Jian cradled the song Tricolor Pillow and the Ru Kiln brush washer, while Lu Ruyan held a shrimp painting by Qi Baisher, ready to depart. "Uncle Tian, we shall take our leave now. We will treat you to a meal another day." Tian Rong waved his hand, signaling their departure, and answered the phone. "Hello, Brother Ma. What brings you to call?" "Boss Tian, is your Ru Kiln brush washer still available?" Upon hearing this, Tian Rong's heart skipped a beat. Was he getting straight to the point, asking about the Ru Kiln brush washer so directly? Something felt amiss. "Brother Ma, is there something wrong with my Ru Kiln brush washer? Sell it to me. Name your price. Or perhaps we could arrange a trade for a Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain dragon pattern large plate." The blue and white porcelain dragon plate, undoubtedly from an imperial kiln and specially provided for the royal family during the Ming Dynasty, is undoubtedly a masterpiece. If put up for auction, it would fetch millions without question. Realizing this, Tian Rong quickly understood. He was no fool. He recognized that his Ru Kiln brush washer was likely a genuine piece from the Song Dynasty, rather than a mere imitation from the Ming or Qing periods. Remembering that a Northern Song Ru Kiln brush washer had once sold for an astronomical 2.08 billion Hong Kong dollars, cold sweat broke out on his brow. "Brother Ma, let's postpone this discussion. I will call you back later." With that, Tian Rong hurriedly ended the call and rushed out. Finally, at the elevator entrance, I intercepted Chu Jian and Lu Ruyan. "Lu, wait a moment. Uncle Tian, is there something else?" Lu Ruyan asked, somewhat perplexed. However, Chu Jian felt an ominous premonition. "In that case, you should return the Ru Ware brush washer to Uncle Tian. I can allow you to select 3 more items." "No, 10 items. How does that sound?" Tian Rong said eagerly. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan immediately understood that the Ru Kiln brush washer was undoubtedly a precious artifact. Otherwise, Tian Rong would not be so concerned as to offer 10 treasures in exchange. She innocently presented the signed contract, but it's already been signed. Chapter 11. The Heavenly Jar. At this moment, Tian Rong harbored a slight admiration for Chu Jian. It was as if he had come to uncover hidden treasures. He had previously interacted with Gu Weihai, an appraiser from the Kapok Flower Auction Company, without being particularly impressed. However, the Chu Jian before him was far more astonishing. To be honest, he was genuinely tempted to recruit him, but felt restrained due to Lu Ruyan's presence. Chu Jian secretly informed Lu Ruyan, Director Lu, that Northern Song Ru Kiln brush washer could potentially fetch a staggering price exceeding 100 million. Even if we were to make an exchange, it would be prudent for Uncle Tian to offer a few significant treasures in return, as our auction house is in need of a showpiece. Lu Ruyan felt a slight tremor in her heart and immediately devised a plan. Seizing the initiative, she smiled, "Uncle Tian, from a moral and logical standpoint, the brush washer was originally acquired from you, so I can understand your request. However, our auction house is in dire need of such valuable items to serve as highlights. So I hope Uncle Tian can appreciate our position." Tian Rong appeared conflicted, discerning Lu Ruyan's implication. An exchange was possible, but not with the items from the treasure chamber. He needed to present some true treasures. "You are indeed more astute than your father." Very well, very well. Please wait a moment." With that, Tian Rong left the office to retrieve the treasures. As he departed, Lu Ruyan could no longer contain her excitement and turned to Chu Jian, asking joyfully, "Is this item truly worth over 100 million?" Chu Jian felt compelled to enlighten her. Genuine Northern Song Ru Ware exists in only a few dozen pieces within the country, and fewer than 100 worldwide. Extremely rare. A few years ago, an auction house sold 2 Northern Song sky blue glazed brush washers for 2.9 billion and 28 billion Hong Kong dollars, respectively. The piece we have acquired cannot compare to those two, so conservatively estimating, surpassing 100 million is certainly plausible. However, the exact auction price remains uncertain. The Ru Kiln was specifically crafted for the imperial court, representing the pinnacle of ceramic craftsmanship in our nation's history. Yet, the illustrious Ru Kiln only thrived for 20 years before disappearing amidst the turmoil of war, resulting in a loss of both technique and sight, reduced to historical dust. Numerous historical texts record that during the Ming and Qing dynasties, emperors repeatedly summoned the finest artisans nationwide to replicate Song porcelain. While many Song ceramics could be imitated convincingly, the Ru Kiln's creations, particularly the sky blue pieces, remained beyond replication. Only those who truly understand Ru porcelain recognize the challenges of imitation. Its uniqueness lies in its fine texture, resembling fragrant ash, crafted using exquisitely fine sesame supports for firing, yielding the purest sky blue hue. Moreover, during the Northern Song dynasty, the artisans who crafted Ru porcelain pioneered the technique of artificially creating delicate, intricate crackles, coupled with the satin finish of the glaze. Often referred to as clam luster or butter luster in contemporary parlance, this distinctive sheen remains unmatched to this day. A multitude of factors has culminated in the radiant acclaim that Ru porcelain enjoys today. Each time a piece appears at auction, it invariably incites fervent competition among bidders. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyin felt a twinge of regret for her earlier conversation with Tian Rong. We should have hastened our pace. Chu Jian rolled his eyes, suggesting that an authoritative appraiser must have confirmed the authenticity of the Northern Song Ru Kiln brush washer. In such circumstances, even if we had moved faster, they would still catch up to the auction house. There's no need to rush. Let us see what treasures boss Tian can present. Our sole purpose is the auction. As long as the effect and value are comparable, the nature of the treasures offered as bidding items is of little consequence. We cannot allow a mere brush washer to tarnish the relationship between both parties. Can we? Lu Ruyin nodded in agreement, remaining silent. Yet her mind was preoccupied with thoughts on how to retain Chu Jian. Judging by today's performance, she was exceedingly pleased with him. She understood that mere promotions and salary increases would not suffice to keep Chu Jian. With his talents, he could simply venture out to seek opportunities himself. This matter required careful consideration. However, to secure the Northern Song Ru Kiln brush washer, one must present an item of similar worth. Despite the significant loss incurred today, it had to be accepted. Contemplating this, she couldn't help but cast a complex glance at Chu Jian. I believe both of these items hold equivalent value to the Ru Kiln brush washer. Lu Ruyin observed that they were also porcelain. Lacking expertise, she turned her gaze towards Chu Jian. He nodded slightly and began his appraisal. First, he picked up a vessel resembling an urn. His keen insight allowed him to swiftly discern the details of this porcelain piece, revealing it to be a genuine Changhua Doucai Tianzi jar. The jar featured a straight mouth, short neck, rounded shoulders, and a bulging belly with a recessed base and a lid. The lid was mostly flat with a slight dome, resting atop the jar's opening. The base bore the Tianzi mark. The surface of the jar depicted a scene of celestial steed soaring through the heavens, its hooves lifted off the ground, adorned with flames, amidst clouds above and tumultuous seas below, encapsulating a sense of imminent ascension to the sky. A Tianzi jar, and an authentic Ming Changhua Doucai Tianzi jar at that. What a treasure! Chu Jian et Galim. Tian Rong raised his thumb in admiration. Xiao Chu, your vision is unparalleled. Chu Jian, somewhat incredulous, inquired, Boss Tian, are you certain you wish to exchange this Tianzi jar? In Chu Jian's estimation, the Tianzi jar was even rarer and more precious than the Northern Song Ru Kiln pieces. Just how rare is it? It is said that only 11 complete Tianzi jars exist worldwide. For this reason, collectors regard it as a national treasure of the Ming dynasty. The finest jar in the world. Once, a damaged Tianzi jar appeared at auction. Its rim had suffered significant wear and lacked a lid. This was the only Tianzi jar ever auctioned to date, and even in its broken state, it fetched an astounding price, selling for millions within a mere 7 minutes of bidding, making it a truly unprecedented event. Tian Rong chuckled. This Tianzi jar was discovered during my travels abroad, and few are aware of its existence. However, I find myself more enamored with the brush washer, a true treasure of the scholar's desk. Chu Jian suddenly recalled that Tian Rong's treasure chamber was predominantly filled with scholarly artifacts, and understanding his passion for such treasures illuminated why he was willing to exchange the Tianzi jar. What say you? Can these two items presented by Uncle Tian be traded for the brush washer? Lu Ruyin inquired. Tian Rong nearly burst into laughter. Lu girl, what are you thinking? It is a one-for-one exchange. Chu Jian cleared his throat twice ahem. Lu Zong, the value of this Tianzi jar is on par with that of a Northern Song Ru Kiln brush washer. Moreover, the Tianzi jar is rarer, making it a more enticing auction piece. Lu Ruyan's cheeks flushed crimson. Chapter 12, A Difficult Choice. In this regard, Lu Ruyan was indeed novice. And the other item is... Chu Jian set down the Tianzi jar and reached for a nearby blue and white porcelain plum vase. In a world of antiques, there is a saying, those that lie down are inferior to those that squat. and those that squat are of less worth than those that stand. Items like bowls, plates, and cups, being lower in stature, generally command lesser prices, whereas jars and the like are valued slightly higher, with the most expensive being tall porcelain vases. Of course, exceptions exist, such as the Northern Song Ru Kiln Brush Washer and the Ming Changhua Chicken Cup, both of which are diminutive yet fetch prices that leave many porcelain pieces in the dust. The previously analyzed Tianzi jar is likewise more precious than the vast majority of porcelain vases. Before him stood a blue and white porcelain plum vase, measuring 43 centimeters in height, with a base diameter of 14 centimeters and an opening of merely 5.2 centimeters. Its petite mouth, ample shoulders, sloping belly, tapered base, and ring foot crafted a graceful silhouette, with smooth, flowing lines exuding an air of opulence. The shoulder and belly were adorned with the classic historical tale of Liu Bei's 3 visits to the thatched cottage, and the vase's blue and white decorations displayed a rich variety, distinctly unique. A look of astonishment graced Chu Jian's face once more. According to the information received by his left eye, this blue and white porcelain was, astonishingly, a Yuan dynasty piece. The rarity of Yuan blue and white porcelain is such that even those outside the antique realm have surely heard of it. Tianrong is indeed a renowned collector in Yangcheng. The presence of such precious national treasures as the Tianzi jar and Yuan blue and white porcelain is remarkable. This must be blue and white porcelain, Lu Ruyin remarked. Despite being a novice, she could easily recognize the blue and white pattern, for it was strikingly apparent. Tianrong smiled. Indeed, it is a blue and white plum vase. The plum vase is a classic form of porcelain, characterized by a small mouth, short neck, ample shoulders, slender base, and ring foot, named for its design that allows only plum branches to be inserted. In fact, during the Song dynasty, it was referred to as a Jing vase, used for holding wine. Its elegant and charming shape earned it the name plum vase in the Ming dynasty. Throughout history, plum vases have been produced across various kiln systems, their exquisite forms deemed unparalleled, thus categorizing the plum vase as the foremost design in Chinese porcelain. Although the plum vases of different dynasties share similarities, distinctions remain. If the plum vases of the Song dynasty are characterized by their elegance and femininity, those of the Ming dynasty exhibit strength, solidity, and masculine traits. As for the Meiping of the Qing dynasty, its disproportionate shape evokes a sense of disharmony and incompleteness, falling short of the standards set by the Ming dynasty. Chu Jian informed Lu Ruyin, Director Lu, this is a piece of Yuan blue and white porcelain. Lu Ruyin's eyes widened in astonishment. She had certainly heard of the esteemed reputation of Yuan blue and white porcelain. It is said that pieces can fetch tens of millions at auction, with exquisite examples reaching over 100 million. No wonder Tianrong boldly stated that they could be compared to the Northern Song Ru ware brush washer. Yuan blue and white porcelain? Now, Lu Ruyin and Chu Jian found themselves in a quandary. Which piece should they select? In terms of rarity, the Tianzi jar undoubtedly holds greater value, as only one example has appeared at auction, and it was a damaged piece rather than a complete one. In contrast, more than 10 Yuan blue and white pieces have been auctioned. However, when it comes to prestige, Yuan blue and white porcelain surpasses all. In terms of value, 2 pieces of Yuan blue and white porcelain have sold for over 100 million. The Shaohe Chasing Han Xi Meiping, which fetched 680 million renminbi, and the Gui Guzi Descending the Mountain large jar, which sold for 28 billion renminbi. The Tianzi jar has only appeared once, and in its damaged state, it commanded just over 10 million. Yet, everyone knows that this price fails to reflect the true worth of the Tianzi jar. Should a complete piece ever grace the auction stage, its potential value could easily surpass 100 million. So what shall we choose? Lu Ruyin inquired of Chu Jian. Chu Jian shook his head. You are the superior. The decision rests with you. Whether it be the Yuan blue and white 3 visits to the thatched cottage Meiping or the Tianzi jar, both possess immense allure and are likely to attract wealthy patrons and collectors to the auction. In terms of value, I believe they're comparable. The Tianzi jar may present a greater gamble, but the Yuan blue and white Meiping offers more stability, given the abundance of auction data available. He could only articulate his analysis, leaving the final decision to Lu Ruyin to avoid any blame falling upon him later. Sensing Chu Jian's apprehension, Lu Ruyin ceased to press him further and furrowed her brows in contemplation. Did you say the Tianzi jar has only appeared once in the auction market? She couldn't help but confirm with Chu Jian. With that statement, Lu Ruyin understood how to proceed. Then we shall choose the Tianzi jar, she declared, cradling the jar in her arms. Tianrong sighed with a wry smile. This time, I have suffered a great loss. When is the auction scheduled? Please inform me a day in advance. There was no other choice. He was reluctant to relinquish the Tianzi jar so readily. As for money, he was not lacking. Lu Ruyan beamed, nodding with a smile. Wonderful. We welcome Uncle Tian to support us at that time. All right, I shall not see you off, Tian Rong instructed his secretary. Ning Yutong, please escort them. After saying this, he seemed to recall something and picked up a business card from his desk, handing it to Chu Jian. Xiao Chu. My door is always open to you. An annual salary of over 5 million can be negotiated. Before he could finish, Lu Ruyan yanked Chu Jian away, shooting a fierce glare at Tian Rong. Ning Yutong couldn't help but marvel, stealing a few more glances at Chu Jian. My goodness, an annual salary exceeding 5 million. And it was still negotiable? He truly embodies the ideal of a distinguished gentleman. She promptly took the lead, escorting Lu Ruyan and Chu Jian to the entrance of the company, garnering the attention of several onlookers along the way. Suddenly, Fong Ting leaned in with an inquisitive tone. Secretary Ning, Chu Jian. Ning Yutong gazed at Fong Ting in astonishment. You know Mr. Chu? Of course. He's my partner's close friend. Ning Yutong, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Sister Fong, when can you introduce us? You've even included sister? Fong Ting was taken aback, suddenly realizing that Chu Jian had become quite the catch. Sure, we can arrange a meal together sometime. Now, tell me about what happened earlier. Ning Yutong recounted her observations, shocking a number of gossipers. Chairman Tian holds Chu Jian in high regard, offering an annual salary exceeding 5 million. At that moment, Su Xin felt an overwhelming sense of regret, her enthusiasm for work evaporating. She should not have taken others' words at face value. One must see for oneself, rather than rely on hearsay. Chapter 13. The Wooden Carvings in the Rubbish Heap. Upon learning the news, Fong Ting immediately shared it with her partner. Yi Wenshuan was left dumbfounded, nearly believing his partner was jesting. It felt akin to someone suddenly announcing that the national football team had won the World Cup. However, with evidence at hand, and Fong Ting swearing she was not lying, he had no choice but to message Chu Jian for confirmation. It was indeed true. Understanding Chu Jian's character, he knew that if he had said such a thing, it must be genuine. Wow, old 3, you're quite impressive. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Jian was on the verge of making a name for himself. He had already begun to think of ways to take advantage of Chu Jian. Old 3, it seems my partner mentioned that Su Xin is rather regretful, and you should have met that Secretary Tian, right? She appears to have some interest in you. Any thoughts? Yi Wenshuan sent a voice message to Chu Jian. Chu Jian, seated in Lu Ruyan's car, instinctively clicked on the voice message without a second thought, only to feel a wave of embarrassment and hastily turn it off. Lu Ruyan, having heard the commotion, glanced at Chu Jian, who was flustered as he fumbled with his phone, unable to suppress a smile. To retain Chu Jian, she could only leverage these subtle aspects for now. As for Chu Jian brazenly taking time off in her presence, Lu Ruyan had nothing to say. He had already contributed significantly, performing exceptionally well. Such minor issues hardly warranted further scrutiny. No need, no need. I can manage alone. I don't have much to carry. Chu Jian quickly waved his hand. In truth, it was not merely about moving. He simply wished to avoid the company, preferring a leisurely stroll through the antique market rather than wasting time at the auction house. Well, that's fine, but if you need anything, do let the company and me know. Don't hesitate. This time, since you secured such a crucial piece for the company, I will apply for a bonus in commission for you. The company will not overlook any contributions made by its employees, rest assured. Lu Ruyan made sure to emphasize this point. All right, thank you, General Manager Lu. After exiting the car, Chu Jian called a rental agency he had contacted the previous night. After a wait of over 10 minutes, the agent hurriedly arrived on a shared bicycle. Are you Mr. Chu Jian? Hello, I'm Xiao Wang. Chu Jian shook hands with him and said without further ado, let's first inspect the property. If all is satisfactory, we shall proceed to sign the contract without wasting any time. He admired the surroundings, close to the antique market, with a view of the central axis of the city, promising a splendid nightscape. With ample funds at his disposal, he naturally desired a more refined living space. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wang was elated. Furthermore, the rental prices in the vicinity were anything but cheap. Even for a 2-bedroom apartment, the cost began at 4,000 to 5,000. As real estate agents, they could earn a month's rent as their commission. Excellent. Mr. Chu, let's proceed. I have over a dozen properties available in this area. Should you find any unsatisfactory, we can continue our search. He mentioned the property discussed the previous night, which was available for rent only for a year, as the owner was abroad. Working as an agent was akin to being a salesperson. They were quite gregarious, chatting incessantly about the property details and the surrounding environment. Soon, Chu Jian and the others arrived at the apartment they had seen in photographs the night before. The two-bedroom, one living room layout was exquisitely renovated, and the furnishings were nearly new. Xiao Wang informed Chu Jian that the owner had intended to live there personally, thus the high quality of the furnishings. With the sofa alone costing nearly 10,000. Standing on the balcony, they enjoyed a pleasing view of the cityscape. After inspecting for over 10 minutes without discovering any flaws, Chu Jian nodded. "This will do. Splendid." "That was refreshingly straightforward," Xiao Wang exclaimed, promptly retrieving the rental contract, which had already been prepared and signed by the owner. Once Chu Jian affixed his signature and transferred the deposit to the owner's account, the keys would be handed over immediately, allowing him to move in at once. Chu Jian opted for a 1-year lease, confident that within a year, he would be able to purchase his own property in the city. "Great. Mr. Fan, the owner, has confirmed receipt of the payment. Here are your keys, Mr. Chu." According to the contract stipulations, he advised against damaging or altering the interior items. After exiting, Xiao Wang felt the need to treat himself. This had been his easiest transaction yet, netting him 5,800 yuan with little effort. The woman living next door opened her door to dispose of some trash, casting a disdainful glance at Chu Jian, smirking slightly before slamming the door shut. Their relationship was indeed strained, largely due to the noise generated by her two dogs, which incessantly barked. Chu Jian had lodged complaints with the landlord on several occasions, making any potential for a cordial relationship rather unlikely. Encounters often resulted in mutual glares. To be candid, it was likely that Chu Jian was not the only one voicing grievances. While one may choose to have dogs, it was only courteous to refrain from allowing them to bark incessantly during others' rest. Noticing her disdainful expression, Chu Jian paid it little mind, as he would soon be leaving and would no longer have to interact with her. However, his gaze fell upon a piece of wooden sculpture discarded at her door, and he was taken aback to discover it was a statue of Guanyin carved for boxwood. Guanyin, reclining against a mythical beast, held a scepter in her right hand, her chest exposed, adorned with a spiral bond, her features delicate and her expression serene. "It serves you right to experience misfortune and loss," he thought. Chu Jian promptly picked up the boxwood Guanyin statue and tucked it into his luggage, hastily descending the stairs to leave. During the Tang and Song dynasties, the resilient and fine-grained boxwood was utilized for intricately carving delicate texts and illustrations in printing. From the Ming and Qing dynasties to the Republic of China, it marked the zenith of traditional wood carving, including boxwood sculptures. Boxwood carving could be considered the most distinctive form of traditional Chinese woodcraft. Its texture is robust, with intricate grain, moderate hardness, and vibrant colors, often exhibiting an egg-yellow hue. After meticulous carving and polishing, boxwood can rival ivory in elegance. Recent auction trends for boxwood furniture and carved artworks indicate that their value ranges from tens of thousands to millions. This time, Chu Jian had fortuitously acquired a treasure, perhaps compensating him for the disturbances he endured over the past year. Chapter 14. The Unfulfilled Peiqiang. After moving into his new residence, Chu Jian felt a profound sense of relaxation, genuinely perceiving the transformation in his life. Upon his return to the antique street, he noted the bustling crowd. However, the genuine treasure hunters were few, with many merely passing by. This street leads to a thriving commercial area in Yangcheng, thus never lacking in foot traffic. The nearby old streets primarily sold jade or jewelry, with pearls being transported in burlap sacks, seemingly devoid of value. In truth, those pearls were cultured, and their worth was minimal. For a mere 100 yuan, one could acquire a substantial handful. "Hey buddy, could you step aside if you're not looking?" Suddenly, a voice came from behind Chu Jian. Although he rarely watched live broadcasts, he had heard of the rampant growth of this industry in recent years. Chu Jian slightly shifted his position, overhearing the streamer address his audience. "Listen up. Today, Brother Chong will show you how to snag a bargain and make thousands in a day. Also, there are techniques for negotiating with the bosses. It's an art. And for those generous viewers, please show your support." Hearing this, Chu Jian felt somewhat speechless, while the stall owner chuckled knowingly. "Snag a bargain here? What a notion. Dreams are beautiful, but reality can be harsh." The stall owner relished this kind of bravado. It made deceiving customers much easier. Recognizing the streamer's words, he anticipated a profitable day ahead. "Take your time. Handsome. Let me know if you see anything you like, and I'll offer you a special price," the vendor said in a thick accent. A faint smile crept onto Chu Jian's lips. Those who frequently boasted about discounts were often the most unscrupulous. "All right, everyone. Let us get started. First, take a look at this pot. I'll explain it to you. The self-proclaimed Brother Chong picked up a silver-white pot from the stall. However, upon handling it, he was momentarily taken aback. The pot stood 183 centimeters tall, with a base diameter of 75 centimeters and a belly diameter of 143 centimeters, featuring a lion's mouth spout. Yet, the lid was nowhere to be found, and aside from the spout, the entire pot seemed sealed. He was indeed dumbfounded, still waiting to elaborate for his viewers, but he had never encountered such an object before. In truth, Zheng Peiqiang is not an expert in antiques, but rather a genuine live streamer. Initially, he specialized in indoor streaming, yet as outdoor broadcasting gained popularity, he ventured outdoors. He astutely recognized the niche of antique treasure hunting, a realm seldom explored by live streamers, and with enthusiasm, he delved into it after conducting some research. However, it was evident that his preparation was insufficient. The world of antique collecting is vast and intricate, filled with extensive knowledge. Even seasoned veterans who have immersed themselves for decades would hesitate to claim omniscience, let alone a novice like you, who has only scratched the surface for a few days. Young man, this is a relic of ancient high technology. It is not surprising you have never seen one. Such vessels were rare in antiquity and are relatively obscure. The water inlet is located at the bottom. You may turn it over to examine. The vendor spoke with confidence. Chu Jian, listening nearby, remarked in astonishment at the vendor's exaggerated claims. Zheng Peiqiang, feeling somewhat embarrassed, flipped the pot over and indeed discovered a plum blossom-shaped spout. This revelation sparked intrigue among the onlookers. The water inlet is at the bottom. This design is rather remarkable. But will it leak? Leak? Absolutely not. The vendor nodded affirmatively. You can test it yourself. It is made of silver, and I see we are fated to meet. I can let it go for 8,000 yuan. Such treasures have previously sold for tens of thousands. The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter, teasing the vendor about any connection to the celestial realm, suggesting he had some genuine knowledge to share. Thus, Zheng Peiqiang feigned nonchalance, responding, "Let us take a closer look." "Silver, you say? I believe it is merely silver-plated," he thought, having encountered such schemes frequently online. Before the live broadcast, he had familiarized himself with the various tricks within the antique community. Did they truly presume he had never encountered silver before? The weight of this pot clearly indicated it was not silver. Noticing Zheng Peiqiang placing the pot down, Chu Jian naturally picked it up. The vendor, seeing Zheng Peiqiang resistant to falling into the trap, felt a hint of disappointment, yet soon his face brightened again, confident that some eager soul would soon bite. "Young man, Chu Jian interrupted the vendor. "I know, this is a reverse flow pot. When water is poured into the plum blossom spout, no water escapes from the lion's mouth. Once filled, and the pot is inverted, water does not spill from the plum blossom spout. Tilting the pot while holding the handle allows water to flow from the lion's mouth. The principle of the reverse flow pot is akin to that of a communicating vessel. Such devices existed during the Tang and Song dynasties. While rare, they are not extraordinary. A straight tube extends from the plum blossom spout to the top of the pot, while another pipe descends from the lion's mouth to the bottom of the vessel, transforming the pot into a concealed communicating vessel. When the pot is inverted, water can flow into it along the inlet pipe. Provided the water level does not exceed the height of the outlet pipe, it will not leak from the spout. Conversely, when the pot is upright, as long as the water level remains below the height of the inlet pipe, it will not leak from the hole at the bottom. Thus, although the reverse flow pot has a hole at the bottom, it can achieve a perfect seal. In ancient times, reverse flow pots were considered exquisite curiosities. Not ordinary household items, but rather social playthings for the upper echelons of society. In terms of craftsmanship, the tubular passage from the spout to the base of the teapot is ingeniously designed with a more intricate internal piping. This not only preserves the overall graceful form of the vessel, but also conceals its secrets, leaving one astonished by the remarkable mechanisms hidden within such a small teapot. The stall owner was taken aback, then promptly complimented, "What a discerning eye you have." Nearby, the live streamer and his audience were equally surprised to learn that Chu Jian recognized such a teapot. "Oh, it's nothing," he replied. "Come on, give me a better price." Chu Jian observed that the flower-shaped base was actually divided into two halves. From the craftsmanship of the teapot, it was indeed intriguing. Moreover, just as Zheng Peiqiang had surmised, the surface of the teapot was indeed coated with a layer of silver. The stall owner, hearing this, inquired about the price, indicating that the deal was more than half done, and he became even more enthusiastic. Only Zheng Peiqiang and his audience were watching the spectacle, seemingly as if they were witnessing a fool from a neighboring village being deceived. Chapter 15. the marvelous teapot with dual functions. The stall owner adopted a strategy of retreating to advance. This absurdity made Zheng Peiqiang and his audience roll their eyes. 80, Chu Jian stated, unrelenting in his bargaining stance. Zheng Peiqiang nearly burst into laughter, and his audience had no reservations, erupting in hearty laughter. Such fierce haggling was unprecedented. Many would negotiate down to half. Yet here was a case of slashing the price by 99%. The stall owner's mouth twitched. Young man, please don't make fun of me. Nowadays, a piece of craftsmanship might not even be worth 80 yuan. Let us be realistic, 5,000, and that's my final offer. Is it your final word? Chu Jian retorted, placing the teapot down and rising. Hey, don't be hasty. There's still room for negotiation. ISNT there? All right, I'll lower it to 3,000. I assure you, there's no profit in this. The stall owner was determined not to let go of such a gullible customer easily. Zheng Peiqiang's audience could not help but tease. Is the prop used by Song Gaozu to release military control really worth 3,000? At most, it should be 200. Chu Jian raised 2 fingers. Back and forth they went, ultimately settling at 500 yuan. Zheng Peiqiang quietly remarked to his loyal viewers, if it were me haggling, I'd max out at 200. Clearly, that fellow is inexperienced at bargaining, probably a novice in the trade. This comment completely disregarded his own earlier predicament. Xiao Zhu, what a coincidence. Did you make another acquisition today? Old Kong was still carrying the birdcage from that day, inside which was a small, jet black bird. At that moment, the little bird surprisingly mimicked Old Kang's voice, Xiao Chu. The bird's learning ability was limited. Longer sentences proved too challenging. Turning around, Chu Jian looked at Old Kong in astonishment. Old Kong, what kind of bird is this? It doesn't seem to be a parrot, yet it can speak. I just arrived and got this, Old Kong explained. This is a myna. It can imitate other birds' calls and even replicate simple human speech. He then glanced at the silver teapot in Chu Jian's hand. Ah, a reverse flow teapot. Let me take a look. By the way, he is Zhao Hongda, the owner of Baoqi Xian. You can call him Old Zhao. While Old Kong examined the items, Chu Jian engaged in conversation with Zhao Hongda. It is evident that Zhao Hongda has heard from his old friend, Lao Kong, about the young man, Chu Jian. Xiao Chu, my shop is just ahead. Feel free to stop by for a chat and share insights. Sure. I'll be sure to ramble on. Zheng Peiqiang and the audience in his live stream were astonished. What does it mean to own an antique shop in such a place? One cannot realize such a venture without a fortune of millions. It is hard to believe that this man, dressed in a short-sleeved shirt, shorts, and flip-flops, is actually quite affluent. Others have not deceived me. The wealthy in Yangsheng are indeed this low-key. Here, the street vendor selling char, so you might very well be a millionaire owning several buildings. This is how one truly enjoys life, simply, humbly, and grounded. One intriguing yin-yang pot, Lao Kong suddenly remarked. Some were perplexed. Was it said to be a reverse pot? How is it a yin-yang pot? And what is a yin-yang pot anyway? Oh, let me see, Zhao Hongda replied. Setting aside other matters, the weight of this pot is rather intriguing. It is a bit heavy. The vendor chuckled awkwardly, hesitant to speak. He certainly recognized Baoqi Xian. One could discern the caliber of this pot with just a glance. Zheng Peiqiang, smiling at his loyal viewers, remarked, Did you hear that? I told you the weight was questionable. This field is quite profound. The average person cannot grasp it. Therefore, it is best for us to observe more and avoid impulsive purchases. With the vendor nearby, he spoke in a lowered voice. Zhao Hongda turned the pot over and noticed the plum blossom opening at the base, which was divided into 2 halves. Then, he closed one eye and peered in the spout, vaguely spotting a dividing line inside. Subsequently, he gently shook the pot and examined the handle, noting a protrusion at the gripping point. He understood that it was a small switch. The yin-yang pot, also known as the two-heart pot, Mandarin duck pot, or conscience pot, is a playful drinking apparatus designed to limit one's own alcohol intake while inebriating guests. This pot can simultaneously dispense 2 different liquids, allowing one to pour out water or liquor as needed. Many literary works depict it as a vessel for poisoning drinks. The principle of a yin-yang pot relies on atmospheric pressure. It features 2 chambers, one in an inverted structure and the other in a standard structure, both of which are separate yet share a single spout. The complexity of the internal mechanisms of both the reverse pot and the yin-yang pot is remarkable. Now, with these 2 functions combined, the craftsmanship of this pot exemplifies the intricacies of ancient precision manufacturing. Upon learning that it was a Ming dynasty artifact, both the vendor and Zheng Peiqiang were momentarily stunned, a wave of regret flooding their hearts in unison. The vendor felt he had sold it at a loss, while Zheng Peiqiang lamented his earlier decision not to purchase it. Surely, an item from the Ming Dynasty must be worth more than a few thousand yuan, right? In a live stream, comments such as 666 and wow rapidly filled the screen. Lao Kong also commented, the outer layer of silver must have been applied later. The interior is likely copper. Ming Dynasty copperware is inherently valuable. Come to my shop, and I will help you remove the outer layer of silver. Zhao Hongda told Chu Jian. As Chu Jian and his companions departed, the vendor's expression turned somewhat sour. Under the urging of the audience in the live stream, Zheng Peiqiang followed suit, eager to ascertain the true worth of the exquisite pot. Zheng himself was no exception. His heart ached, for it was he who had first laid hands on that treasure. Yet, he let it slip away. Nonetheless, for him, the embarrassment was of little consequence. As long as there was potential for profit, he would accept the humiliation. His loyal viewers were well aware of his circumstances. Alas, my friends, I was so close, so very close to acquiring that Ming Dynasty pot. Can someone spare a gift to comfort my wounded spirit? In the end, this fellow did not forget to solicit gifts from the audience. After all, it was all about the money. Nothing shameful about that. Zheng Peiqiang hastened to catch up with Chu Jian, attempting to forge a connection. Bro, I'm Zheng Peiqiang. Can you share how you discerned that pot was a treasure? Honestly, I just stumbled upon it by sheer luck, Chu Jian replied. Zheng rolled his eyes. If you change your expression, I might just believe you. Chapter 16. Counterfeiting requires significant investment. From Chu Jian's earlier demeanor, it was evident that he possessed a modicum of skill. Are you heading out to hunt for bargains later? Bring me along. Zheng Peiqiang implored, his tone laced with flattery. If he could latch onto a successful venture, it would surely surpass the endeavors of live streaming. Although he had been streaming for a few years and considered himself an experienced broadcaster, his earnings were modest, hovering around a few thousand each month. On days like today, after pleading for gifts, he would be lucky to net over 200 yuan. Upon hearing this, Chu Jian chuckled. I recall you claiming you'd help everyone earn 10,000 a day. I was hoping you'd take me along. Zheng Peiqiang's face flushed crimson, awkwardly replying, well, it's live streaming. One must embellish the truth a bit. The audience erupted in laughter, particularly the regulars. Keep boasting, if you've got the guts. Guts? What is that? Can it be consumed? Zheng Peiqiang had never encountered it. Huh, you possess no real skill, yet you boast incessantly. I am eager to see you earnestly brag, only to be quietly embarrassed. To be fair, that young man has some talent. I wonder how much that pot is truly worth. It must be worth at least 10,000, right? There's no way it wouldn't be profitable. I'm even tempted to explore the antique world. There's an antique market near my home. Bro, take me along. Let us broaden our horizons. Zheng Peiqiang continued. Indeed, this man had quite a thick skin, referring to Chu Jian as bro. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Chu Jian nodded gently. We could go together, but in truth, the real benefactors are they. He gestured subtly towards the two elderly gentlemen ahead. Zheng Peiqiang mused, I am aware of that. Yet, how can I shamelessly cling to the legs of these elders? We are not acquainted in the slightest. If Chu Jian were to learn of such thoughts, he would undoubtedly be perplexed. Do you truly believe we are well acquainted? Soon, they arrived at Baoqi Xian, adorned with an antique ambience, filled to the brim with various items. With so many antiques, how much could they possibly be worth? Zheng Peiqiang exclaimed in astonishment. It appeared that the elder named Zhao Hongda was not simply wealthy. The assets of this store must be worth several million, quite alarming. Mr. Kong chuckled, remarking that not all of it consists of antiques. The majority are replicas. The store operates transparently. Zheng Peiqiang, realizing the implications, wisely refrained from further comment. Chu Jian interjected, stating, who says antique shops must exclusively sell genuine items? Genuine antiques are scarce. They clearly inform customers when selling replicas. It's not just a domestic phenomenon. Even abroad, antique stores engage in the same practice, with true antiques being quite limited. Then, pointing to a large blue and white plate on the shelf, Chu Jian continued. Look at this blue and white plate, styled in the tradition of Yuan dynasty porcelain. If it were truly from the Yuan dynasty, it would not be priced at a mere 20,000. This insight resonated with the others. However, one might wonder if 20,000 for a replica seems a tad excessive. The profit margins must be substantial, right? Feel free to browse. I'll prepare some tools, Zhao Hongda said with a smile, with Chu Jian defending him. Zhao's fondness for him grew. Zheng Peiqiang discreetly gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, 3 years without opening. Yet when it does, it thrives for 3 more. This is precisely the nature of such antique shops. Despite their seemingly lackluster business, their profits are considerable. Even if they experience a month or two without sales, they remain unfazed. Chu Jian smiled, adding, such high-end crafts merely serve to attract a crowd in antique shops. They hardly yield significant profits, considering the procurement costs exceed 10,000. Upon hearing this, many could not contain their astonishment. Is that true? The cost of replicas is so high? One could easily amass wealth by producing counterfeits. The cost of high-quality replicas must indeed be substantial. However, a price tag exceeding 10,000 surely ensures considerable profit. You may not be aware of the existence of Fanjijing, a renowned village known for counterfeiting in the country. Many have amassed fortunes in the millions, or even tens of millions through forgery. Of course, their craftsmanship is exceptional, blurring the lines between fake and real. Is it really so blatant? Does the government not intervene? Well, in terms of cultural relics, the government seems to tacitly accept such practices. After all, the fervor for collecting in our country is insatiable, yet genuine antiques are scarce. Speaking of Fanjijing, the foremost hub for ancient porcelain reproduction, it deserves a few words. Originally a small passageway between urban and rural areas, it became a street dedicated to the crafting of replica porcelain. With the surge in the popularity of ancient ceramic collecting, numerous individual pottery workshops sprang up, leading to the rapid formation of a bustling market for replica porcelain. This street stretches approximately 2 miles from north to south, housing hundreds of pottery shops and workshops. The side streets branch out, and numerous small workshops dedicated to producing replicas can be found along these paths. Fanjijing's hallmark is its extensive collection of replica porcelain from various dynasties, showcasing pieces from renowned kilns. Whether one seeks official kilns or folk kilns, they can replicate any style, with inscriptions indistinguishable from genuine articles. Any errors are promptly corrected. Some shops even offer custom inscription services for customers or merchants, staffed by expert calligraphers who, after years of practice, can replicate inscriptions from the Ming and Qing dynasties with remarkable precision, nearly indistinguishable from the originals. These audacious maneuvers are certain to astonish many outsiders. The brazen nature of the forgeries is laid bare before us. Zhang Peiqiang glanced at the live stream and noticed everyone discussing the Fan family well. So he mentioned it to Chu Jian. The Fan family well? Indeed, it is quite a renowned location, a hub for porcelain forgery. Despite the significant profits they reap, the investment they make is equally substantial. To replicate a particular porcelain piece, some may even procure an authentic one, dedicating time and effort to study how to achieve an identical result. Upon hearing this, everyone was left in sheer disbelief. It appears that counterfeiting is not as effortless as one might presume. Without a certain level of skill and cultural knowledge, it could indeed prove unmanageable. While they only see others profiting, they remain oblivious to the dedication and labor invested behind the scenes. As they conversed, Zhao Hongda had already gathered the necessary materials. There are indeed multiple methods to treat the surface silver of the reverse flow pot. One could exploit the differing melting points of metals to melt away the silver, or utilize chemical agents to dissolve the surface silver. For someone as seasoned as Zhao Hongda, these processes were hardly challenging. Chapter 17. The heart of Qiangzi exploded. Under Zhao Hongda's expert manipulation, the reverse flow pot gradually regained its original appearance. Mr. Kong was astonished. Is that gilded? Zhao Hongda nodded. It appears to be a gilded copper artifact from the Ming dynasty. Splendid indeed. The more he examined it, the more he appreciated it. The pot itself was quite intriguing, its manufacture immensely challenging, with a complex craftsmanship. Coupled with the gilding process, its value was further amplified. Gilded? Zhang Peiqiang nearly struck his chest in regret. Although he did not fully comprehend, it was evident that the pot was a Ming dynasty piece and being gilded. It certainly appeared far from inexpensive. He felt as though he had narrowly missed a fortune. There is a distinction between gilding and gold plating, Chu Jian clarified. Gilding involves combining gold with mercury to create an amalgam that is applied to the surface of the object, which, upon heating, causes the mercury to evaporate, allowing the gold to adhere permanently to the surface. In contrast, gold plating employs electrolysis or other chemical methods to affix a thin layer of gold onto metal or other surfaces. This technique was already well established during the Han Dynasty. The advantages of gilding are manifold. The gilded surfaces are durable and resilient, possessing a beautiful luster, and can be applied to objects of varying sizes without the need for extensive equipment or labor. It allows for straightforward methods, with the thickness of the gold layer being easily controlled, enabling on-site application without the need to relocate larger structures or objects. How much could it possibly be worth? At this moment, Zheng Peiqiang was solely focused on the price. Chu Jian cast a glance at him, silently thinking, it will be better for you not to know, lest you feel compelled to seek a location at Haizhu Bridge. Zhao Hongda, however, harbored no such reservations and chuckled. A gilded artifact from the Ming dynasty is indeed valuable. He informed Zheng Peiqiang that many gilded copper artifacts from the Ming dynasty exist, with the most notable being gilded copper Buddha statues, which can fetch several million, a common occurrence. While the artistic merit of the pot may not rival that of the statues, it is certainly safe to say it is worth over 500,000. Zhao Hongda added. He is the proprietor of an antique shop, and his words carry considerable authority. Neither Zheng Peiqiang nor the viewers in the live stream harbored any doubts. Zheng Peiqiang's composure shattered instantly. Over 500,000? How many years would he need to stream to earn that amount? He clutched his chest, saying, let me catch my breath. Young man, what troubles you? Old Kong inquired with concern. Chu Jian coughed softly and informed Old Kong, this teapot was initially in my possession. Old Kong was momentarily taken aback. Ah, then there is no issue. Please continue. The viewers in the live stream expressed a mix of sighs, schadenfreude, and amusement. Many relished the unfolding drama. Seeing the host in distress lifted their spirits, making the experience all the more enjoyable. Huh, your bravado has backfired, hasn't it? You had a chance to prosper, yet squandered it. Thus, it is said that some individuals are not devoid of opportunities. Rather, when fortune presents itself, they scatter it like sand. The treasure murmurs, it is not that I do not grant you chances, but rather that you fail to cherish them. Zhao Hongda, disregarding Zheng Peiqiang's feelings, posed a question to Chu Jian. Young Chu, do you have any thoughts on reselling? With no immediate desire to collect, Chu Jian nodded, sure. Mr. Zhao, do feel free to make an offer. Having become somewhat acquainted, he hesitated to propose a low price. However, Zhao Hongda genuinely admired the teapot and contemplated a fair price that would not lead to a loss. How does 600,000 sound? Chu Jian, aware of the market value, found the offer acceptable and agreed without haggling. The transaction was swiftly concluded, leaving Zheng Peiqiang lamenting. After the deal, the group enjoyed tea and engaged in casual conversation. During this time, Chu Jian revealed that the Mufanhua auction company would soon hold an auction featuring a coveted Tianzi jar as the centerpiece. Zhao Hongda and Old Kong gasped in astonishment. A Tianzi jar? Is it a complete piece? Young Chu, how do you know? Such a prized artifact, even if one could not afford it, will be worth attending just to see. It is known that only 11 complete Tianzi jars exist worldwide, with only one damaged piece having appeared in the auction market. Allow me to introduce myself. I am an appraiser at the Mufanhua auction house. That Tianzi jar was brought forth by Tianrong. The group was once again taken aback, gazing at Chu Jian with newfound respect. No wonder he possesses the knack for uncovering hidden treasures. He is a professional appraiser from the auction house. At this moment, Zheng Peiqiang was even more resolute about clinging to this opportunity. I must be present to witness the excitement surrounding the Tianzi jar, Old Kong declared. He understood that there would be no chance to bid. The significance of the Tianzi jar was immense. After all, it is the #1 jar in the world. In due course, affluent collectors would swarm, leaving no opportunity for them. Tianrong holds a considerable reputation within the collecting circles of Yangqing, and Old Kong and his peers were certainly aware of him. After conversing for a while longer, Chu Jian expressed his intention to take his leave. Zheng Peiqiang, invigorated, promptly followed Chu Jian, determined to seize this opportunity. Brother, please look out for me. He offered a small handheld fan, holding it beside Chu Jian to provide a breeze. Such individuals who possess the ability to lower their pride are indeed difficult to despise. Are you not afraid of being deceived? Zheng Peiqiang smiled and replied. How could that be? The viewers in the live stream began to tease him relentlessly. Is this how you teach everyone to earn over 10,000 a day? Learned it. Now I'll cling to your coattails. Who would have thought? In the past, this small stall would have attracted a throng of children eagerly reading books. Nowadays, such pursuits have lost their charm. Children are either glued to the television or engrossed in their smartphones, where the allure of animated content far surpasses that of printed literature. Bro, I've heard that these books now possess significant collectible value. Upon noticing Chu Jian halt in his steps, Zheng Peiqiang swiftly launched into conversation. Not bad. You might want to take a look, Chu Jian casually remarked. Comic books can be classified into several categories. There are the classic collections from ancient times, such as our 4 great classical novels, Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, and The Investiture of the Gods. Another category features more modern themes, particularly those related to warfare, like the suppression of bandits in Songjiang, crossing the river reconnaissance, and the Three Great Campaigns. Additionally, there are works primarily based on contemporary films and television, such as the model opera Chu Jian and the Red Lantern. However, when it comes to collecting comic books, a few key aspects must be considered. First, the collection should be complete. A set of comic books holds far greater collectible value, with original sets being the most sought after, although assembled sets can also suffice. Second, one must assess the content and artistic merit of the works. They should be visually pleasing upon viewing. Furthermore, the condition of the books is paramount. How well they have been preserved is crucial. Lastly, one must consider current market demand, with modern model operas commanding the highest prices today. Chu Jian, for his part, had his gaze fixed on a particular handwritten manuscript. Chapter 18. Ancient Invitations. Zheng Peiqiang, oblivious to Chu Jian's focus, began to flip through the pages upon hearing his inquiry. As he browsed, he asked, "Brother, which comic books are considered more valuable?" The comic books here are clearly priced at 10 yuan each. At this price, most men would not bother to haggle. Women, however, are different. Even items costing just a few yuan can be negotiated. First, consider the artist. Works by renowned painters are pricier, while those by lesser-known artists are more affordable. Next, look at the print run. The scarcer the publication, the greater its collectible worth. Additionally, the subject matter plays a role. Some works from the Cultural Revolution era are often not for sale and have limited circulation, thus increasing their value. Lastly, one must also take condition into account. Chu Jian spoke effortlessly, as if he needed no time to contemplate. His expertise left the viewers in the live stream envious. Zheng Peiqiang, however, was bewildered. Apart from assessing the condition, which he could manage, he was lost on the rest. For instance, how could he discern who was a master artist and who was obscure? As for the print run, he had no clue whether a particular comic book was widely published or rare. How could he possibly judge? This was practically futile. Ahem. Brother, could you be more specific? I understand the condition. Zheng Peiqiang implored helplessly. Let me briefly list some famous comic artists. Among the greats are Hu Ruofu, Zhang Lingtai, Dong Tianai, and the duo of Gu Bingxin and Lu Jiao from the south and north, along with the four great actresses of the sea, Bai Ruhua, Su Hongda, Yin Meihua, and Zhao Sandao, and so forth. As comics are considered works of art, the masterpieces created by renowned artists are invariably exquisite in imagery and intricate in composition, rendering them highly collectible. Chu Jian enumerated a plethora of names, leaving Zheng Peiqiang with nothing but admiration. Even the stall owner couldn't help but glance up at Chu Jian, exclaiming, "Handsome, quite professional." Chu Jian humbly clasped his fists, responding, "I feel embarrassed." Zheng Peiqiang hastily began to sift through the materials, but soon gave up, as the names had slipped from his memory, lingering only for a fleeting 20 seconds. Observing his expression, the audience in the live stream swiftly deduced the reason, erupting in playful banter. "Haha, forgotten, have you? This memory, and yet you wish to help us find treasures? Perhaps you're just leading us to pay tuition fees. Beg me, I'll share 2 names with you, and I'll put them on the screen." Chu Jian, upon seeing this, merely shook his head. He cast a glance over the small comics, finding none of any value. Disregarding them for the moment, he reached for a particular notebook. The notebook came in various forms, primarily consisting of letters penned by ancient individuals, which were the most abundant. Then there were reading notebooks, which contained the owner's reflections, summaries, and annotations. The one currently in Chu Jian's hands contained reflections and insights from reading. In simpler terms, it was a collection of afterthoughts. To his surprise, this notebook belonged to the Ming Dynasty luminary Wen Zhengming, containing only a modest 10 pages. The paper was dyed green, and the slightly bright-hued paper accentuated his neat and elegant cursive script. Wen Zhengming is a name familiar to many. He was a painter, calligrapher, writer, and connoisseur of the Ming Dynasty, renowned for his mastery across poetry, prose, calligraphy, and painting, earning him the title of the Four Unmatched. Alongside Shenzhou, he co-founded the Wu School. In the annals of art history, he is grouped with Shenzhou, Tang Yin, and Xiaoying, known as the Four Masters of the Ming Dynasty. In literature, he is celebrated with Zhu Yunming, Tang Yin, and Su Jinqing as the Four Talents of Wu. Undoubtedly, Wen Zhengming's notebook possesses significant value. To say nothing of the content itself, the written words are inherently a work of calligraphy. "How much for this one, boss?" The stall owner, well acquainted with his wares, glanced at it and replied, 200. The crowd was taken aback, clearly surprised by the reasonable price. Typically, vendors of antiques tend to inflate their prices, but this stall owner offered a refreshingly fair rate. Noticing Chu Jian had made a worthwhile find, Zheng Peiqiang looked on with eager anticipation. Unable to withstand his gaze, Chu Jian picked up an item from the stall and tossed it to him, saying, "You negotiate the price." Zheng Peiqiang was overjoyed. The stall owner interjected, "Also 200. Fine." Since Chu Jian did not haggle, Zheng Peiqiang felt no hesitation and promptly made the purchase. Today's earnings from the live stream had nearly all been invested here. He hoped this item would prove valuable. After leaving the stall, Zheng Peiqiang caught up to him. "Brother, what is this item? You can read it yourself. It's not like you can't recognize the characters." Chu Jian replied, somewhat vexed. "It seems to be an invitation from ancient times. Does anyone even want this?" He questioned, filled with doubt. Chu Jian briefly elucidated. In ancient times, this was referred to as an invitation card, a form of correspondence. However, it differs from ordinary letters, with its aesthetic presentation being the most distinguishing feature, characterized by elegance and refinement. Invitation cards often incorporate auspicious motifs from folk traditions, thus transforming these beautiful cards into exquisite artworks that amalgamate calligraphy, photography, and printing, endowing them with significant aesthetic and collectible value. The practice of collecting invitation cards in our country has only recently gained traction, and the number of collectors remains modest. Nonetheless, cards of superior quality are indeed worthy of preservation. The card you hold is a wedding invitation from a certain official of the Qing dynasty. The inscription reads Zhou Mansion, indicating that the joyous occasion is being hosted by someone of the Zhou surname, as only the residences of officials are referred to as mansion. Judging by the handwriting, the calligraphy skills are quite commendable. Moreover, the card is exquisitely crafted, made from gold-sprinkled paper, likely valued at around 10,000 to several thousand yuan. Such a detailed explanation would allow even a novice to grasp the essence. Upon hearing this, Zheng Peiqiang chuckled heartily, cautiously folding the invitation. After all, it represented a month's salary. Finally, Chu Jian added that if one is not in dire financial straits, it would be prudent to keep it for oneself. On one hand, the market for collecting invitation cards is rather limited, with few buyers. On the other hand, this trend has only recently emerged, suggesting substantial potential for appreciation in the future. Zheng Peiqiang pondered this and nodded. After all, having acquired it for merely 200 yuan, just a few meals, it posed little pressure. He certainly intended to heed the advice of a professional. This spurred the viewers in the live stream to express a desire to step through the screen and seek his endorsement. "Brother, what about that book of yours? What is its story? Can you share?" Zheng Peiqiang then turned his gaze towards the slender volume recently acquired by Chu Jian. The audience in the live stream perked up, eagerly curious. The only certainty they held was that its value undoubtedly surpassed that of the invitation card received by the host. Chapter 19. Two Shameless Individuals. This is merely a notebook, hardly worth mentioning, best left unsaid. The audience's curiosity intensified, yet Chu Jian remained reticent, which only fueled their eagerness. Chu Jian was aware that the live stream was still ongoing. Discretion was the better part of valor, and accumulating wealth quietly was the true path to success. Why reveal it and incite envy? Generally speaking, a notebook refers to ancient letters, hence the term letter notebook. In addition to letters, it could also refer to study notes, akin to a modern notebook. Chu Jian offered a brief explanation. Very well, since Chu Jian is unwilling to disclose. Zheng Peiqiang refrained from pressing further. He still hoped to align himself with Chu Jian's favor. They continued their stroll, with Zheng Peiqiang appearing quite animated, stopping at nearly every stall to select items he felt a connection to, subsequently seeking Chu Jian's opinion. Whenever Chu Jian slightly shook his head, Zheng Peiqiang promptly set the item aside. Suddenly, Chu Jian halted, while Zheng Peiqiang continued forward. He observed a middle-aged man at a nearby stall scrutinizing a seal paste box. Prior to the Song dynasty, seals were typically made with clay, colored wax, honey-colored substances, or watercolors, with true seal paste not yet coming into existence. After the Song dynasty, the use of oil prints began to flourish. To prevent the evaporation of oils, women stored their water-based rouge in porcelain powder boxes, which were also used to preserve ink paste. During the Ming dynasty, Tu Long included ink paste boxes as a specialized item in his notes on writing implements. The forms of ink paste boxes varied, with the flat, round, and low designs being the most common, featuring a shallow interior for holding the ink paste. They were crafted from various materials including jade, stone, bamboo, wood, horn, lacquer, gold, silver, copper, iron, and ivory, each exhibiting unique shapes and intricate carvings, serving both practical and aesthetic purposes, with porcelain being deemed the finest. Ancients posited that while there were ink pools, porcelain was the most suitable material. The ink paste box held by the middle-aged man was indeed an exquisite piece of cloisonné porcelain. Although aware of its value, the antiquities trade has its rules. One cannot interject while others are viewing. Patience was required until someone relinquished their interest. To Chu Jian's disappointment, the middle-aged man appeared to recognize the item's worth as well, and after some haggling, he purchased it for 800 yuan. Brother, is that truly a treasure? He couldn't help but inquire. Chu Jian nodded. Without a closer inspection, I suspect it to be a Qing Dynasty cloisonné ink paste box, worth around 100,000. Zhang Peiqiang was at a loss for words. After taking a moment to compose himself, he continued, Brother, I spotted another piece ahead. Could you take a look for me? Chu Jian followed him over to a stall run by a young vendor who was also live streaming. The coincidence was striking. One live stream was about extracting money from novices, while the other seemed to be about uncovering hidden gems. Brother, my sibling has arrived, Zhang Peiqiang greeted the vendor. Fellow traders, feel free to examine. I guarantee a fair price, the vendor responded, patting his chest with an air of camaraderie. However, viewers in his live stream had already begun to laugh uproariously. The audiences of both streams silently watched the two hosts banter, eager to see who would emerge victorious in humor. Chu Jian marveled, today's youth truly relish live streaming. I've encountered two in one day. Zhang Peiqiang pulled out a pack of cigarettes and offered one to the vendor. Brother, with your assurance, I must support your business today. The young vendor grinned, especially pleased to see this fellow brought along another young companion. An easy mark indeed. He promptly picked up an item from his stall and handed it to Zhang Peiqiang. Trust me, my friend, this piece is undoubtedly a treasure. If it were anyone else, I would demand a sky-high price, but since it's you, you can take it for 600. As Zhang Peiqiang examined it, he couldn't help but twitch his lips, thinking, how bold of you to claim that. The banter between the two was equally matched, a delightful exchange. At that moment, Chu Jian suddenly interjected. If you don't want it, then I shall. The vendor was momentarily taken aback, but quickly brightened, exclaiming, see, I told you, trusting your brother is always the right choice. How could I deceive you? We are both in this live streaming game, so it's only right to look out for one another, correct? This sentiment also endeared Chu Jian to the vendor. Goodness, this is more thrilling than watching a movie. Xiangzi, if you're capable, don't take it. The sudden change of heart left everyone stunned. How on earth do you manage to speak such nonsense with a straight face? After making the payment, Zhang Peiqiang inquired of Chu Jian, Brother, what is the significance of this item? The small clay jar, roughly the size of 2 fists, resembled an ancient wine vessel, with its opening sealed by a piece of wood. Had it been porcelain, Zhang would have considered it an antique. However, being made of clay, he believed it lacked value. Although he was not an expert in antique appraisal, he had heard that pottery was generally inexpensive. As he spoke, Zhang removed the wooden stopper from the jar, and a strong scent of vinegar assaulted his senses, nearly causing him to retch. He quickly distanced himself. Goodness, this is a vinegar jar. While Chu Jian did not take the jar itself, he examined the wooden stopper, bringing it close to his nose. The vinegar aroma was potent, yet there was a faint hint of fragrance. Upon witnessing this, Zhang understood and discarded the jar onto the ground, realizing that the true value lay in the wooden stopper. Chu Jian scraped the stopper with his nail and sniffed again, detecting a more pronounced scent. The vendor was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Chu Jian's interest to be in the stopper rather than the clay jar, which was indeed unconventional. Yet, he did not believe that Chu Jian and Zhang could have stumbled upon a hidden treasure. The piece of wood did not appear to be of precious material. It was too small to be valuable unless it were from a rare species like small-leaf red sandalwood. Such woods are hardwoods, and the stopper was evidently not, as it could be easily scraped with a fingernail. The vendor still attempted to flatter them, saying, Congratulations, that piece of wood is certainly not ordinary material. The viewers in the two live streams rolled their eyes and commented sarcastically, Not ordinary wood? Then do enlighten us as to what precious wood it is. Zhang Peiqiang passed a cigarette to the vendor, saying, Thank you very much. I can see it is indeed remarkable. The viewers were left speechless, thinking, What did you discern? Nothing at all. Brother, what do you think? Zhang Peiqiang asked Chu Jian again. Chu Jian shot him a glance, replying, Did you not claim to have discerned it already? I shall refrain from repeating myself. Chapter 20. Clumsy yet pretentious. Brother, stop joking. Please help me. Zhang Peiqiang implored. He had been so focused on putting on airs that he forgot his elder brother was still nearby. This was a piece of Hainan water-formed agarwood, of average quality perhaps. Hainan agarwood has long been held in high esteem, recognized as the pinnacle of incense, serving both as a precious medicinal material and an exquisite fragrance. Hainan agarwood is renowned for its unique aroma, with a single piece fetching a fortune. It can be categorized into water-formed, yellow oil-formed, and black oil-formed agarwood. Generally, water-formed agarwood has a shorter resin formation time and is often used for carvings, while the dry yellow oil-formed agarwood boasts a richer fragrance. And the black oil-formed agarwood is highly valued for its medicinal properties, often referred to as the gentleman among agarwoods. Presently, water-formed agarwood commands the lowest prices, while yellow oil-formed agarwood is priced higher, and black oil-formed agarwood holds the highest value. Agarwood? Both Zheng Peiqiang and the vendor gasped in surprise, exclaiming in unison, "Impossible." The young vendor was reluctant to accept this reality. Zheng quickly took the stopper, mimicking Chu Jian's actions of scraping it with his nail and sniffing it. Indeed, there was a fragrance. However, having never encountered genuine agarwood before, he was unsure if this was the true scent. The identification of agarwood is not particularly challenging. One can observe the oil lines it secretes through its pores. The finer and denser these oil lines are, the better the quality of the agarwood. As such, specimens possess a more robust texture. Both high-quality and low-quality agarwood will exhibit oil lines, a characteristic feature of this material. If the oil lines are unclear or entirely absent, it is undoubtedly a counterfeit. Chu Jian elucidated several distinguishing features of agarwood. For instance, the patterns on natural agarwood are chaotic and intertwined. One can discern its authenticity by examining the irregular stripes and spots on the surface, as well as their quantity, depth, and orientation. Additionally, the fragrance warrants attention. Genuine agarwood exudes a delightful, lasting aroma that is both pleasant and elusive. Hainan agarwood is particularly renowned within its genus, distinguished by its sweet and rich scent. Upon hearing Chu Jian's detailed analysis, the audience quickly understood the implications. Zheng Peiqiang expressed his excitement, remarking on the high price of agarwood, rumored to exceed 10,000 yuan per gram. The piece he acquired, though seemingly small, must weigh several grams, he mused. Chu Jian corrected him, stating that while it may be exquisite agarwood, the quality and appearance of his piece were rather average, estimated at 3 to 5,000 yuan per gram at best. Unfazed by this revelation, Zheng Peiqiang remained cheerful, realizing that even at that price, he could still make a considerable profit, having purchased it for 800 yuan. The potential returns were staggering, far surpassing his earnings from live streaming. The young vendor was taken aback, realizing he had inadvertently played the fool. Viewers from 2 different live streams gleefully teased him, remarking on his pretentiousness. Subsequently, Zheng Peiqiang picked up another item that caught his eye. "Brother, take a look at this one," he urged. He planned to offer a high price as soon as the seller nodded in approval. "I have a strong premonition," Zheng Peiqiang confided to Chu Jian. "Chu Jian, Chuka. In that case, let us purchase it. As the saying goes, money cannot buy what one truly desires." Such items, he mused, sometimes do not need to be scrutinized for authenticity. Enjoyment is paramount. Zheng Peiqiang internally debated the necessity of such scrutiny, as he was not an extravagant tycoon. However, he misconstrued Chu Jian's words as a deliberate attempt to mislead the vendor, prompting him to inquire about the price. "Ahem, that last item was a friendly price. But this one is different," the vendor replied, asserting, "This is when I first began to gain recognition." He then held up 3 fingers, declaring 30,000, not a penny less. Observing the back-and-forth bargaining between Zheng Peiqiang and the vendor, Chu Jian interjected, "I never claimed this item was genuine." The object in question was a snuff bottle, seemingly crafted from crystal, adorned with intricate inner paintings, exuding artistic flair. Snuff bottles, designed to hold snuff tobacco, are small enough to be conveniently carried. During the late Ming and early Qing dynasties, snuff was introduced to China, leading to the evolution of snuff boxes into the more refined snuff bottles we see today. In contemporary times, the habit of using snuff has nearly vanished. Yet the snuff bottle endures as a refined artistic artifact, celebrated as a quintessential miniature masterpiece that amalgamates the diverse craftsmanship of various nations. Crafted from materials such as porcelain, copper, ivory, jade, agate, and amber, these exquisite artifacts employ techniques including blue and white, multicolored, carved porcelain, inlaid work, and inner painting. They draw upon the strengths of numerous crafts from both domestic and foreign realms, cherished by connoisseurs as precious collectibles, enjoying a stellar reputation both at home and abroad. Chu Jian is acutely aware that during the late Qing dynasty, inner-painted bottles emerged, wherein figures, landscapes, and floral motifs were intricately painted on the frosted inner walls of glass or crystal snuff bottles, rendering them exquisite works of art. If authentic, their value would undoubtedly be substantial. What are you two novices bickering about? Chu Jian couldn't help but interject. Zheng Peiqiang and the stall owner paused in surprise. Zheng Peiqiang, bewildered, asked, "Brother, didn't you suggest I make a purchase? Is that truly what I meant?" Chu Jian retorted, shoving the snuff bottle into Zheng Peiqiang's hands. Zheng Peiqiang found himself in a quandary, unable to decide whether to relinquish the object or hold on to it, akin to handling a hot potato. According to the customs of the antique trade, once a counteroffer is made and the stall owner consents, one is obliged to complete the transaction. With a forlorn expression, he lamented, "Isn't this made of crystal?" Natural crystal often exhibits imperfections, such as veining, while glass, being an artificial product, tends to be uniform and devoid of such features, albeit it may contain small bubbles that are easily discerned under magnification. Moreover, crystal possesses a greater hardness than glass. You can test it with a piece of glass. If the snuff bottle shows no scratches, it is not glass. If it does, it is certainly not crystal, Chu Jian advised. Undeterred, Zheng Peiqiang picked up a shard of glass and scratched the surface of the snuff bottle, indeed revealing faint scratches, while the shard in his hand had also been worn down. This indicated that the hardness of the snuff bottle was comparable to that of glass. The young stall owner wiped his brow, relieved by his own cleverness. Chapter 21. Are bricks collectible? Thus, both parties suffered a minor loss, which could be deemed a draw. Though overall, Zheng Peiqiang had reaped a greater benefit. The young stall owner expressed a newfound respect for Chu Jian, exclaiming, "Brother, your skills are impressive." Zheng Peiqiang, filled with pride, replied, "Of course. My brother is an appraiser at an auction house. How could he not possess exceptional skills?" The young stall owner and his audience were taken aback, realizing the source of his prowess and feeling somewhat outmatched. "Brother, you are remarkable. Please help me identify any other valuable items at this stall." The young stall owner's tone of flattery rivaled that of Zheng Peiqiang. Zheng Peiqiang inhaled sharply, sensing a surge of competition. As viewers from both live streams struggled to reconcile their perceptions of the two hosts, they mused on the absurdity of such sycophantic behavior, pondering how someone with such talents could potentially excel in governance. "With such words, I feel quite embarrassed to even seek a bargain here," Chu Jian remarked helplessly. This prompted uproarious laughter from both audiences, as encountering such unabashed individuals was indeed a source of exasperation. "Ahem, brother, do not dwell on my trifling possessions," the young vendor flattered. "Very well." Chu Jian indeed held little regard for the wares at this modest stall. There were a couple of trinkets, yet they ultimately lacked substantial value. Thus, he remarked, "Show me that piece of ware. This one? So, it is ware?" The young vendor hastily picked up the dark, glossy plaque and handed it to Chu Jian. "Indeed, you are unaware this was crafted from ware? A true novice. There is little room for argument now. Moyu, a variety of Hatian jade, though not as renowned as white jade, is exceedingly precious due to its scarcity. Its understated hue is rarely seen in the market. In truth, high-quality ware is rich in color and possesses a unique, exquisite beauty, making it a rare gem." Chu Jian lifted the warrior plaque, catching the sunlight. What appeared as pure black jade surprisingly revealed a faint azure glow at its edges. Alas, such fully black material is indeed rare, and rarity signifies value. However, this piece lacks sufficient translucence, and its texture is not refined enough. To be candid, this stall was merely a favor for his inebriated father, whom he seldom assisted. Today, his father had been summoned for drinks, compelling him to accompany him to the stall, with promises that he could keep the earnings. Given the potential value of the items, it was wiser to safeguard them against his father's propensity for underpricing. Then, Chu Jian crouched down, sifting through a brick on the stall. And this brick, an ancient artifact from the 9th year of Yonghe, holds some value as well. Zheng Peiqiang appeared somewhat dumbfounded. "People collect bricks too? My brother, you are unaware of the breadth of collecting. This pursuit encompasses a vast array of items. Even bricks." The young vendor began to regain his confidence. Chu Jian observed him quietly, continued speaking. "I sense a revelation emerging." The young vendor quickly composed himself, changing his demeanor. Brother, perhaps you should enlighten us. I am not well versed in ancient bricks. How much is this one worth?" The viewers in the live stream rolled their eyes, bemused by the display of ignorance. Chu Jian gave him a gentle reprimand before addressing the audience. Collecting ancient bricks was once a niche interest scarcely recognized by the public. However, in recent years, due to its profound historical significance and rich cultural implications, ancient bricks have attracted increasing attention, and their market value has subtly risen. Ancient bricks span the Western Han, Eastern Han, three kingdoms, Wei, Jin, southern and northern dynasties, Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties, offering a wealth of content, some bearing dates, such as the 9th year of Yonghua, while others feature inscriptions, like built at Kuaiji Mountain, or vivid illustrations, such as rental bricks. These inscriptive bricks provide evidence for the evolution of Chinese calligraphy, while pictorial bricks serve as tangible resources for art history. As I mentioned earlier regarding the 9th year of Yonghua, it is a particularly notable year, for it was during this time that the Lantinggi Su was conceived. To you, it may evoke the notion of one achieving enlightenment, leading to the elevation of all around them. In truth, this is precisely the case. Ancient bricks from the 9th year of Yonghua are relatively difficult to procure. Even ordinary ones fetch prices around 5,000 to 6,000 yuan, and that is at a regular customer rate. A somewhat superior piece would indeed fetch over 10,000 yuan. Observe this section. It is relatively well preserved, with inscriptions etched into the sides of the bricks, thus warranting a valuation exceeding 10,000 yuan, as analyzed by Chu Jian. In truth, the quality also hinges on the material. Not all ancient bricks are of superior quality. Some are rather porous, and, therefore, undesirable. The appreciation of antique bricks has been notably popularized by the people of Jiangsu and Zhejiang, where the bricks are particularly suited for crafting inkstones. Moreover, the locals possess a profound understanding of antique bricks, endowed with considerable knowledge on the subject. The young vendor promptly tucked away the brick, leaving no opportunity for others to seize a bargain. The audience in the two live-streaming rooms developed a deeper appreciation for Chu Jian. Truly a commendable appraiser from the auction house, showcasing exceptional expertise. The two hosts, however, were rather comical. "Brother, I'll treat you to a meal later. What's the matter? Have you developed an addiction?" Zheng Peiqiang warily observed this fellow and quickly interjected, "Today, I shall be the one to treat. No need for you to spend." Chu Jian, uninterested in their banter, proceeded forward, with Zheng Peiqiang hastily following suit. The young vendor, clutching the brick, had already stashed the inked jade pendant in his pocket and was now using his phone to keep pace. As for the other items on the stall, they held little value, and he was indifferent to losing one or two of them. He still had not managed to obtain Chu Jian's contact information. Upon passing a quaint antique shop, they encountered an elderly woman who had just been gently persuaded to leave. Clutching an ancient painting, she appeared deeply disappointed and anxious. "Please, sir, this painting has been a cherished possession of my family for many years. I implore you to examine it closely," the elderly woman pleaded. Her grandson required major surgery, and the cumulative expenses for the operation and subsequent care amounted to several 100,000 yuan. How could her family possibly come up with such a sum? After much deliberation, she resolved to sell the painting, once treasured by her late husband. Yet, after visiting several shops, she was met with polite refusals. The antiques she had held in high esteem now seemed utterly worthless, leaving her heartbroken. Chu Jian's left eye caught sight of the painting, and he paused momentarily. "Madam, may I take a look at that painting?" In that instant, the elderly woman felt as though she had grasped a lifeline, her eyes sparkling with hope. "Young man, feel free to examine it. This painting has been in my husband's collection for most of his life. All I desire is to sell it for 150,000 yuan. It would save my grandson's life. 150,000 is the cost of the surgery, and I dare not even consider the future care expenses," she lamented. Zheng Peiqiang could not contain his curiosity. "Madam, what is wrong with your grandson?" The audience in the live stream expressed concern, visibly aware that the grandmother was compelled to part with her family heirloom. Of course, there was also the possibility that she fabricated this story to elicit sympathy. Such occurrences were not uncommon within the antique circle, often characterized by tales of familial hardship leading to the sale of cherished heirlooms. Those familiar with the antique world had grown accustomed to such narratives. Noticing that Zheng Peiqiang and Chu Jian seemed to be allied, the elderly woman candidly recounted her family's recent circumstances. The demeanor of the elderly man did not suggest that he was fabricating a tale. If it were false, one could only commend the old man's acting skills, for he might have a promising future in the entertainment industry. Inevitably, this stirred the compassion of some onlookers. "My apologies for touching upon your sorrow." The young vendor who had approached offered words of comfort. "Do not worry. Good fortune favors the virtuous." At this moment, Chu Jian discerned the elderly man's predicament and felt a twinge of guilt for his opportunistic thoughts. His left eye conveyed to him that the painting depicted two horses racing, one of which was fixated on its rival, exuding an indomitable spirit, vividly captured. The inscription read, "Painted respectfully by Lang Shining," accompanied by his red seal, and a white seal indicating the work's authenticity. The collection seals included Le Shotang Reader and Imperial Collection of Yangqing Palace. This was a painting by Lang Shining from the Qing dynasty. Although not of Chinese descent, Lang Shining had spent over 50 years in China during the reigns of Kangxi, Yongzheng, and Qianlong, participating in the design of the Western-style buildings at the Old Summer Palace, and earning his place among the top 10 court painters of the Qing dynasty. He was indeed a venerable figure among Qing artists. Lang Shining frequently appeared in Qing court dramas, thus becoming well known to later generations of Chinese. He adeptly fused Eastern and Western painting techniques, valuing the three-dimensional effects of Western art, while paying attention to perspective and chiaroscuro, as well as the realism and structural accuracy. He imparted European artistic techniques to Chinese court painters, significantly contributing to the cultural exchange between East and West and earning the favor of the royal family. Among his numerous works, his depictions of horses are particularly renowned, serving as his signature motif. However, this painting bore an issue. One of the seals appeared to have been added later, likely to enhance its perceived value. Yet, it was precisely this action that deterred many potential buyers, and it was the primary reason the elderly woman faced repeated disappointments. "Old sir, I am from the Muxiang Auction Company. This painting appears quite promising and could be auctioned at our house." Before Chu Jian could finish his statement, the elderly woman interjected. "That would take quite a while to receive payment, wouldn't it? Young man, since you find it appealing, could you possibly purchase it? I truly cannot wait that long." Her plea was so earnest that she nearly knelt. Chu Jian empathized with her anxiousness and inquired, "What price do you have in mind? 150,000, or even 120,000 would suffice. My son has another 30 to 50,000. Together, it would be enough for the surgery." Understanding her circumstances, Chu Jian felt hesitant to profit from such a modest sum. Thus, he asked, "How much is needed for your grandson's treatment?" In his mind, he estimated the painting's value to be around 1 to 2 million. As long as the price remained beneath this valuation, he could acquiesce. The elderly woman gazed at Chu Jian, and after a moment's contemplation, she recognized his intentions. Gratitude welled up within her for this kind young man, a rarity indeed. Had it been someone else, they would likely have continued to haggle. Zheng Peiqiang, the vendor, along with the two live-streaming audiences, were all profoundly moved by Chu Jian's actions. Many individuals possess remarkable abilities. However, those who embody both talent and virtue, excelling in both character and skill, are rather rare. There are quite a few, perhaps around 350,000, the elderly lady remarked with a hint of apprehension. The subsequent costs of care and treatment may even surpass the expenses of the surgery itself. In these times, the common folk genuinely struggle to afford major medical expenses, risking financial ruin. Upon hearing this, Chu Jian nodded slightly. "Very well, please provide me with an account number, and I shall transfer the funds to you promptly." Fortunately, he had recently acquired 600,000 from Zhao Hongda. Otherwise, he would have lacked the means to purchase the painting. The elderly woman immediately knelt before Chu Jian, bowing her head in gratitude. Startled, he quickly assisted her to her feet, exclaiming, "Oh dear, you mustn't do this, my lady. It may shorten my life. This painting is worth the price, and though it has not garnered much attention, the issues are minor." The elderly lady hastily waved her hands. No, you're the benefactor of my little Hao. I must inform my son." Such a substantial sum necessitated her son's presence for security. Chu Jian nodded. "Indeed, it is better that your son comes." Ahui, still at the hospital caring for his child, received a call from his mother. "Mom, are you saying someone is offering 350,000 for the painting left by Dad? Excellent. I shall head over immediately." Abruptly ending the call, he rushed outside the ward to find his wife, who was still washing their child's belongings, to share the good news and instruct her to take care of their son while he stepped out. Overcome with emotion, his wife began to weep. Now, do not cry. Everything will be all right. Your mother is still waiting on others." Ahui consoled her tenderly. His wife gently urged him, "You should go quickly. Do not keep them waiting. I wish for our little one to recover swiftly. The auction house requires my attention. I must attend to matters there," Chu Jian informed them. He then departed, leaving behind the regretful gazes of Zheng Peiqiang and the youthful vendor. "Alas, I forgot to ask Brother Chu for his contact information," Zheng Peiqiang suddenly exclaimed as Chu Jian vanished from sight. The young vendor, equally flabbergasted, realized he too had neglected to do so. Such capable individuals should maintain connections for future opportunities and ventures. Sharing a moment of camaraderie is far more rewarding than solitary endeavors. Chapter 23. The Cultural Relic Blight of Qianlong. Upon returning to the auction house, the most notable change was the heightened enthusiasm among the staff, who greeted Chu Jian warmly as he entered. "General Liu, what brings you here?" Chu Jian inquired. Does he truly need to be present at the company? Following this, they proceeded to confirm the list and order of auction items, emphasizing the importance of his input. Lu Rian smiled, her gaze lingering on the painting in Chu Jian's possession. He was taken aback momentarily, but soon felt a sense of relief. Previously, he had no standing to offer opinions, but now, his voice carried significant weight in the preparations for the auction. In fact, I've already marked the approximate values of each item. The specific arrangements will be better handled by Manager Chun and Manager Hao, given their extensive experience. Seeing Chu Jian elevate their roles, the two managers responded with immediate courtesy and pleasantries, particularly Manager Hao, who had previously had little interaction with him. You are our auction house's chief appraiser. Your recommendations are paramount. Indeed, at present, the only capable individual within our company is you, Manager Hao hastily remarked. However, as soon as the words left his lips, he sensed he might have offended General Lu and promptly added, of course, General Lu is an exception. With the departure of Gu Weihai and others from the auction house, now incarcerated, it is indeed only Chu Jian who possesses expertise in appraisal. Furthermore, they are well aware that Chu Jian has procured 2 or 3 significant auction items for the company this time. Particularly noteworthy is the piece de resistance, the renowned Tianzi jar. Shortly after the news spread, the company's phone lines were inundated with calls from collectors nationwide, eager to confirm the information. Some even offered prices on the spot, wishing to purchase privately. Undoubtedly, this auction will serve as a turning point for the Mafanhua Auction Company. As members of the leadership team, they all aspire for the company to flourish rather than languish, awaiting closure. This painting, did you just acquire it? Whose masterpiece is it? Let us have a look, Lu Ruoyan said, not rushing into the meeting. Managers Chun and Hao cast glances her way, their eyes tinged with envy. Those with appraisal skills are fortunate, able to earn additional income outside of their salaries, likely exceeding their annual earnings. Chu Jian nodded. I just finalized the deal and was summoned here by you, General Lu. This is a painting by the Qing Dynasty court painter, Lang Shining. As he spoke, he spread the painting across the conference table for all to see. Lang Shining-esh artwork. A horse, no less. This could be worth millions. Manager Chun exclaimed in astonishment. Why not include it in this auction? One should not let good fortune flow to outsiders. It would benefit both parties to auction it at our own house. Manager Chun displayed considerable acumen, recalling various auctions held by major companies. Given the frequency of Lang Shining's works appearing on the market, he certainly had some familiarity. Lang Shining's portrait of Empress Dowager Pure Hui fetched a staggering 13.7 billion Hong Kong dollars, setting a record. Some might argue that the Yongzheng 12-month joyful scenes at the Summer Palace surpassed it at 14.4 billion, yet one must consider the context. The former is a single painting, while the latter comprises a series of 12 depicting the daily life of Emperor Yongzheng. Subsequent works like Autumn Sounds and The Orchard and Divine Steeds also reached the $1 million level. Divine Steeds had an estimated price between 4 to 6 million, yet it astonishingly sold for 16 million. Lang Shining's paintings seem to consistently achieve prices far exceeding their estimates. Consequently, the auction house holds considerable confidence in Lang Shining's works. Lu Ruoyan's eyes sparkled as she smiled. Manager Chun is correct. Allow me to make a proposition. If you auction your antique treasures with our company, we will waive your commission. How does that sound? In an effort to retain Chu Jian, she was willing to make a significant concession. It is worth noting that some auction items accrue considerable commissions. Mainland auction houses primarily charge commissions, catalog fees, and insurance fees. Typically, there are no upfront charges, as fees are collected post-auction for unsold items, aside from the commission. Currently, a commission of 10 is generally charged to the clients, alongside a 3 withholding tax, an insurance fee, and miscellaneous charges for cataloging ranging from 1,000 to 2,000 yuan per page. For bidders, only a deposit is required, which can be refunded in the event of an unsuccessful bid. However, in the case of a successful auction, a commission of 15 is typically levied on the buyer. Thus, the auction house operates on a dual commission basis. Upon hearing this, both Manager Chun and Manager Hao were taken aback. Saving $1 million from a 10 million auction is a straightforward calculation. Therefore, gratitude is owed to General Lu. Chu Jian decided to savor the sweetened deal first, postponing further matters for later. He then proceeded to elaborate on the painting by Lang Shining. Additionally, he intended to rectify the situation by removing the Qianlong seal. Qianlong had a penchant for stamping seals, Chu Jian remarked. Subsequent generations of cultural relics conservation experts have grappled with this issue. A fine piece can bear several, even dozens, of his seals, which is akin to a malignant growth on the artwork, tarnishing its integrity. While the argument may hold some merit, it begs the question, must one be so reckless with stamping? Covering a single artwork with over 100 seals is tantamount to applying 100 mosaics. Some even argue that without Qianlong's imprints, the Kuaishui Shirqing Tai would not have attained such fame or value. What kind of reasoning is that? Is there a problem with the seal? Lu Rian inquired, surprised. Having Qianlong's seal might actually increase its value, wouldn't it? There's indeed a slight issue. Subsequent generations may have overstepped in their attempts to enhance the painting's value by adding a seal, Chu Jian elucidated. They then began discussing the arrangements for the upcoming auction. Organizing an auction is no simple task. It entails a multitude of responsibilities. Hence, one should not underestimate the effort involved in earning that commission. Chapter 24. Arrived a step late? Following that, the preparations for the auction no longer required Chu Jian's attention. With a little free time on his hands, he found himself leisurely wandering through the antique market. One day, he unexpectedly received a call from Tian Rong. Boss Tian, what can I do for you? Tian Rong sounded a bit frustrated. Despite having given his business card to Chu Jian, the latter had not reached out. Under normal circumstances, one might casually call to maintain relations, but Chu Jian was the exception. A senior in their circle had passed away, leaving behind a collection of treasures, and his descendants were not inclined to continue the collection, planning to liquidate it. Are you interested in taking a look? Tian Rong disclosed. Such an opportunity was certainly enticing. Thank you for informing me, Boss Tian. I am very interested. Where shall we meet? When do we depart? Chu Jian Pomtili in Guit. Let us leave immediately. Just tell me your location, and I will send the driver to pick you up, Tian Rong replied. Of course, Tian Rong was not purely altruistic. He valued Chu Jian's capabilities and believed he could be of assistance. Chu Jian was well aware of this. Nonetheless, it was a mutually beneficial arrangement. He quickly provided his location to Tian Rong. Within 15 minutes, a Bentley came to a halt beside him. As the window rolled down, Tian Rong beckoned from the back seat. Get in quickly. We are among the first to receive this news. Chu Jian did not overthink it and quickly got into the car. This vehicle was quite impressive, rumored to be worth several million, perhaps. Despite recently having made some fortunate investments and earned a fair amount of money, he still could not afford such a luxury. He needed to strive harder. Relax, do not be so tense. You have gained a modicum of fame in the antique circles of Yangcheng, Tian Rong teased, observing Chu Jian's cautious demeanor in the car. What fame do I possess? Among those I know in the circle, there are hardly any, Chu Jian replied modestly. While your acquaintances may be few, many in the circle have certainly heard of you. Chu Jian was slightly taken aback. Was it possible that his recent good fortune in the antique realm had garnered attention? After reflecting, he deemed it unlikely, as his discoveries had been sporadic and insignificant, hardly worthy of a stir. What? You doubt it? The news of your discovery of the Northern Song Ru Kiln brush washer in my treasure chamber has already spread like wildfire within the community. At this, Tian Rong felt somewhat disheartened, as it seemed Chu Jian was inadvertently riding on his coattails. Tian Rong was certain that the information had leaked from Lu Ruyan. The auction house's preparation to auction the Tianzi jar had created quite a buzz, prompting many to investigate its origins. Eventually, the fact that Chu Jian had found a gem in Tian Rong's treasure chamber would be impossible to conceal. Chu Jian exclaimed, realizing the implications. He found himself at a loss for words and opted to change the subject. Boss Tian, regarding the collection of that esteemed elder you mentioned, acquiring a bargain might not be so straightforward. After all, the value of those collectibles was likely well established, and they would not be sold at a loss. A bargain? Little Chu, what are you thinking? That elder was quite a formidable appraiser in his lifetime. Finding a deal at his estate is nearly impossible, Tian Rong chuckled. Shaking his head, do not always think of bargains. A competent collector knows that not all treasures come from lucky finds. That approach is far too inefficient. Nevertheless, he understood Chu Jian's desire to profit from his discoveries. Wealthy individuals typically viewed antiques as collectibles, while those with lesser means often sought ways to profit and improve their circumstances. One seeks spiritual fulfillment, while the other pursues material comfort. However, do not be disheartened. If his descendants are eager to liquidate assets to fund their overseas endeavors, there may be room for negotiation. After nearly 2 hours, they arrived in Shenzhen. Awaiting them was a middle-aged man, Wu Daofan, the son of the late elder, whose command of Mandarin was somewhat lacking, heavily accented with foreign intonations. Chu Jian surmised he must have spent his childhood abroad. Knowing that Boss Tian is interested in my family's Ming Dynasty Ji Tianma Haishou rosewood brush pot, I have reserved it especially for you. Upon hearing this, Tian Rong's brow furrowed slightly as he inquired, "Has someone else already been here?" Wu Daofan did not conceal the truth and nodded, "Yes. Just over an hour ago, a group arrived. More than 2/3 of the items have already been snapped up." He too was astonished at how sought after the antiques left by his father had become. The exquisite Ming Dynasty Zhudianma Haisho Zeton brush holder has captivated the interest of many, yet its price remains slightly out of reach for Wu Daofan, resulting in its continued availability. Otherwise, this item would have been sold long before Tian Rong's arrival. Given their lack of close familiarity, there was no reason for Wu Daofan to reserve such a treasure for him. Tian Rong and Chu Jian exchanged silent glances, initially believing they were about to enjoy a rare delicacy, only to find themselves settling for mere leftovers. They decided to inspect the brush holder first. Fortunately, the item that piqued Tian Rong's interest was still unclaimed. As he admired the brush holder, his spirits lifted. "Xiao Chu, come take a look." Chu Jian picked it up, and as his left eye fixated on the brush holder, relevant information began to unfold before him. Indeed, it was a Ming Dynasty Zhudianma Haisho Zeton brush holder of considerable value. The rim of this brush holder is adorned with a circle of inlaid decorations crafted from materials such as mother of pearl and gemstones, intertwined with silver threads forming patterns of entwined lotus and auspicious flowers. It is said that this technique was pioneered by the artisan Zhou Zhu, who thrived in Yangzhou. Zhou Zhu's inlaid works became immensely popular, and thus the term Zhou Ji or Zhou inlay gradually became synonymous with his creations. His reputation soared, and his treasures, akin to today's prestigious luxury goods, were highly sought after during the late Ming period. If memory serves him correctly, a similar Ming Zhou Ji Yulong Haisho Zeton brush holder, belonging to royal collections, had fetched an astronomical price of over 50 million at auction. The brush holder before them seemed to match the specifications of that illustrious piece. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Jian subtly nodded at Tian Rong. Confirming its authenticity, Tian Rong commenced negotiations. After some back and forth, they settled on a price of 48 million, to the satisfaction of both parties. While they were haggling, Chu Jian's attention drifted to other collectibles. The treasures exceeding 10 million were beyond his current means, with his total capital barely surpassing 1 million. After all, the painting by Lang Shining had yet to be auctioned. Had he not recently stumbled upon a few fortunate finds to accumulate some capital, his situation would have been even more precarious. Suddenly, he found himself drawn to a wooden puppet standing half a meter tall. Chapter 25, Mechanized Puppets. "What is this? Young brother, are you interested in this puppet? Consider it a gift." Wu Daofan, having just received nearly 50 million, was in high spirits. Previously, he had been informed by others that this puppet held little collectible value, though its research potential might be somewhat greater, making it rather undervalued and somewhat difficult to sell, thus slightly niche. Puppet theater, originating from the Han Dynasty, flourished during the Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties. By the Tang Dynasty, puppet making had become quite sophisticated, leaving behind numerous puppets from this period, showcasing the finest craftsmanship. The main types include string puppets, rod puppets, cloth bag puppets, and iron wire puppets. Once charmingly crafted from wood, these puppets were originally rather simplistic in design. Although the recent surge in public interest in collectibles has gradually brought attention to puppets, their prices remain exceedingly modest. For instance, a representative work by a renowned artist, featuring a puppet with 3 or 4 movable sections, might be priced between 8,000 to 12,000 yuan, while a more typical piece from a well-known artist may only fetch 3,000 to 4,000 yuan. In the present moment, noticing Chu Jian's apparent interest in the puppet, Wu Daofan graciously decided to present it to him as a gesture of goodwill towards Boss Tian. Chu Jian, not one to be impolite, clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Wu." Wu Daofan responded, "There's no need for formalities. You are a friend of Boss Tian." This remark subtly indicated that his true intention was merely to show respect to Tian Rong. Tian Rong chuckled softly, remaining silent, as he sensed that Chu Jian's attention towards the puppet suggested that it was not as simple as it appeared. However, upon examining the puppet's material, he noted it was not crafted from precious wood. Its design seemed somewhat peculiar, resembling artifact from minority cultures, and he struggled to discern its intrinsic value. "Boss Tian, I have another exquisite piece that you might find intriguing," Wu Daofan interjected. "Oh, what is it?" Tian Rong inquired. Wu Daofan stepped forward and retrieved a wooden box with a sliding lid. As he opened it, a finely carved jade pendant of yellow jade lay within. "Boss Tian, take a look," he said. Tian Rong examined the piece for a moment and recognized it as a quality ice-type yellow jade, with exceptional craftsmanship, featuring phoenix reliefs on both sides. After a brief inspection, he handed the pendant to Chu Jian. In truth, without even holding it, Chu Jian's keen left eye had already perceived its details, including the box itself. Yet, in an effort to appear modest rather than arrogant, he feigned contemplation for a good 20 seconds. "Wu, how much do you intend to sell this ice-type yellow jade phoenix pendant for?" Chu Jian asked. "To be candid, I'm not particularly interested in jade. Those in our circle know I prefer scholar's treasures, like that brush holder from earlier. To Boss Tian, it is not expensive. 2 million will suffice." 2 million? Tian Rong mused. That is indeed reasonable, yet not exactly a bargain. Ice-type lemon yellow jade, while rare, is not entirely unobtainable. Generally, a piece of this size would fetch over 1 million, and given the exceptional craftsmanship, likely tens of thousands more from a renowned artisan. So the total of 2 million is justifiable. However, for me, it is not a precious item, it is dispensable. Thus, he shook his head and remarked, "Why not keep it for future patrons? Selling this jade pendant to me would be somewhat of a waste. Someone who truly appreciates it could offer a higher price." Just as Wu Daofan felt a tinge of disappointment, Chu Jian interjected, "Boss Tian, acquiring this pendant for 2 million is not a loss." Wu Daofan's spirits lifted instantly, internally acknowledging that the earlier gift of the puppet had not been in vain. I know it's not a loss, but for me, it is rather inconsequential. So, does young Chu have an interest?" Chu Jian replied with a wry smile. "I see its value, yet my finances do not permit such an acquisition." Tian Rong, taken aback, asked, "How much is lacking? I can lend you some." Confident in Chu Jian's abilities to repay promptly, Tian Rong readily offered financial assistance. Chu Jian, feeling tempted, responded then, "Boss Tian, could you lend me 1 million? I will repay you after the auction concludes." No rush. As for the other items, Chu Jian and his companions perused them, but deemed them unnecessary acquisitions. Upon exiting, they encountered more visitors, and Wu Daofan continued to usher them inside. It was only after they settled into the vehicle that Tian Rong inquired, "What is so special about that puppet?" Chu Jian patted the back of the puppet, and suddenly, the puppet's mouth gaped open, emitting a strange sound that startled Tian Rong, causing his hair to stand on end. "What the hell?" he exclaimed, unable to contain his profanity. The driver in front, witnessing the scene through the rearview mirror, was equally terrified, as if watching a horror film. "Chu Jian et lai. It must be a mechanical puppet." As he spoke, he inserted his finger into the puppet's mouth and extracted an object. "Oh, it's a heavenly bead. How did you know there was something inside?" "Let me see," Tian Rong exclaimed in shock. He quickly recognized that what Chu Jian had retrieved was a heavenly bead of considerable quality. Many had heard of heavenly beads, a precious gemstone in the Tibetan regions. The earliest heavenly beads were crafted from fossilized seashells, also known as conch heavenly beads. As these fossils became scarce, ancient Tibetans began fashioning heavenly beads from sedimentary rocks containing jade and agate, known as Nine-Eye Stone Shale heavenly beads. Later, as both fossils and Nine-Eye Stone Shale became rare, ancient Tibetans started imitating the patterns of sedimentary rocks, using herbal dyes to paint designs on agate, then firing them at high temperatures. However, this ancient method of production has since been lost, making such beads incredibly rare and valuable, referred to in the industry as old heavenly beads. In contrast, modern craftsmanship produces imitations of ancient heavenly beads using agate and other stones, often painted with lead-based pigments and then fired at high temperatures, which are commonly known as new heavenly beads. "Xiao Chu, this is a nine-eye heavenly bead. You've struck gold." Tian Rong was astounded. Nine-eye heavenly beads are the finest and most esteemed, with high-quality specimens often fetching prices exceeding 10 million. Chu Jian was aware that there was something in the puppet's mouth. He had discerned it with his left eye. However, he knew better than to reveal this information. It was a surprise. I initially only recognized it as a mechanical puppet. It was only when it opened its mouth that I noticed something was faintly inside, prompting me to reach in. Tian Rong marveled at his good fortune. He had no reason to doubt Chu Jian's words. After all, who would have known there was treasure hidden in the puppet's mouth? This nine-eye heavenly bead is quite rare. "Xiao Chu, do you have any thoughts of selling it?" Chu Jian pondered for a moment and shook his head. "For now, I intend to keep it for myself." "All right, if you decide to sell it later, make sure to inform me first. I guarantee the price will satisfy you," Tian Rong replied, not pressing the matter further. Chapter 26. An Exorbitant Auction. After securing the heavenly bead, Chu Jian began to fiddle with the box. "So, you have a fondness for jade?" he remarked. "Honestly, 200,000 is less than what you would spend buying a piece directly from Myanmar and having it carved by a skilled artisan, Tianron commented, noting that the jade pendant did not appear to be an antique. Since it was an ancient jade, he suggested that it would be better to acquire a completely new piece. However, before he could finish his thought, he witnessed Chu Jian dismantle the bottom of the box and retrieve another jade pendant from within. This pendant was also made of jade, boasting a vibrant green hue and seemingly excellent quality, resembling ice jade, shaped like a dragon. It appeared that this was originally part of a pair of dragon and phoenix pendants. Tianron, observing this scene, was left at a loss for words. After a brief pause, he could no longer restrain his curiosity and inquired, "Did you discern that there was another piece of jade within this box from the very beginning?" "I was not entirely certain, but I noticed the bottom was somewhat thick. Upon picking it up, I concluded it was not solid, and there must be another layer inside. So I decided to take a gamble and purchase it," Chu Jian explained. Tianron was somewhat astonished by Chu Jian's keen observation. Such meticulous attention to detail is crucial for appraisal. It is no wonder that he could unearth treasures even from his hidden vaults. This time, he had uncovered 2 significant finds. Impressive. Tianron felt a growing admiration for him. Before they knew it, the day of the auction arrived. The reputation of the Tianzi jar certainly attracted a notable crowd, comprising numerous formidable bidders. 2 of the top 10 wealthy individuals in the country were present. Lu Rian was filled with anticipation, or rather, the entire Cotton Blossom Auction Company was hopeful for this auction, relying on it to reverse their ongoing financial losses. Chu Jian also attended to observe, as he had a painting participating in the auction. Besides his annual salary, he would earn a substantial commission. The female auctioneer's income was undoubtedly considerable. The first item to be presented was a painting by Chi Baisher. As the large screen showcased the intricacies of the artwork, many collectors in attendance were captivated. To their surprise, Chi Baisher had cleverly concealed 2 shrimp beneath the lotus leaves and 2 more within the reflections. Those who did not observe closely would have completely missed them. With the announcement from auctioneer Zhao Yan, the bidding commenced. The starting bid was set at 2 million, 2,500,000, 2,800,000, 3 million. The bid soared, reaching over 60 offers within a mere 3 minutes. The painting by Chi Baisher escalated from its initial 2 million base to an astounding 9 million. Lu Ruyan felt a wave of relief. Initially, Chu Jian had estimated its value between 8 million and 10 million. It appeared that surpassing 10 million would not pose a challenge. Manager Hao remarked from the sidelines that if the first item could exceed 10 million, it would be a splendid, auspicious beginning. Suddenly, Mr. Zhong, who had remained silent thus far, called out with a bid of 16 million. Goodness, this bid left no opportunity for others to continue wasting time. With this offer, no one dared to bid further. Many perceived that this exceeded the painting's inherent value by a considerable margin, rendering further contention meaningless. Auctioneer Zhao Yan felt a surge of excitement, convinced that joining the Cotton Blossom Auction Company was a wise decision. Initially, when Lu approached her, she had hesitated. Well aware of the company's dire circumstances, suffering losses year after year, it could scarcely be deemed a second-rate auction house, let alone a third. Yet she was ultimately persuaded by Lu to join Cotton Blossom. Upon her arrival, she learned that the company was to auction a Tianzi jar estimated at over 100 million, which delighted her immensely. Having been in this profession for several years, she had never encountered an item valued over 100 million. This was undoubtedly a milestone, a shining highlight in her auction career. To her astonishment, the first item already exceeded its estimate by such a margin, delivering a delightful surprise to all. Manager Hao and his companions were filled with excitement, and Lu Ruoyan announced on the spot that the auction had concluded, with all participants receiving bonuses. Soon, it was time for Chu Jian's painting of Lang Shining's horse, which sparked a fierce bidding war. Ultimately, it fetched an astonishing price of 5.85 million, significantly exceeding Chu Jian's estimate by over 2 million. With a wry smile, Chu Jian mused that his appraisal skills required improvement. Notably, the sum of over 5 million was free from commissions, requiring only the payment of taxes. Manager Hao felt a tinge of envy towards Chu Jian, who had transformed from an unnoticed figure within the company to someone wealthier than himself. "All right, let's set a date for a meal," he offered, and Chu Jian did not hesitate to agree. What truly astonished everyone was the Song Sankai piece, which surprisingly sold for over 20 million, leaving Chu Jian in a state of disbelief. His initial estimate had been slightly over 3 million, yet it soared by more than 21 million. Tianron, who attended the auction, was visibly unsettled by this loss. The damage was indeed severe. Not to mention the Tianzi jar, which had already cost him $1 million with Qi Baishi's painting. This Song Sankai had contributed an additional $21 million to the Mu Mianhua auction company. Sigh, I shouldn't have sold it outright, Tian Rong lamented. Although he was not in dire need of the funds, tens of millions was still a considerable amount. Adding the Tianzi jar, this auction house had profited over $100 million from him. The thought alone was enough to sting his heart. Subsequently, 2 items were withdrawn from the auction, serving as a minor interlude. Auctioneer Zhao Yan took a deep breath, preparing to present the final highlight of the event. The understated wealthy individual, Xiao Ma Ge, had yet to make a bid, and everyone understood that he was there for the Tianzi jar. Now, the last item, a Ming Dynasty Changhua Dotsai Tianzi jar, renowned as the world's finest jar, was about to be auctioned. Zhao Yan gave an elaborate introduction, setting the starting price at 50 million, with increments of no less than 100,000. As soon as the bidding began, some could hardly contain their excitement. This was the Tianzi jar, and a complete one at that. Only 11 exist worldwide. Of course, there would now be 12. Such a treasure was typically unattainable even for the affluent. 50, 5 million, 51 million, 51, 2 million. Within a minute, there were 28 bids, averaging a new offer every 2 seconds. The price of the Tianzi jar had soared to 80 million. At this juncture, the bidding paused momentarily, and whispers began among the attendees. At this level, fewer than 1 in 10 could still afford to continue bidding. Super-rich individuals like Mr. Zhong and Xiao Ma Ge had yet to place their bids. Everyone shared a tacit understanding as they paused for about 10 seconds, akin to a commercial break. Once the time elapsed, the bidding intensified once again. 85, 5 million, 86 million, 86, 2 million, 100 million, shouted Tian Rong, prompting a wave of sympathy from those privy to the situation. 155 million. Xiao Ma Ge finally made his move. Mr. Zhong, unwilling to concede, countered with 120 million. Thus, the battle continued among these titans. Others have quietly surrendered, having lost their combat capabilities on this battlefield. The auction house employees are all on edge, each one eagerly anticipating a sky-high bid. Even the usually composed Lu Ruoyan cannot suppress her excitement at this moment. It is quite possible that the total transaction amount of this auction will surpass 200 million. For the auction house, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy, this is nothing short of spring rain, immensely significant. With this achievement, she can report to the group, creating better conditions to win over Chu Jian, such as permitting him to hold shares in the auction house. Otherwise, Lu Ruoyan truly does not know how to retain Chu Jian, especially considering that Tian Rong is ravenous for him. After nearly 20 minutes of tug-of-war, the auction for the Tianzi jar finally concluded, fetching an astonishing 18.5 billion. Brother Ma emerged victorious, signifying that the total transaction amount for this auction exceeds 200 million. Lu Ruoyan announced on the spot that every employee would receive a bonus equivalent to 1 month's salary, along with a 10% salary increase. This thrilled the employees immensely. Chapter 27. The Secret of the Fortune Cat. 3 days have passed since the auction concluded. During these days, the auction house celebrated in style. Lu Ruoyan allocated funds to host a victory banquet, rewarding contributions. Even the cleaning lady received several thousand yuan as a reward. Although Chu Jian earned a considerable sum this time, paying off the 100,000 borrowed from Tian Rong and sending enough money home for his parents to build a comfortable new house. He did not allow himself to become complacent. Today, he ventured to the Antique Street on Xinhua Road, one of the more renowned shopping locales in Yangqing. Gazing at the ancient architecture before him, he peered inside, somewhat surprised to find it rather desolate, not quite as bustling as he had imagined. As Chu Jian paused, a few individuals walked past him, entering the premises. There were not many customers, perhaps due to the early hour, still not yet 10 o'clock. He observed some elderly individuals engrossed in examining items at the stalls, using magnifying glasses with great fascination. Chu Jian could easily discern that the jade piece in question was utterly counterfeit, likely worth less than 100 yuan. However, he refrained from meddling. Recognizing his lack of expertise in the antique trade, he could only accept his misfortune, for otherwise there would not be so many antique dealers. The bald shop owner, a shrewd character, had been discreetly observing the young man before him. Noticing the expensive watch adorning his wrist, he immediately understood how to proceed. This type of young man is their favorite, naive and easily deceived, especially those accompanied by women, who are even more susceptible. 35,000, what do you think? Just look at the quality of the jade and the craftsmanship. It's evident that it's not cheap, and given its history, you won't find it for less than that elsewhere. Before the young man could respond, the woman beside him interjected. You would be better off purchasing a new piece of jade from a jewelry store. She believed that with over 30,000, one could acquire a truly exquisite jade pendant. For instance, the jade bracelet she wore on her wrist had cost just over 10,000. New jade cannot be compared to ancient jade. It would be prudent for you to reflect upon this, as it is of no consequence. After all, I harbor no concerns about selling this jade pendant. The vendor was indeed untroubled, exuding confidence. He soon ceased his attention and swiftly approached another stall, where the proprietor, upon spotting Chu Jian, immediately thought that the elusive buyer had finally arrived. Chu Jian selected a particular clay sculpture of a cat, which appeared unremarkable, an ordinary fortune cat. Clay sculpture, commonly referred to as colorful clay artistry, is an ancient and prevalent form of folk art in China. It involves the crafting of various figures from clay, a traditional handcraft that incorporates a small amount of cotton fibers mixed into the clay. The figures are shaped by hand, air-dried, coated with a base powder, and then painted. This art form primarily utilizes earth as its medium and features figures of humans and animals, either in their natural color or adorned with hues. Generally, clay sculptures are not particularly valuable and do not fetch high prices. When one mentions the fortune cat, it is often associated with Japan, as many believe its origins lie there. However, this is a misconception. The notion that cats can bring wealth has existed in our culture since ancient times. During the Sui and Tang dynasties, the belief that cat spirits could bring fortune was prevalent among both the imperial court and the common folk. It is said that cats did not exist in ancient Japan. The stall owner quickly remarked, "Indeed, this young gentleman possesses a discerning eye. He has chosen the finest piece from my collection." Upon hearing this, Chu Jian fell silent, pondering that the vendor would likely say the same regardless of his selection. Thus, he chose to observe carefully, refraining from employing his left eye ability initially, wishing to hone his own skills in appraising treasures. After all, should his power ever vanish, he would be left without any knowledge. The vendor continued, "My friend, I must tell you, this is Tang Sankai. If you are genuinely interested, you may take it for 20,000. Tang Sankai, a renowned treasure of ancient Chinese ceramic firing techniques, refers to the three-color glazed pottery of the Tang dynasty, characterized by its low-temperature glaze featuring hues of yellow, green, white, brown, blue, and black, with yellow, green, and white being predominant." Upon hearing this, Chu Jian was at a loss for words. If it were truly Tang Sankai, how could it be priced at merely 20,000? Even adding a zero would not suffice. How audacious! An ordinary clay sculpture had been exaggerated into Tang Sankai. Would he next claim that a piece of jade was a he sure buy? He replied, "Good sir, I am but a humble individual, merely seeking a decorative piece for my home. I can offer no more than 20. If that is acceptable, I shall take it. If not, I shall pass." Bargaining is a delightful aspect of purchasing. One could say that a transaction without negotiation lacks soul. The stall owner responded, "That is certainly not feasible. My cost far exceeds that amount. However, in light of your charm, how about 2,000? Thus, a back and forth ensued between Chu Jian and the vendor, ultimately settling on a price of 200. The vendor mused to himself, considering that he had only spent 20 to acquire it, and now stood to gain a tenfold profit. A middle-aged man stood silently behind Chu Jian. Once Chu Jian completed his transaction and prepared to leave, the man hastily called out, "Young man, might I inquire if you would be willing to part with that clay sculpture? I can offer you 2,000 yuan." Upon hearing this, Chu Jian was surprised to discover that someone else shared his interest in the sculpture, perhaps out of respect for the unwritten rules. The man had refrained from stepping forward sooner. The middle-aged man, acknowledging the young man's discernment regarding the sculpture's value, directly stated, 20,000. "Would you consider transferring it to me?" The stall owner, overhearing this exchange, nearly fainted. Initially, he had assumed the young man was an easy mark, only to realize that he himself was the biggest fool in this scenario. If he could sell the piece for 20,000, it would yield a profit of 1,000-fold. He mused that he might not earn such a sum in a year, and with that thought, he instinctively pounded his chest. Chu Jian, upon hearing the 20,000 offer, recognized a slight discrepancy from his own valuation and replied, "That price is a bit low. If you are sincere, let us consider 30,000. After a moment of contemplation, the middle-aged man acquiesced. The stall owner, suppressing his anguish, inquired, "Gentlemen, could you clarify the terms? It would help me come to terms with this." The middle-aged man shook his head and explained, "The sculpture itself holds little value. If I am not mistaken, the true worth lies in those two cat's eyes. They appear to be made of cat's eye stone." Cat's eye stone? The stall owner was struck with despair. How could he have been oblivious to such a gem? He had never imagined that he possessed two of them. Who would be so foolish as to affix such precious cat's eye stones to a mere clay sculpture? It was nothing short of a cruel prank. Chapter 28. The handsome man's flirtation backfires. Upon hearing of the significant discovery, a crowd quickly gathered to witness the unfolding drama. Cat's eye stone, also known as Oriental cat's eye, is a rare and valuable gemstone. The optical phenomenon it displays, reminiscent of a cat's eye, shifts with varying light intensity, lending it its name. Often regarded as a noble gem, it ranks among the 5 most precious gemstones in the world alongside alexandrite. Thus, its value is unmistakable. After completing the transaction, Chu Jian did not leave. Instead, he lingered in the antique street, for his adventure had only just begun. He soon approached another stall, only to find that the owners seemed to recognize him. Perhaps it was that they would not sell to him, or worse. Some proprietors quoted exorbitant prices. Chu Jian found himself at a loss, feeling somewhat speechless. It seemed he would have to be more discreet in the future, avoiding selling items in front of the vendors. Otherwise, his dreams of quietly amassing wealth might very well be dashed. As he continued forward, he reasoned that not all stall owners could possibly know him. Soon, he heard a commotion ahead and, upon peering closer, noticed a crowd gathered, seemingly embroiled in a dispute. It is human nature to be drawn to spectacle, and Chu Jian was no exception. He hurried toward the scene, initially thinking it was a conflict between customers and vendors. Unexpectedly, the situation unfolded between the customers. Fragments of porcelain littered the ground as a crowd encircled 3 individuals, a vendor and 2 customers, a man and a woman, locked in confrontation. "Brother, what is going on?" Chu Jian quietly inquired of a nearby bystander. The individual turned to him with a smile, explaining, the man and woman both coveted the same piece of porcelain, and in their struggle, it shattered. Now the vendor demands 30,000 yuan with no room for negotiation. That seller is quite cunning. There was an undertone of envy in his voice, as he too was a vendor. In such circumstances, regardless of who bears the ultimate responsibility, the vendor emerges as the beneficiary. He had set the price at 30,000 from the outset, and before any negotiation could take place, the porcelain was broken. Even if it is determined to be a high-quality imitation, the cost remains 30,000. This is not like shopping at a supermarket, where one can return a mismatched item or lodge a complaint if exchanges are refused. The antique trade operates under different rules. The Consumer Association has no jurisdiction over it for the time being. "I didn't touch the porcelain. This is not my fault." The woman hastily distanced herself from the blame. "I didn't touch it. The vendor saw it too. Right, boss?" She directed her gaze towards the vendor. However, the vendor shook his head, stating, "I didn't notice, but this piece of porcelain costs 30,000. You are liable for that." The vendor remained composed, unperturbed, yet unwilling to offend either party, opting instead to feign ignorance, insisting only that his porcelain had been shattered. As for determining fault and compensation, he suggested they resolve it amongst themselves. The woman turned to the crowd, seeking a witness to affirm that she had indeed not touched the porcelain. She felt rather unfortunate. That day she had been shopping with her friend when her friend suddenly needed to use the restroom and dashed into a nearby alley. In nicer restrooms, they would typically go together, but given the state of public toilets on older streets, she refrained from accompanying her friend. With nothing to occupy her, she found herself drawn to the street vendors. Though her interest in porcelain was minimal, she merely sought to admire a handsome man nearby, hoping for a flirtation. Alas, rather than success in her pursuit, she found herself ensnared in a troublesome situation. The insult of being accused by the handsome man was particularly disheartening. Although 30,000 yuan was a considerable sum, it was not insurmountable. She could manage to gather the amount if necessary. However, she felt truly repulsed by the man's accusations. At that moment, she spotted her friend squeezing through the crowd. "Ingzi, come quickly. I truly did not touch that porcelain. This guy is trying to pin the blame on me." Upon seeing the woman who had just entered, Chu Jian was momentarily taken aback. It was his former high school classmate, Su Ingzi. She remained quite attractive, though slightly on the slender side. It was said that many boys in their class harbored secret affections for her. Rumor had it that Su Ingzi had pursued studies in nursing afterward. Initially, Chu Jian had no intention of getting involved, but it appeared he could no longer remain a mere spectator. To be frank, back in high school, he had held a slight apprehension towards Su Ingzi. At that time, his command of English was rather poor, and Su Ingzi, the class representative for English, had acted as an intermediary for the teacher on numerous occasions, conveying messages that he should report to the office for English recitation. Su Ingzi had also caught a glimpse of the man's handsome features, tall and striking, and it seemed she instantly understood something. How could she not be aware of her close friend's infatuation? A lovesick girl, eager to flirt with any handsome face she encountered. It appeared this time her flirtation had led to a predicament. However, the man displayed a shocking lack of integrity, shifting the blame onto the girl without a hint of accountability. Jean Lihui adamantly maintained, "You were the one who touched it. Thus you must bear at least half of the responsibility." As a member of the Moonlight clan, his income was modest, and even if he were to compensate 15,000, he would have to borrow from acquaintances. Furthermore, did he not understand the customs of the antiquities trade? If I am observing an object, you cannot simply reach out and snatch it from my hands. Jean Lihui presented an irrefutable justification. Indeed, upon hearing his words, those around them nodded in agreement. The rules were as such: if someone was watching an item and another person attempted to grab it, causing it to break, the primary fault lay with the latter. Just look around. Everyone agrees the fault lies with you. Had you not reached out, the porcelain would not have shattered. In any case, I shall not pay a single cent. The responsibility rests with you. What a turn of events. He had initially suggested sharing the cost. Yet upon observing the crowd siding with him, he seized the opportunity to absolve himself and cast all responsibility onto the woman. Su Yingzi's friend felt a surge of panic at this unfolding scenario. Jean Lihui turned to the vendor. "Boss, I was the one observing it first, wasn't I?" This woman came afterward and reached for it. "You can't possibly claim you didn't see that." The vendor pondered briefly before nodding. That does seem to be the case. The vendor's words effectively severed the last thread of hope for her friend. Therefore, it was determined that she should bear the 30,000 in damages. Upon concluding this, Jean Lihui sought to extricate himself from this troublesome situation. Su Yingzi, feeling helpless, said to her friend, "Let it go. Consider it a lesson learned. I can lend you 20,000 for now." There was no other option. Her friend lacked evidence to prove she had not touched the porcelain. And with the crowd largely attributing blame to her, there seemed no chance for redemption. Ling Xiaoxiao glared fiercely at the man, her frustration boiling over. The vendor was no better either. Su class representative, long time no see. At that moment, Chu Jian squeezed into the scene. Chu Jian? What a coincidence. It has indeed been a while. Su Yingzi turned to face Chu Jian, her previously dismal mood brightening slightly. Despite the years that had passed, she still held a vivid recollection of him. Back in high school, every time she delivered messages for the English teacher, she found amusement in the expression on his face, as though he were about to explode. Chapter 29. Old classmates, is this really how bad it is? Su Yingzi noticed that Chu Jian seemed to exude a newfound confidence, making him appear more vibrant than before. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she hurriedly asked, "Chu Jian, did you see what happened with my friend Xiaoxiao just now?" Ling Xiaoxiao, her hope rekindled, turned to Chu Jian eagerly. If only one person could attest that she had not touched the porcelain, she would not have to pay that 30,000. Jean Lihui and the vendor instantly felt a surge of tension. Chu Jian shook his head, stating, "I only arrived later." After saying this, he crouched down to pick up the largest shard, which was adorned with a 5-clawed dragon motif, accompanied by the inscription Xuanda period in elegant regular script at its base. Upon hearing Chu Jian's words, both Jean Lihui and the vendor discreetly released their breaths, revealing smiles. Meanwhile, Su Yingzi and Ling Xiaoxiao wore expressions of disappointment. To avoid arousing suspicion from the vendor and Jean Lihui, Chu Jian refrained from speaking further, merely observing the dragon-adorned shard as he patiently awaited Su Yingzi and her companions to settle the payment. He discerned that this piece of porcelain had originally been shattered. No wonder the vendor had cooperated with Jean Lihui's charade. He too aimed to discreetly secure a handsome price for this repair porcelain. After Ling Xiaoxiao reluctantly made the payment, Su Yingzi, noticing Chu Jian's continued fixation on the shards, could not help but exclaim, "What are you still staring at? Let us go. Treat us to dinner." This woman was truly forthright with Chu Jian, demanding a treat upon their meeting. "Hee. This time, it seems you are the one who must pay," he replied. Su Yingzi and Ling Xiaoxiao were taken aback. Su Yingzi, astonished, remarked, "Old classmate, is that true? Have you fallen so low?" Ling Xiaoxiao, equally speechless, thought to herself that both of them had suffered financial losses today, and yet he, as a man, expected the women to pay? Surely, that was not the epitome of chivalry. Then, she witnessed Chu Jian turn to her, asking, "My classmate contributed 20,000 yuan. Hence this piece of porcelain rightfully belongs to her 2/3, correct?" Huh? Ling Xiaoxiao felt somewhat disoriented, casting a glance at her best friend Su Yingzi, inwardly lamenting. "Is this classmate of yours deliberately trying to take advantage of you? The 20,000 yuan was borrowed. After all, he intended to repay it." With Chu Jian's words, it seemed that the 20,000 yuan required no repayment, merely dividing the shards 2/3 to her friend. Su Yingzi, too, began to doubt her hearing. She did contribute 20,000, but Chu Jian interrupted her. That settles it. Regardless of the selling price, 2/3 belongs to her. The crowd finally began to perceive the underlying nuances. Was this item truly valuable? Yet it appeared to be entirely shattered. Onlookers could not help but shake their heads. Even if it were genuine, how much could it possibly be worth in its current state? There exists a saying in the collecting community: a porcelain piece with flaws is worth not a penny, meaning that even the slightest imperfection can drastically reduce its value. For instance, a small crack or chip can lead to a catastrophic drop in worth. Of course, it is not to say that ancient porcelain shards are worthless. The collecting realm even features specialized markets for porcelain fragments, with some ancient shards being sold by the piece, fetching dozens or even hundreds of yuan. Certain porcelain, even in fragments, retains value. A common adage in the antique trade states, even with boundless wealth, one piece of June porcelain is worth more. It is not solely June porcelain. Shard from other types, such as Northern Songru porcelain, can also be quite valuable. Handsome, is this June porcelain or Ru porcelain? Ling Xiaoxiao quickly inquired. Chu Jian, with a peculiar expression, regarded the uproarious laughter around him, asking, "What are you all laughing at?" Blue and white porcelain can also be quite precious. For instance, shards of yuan blue and white porcelain are nearly fought over in the collecting circles, commanding exorbitant prices. For instance, during the Xuande period of the Ming Dynasty, blue and white porcelain has fetched prices exceeding 300,000. Unfortunately, this piece is one of them. As he spoke, Chu Jian flipped the bottom over for everyone to see. The 4 characters denoting the Xuande era caught the eye, causing many to momentarily widen their pupils. The vendor and Jean Lihui's expressions shifted dramatically. One felt he had sold at a loss, while the other believed it should have been rightfully his. "Ah, young man, we meet again. Allow me to take a look." Chu Jian looked up to see the middle-aged man who had just purchased the cat's eye stone. "Please," he gestured. The man crouched down, producing a magnifying glass, engrossed in his examination. At that moment, the crowd grew larger, causing the street to become congested. Su Yingzi was astonished. "Chu Jian, you possess such knowledge? I am now an appraiser at an auction company. How could I not?" Su Yingzi and her friend Ling Xiaoxiao were taken aback, especially Su Yingzi, who never imagined that a classmate of hers was a prominent figure in the auction world. "Handsome, are those fragments truly worth over 300,000? Ling Xiaoxiao's curiosity was piqued. The piece I held earlier is genuine. Even if it doesn't reach 300,000, it should fetch between 100 to 200,000. Hence, you must treat us today." Regardless of Su Yingzi's reaction, Ling Xiaoxiao readily agreed. "No problem. As long as it's authentic, we shall treat you to sumptuous lobster today." After a while, the middle-aged man set aside the other fragments and picked up the piece Chu Jian had held. This indeed is a fragment of Xuande blue and white dragon pattern large plate. The others were later replaced with new porcelain, making them more prone to breakage. "Are you interested?" Chu Jian promptly facilitated the transaction for Su Yingzi and her friends. The middle-aged man then chuckled. "This fragment is in relatively good condition. At least the dragon is intact. If auctioned, it could very well exceed 300,000. However, if I were to buy it, I would not pay the auction price. I could offer a maximum of 250,000. Chu Jian remained silent, glancing at Su Yingzi and Ling Xiaoxiao, allowing them to make their own decision. Both women were momentarily stunned. For them, 250,000 felt like an unexpected windfall. After a brief discussion, they agreed to the transaction. The vendor felt a pang of regret, realizing that the 30,000 he had just received no longer seemed appealing. Meanwhile, Jean Lihui appeared dazed, regretting not having taken responsibility and borrowed the money to secure the piece. 250,000 had slipped right past him. The onlookers were in awe, recognizing that this incident would soon become a topic of conversation within the antique community. Su Yingzi and Ling Xiaoxiao whispered to one another, and afterward, Su Yingzi transfer et die tausend to Chu Jian. "When did you lend me such a large sum?" She shot him a look that was both reproachful and grateful. "Without your help, we wouldn't have earned this money, so Ling Xiaoxiao and I decided to split it 3 ways. The remaining 10,000 will be our treat for a grand meal today." With that, the 2 women pulled Chu Jian along. Shortly after stepping away, they witnessed the dazed Jean Lihui being struck by a vehicle. The driver shouted angrily, "You fool! If you wish to die, do so far away from the road. Go find a taller building to jump from." Chu Jian and Su Yingzi exchanged glances, yet neither displayed any sympathy. Had the shattered item been an ordinary porcelain piece, they would have borne the loss. They deserved it. Su Yingzi teased, "Let's see if you dare to flirt with handsome men again." Although she hadn't succeeded in her attempts, she felt no regret, giggling as she added, Besides, we do know this one. With that, Ling Xiaoxiao pointed at Chu Jian. Shortly thereafter, the trio found themselves in an upscale restaurant, indulging in a sumptuous meal. Su Yingzi, curious about Chu Jian's experiences as an appraiser, bombarded her with questions. Chapter 30. Does the value of antiques depend on appearance? After their meal, Chu Jian contemplated leaving. However, it seemed that Ling Xiaoxiao was not yet ready to call it a day. She had just absorbed a wealth of knowledge about antiques from Chu Jian. Ecstatic, Ling Xiaoxiao eagerly inquired, "Can we join you?" Had it not been for Chu Jian, she would have missed out on earning 80,000 yuan, potentially facing a loss of 20 to 30,000 instead. Su Yingzi interjected, "Aren't you supposed to go shopping soon?" She understood her best friend's character and was well aware of her intentions. Ling Xiaoxiao feigned ignorance. "Did I say that?" Chu Jian replied, "If you don't mind a little boredom, you may join me. After all, it's far better to have two lovely companions than to wander alone." Though it was afternoon, the antique street was noticeably busier than in the morning. Some were there to purchase items for decoration, while others, like Chu Jian, sought hidden treasures. The air was filled with the sounds of vendors showcasing their wares and the lively chatter of haggling voices from all corners, creating a vibrant atmosphere. For Ling Xiaoxiao and Su Yingzi, it was their first encounter with such a bustling antique street. They had previously assumed only older individuals frequented such places. However, they soon discovered that many people their age were also drawn to this haven. Ling Xiaoxiao, akin to a rural dweller experiencing the city for the first time, eagerly examined everything, picking up various items and inquiring of Chu Jian whether they were indeed antiques. Yet in the realm of antique streets, over 90% of the merchandise was counterfeit. Genuine antiques were rarity. Suddenly, Chu Jian approached a stall brimming with assorted knickknacks, manned by a shrewd-looking middle-aged man with a distinctive black mole at the corner of his mouth. "What can I help you with, young man? Choose whatever you like. Everything here is authentic, straight from the source. You won't regret it. I assure you that you can resell for multiple times the price." The term source is a colloquialism in the antique world, referring to items freshly unearthed. Chu Jian nodded in acknowledgement, absent-mindedly sifting through the various items. Yet his gaze lingered on a particular inkstone. Ling Xiaoxiao intended to approach as well, but Su Yingzi restrained her, whispering, "Do you really want to repeat of this morning's fiasco?" The inkstone stood 10 centimeters high and 15 centimeters wide, its material unknown, entirely black and greasy, appearing quite soiled. He picked up the inkstone, weighed it in his hand, and found it surprisingly heavy. Then, with his fingernail, he lightly scratched its surface, discovering that the outer layer was rather soft, easily leaving a faint mark, reminiscent of asphalt yet akin to a rubber compound. Chu Jian inquired, "Boss, how much for this inkstone?" A sly thought crossed his mind. Such a person would be easily deceived, especially with two beautiful women by his side. It seemed he was destined to catch a plump sheep today. "Seeing that you have an eye for quality, just take it for 20,000. "Boss, let me be honest with you. I have been practicing calligraphy lately, and I merely asked about this inkstone out of curiosity. If the price is reasonable, I might consider purchasing it. If not, I shall continue my search elsewhere. Please don't try to fool me. Just quote a fair price. After all, made of asphalt, it holds little value." The boss immediately bristled. "Nonsense. Who said this inkstone is made of asphalt?" Chu Jian handed the inkstone back to the boss. "Take a good look for yourself and discern what it is made of." He was indeed not lying. This inkstone had come from the countryside, but he had never discerned its true material. After a moment of hesitation, he finally exclaimed, "In any case, it's certainly not made of asphalt. If it were, it wouldn't be this hard." After all, admitting the truth would ensure it remained unsold, so he resolved to deny it stubbornly. Chu Jian was well aware that it was not asphalt. They were both just fabricating stories, so it mattered little. Su Yingzi and her companion, upon hearing this, realized with surprise that Chu Jian could lie without batting an eye. It seemed that deceit was not solely a woman's forte. "Chu Jian Zima?" Regardless of whether it is made of asphalt or not, I truly lack knowledge in this area. If it's too expensive, I might as well buy directly from a store where quality is guaranteed. Wouldn't you agree? When perusing a street stall, who isn't seeking a bargain? You start with a price in the thousands. Even luxury goods aren't sold like that. Besides, it appears this has been sitting here for quite some time, hasn't it? Chu Jian's assertion was quite accurate. Since the owner acquired it, the inkstone had indeed remained unsold due to its unappealing appearance, hardly attracting any attention. With a potential buyer finally inquiring about the price, the owner was unwilling to let the opportunity slip away. However, given Chu Jian's remarks, the likelihood of quoting a high price diminished. If he failed to seize this chance, this inkstone might indeed become a burden on his hands, leaving him to ponder why he had been so foolish as to purchase it in the first place. Moreover, wasn't it said that young men often seek to maintain their pride in the presence of beautiful women? Why was this individual breaking the mold? After a moment of thoughtful consideration, the owner gravely stated, "Very well. I initially acquired this inkstone for 300. It has indeed been here for quite a while. Since you seem interested, I shall let it go for the cost price of 300. Upon hearing this, Chu Jian simply turned to leave, a common tactic in bargaining. The owner, witnessing this, thought to himself how astute the young people were these days. Were it him, standing before two lovely ladies, 300 would have been an immediate purchase. He quickly called out, "A minimum of 100. I cannot go lower." Once they departed from the stall, Ling Xiao could hardly contain her curiosity. "Chu Dashuai, what exactly is this item you purchased? It's so dark and unappealing. Could it truly be an antique?" Typically, the antiques she encountered were exquisite, whereas this inkstone appeared rather unsightly. Chu Jian, at a loss for words, retorted, "Must antiques be judged solely on their appearance?" In Chapter 31, titled Shattering the Spy's Glasses, Chu Jian remarked, "This is akin to judging a person by their surface. Do you happen to have a knife?" Ling Xiao, seemingly intrigued by the profundity of his words, promptly handed him the nail clipper she carried, eager to discern whether this inkstone possessed any hidden depths. After receiving the clipper, Chu Jian deftly scraped the surface of the inkstone, gently chiseling away the black outer layer. Before long, a portion of the dark substance was removed, revealing a yellow layer beneath. "Oh!" Ling Xiao gasped in astonishment, for she had not anticipated such a revelation. Even Su Yingzi exhibited a look of surprise. After approximately 10 minutes of meticulous scraping, the black exterior was finally stripped away, unveiling the true form of the item before them. A pen wash of dark black with a hint of yellow, standing 5 centimeters tall and 10 centimeters wide. Its texture was remarkably fine, the surface smooth and lustrous, exhibiting a slight translucence that rendered it ethereal. The stone's veins faintly resembled silk, akin to fine threads. "What is this?" Ling Xiao inquired. Aesthetically, it was indeed beautiful, yet its purpose remained a mystery. "This is Tianwang stone," Chu Jian explained. "A rare gem among the varieties of Shoshan stone. Originating from Shoshan, it symbolizes longevity and blessings, possessing the 6 virtues of fineness, purity, smoothness, richness, warmth, and condensation. It is referred to as the imperial stone and was designated as the national stone for celestial offerings during the Qing dynasty. On Earth, Tianhuang stone is exclusively found beneath the sandy layers of the narrow rice fields flanking a small stream in Shoshan village, Fujian. After centuries of relentless excavation, these rice fields have been extensively mined, and the supply is now nearly exhausted. In essence, this stone is exceedingly precious, surpassing even gold in value. There's an ancient saying, "One tael of Tianhuang is worth 3 taels of gold," highlighting its rarity. As for the superior quality of Tianhuang stone, it is considered a priceless treasure, often unattainable even for the wealthy. Upon hearing Chu Jian's explanation, Su Yingzi and Ling Xiao, though still somewhat unclear, grasped that the Tianhuang stone pen wash was indeed a valuable artifact. "So, it was originally yellow, and the ink has stained it this way? Will that affect its value?" Ling Xiao asked. Chu Jian shook his head. "It was always this color. It has not been stained by ink." He then elucidated for the two women that Tianhuang stone is categorized by color into 4 primary types: yellow, white, red, and black. Yellow is referred to as Tianhuang, white as Beitian, red as Hongtian, and black as Heitian, while those with a combination of yellow and white are known as Jingguin. Among these, Tianhuang is the most esteemed, with yellow further divided into shades such as golden yellow, loquat yellow, osmanthus yellow, and chestnut yellow. The black variety, known as Wukai Pitian, is encased in a layer of black skin and is exceedingly rare, highly coveted by collectors. If a sculptor is fortunate enough to acquire a piece of crow skin, it is considered an extraordinary stroke of luck. Before embarking on the carving process, one must meticulously contemplate the design plan and engage in extensive discussions regarding the theme and direction of the creation, pondering deeply before the first stroke is made. Fearful of doing injustice to the exquisite stone, the allure of crow skin transcends mere appearance. It lies in the breathtaking realm constructed by the sculptor above its surface. What might such a treasure be worth? Ling Xiao inquired with curiosity. The quality of this type of Tianhuang stone is measured by the gram, ranging from several thousand to tens of thousands of yuan per gram. Of course, This is merely considering the material, not accounting for the craftsmanship. Chu Jian remarked with a smile. Carvings made from crow skin Tianhuang stone often fetch several million in auctions. Although Chu Jian did not elaborate further, Su Yingzi and Ling Xiaoxiao were left astounded. Gold is priced at 300 to 400 yuan per gram, while this material costs several thousand, even tens of thousands per gram, making it worth dozens of times more than gold. In comparison, gold is rendered insignificant. This piece weighs at least half a kilogram. Doesn't it? Ling Xiaoxiao said, almost in disbelief. Upon finishing her statement, she could not help but gasp. Goodness, even if it weighs only 100 grams and costs 10,000 per gram, that amounts to 1 million. Moreover, as Chu Jian just mentioned, this does not even include the artistry involved. How much would it be when craftsmanship is factored in? This man must find it exceedingly easy to make money. Just as she was about to speak, a commotion ahead caught their attention. A woman had collapsed on the street, and passers-by hastily avoided her, none daring to assist. Concerned bystanders could only make a call to report the incident. In recent years, numerous cases of people being falsely accused after helping others had made many reluctant to offer assistance. Ling Xiaoxiao and Su Yingzi, disregarding their conversation with Chu Jian, immediately sprinted over, crouching down to assess the woman's condition. Both were experienced nurses, adept in emergency care. Her breathing had ceased. Ling Xiaoxiao exclaimed in alarm and promptly commenced artificial respiration. Meanwhile, Su Yingzi initiated cardiac resuscitation, the two young women displaying decisive action. Chu Jian picked up the fallen woman's mobile phone, discovered it was unlocked, and found her husband as contact in the address book before dialing. Hello. The owner of this phone has collapsed on XX Road and has stopped breathing. My two friends, who are senior nurses, are currently administering first aid, Chu Jian explained clearly. After hanging up, he approached a bystander who was taking photos. Delete that immediately, he said coldly. As Ling Xiaoxiao performed artificial respiration, her position was somewhat awkward, and wearing a short skirt, she had inadvertently exposed herself. At that moment, someone was taking clandestine photographs, and Chu Jian could no longer contain his outrage. I'm merely capturing a video of a compassionate girl saving a life to spread positive energy. What authority do you have? Before he could finish, Chu Jian's fist shattered his glasses. What are you filming? Do you have any sense of decency? The crowd applauded, having witnessed the inappropriate act. Moments earlier, there were those who wished to confront the lewd man, but his imposing stature had deterred them. How dare you hit me? The man, taken aback by Chu Jian's sudden aggression, was infuriated. Chu Jian seized him by the collar. Are you going to delete it or not? The man felt a chill run down his spine. Before him stood an individual who, though not particularly tall, possessed remarkable strength. At that moment, surrounded by a crowd of onlookers, he refrained from provoking further ire. Delete it, just delete it, he exclaimed, and right before Chu Jian, he swiftly erased the video and photos he had just recorded. Is that sufficient? Why won't you let go? As for the glasses, he dared not ask Chu Jian for compensation and hurried away in embarrassment. Chapter 32. The sincerity of the cotton flower auction house. A mere 3 to 5 minutes later, an ambulance arrived in haste. The accompanying physician first assessed the situation and then praised Su Yingzi and Ling Xiaoxiao for their commendable first aid efforts. Upon learning the specific hospital, Chu Jian called the family of the fallen aunt, advising them to head directly to the medical facility. Holding the woman's belongings, Chu Jian, along with Su Yingzi and Ling Xiaoxiao, decided to accompany them, demonstrating their commitment to the matter. Thank you so much. Ling Xiaoxiao expressed her gratitude. It's nothing. Chu Jian Zipli. Even if you weren't my classmate's close friend, I would still feel compelled to intervene. You both were the true heroes just now, he added, giving them a thumbs up. Before long, the relatives of the fallen aunt arrived. Notably, her husband, a man in his 40s, repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Chu Jian and the others. He was well aware of his wife's health issues and had been informed by the doctor that without prompt and proper aid, she might not have survived. Uncle, it was merely a small effort on my part. The real credit goes to these two, Chu Jian said, handing over the aunt's phone and bag for inspection. Inspect what? The man replied, slightly offended. He passed his wife's belongings to his son without a second glance, then continued to thank Ling Xiaoxiao and Su Yingzi, stating that once the situation stabilized, he would treat everyone to a meal as a token of appreciation. This left Su Yingzi and her friend feeling somewhat uneasy. He exchanged contact information with Chu Jian and Su Yingzi before hurrying to the surgery waiting area. Just as he was about to speak, Chu Jian's phone rang. It was a call from Manager Liu. Work is paramount. You should go. Su Yingzi and Ling Xiaoxiao understood. After parting ways with Chu Jian, Ling Xiaoxiao began to incessantly interrogate Su Yingzi. So, do you have a crush on my classmate? Su Yingzi, noticing her friend's excitement, realized that Ling Xiaoxiao was quite taken with him. Constantly inquiring about a man's background often indicated a budding affection. You're talking as if you're above him. He's quite the catch. If you don't want him, introduce me. Ling Xiaoxiao giggled. It was impossible to deny that she harbored some interest. Chu Jian was not unattractive, already established as an appraiser at the auction house, and evidently capable. He had just helped them earn a significant sum, demonstrating his potential for a prosperous future. Moreover, during their recent meal and conversation, his character had also impressed her. With a wry smile, Su Yingzi replied, "Don't ask me. How would I know if he has a girlfriend? Besides, do you really think it would be difficult for him to find a woman? You should stop worrying. I sense he is not interested in your type." Among acquaintances, Su Yingzi spoke candidly, without reservation. "All right then. I too sense that he harbors no affection for me, as he has not cast more than a fleeting glance in my direction." Su Yingzi rolled her eyes, exclaiming, "Are you truly counting how many times he has looked at you? This woman is beyond redemption. Instead of dwelling on such matters, why not focus on nurturing our relationship? If we manage to soar together a few more times, we shall all become wealthy." "How do we soar? Are we speaking of a double flight? How delightful. I cannot believe you entertain such thoughts. Indeed, when women take the wheel, men have little to contribute." "Any new acquisitions?" Lu Ruyan inquired, noticing Chu Jian holding something. The more time she spent with him, the more she realized she could not afford to let him slip away. He was instrumental to the future growth and success of the auction house. "Yes, today has proven fortuitous." "What is it? Is it suitable for auction at the house?" Manager Chun is present, along with several senior executives. It's a brush washer made of crow-skin Tianshi stone from the Qing dynasty. Both the stone and the craftsmanship are remarkable, and I would estimate its value at over 2 million. Chu Jian Sumadit Sukintin. An excellent piece. Let be retained for auction. Items valued at over 1 million are indeed commendable offerings. Treasures in the tens of millions are rare encounters, typically serving as the grand finale of an auction. As for items exceeding 100 million, they are a stroke of fortune, particularly for our auction house. First, take a look at this. Lu Ruyan handed Chu Jian a document. "What is it?" he asked, puzzled. "I have secured favorable terms for you. If you remain with Magnifier, you will receive a 10% share of dividends. Furthermore, your annual salary will increase to 2 million, and you will not incur any commission fees on the treasures you auction through the house." Lu Ruyan had exerted considerable effort to win over Chu Jian. Additionally, given your substantial contributions last time, you will receive a commission and bonus totaling 150,000. It was undeniably a generous offer. Chu Jian reviewed the document carefully, and his initial inclination to depart began to wane. The sincerity displayed by Magnifier was undeniably compelling. Salary was secondary. The prospect of a 10% share in dividends was significant, and the absence of commission fees was an enticing incentive for him to auction his finds frequently. Moreover, the company afforded him a considerable degree of freedom, requiring his presence only for tasks, allowing him to manage his time at will. The company intended to hire a long-term appraiser to alleviate him from minor responsibilities. Honestly, Chu Jian found it difficult to conjure a reason to refuse the offer. "Thank you, General Manager Lu, for your consideration. Very well. I shall continue my tenure with the company." Upon hearing Chu Jian's acceptance, Lu Ruyan, Manager Chun, and Manager Hao all broke into smiles. "I will have a contract drafted shortly. Next, we must prepare for the upcoming auction. Remember, the most crucial aspect remains the auction items. The last auction was immensely successful, enhancing our company's reputation. However, we must not rejoice too soon. Such fame is fleeting, and we must hold 2 or 3 more influential auctions to solidify our standing." Lu Ruyan was acutely aware that despite the previous auction's total transaction exceeding 200 million, generating a certain degree of excitement, their auction house still could not be considered even a second-tier player within the domestic auction arena. Presently, their short-term objective was to elevate their establishment to meet the standards of a second-tier auction house. While common items were relatively easy to procure, securing a headliner piece proved to be a daunting challenge. Manager Chun directed his gaze towards General Lu and Chu Jian, his intentions unmistakable. The responsibility of sourcing the headliner piece rested squarely upon them. As for the other preparations, he assured that Old Hao could manage those tasks. "Chu Jian, you possess a Hong Kong and Macau travel permit, correct?" Lu Ruyan inquired. Chu Jian nodded. "It will expire in 2 months. Then there is no issue. Accompany me to Macau tomorrow." Chapter 33. I specifically arranged for this. First, take a look at this information. It pertains to one of Mr. He's collections, which has been announced for auction for the past 2 months. Chu Jian accepted the tablet, where the image displayed a celestial vase. The celestial vase is a porcelain form that originated during the Yongle and Xuande periods of the Ming Dynasty. Its shape features a small mouth, straight neck, ample shoulders, a faux ring foot, and a slightly recessed sandy base. Due to its large, rounded body, it appears as though it descends from the heavens, hence its name. During the prosperous reigns of the Qing dynasty under Yongzheng and Qianlong, the vogue for imitating ancient styles flourished. Imitative celestial vases became essential for grand court displays. In addition to traditional blue and white varieties, polychrome and famille rose celestial vases began to emerge, while most precious dotsi was seldom applied to celestial vases, primarily due to the limitations of large vessels in this technique. However, the one before them was a dotsi celestial vase from the Qing dynasty, the rarity of which was self-evident. If it is indeed genuine, it would be a remarkable treasure, Chu Jian remarked. Is the estimated value really 80 million? Lu Ruyin questioned. If the estimate is indeed 80 million, the auction could potentially exceed 100 million. This was a treasure she needed to strive for. Once placed in her auction house, this auction would be nearly secured. He informed Lu Ruyin that dotsi porcelain was inherently precious, with significant craftsmanship challenges and exorbitant costs. The artist must first outline the contours on a permeable and breathable unglazed body using fine blue and white lines, as cobalt materials seep into the unburnt porcelain clay in real time. Any errors leave no room for correction. Subsequently, the piece is glazed and fired. After cooling, the artist meticulously fills the glazed blue and white lines with enamel colors and performs a second firing at a lower temperature. Each firing cycle invariably produces several defective pieces, with deformation and cracking being common issues among larger items. Thus, a large dotsi vessel meeting the stringent standards of imperial porcelain would undoubtedly command a high price. In recent years, Christie's auctioned a Qing dynasty Qianlong dotsi and famille rose vase decorated with the 8 immortals motif, which ultimately fetched $3 billion, including commissions. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyin felt a sense of clarity. In truth, their Mafanhua auction house lacked the qualifications to compete for the rights to auction this collection. It was solely due to the Lu family's connections that they had been afforded this opportunity. Nevertheless, this was merely an opportunity. The acquisition of auction rights would ultimately depend on the performance of Lu Ruyin and Chu Jian in persuading the seller. Macau, though modest in size, boasts an astonishing per capita GDP, ranking first domestically and third globally, surpassed only by the affluent nations of Switzerland and Luxembourg. In times of economic downturn, the regional government reassures its citizens with promises of financial support. Witness the confidence in their words. Mr. He, sharing a surname with the illustrious gambling tycoon, belongs to a different lineage, although the He family may not wield the same influence as that of the gambling king. They are nonetheless one of the significant families in this city. It is said that Mr. He arrived here as a teenager and by his 30s had established himself as a prominent entrepreneur. Through years of development, he has built a colossal business empire valued at over 100 billion. Upon arriving at a villa in the Bay, they finally encountered Mr. He, now in his 90s. Lu Ruyin, a splendid name. I met your grandfather a few years ago, and I never anticipated he would leave this world before I did. The old man's words were steeped in nostalgia. Lu Ruyin had not disclosed to Chu Jian that Mr. He hailed from her hometown, making them, in a sense, fellow villagers. This connection had indeed facilitated the relationship between the Lu and He families. In the past, my grandfather often spoke of you, Lu Ruyin expressed with respect. Had it not been for your support back then, the Lu family would not be where it is today. Ah, it was but a trifling effort, nothing to dwell upon. Mr. He replied, transitioning to more pressing matters. I have taken a cursory glance at your auction house. Without the last auction, I fear there would be cause for concern. Mr. He's words struck a chord. Lu Ruyin did not shy away from the truth, candidly acknowledging, indeed, our previous management has been lax, but we are resolute in revitalizing the auction company. Please trust us, Mr. He. Mr. He did not respond directly, but instead led Lu Ruyin and Chu Jian to a Qing dynasty Qianlong dotsi peach garden vase. Why not take a moment to examine this piece? He suggested with an air of calmness. The elderly gentleman exuded an approachable demeanor. Lu Zuzan Nuet Chu Jian, who understood her intent and began to carefully assess the artifact, activating his keen perception. To his astonishment, he discovered that this prized possession was, in fact, a counterfeit. It was highly likely that Mr. He was unaware of this truth. Noticing Chu Jian's furrowed brow, Lu Ruyin softly inquired, "What is the matter?" Mr. He, too, was observant of Chu Jian's every move. Upon seeing his frown, a flicker of surprise crossed his gaze, pondering whether this young man possessed extraordinary insight. When Chu Jian met his gaze, seemingly hesitant, Mr. He smiled and encouraged, "Young friend, feel free to speak your mind. I am eager to hear your thoughts." With a respectful gesture, Chu Jian replied, "Mr. He, I wouldn't dare to claim profound insight. This vase, you sourced it from abroad, correct?" "Oh, what leads you to such a conclusion?" Mr. He regarded the young man with newfound respect, examining the rim of the vase. One notes that ancient pieces were crafted by hand. Regardless of the artisan's skill, slight imperfections are inevitable. Yet this piece exhibits an unnaturally perfect rim, not only in its edge but also in its overall symmetry, resembling the precision of machine craftsmanship. Certainly, this is not the end of the matter. The most critical issue lies within the interior, where a mark left by machinery is present, easily overlooked unless one pays careful attention. It strikes me as peculiar that I cannot shake the feeling that this flaw was intentionally left behind. After listening to Chu Jian, He clapped his hands in admiration. "Remarkable! At such a young age, your discerning eye surpasses that of many appraisers." "Indeed, indeed. However, you have made one slight error." Chu Jian, puzzled, inquired, "What is it?" "This porcelain piece was not sourced from abroad. Rather, I had it specially crafted." "Huh?" Both Lu Ruyin and Chu Jian were taken aback. "You intentionally commissioned a counterfeit to prepare for auction? And now you reveal this to us. What does it signify?" Lu Ruyin found herself at a loss for words. Mr. He, observing the expressions of the two youths, burst into hearty laughter, clearly amused. Once he had sufficiently enjoyed his mirth, he explained, "Rest assured, I had this vase made specifically as a test for others and for my own keepsake. The true item is not this one. Last week, an individual from Christie's in Hong Kong came by and failed to recognize this high-quality imitation. Thus, I dismissed him. Since you both are able to discern the issue, I am willing to entrust the genuine article to you for auction." Lu Ruyin was overjoyed and discreetly gave Chu Jian a thumbs up. Indeed, the effort to keep Chu Jian around was not in vain. "Thank you, Mr. He." Chapter 34. The Real and the Fake. Mr. He remarked, "There is no need for thanks. And if it were not for the young man's ability to identify the previous piece as a fake, this celestial vase would not be entrusted to you for auction." However, he was somewhat curious about how this young man had developed such keen insight at such a tender age. Soon enough, they departed from Mr. He's villa. As their objective had been accomplished, Chu Jian stated, "Since there is nothing pressing to attend to, I intend to stay here for a few days. It will be an excellent opportunity to explore the antique market in Macau. Having come this far, I cannot return empty-handed. That is simply not my style." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyin understood Chu Jian's intentions and responded, "Then I wish you luck in uncovering some great finds. This way, we need not worry about the auction items. The auction house is not lacking in common antiques, and with the celestial vase serving as the highlight, there is no immediate cause for concern." Chu Jian silently mused. Even if one wishes for luck, it is uncertain whether it will come to pass. Soon, the two parted ways. Chu Jian hailed a cab to the antique market in Macau, admiring the Portuguese-style architecture, which offered a unique charm, perhaps due to Macau's modest size. The antique market was not particularly expansive, feeling even smaller than the antique street in Yanqing. However, the crowd was substantial. The limited space, combined with heavy foot traffic, created a slightly congested atmosphere. As Chu Jian entered, he browsed each stall, taking the time to explore every shop, as he had ample time at his disposal. At each stall, the proprietors enthusiastically promoted their wares, inflating the value of modern crafts to that of priceless antiques, which was entirely customary. Surely, I cannot claim that all these items are mere fabrications, can I? Some are indeed authentic, yet their selling prices are exorbitant, aligning closely with their intrinsic value. Even if one were to purchase them, the prospect of profit would be negligible, rendering the endeavor futile, hence the decision against acquisition. It is often said that the cost of living here is steep, and antiques are no exception. Approaching a middle-aged gentleman, I noticed that this stall was markedly different from the ordinary ones. It displayed merely two paintings, devoid of any superfluous items. A sign stood prominently, declaring the price to be 200,000 for both, with no negotiations permitted nor individual sales entertained. This was the first time Chu Jian had encountered such an intriguing method of commerce. He inquired, "Good sir, may I handle the paintings?" Uncertain if touching was permissible, he deemed it prudent to clarify, Otherwise, he might find himself compelled to purchase upon mere contact, which would be rather cumbersome. Such are the customs. Lilin Rablia succinctly. Certainly, without elaboration. It was his first encounter with such an aloof proprietor. Usually, vendors exuded warmth and enthusiasm. Had the times truly changed? Upon receiving permission, Chu Jian promptly donned a pair of gloves. This was merely a precaution, ensuring thoroughness. Should anyone attempt to deceive him later, it would not be so straightforward. After all, in this unfamiliar city, caution is paramount. He then gingerly took hold of the painting, laying it flat upon the table and gradually unfurling it. Moments later, a vibrant tableau unfolded before his eyes. As he scrutinized the artwork, he discerned that it was meant to be viewed horizontally. The composition featured a cluster of flora, with one particularly resplendent bloom captivating a fluttering butterfly. Additionally, nestled within the foliage was a plump feline, appearing languid yet possessing an undeniable charm. Beyond the flower's cat and butterfly, a lengthy inscription adorned the empty space above, penned in traditional Chinese characters with a flowing script that exuded elegance and sophistication. Chu Jian recited. This delightful scene of a cat dancing with a butterfly was painted by Mrs. Zheng Youzhen of Neijiang. Could this be the renowned work of Zheng Youzhen? If authentic, its value would be incalculable, far exceeding the offered price for both pieces. Should it be the work of Zhang Daqian? Experts in art authentication would have thoroughly examined his oeuvre, easily distinguishing genuine pieces from forgeries. However, Zheng Youzhen's works are rare, and her style is not widely understood. A finely crafted imitation might indeed pass muster. Any association with Zhang Daqian would undoubtedly elevate its worth. Yet, as I'm unfamiliar with Zheng Youzhen's paintings, it seems I must rely on my innate abilities. As anticipated, the painting was a forgery. Even upon realizing this, Chu Jian maintained an impassive demeanor, carefully stowing it away. He gently untied the cords and slowly unfurled the scroll, revealing a most elegant ink bamboo painting that graced his vision. Initially, he believed the artwork to be a bamboo painting by Zheng Banxiao. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that the bamboo leaves depicted diverged significantly from Zheng Banxiao's style. One leaned towards realism, while the other emphasized expressive abstraction, suggesting they could not have been crafted by the same hand. Zheng Banxiao, originally named Zheng Xie, styled himself as Kuro and was also known as Lian and Banxiao. A native of Xinhua, Jiangsu, he hailed from Suzhou, a prominent figure in the Qing dynasty. He was a painter, calligrapher, and writer. He achieved the status of a scholar during the Kangxi reign, became a successful candidate in the imperial examinations in the 10th year of the Yongzheng reign, and was appointed as an official in Shandong. His notable political achievements led him to reside in Yangzhou, where he earned a living through painting, becoming a significant representative of the 8 eccentrics of Yangzhou. Upon meticulous observation, he noted that the bamboo leaves appeared as if they were swords, vivid and lifelike, exuding an indescribable charm. The stark contrast left him perplexed. How could such a disparity exist? Utilizing his abilities once more, he was astonished to discover that this painting was, in fact, authentic, suggesting there might be deeper implications. Chu Jian pondered that if this piece was indeed genuine, not acquiring it would be a disservice to himself. He then inquired, "Is it truly impossible to separate them?" "Esteemed sir?" Aware that one painting was authentic while the other was not, he felt it unnecessary to purchase the counterfeit, hoping to conserve his resources. Li Yin replied resolutely, "Absolutely not." Without any room for negotiation, Chu Jian understood that he had no choice but to purchase both pieces. The transaction concluded swiftly, and Li Yin departed without uttering a single word. Observing this, Chu Jian found the proprietor quite intriguing. Yet, he mused that such a temperament seemed ill-suited for this line of work, as he appeared more fitting for roles as a bodyguard or soldier. Chapter 35, A Painting Within a Painting. The seals present serve, in many respects, as crucial evidence for authenticating artworks. Each transition from hand to hand leaves a trace, creating a coherent lineage from the top down. This notion of orderly transmission encapsulates the essence of art's heritage. Without employing his abilities, it would have been nearly impossible to discern the high value of this piece. As the information conveyed by its left, I indicated it to be a work by Wen Tong. Wen Tong, a renowned master of bamboo painting in the Northern Song dynasty, referred to himself as the Scholar of Laughter. He was a prominent figure during the reign of Emperor Rinzong and, having attained the rank of Jinshi, made significant observations of bamboo while serving as the governor of Huzhou, thus founding the Ink Bamboo School and earning the title of Wen Huzhou. While the name Wen Tong may be relatively unfamiliar, his cousin is undoubtedly well known, His younger cousin is none other than Su Dongpa. Celebrated for the line, "The great river flows eastward, washing away the heroes of ages past." Wen Tong is regarded as the preeminent master of the Huzhou bamboo school. Artists throughout history, including Zhao Mengfu of the Yuan dynasty, Su Wei of the Ming dynasty, and Shi Dao and Zheng Banxiao of the early Qing dynasty, have revered him as the progenitor of ink bamboo painting. However, very few of his bamboo paintings have survived, with only a handful authenticated as genuine. He suddenly perceived that the paper upon which this artwork was rendered seemed rather exceptional, slightly thicker than the renowned Dacian calligraphy paper. Previously, he had been so engrossed in the painting itself that he had overlooked the unique quality of the paper, which appeared to be extraordinary. Moreover, the paper is considerably thicker than usual, suggesting that it may require the expertise of a professional restorer. Regrettably, I am not acquainted with any masters in this field, and given the immense value of Wen Tong's ink bamboo painting, even a minor mishap could significantly diminish its worth. Lacking connections, I decided to consult Elder Kong. Prompted by this thought, I dialed his number. "Elder Kong, do you know anyone who specializes in restoring paintings?" Upon hearing this, Elder Kang's interest was piqued. Could it be that Chu Jian has unearthed yet another treasure? He inquired eagerly. "Finding a restorer is quite feasible. I shall assist you. Head to Old Zhao's shop." Before long, Chu Jian spent 2 to 3 days exploring Macau. During this time, he nearly traversed the entirety of the city and even ventured into a casino, where fortune smiled upon him. He not only avoided losses, but also emerged with a modest profit of several $1,000s. Upon returning to Yangcheng, he promptly sought out Elder Kong and his associates. However, to his surprise, both Elder Kong and Zhao Hongda had unexpectedly stepped out. Elder Kong had provided Chu Jian with the address of the restorer and informed him that he had already communicated with the individual. Half an hour later, the taxi halted in front of an unassuming residential building within a tranquil neighborhood. After settling the fare, Chu Jian surveyed his surroundings and noted the abundance of flora, which created a serene and elegant atmosphere, removed from the bustling commercial streets. The residence before him resembled a traditional courtyard layout. In the front yard, a bamboo pavilion had been erected, and the fence was entwined with lush ivy, its verdant tendrils dancing gracefully in the breeze. Ding dong! Chu Jian casually pressed the doorbell. Moments later, a young woman resembling a housekeeper emerged from the residence and inquired, "May I ask whom you are seeking?" Upon hearing his response, she replied, "Ah, I see. Elder Huang is inside. Please come in." Upon entering the living room, Chu Jian encountered an elderly gentleman clad in a suit, quietly seated on the sofa, perusing a magazine. Upon noticing Chu Jian, Elder Huang inquired, "You must be Chu Jian, as Elder Kong mentioned?" At that moment, the housekeeper entered with a tray of tea. Elder Huang gestured, "Please present the item." He donned white gloves before receiving the scroll, deftly untying the cord and unfurling the painting. However, before he had fully opened the scroll, Elder Huang exclaimed in astonishment, "This appears to be of Song dynasty style." Though Chu Jian lacked deep understanding, he recognized that this referred to a particular method of mounting traditional Chinese paintings, a specialized knowledge not commonly possessed. He asked, "What is this Song dynasty style?" Elder Huang elaborated, "The techniques of mounting Chinese calligraphy and painting have ancient origins, dating back to the southern and northern dynasties, when scrolls first emerged. By the Song dynasty, with the unprecedented flourishing of calligraphy and painting, numerous mounting techniques were developed. Among these, the Xuana style is perhaps the most renowned, characterized by strict dimensions and specifications. However, it is also the most complex in terms of design." Elder Huang was pleasantly surprised by the young man's inquiry. For many of today's youth feign understanding despite their ignorance and seldom bother to ask questions. After listening, Chu Jian realized that true professionals possess a unique quality. After a moment of contemplation, Elder Huang remarked, "Indeed, this is a Song dynasty style. However, it is merely a replica of the Song style. The authentic Song attire would be made of silk brocade, while this is crafted from Xian paper. Judging by the craftsmanship, it likely dates back to the Ming or Qing dynasty, reflecting our southern school's techniques. The pole and the head are made of wood, which is a commendable choice of material." Elder Huang finally unfurled the scroll completely, taking a brief glance and noting that the paper was indeed somewhat thick. Based on his extensive experience, he could easily discern that there was something amiss with this painting. "You guessed correctly. This painting does indeed have issues. The topmost layer appears to have been added later as a cover for the original artwork. The process of unveiling the painting can be somewhat tedious. You must be patient," Elder Huang stated. "Not at all. It is an excellent opportunity for me to witness the legendary unveiling of a painting, which is a true art form that most people cannot perform. Chu Jian complimented subtly. This praise did not come across as forced. It was pleasant to hear. Chapter 36. Elder Huang's Request. Almost everyone enjoys receiving compliments, but individuals express their appreciation differently. Some are more affected by it, while others remain indifferent. Due to the meticulous nature of the unveiling process, Chu Jian refrained from asking questions, fearing he might disrupt Elder Huang's concentration. He waited for over an hour, initially thinking that Elder Huang might ask him to step outside, as this intricate skill requires not only exceptional technique, but also an undistracted and serene environment. Moreover, such skills often carry an element of confidentiality, making it unsuitable for just anyone to observe or learn. It is likely due to these traditions that many aspects of cultural heritage have faded into obscurity. Elder Huang waved his hand, appearing somewhat fatigued, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. At that moment, Chu Jian could no longer remain seated and quickly approached. The dark brown wooden workbench, smooth and even, emanated a subtle sheen, exuding a rich and understated beauty. This was top-tier black rosewood, a precious hardwood. A table of such size would likely cost over $1 million, not accounting for the carving and crafting expenses, and it appeared to be the work of a master craftsman, suggesting it could easily fetch at least $2 million. Elder Huang, with a hint of exhilaration, exclaimed, "This is indeed a genuine piece by Winton. The technique for painting bamboo is exquisite, and with 3 seals as proof, it is unmistakable." He hurriedly walked to the mounting table, where 2 seemingly identical yet significantly different ink bamboo paintings lay on the smooth surface. The outer layer of mounting had been removed, leaving only the core paper. Furthermore, the paper was drenched in a layer of transparent liquid. What astonished Chu Jian was that this transparent liquid not only did not harm the design on the paper, but also appeared to form a glass-like membrane that protected the artwork. In fact, under the sunlight, this liquid shimmered brilliantly, allowing the patterns within the painting to be seen with exceptional clarity. As the saying goes, one must be cautious when comparing goods. At present, 2 paintings are displayed side by side, and a mere comparison reveals the authenticity of each. One of the artworks showcases bamboo leaves rendered in a rather stiff manner, lacking differentiation and shading. In contrast, the other painting vividly depicts bamboo branches and leaves, where the deep and light inks harmoniously blend, creating a lively and natural representation that can truly be described as spirited. Historical records indicate that the artist, Wen Tong, had a profound affection for bamboo. Wherever he held an official position, he would have bamboo transplanted around his residence, naming the estate Zhu Wu, the main hall Mu Juntang, and the study Jing Xian Shu Wu. The names on these seals are entirely unfamiliar to Chu Jian. Yet Huang Lao effortlessly identifies them as notable literati from the southern Song, Yuan, and Ming dynasties. This lineage of artistry is indeed impressively sequential. However, by the time the last individual possessed the artwork, perhaps fearing that others might covet Wen Tong's original work, he chose to cover the authentic piece with a layer of imitation, shrouding it in obscurity. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, this painting was lost in the hands of someone knowledgeable, mistaken for an ordinary artwork, and it was passed down through generations, until it finally reached Chu Jian, who discerned the disguise, allowing Wen Tong's true ink bamboo painting to once again see the light of day. Huang Lao marveled. How did you manage to uncover this Wen Tong ink bamboo painting? Had he not been initially biased, he might not have discovered its intricacies himself, but young Chu's discerning eye foretells a promising future. Chu Jian hamba zipli. It was merely a coincidence. I had recently watched a video discussing the concept of paintings within paintings, which left a lasting impression. Particularly, I noticed that this painting seemed somewhat thick, which sparked my association. I never expected it to be true. He chuckled. One cannot claim to possess the Midas touch, for such insights must remain unspoken. Otherwise, one risks becoming a subject for experimentation. He quickly shifted the topic. Huang Lao, the painting has been unveiled. I must trouble you again with the remounting process. Please let me know the material costs. I assure you I will not compromise my reputation. Besides, to behold Wen Tong's original work is a rare privilege. We could discuss the financial aspects once it is properly mounted. Huang Lao smiled. However, I do wish to consult you on one matter. Might I borrow this painting for a few days? Given that Wen Tong's works are inherently scarce and even rarer in circulation, there are likely only a few extant pieces worldwide. If not appreciated now, there will be even fewer opportunities to admire it once it goes to auction, as the buyer will likely either speculate or collect it. Upon hearing this, Chu Jian wondered what the matter entailed. Here was someone willing to safeguard his painting without charge. He graciously responded, "No problem. The ink bamboo painting can remain with you until the auction commences." Huang Lao replied, "I shall not be rude then." Pleased with the affirmative response, Huang Lao was about to issue a dismissal. "In that case, you may take your leave. The painting has been unveiled, yet it must be reframed anew. Otherwise, once this protective layer dries, the paper will inevitably suffer damage. There remain numerous procedures to complete, requiring at least a day or two before the framing is finalized, Mr. Huang remarked, gesturing dismissively. "Just leave your phone number, and I shall inform you once the framing is done." "Does this constitute burning bridges?" Chu Jian chuckled wryly and quietly departed from Mr. Huang's home. Upon returning to the auction house, the company is diligently preparing for the forthcoming auction. With the addition of the exquisite Qianlong period Dotsai Peach Blossom Three Brothers vase as the centerpiece, everyone's confidence is soaring. Chapter 37. The Offer at Hand. Today, General Lu donned a form-fitting short skirt paired with a crisp white shirt, her hair elegantly styled, exuding both sensuality and youthful vivacity. "I thought you would linger there a bit longer. I heard there were new acquisitions." Lu Ruoyan mused, relieved that she had secured Chu Jian's partnership. Otherwise, given his capabilities, even if he did not remain at the auction house, he would undoubtedly thrive elsewhere. "General Lu, you seem quite well informed." "Indeed, I managed to acquire a painting when Tong's ink bamboo, though it was not inexpensive, costing 200,000, Chu Jian replied. "Oh," Lu Ruoyan expressed mild surprise. The fact that Chu Jian willingly invested 200,000 indicates the painting's considerable value. Being a newcomer in the antique and auction sectors, she was not well versed in history and thus unfamiliar with the artist Wen Tong, even uncertain of his era. "What is its estimated value?" she inquired. Chu Jian shook his head slightly. "It's difficult to appraise, as Wen Tong's works are exceedingly rare. Only a handful exist, most residing in museums, thereby lacking comparable references. I have heard that Poly Auction holds a Wen Tong, Su Shi's ink bamboo scroll, estimated at around 100 million. I suspect they will auction it soon. However, that piece features Wen Tong's bamboo painting with Su Shi's inscription, merging the artistry of two ancient luminaries, which accounts for its elevated worth." Lu Ruoyan, being astute, quickly grasped the essence. The Wen Tong ink bamboo painting obtained by Chu Jian cannot be valued comparably, perhaps estimated at 50 million. After all, the renown of Wen Tong and Su Shi diverges significantly, resulting in a disparity in their artistic value. By her understanding, the high valuation of Poly Auction's piece substantially derives from Su Shi's inscription, does it not? Certainly. Even the most conservative estimate would place it at a minimum of 10 million, Chu Jian added. That is quite commendable. Positioning it as the opening item in this auction could very well lead to a promising start. Lu Ruoyan promptly made her decision. Thus, it appears that the Wen Tong ink bamboo painting that Chu Jian acquired is indeed the second most precious item in this auction. More importantly, it is anticipated that Poly Auction will vigorously promote the Wen painting with Su inscription, allowing our company to benefit from their publicity efforts. One cannot help but admire Lu Ruoyan's astute business acumen. With an opening bid exceeding 10 million, we shall strive to ensure the centerpiece surpasses 100 million. The auction was deemed a success. Following this event, it is believed that their company will firmly establish itself in the city of Yangcheng. Without indulging in the arrogance of claiming to become the foremost auction house in Yangcheng, it seems plausible to aspire to rank among the city's second-tier auction firms, and perhaps even the third-tier nationally. After all, this year has already witnessed 2 commendable auctions. However, the painting is still undergoing reframing and must be delivered before the auction commences. Chu Jian noticed that a considerable number of workers had arrived at the auction house. Upon inquiring, he learned that General Manager Lu intended to renovate the auction house, upgrading the bidding hall and introducing more advanced auction equipment. It was evident that General Manager Lu was genuinely determined to enhance the auction company, investing substantial resources into its improvement. He sat in his office for a moment. Indeed, Chu Jian now had his own separate office. At that moment, an employee knocked on the door, informing Chu Jian that General Manager Lu requested his presence, as someone had delivered an auction item, wishing to participate in the upcoming auction. Chu Jian quickly sipped his tea and followed. Has he arrived? This gentleman's collection is beyond Li Zhong's expertise. It must be you who steps in, Lu Ruoyan remarked to Chu Jian. Li Zhong was a newly appointed appraiser, hired by the company at an annual salary of 500,000, who would be stationed at the company to evaluate less significant auction items. Li Zhong was notably older than Chu Jian, being in his early 30s. Upon arriving at the Mafanhua auction company and learning of Chu Jian's compensation, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. "Let me take a look," he said. Before him stood a large bell, large enough for a person to hug, weighing at least 100 pounds. This type of bell, in ancient times, served as a musical instrument, known as a bianzhong. The bianzhong originated during the Zhou dynasty and flourished during the Spring and Autumn and Warring States periods, extending into the Qin and Han dynasties. Crafted from bronze, it consists of flat, round bells of varying sizes arranged in order of pitch, suspended from a grand bell frame, struck by T-shaped wooden mallets and long rods. These bells produce distinct musical tones. Each bell emits a unique pitch, and when struck in accordance with musical notation, can yield enchanting melodies. Due to variations in age, the shapes of bianzhong differ, yet all feature exquisite engravings upon their surfaces. The most renowned of these is undoubtedly the bianzhong of Zhang Hou, a national treasure from the early Warring States period. This magnificent instrument comprises 65 bronze bells, spanning an impressive 5.5 octaves, with all 12 semitones present. Its exceptional casting technique and musical qualities have redefined the history of world music, earning it the designation of a rare treasure by both domestic and international experts and scholars. Li Zhong, seemingly eager to assert his presence, interjected, "Sir, such bianzhong are generally valuable only when acquired as a complete set. Yours, judging by its style, appears to date back to the Qin and Han periods and is not worth 3 million. 3 million? Chu Jian guided Purpa. Lu Ruyin, standing nearby, explained. He wishes to sell it outright to our auction house, and we must not retain any of his information. Upon hearing this, it was clear to all that they were not naive. They speculated that the provenance of this item might be questionable, and the owner was reluctant to auction it openly. Such items are typically handled discreetly in the black market. However, obtaining a fair price in the black market proves to be quite challenging. Perhaps this individual is unwilling to accept the situation. In this scenario, the auction house indeed bears a substantial risk. Mr. Chun, our auction company operates legitimately, and Manager Hao, whose origins are questionable, wishes to clarify this to the esteemed owner. The man, visibly agitated, insisted there is nothing wrong with its provenance. It has been in my family for many years. However, recently, an expert visited my home and urged me to surrender it to the state, offering a mere 8,000 yuan as a reward. Is this truly the case? Yet, no one harbors doubts. It is entirely plausible that certain domestic experts could engage in such conduct. Those so-called experts, who possess a plethora of artifacts themselves, yet do not surrender them to the state, instead coaxing ordinary citizens to relinquish their treasures, evoke a sense of incredulity. It is no wonder that this man seeks to discreetly sell the chime bells. Under these circumstances, the issue appears manageable. Such experts would not extend their influence over our auction house and tend to prey on the weak. However, one cannot simply demand 3 million. A complete set of chime bells could comprise dozens of pieces. Calculating at 3 million each, that would exceed 100 million, Li Zhong remarked. Chu Jian activated his left eye's ability, swiftly discerning the situation surrounding the chime bells, and could not help but frown slightly as he cast a glance at Mr. Chun, who was still engaged in a heated debate with Li Zhong. This moment caught Lu Ruyin's attention. Chapter 38, A Display of Skills. Chu Jian, come out with me. Lu Ruyin suddenly interjected. Certain matters were inappropriate to discuss in front of the treasure owner. Thus she intentionally excused Chu Jian to converse privately, eager to ascertain if he had gleaned any insights that would facilitate their forthcoming strategy. Mr. Chun was still bargaining with Li Zhong, having reduced the asking price from 3 million to 2,600,000. Once outside, Lu Ruyin quietly inquired, "Is there an issue with that item?" Being in close proximity, Chu Jian could sense the fragrant exhalation of Lu Ruyin. He stood approximately 10 centimeters taller than her, thus he leaned slightly to catch a glimpse. Accidentally, he noticed a hint of scenery peeking from her white shirt collar. Is white with lace, he noted. Before he could finish, Lu Ruyin attempted to intervene and halt Li Zhong's negotiations to prevent any potential losses. She was taken aback, realizing the myriad of tricks within the auction industry, and that there were individuals intent on exploiting the auction company. Had it not been for someone as capable as Chu Jian overseeing the situation, they might have found themselves in dire straits. Chu Jian firmly grasped her arm, saying, "Do not interfere. Let Li Zhong negotiate. I have noticed he has a knack for this." Lu Ruyin urgently responded, "Did you not say that the bell is no more than 3 years old? What is there to negotiate? Even if we purchase it for 1,000 or a few hundred, we would only be left with a burden." Patins, Juzian Ziplit, While the chime bells may be counterfeit, the plate affixed within the bell holds value. The other party is certainly unaware of this. Otherwise, they would not be pursuing this course of action. In the current predicament, it appears that the individual seeks to deceive the auction company, while Chu Jian aims to counteract by acquiring that valuable plate. Is that iron piece truly a treasure? What could it possibly be worth? Lu Rian quickly grasped Chu Jian's intention. Since the other party wishes to swindle their auction company, they should not be surprised if they meet with resistance. That piece is a cloud plate, historically utilized by official offices to summon crowds or by affluent families to communicate with their inner households through striking. During the reign of Nurhasai in the Qing dynasty, the cloud board served as a type of alarm system, also utilized within military. When foreign enemies launched an attack, designated individuals were assigned to strike the iron plate, akin to the seldom used air raid sirens of today. If I'm not mistaken, the one inside is the military-grade version, crafted with exquisite skill. I just got a glimpse, and the inscription suggests that this cloud board was likely employed by the Qing army's plain yellow banner, holding significant value. Comparable to the previously discovered cloud board of Nurhasai, both potentially qualifying as national first-class cultural relics. Chu Jian explained, but did not provide a specific valuation. However, Lu Ruyan understood instantly. Recently, she had been brushing up on this area of study and comprehended the weight of a national first-class cultural relic. Let's proceed inside. Be discreet, and simply play along with the charade, Chu Jian added. Inside, the bargaining had ceased, perhaps due to the prolonged conversation between Chu Jian and General Lu. Manager Hao appeared somewhat concerned and discreetly signaled to Li Zhong to pause. Lu Ruyan took a deep breath, maintaining her composure as she entered alongside Chu Jian. As they walked, she initiated a conversation, stating, "Mr. He entrusted us with the sale of the Do Kai Tianqiu vase at our auction house, demonstrating his confidence in us." She intentionally sought a topic to mislead others into thinking their discussion was about something else. Chu Jian muset internally. Women are indeed natural actors. The shift in conversation was remarkably seamless. Mr. Chun, who had initially sensed something amiss, felt reassured upon hearing the dialogue between the man and woman entering. As long as the discussion did not revolve around his treasured artifact, he felt emboldened. He had learned that the appraisal team of this auction house was not particularly competent. The most skilled member had ended up in prison, which was why he had come to withdraw his item. 150,000 is the lowest I can go. If you are unwilling to auction, I shall seek another option, he declared. Li Zhong, Manager Hao, and the others turned their gaze toward General Lu, momentarily at a loss for words. 150,000 was still rather steep. Li Zhong, the appraiser, had previously stated that the set of bells needed to be complete to hold value. Lu Rian responded, 150,000 is still too high. Li Zhong, invigorated by General Lu's remarks, sensed the company's intent to purchase but recognized that the price needed to be lowered. He was quite adept at negotiation. To showcase his skills, he engaged in a spirited debate with Mr. Chun, his words flowing energetically. Ultimately, they settled on a transaction for 35,000. Li Zhong reassured Mr. Chun, "Your bell may indeed be worth a bit more than this price, but as an auction house, we must turn a profit. Consider this. If we allow experts to continue advising, the price could escalate to 80,000. With this perspective, the sting of the deal lessened. Mr. Chin smiled wryly, conceding, "Fine, 35,000 it is. It is certainly better than 8,000. Internally, however, he scoffed. It seemed the appraisal capabilities of this auction house were truly lacking. He had already resolved to view the Muxianhua Auction Company as a long-term source of income. After confirming the payment, he departed hastily. Chu Jian carefully removed the cloud board, scrutinizing it once more, while regarding the bell with little more than a cursory glance. Both Chu Jian and Lu Rian fixed their gaze upon the cloud-shaped iron plate, dismissing the chime as if it were mere refuse. Li Zhong and Manager Hao found themselves momentarily bewildered. What was the situation? Manager Hao could hardly refrain from inquiring about the chime. Chu Jian casually remarked, "Pay it no heed, let it be discarded as scrap. It is of no value, a poorly made imitation, and the inscriptions are all incorrect. Typically, such chimes bear inscriptions that meticulously document the name of the tone, the pitch, and the variations in sound. This particular chime, unmistakably styled in the manner of the Qin and Han dynasties, bore inscriptions from the Warring States period. What a puzzling oversight! Is there no diligence in their forgery?" The others exchanged glances, particularly Li Zhong, who naively asked, "What is wrong with the inscriptions? Isn't it evident? The style of the chime belongs to the Qin and Han era, yet the inscriptions are from the Warring States period. Is that not a major flaw?" Chu Jian retorted, somewhat exasperated by Li Zhong's apparent lack of discernment. Li Zhong's expression shifted, and he quickly re-examined the material, confirming that indeed the inscriptions were akin to those of the Zheng Ho Yi chime from the Warring States period. What is this? Manager Hao pointed at the iron piece. It was clear that what truly captivated Chu Jian and General Liu was this object. Li Zhong hastily explained, this should be a cloud plate. My attention was initially drawn to the chime, and I failed to pay adequate attention to this treasure. Having embarrassed himself in front of everyone shortly after arriving, he felt the pressing need to rectify his mistake. Liu Rian was aware of Li Zhong's limited expertise in appraisal, yet it mattered little. She had no expectations of him undertaking significant tasks, for the true technical expertise resided with Chu Jian. In Chapter 39, concerning the demolition of urban villages, Li Zhong recalled the cloud plate associated with Nurhasai. He informed the group that the Nurhasai cloud plate, classified as a national first-class cultural relic, was initially mistaken for a school bell, and it took experts 3 decades of diligent searching to fortuitously discover it within a school. In fact, iron plates had served as alarm devices since the era of Emperor Taizu Zhao Kuangyin, but by Nurhasai's time, they were crafted from pig iron, which produced a louder sound and carried further. However, due to its susceptibility to rust, few have survived throughout history. Now, it is imperative that we ascertain the provenance of this cloud plate and gather detailed information. Let us entrust this task to Li Zhong, Chu Jian declared. Given our limited appraisal capabilities, we must contribute in some manner, such as researching the data. Surely that poses no problem? Li Zhong nodded in agreement. Leave it to me. At that moment, he recognized the vast difference in expertise between himself and Chu Jian, and his previous discontent began to subside as he found his rightful place. Acquiring such a treasure for 350,000 was undeniably a remarkable bargain. Even if this cloud plate did not rival the value of the Nurhasai cloud plate, it was likely not far off. 350,000 was undoubtedly a profit. At an auction, it could easily fetch several times that amount. Had Mr. Chun from earlier learned of this, he would likely require medical assistance. Just as Chu Jian was about to indulge in some leisure time at work, he received a call from his superior, Yi Wenxuan. Third brother, are you free to step out? Chu Jian couldn't help but ask, is this yet another matchmaking endeavor? The phone fell into a 3-second silence before responding. What? Is that Lu not to your taste? I heard she is quite beautiful. Chu Jian promptly interrupted the rambling. Where? I'm on my way. After greeting Liu, Chu Jian boldly took a leave from work, hailing a cab and heading straight to the location indicated by Yi Wenxuan. Upon alighting, he noticed a young man beside Yi, not particularly tall but robust, exuding a sense of strength, clad in flip-flops, shorts, and a tank top. This was his childhood friend, Shun Shiji, who had recently taken an interest in antiques. Yi Wenxuan introduced them. Shiji, this is my brother Chu Jian, an appraiser in an auction house. He's quite remarkable. You should learn from him. Shun Shiji greeted. Chu Ge, I'm a newcomer in the field. I hope to rely on you. Chu Jian bumped fists with him. Let's exchange knowledge. The world of antiques is vast and profound. Even the seasoned veterans wouldn't dare claim superiority. A few simple words mark their acquaintance. Cool, let's venture inside, Shun Shiji suggested. This area of urban village belongs to the oldest of its kind, rich in history, and is finally on the verge of redevelopment. Now is the perfect time to explore. Perhaps we might uncover some treasures. Chu Jian couldn't help but feel intrigued by this notion. It was akin to rummaging through old houses. Especially with the impending demolition, citizens tend to overlook some antiquities, making it a splendid opportunity for them to find hidden gems. As they walked, Shun Shiji pulled out a folding fan from his bag. Chuge, look at this. I found it yesterday. No sooner had he spoken than Yi Wenxuan exposed the truth. Found? You spent 2,000 yuan on it. Whether it's an antique is still debatable. In my opinion, you're likely to pay for your education. His words cast a shadow over the excitement. You don't understand. Shun Shiji replied, somewhat disheartened. Chu Jian took the folding fan and examined it for a while. The folding fan, also known as a paper fan, is a type of fan made with bamboo or ivory ribs, with a surface of tough paper or silk that can be folded and, when unfurled, takes on a semicircular shape. Such fans emerged during the Jin dynasty and gained popularity in the Ming dynasty. The Yongle emperor of the Ming dynasty initiated the trend, commissioning the Ministry of Internal Affairs to produce them in large quantities, inscribing poems and verses on their surfaces to distribute among officials. The folding fan became highly esteemed, a fashionable item symbolizing friendship among scholars who exchanged them with poetry inscribed. During the Qing dynasty, folding fans became ubiquitous, reaching a point of almost excessive proliferation. The materials selected for folding fans became increasingly exquisite, showcasing intricate craftsmanship. Fan ribs were made from ivory, tortoiseshell, sandalwood, agarwood, bamboo, and various woods. The craftsmanship included inlaid mother-of-pearl, lacquer carving, gold dusting, and the intricate hollowed edges housing tiny playing cards, among others. The folding fan embodies both practicality and playfulness, making it a quintessential accessory for literati throughout the ages. The ribs are made of common palm bamboo. The materials are average. It appears somewhat worn, lacking patina, and there is no carving, Chu Jian deduced. Regardless of the material from which it is crafted, the ribs of a fan that have aged will develop a rich, lustrous patina over the years, shaped by the heat of summer and the touch of countless hands, thus reflecting the charm of antiquity. Upon examining the ribs, one's gaze shifts to the fan surface. The paper, a common rice paper, indicates that the materials used for the fan's face are equally unremarkable. Chu Jian informed Shen Shiji that many renowned artists favor the use of gold leaf paper in their fan paintings. This exquisite paper is adorned with genuine gold flakes, with fully covered sheets referred to as mud gold, while those with scattered dots are known as cold gold, among which mud gold paper is the most precious. As for the content on the fan's face, it bears the bold characters Imo, Sheng Qi on one side, while the other side features a portion of the text from Imo, Sheng Qi. This can only be classified as a calligraphic fan, rather than a painting fan, diminishing its value significantly. Goodness! This indeed seems to lessen the worth of the folding fan with each revelation. As the conversation continued, its worth might dwindle to negligible. Yi Wenxuan could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. I suggest you pay more attention next time, he remarked to Shen Shiji. Shen Shiji, taken aback, felt that the fan could not possibly be that bad. Why do you care? Chu Jian closed the fan, deeming further inspection unnecessary. Had been a painting fan, one could appreciate the artwork. Finally, he toyed with the fan tassel. The tassel, an ornamental accessory of the folding fan, is akin to the pendants of swords or vehicles. Some believe that the finest tassels are made from honey jade, followed by antique jade trinkets from the Song dynasty, and then tiger-striped shells, gold threads, and various colored jades are also considered commendable. In contrast, tassels made from amber or beeswax are deemed inferior. However, this is a matter of personal perspective. Beeswax can indeed be more precious than tiger-striped shells. Fortune favors you. This tassel is an ancient jade piece from the Ming dynasty, and its quality is exceptional. Just this tassel alone is worth at least 50,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, even Shen Shiji was astounded. He had never anticipated that the valuable item would be such an inconspicuous pendant, having previously overlooked its worth. Chapter 40. The Rosewood Wall Clock. Haha, I knew this would be a fine treasure. Shen Shiji laughed heartily, feeling quite pleased with himself. Yi Wenxuan, however, was not one to indulge his pride, scoffing. What do you know? It's merely a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Don't tell me you were eyeing that tassel from the start. Luck is also a part of skill. Are you not aware of that? He retorted. By the way, I heard that your milk tea shop is losing money. Nonsense. My milk tea shop is thriving. Yi Wenxuan exploded like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. This was his third shop since graduation, marking his third venture into entrepreneurship. Chu Jian observed, goodness. Are you two childhood friends or sworn enemies? It seems you're more inclined to sabotage each other. Mutual destruction is also a possibility among childhood friends, he mused. Well then, let us go. Chu Jian interjected quickly to prevent any potential conflict from escalating. Of all things to say, why must it be something to rub salt in Yi Wenxuan's wounds? Shen Shiji chuckled and promptly followed Chu Jian, saying, Brother Chu, I have some spoils at home. Could you take a look another day? Upon discovering that Chu Jian was indeed knowledgeable, he addressed him with a newfound familiarity. In truth, Chu Jian is merely 2 months older than him. It's worth taking a look when you have the time. Some residents are in the process of moving, with appliances and furniture being taken away. Both Yi Wenxuan and Shen Shiji have homes that have undergone demolition, making them accustomed to such circumstances. If you have a few buildings in the urban village waiting to be demolished, becoming wealthy overnight is entirely feasible. Alas, they arrived too late. Some places have already been emptied, lamented Shen Shiji. They attempted to enter a household where the occupants were busy packing, taking away valuables while discarding the less important items. After all, they were all residents facing demolition. Money would not be a concern for them in the future, allowing for new purchases. Who are you? The elderly woman inside looked at the 3 young men with a puzzled expression. Annie, we are here to collect some old artifacts, Shen Shiji replied candidly. Chu Jian remained silent, realizing that this brother of his was indeed a novice. Such directness would only heighten the woman's wariness. The term old artifacts might suggest antiques, and the idea of acquiring them at a low price was quite unlikely. In this world, few are fools. Once upon a time, one could buy exquisite Yuan Qinghua for mere coins, but such good fortune should not be expected again. The elderly woman's eyes brightened. With her guard up, she became somewhat more welcoming. Come in, feel free to look around. If you find something you like, just let Annie know, and I'll sell it to you at a good price. Thank you, Auntie. Chu Jian thought his sincerity had won her over. Inside, there was also an elderly grandmother, a middle-aged man, and a girl who appeared to be 3 to 5 years younger than Chu Jian and his friends. That girl frequently stole glances at Yi Wenxuan. It was inevitable. Among the three, Yi Wenxuan was the most handsome. Handsome lad, this wooden sofa in my house is quite old. Come take a look. The middle-aged man paused his packing to invite the trio. The old items were originally intended for disposal, but if someone were to buy them at a high price, that would be ideal. Although Chu Jian was a novice, he could see that the sofa was infested with woodworm and its condition was poor, rendering it worthless. Uncle, this sofa appears to be made of cedar, likely around 40 years old, and its craftsmanship is quite ordinary. The legs are somewhat rotten, and there are signs of insect damage, so there was no need to elaborate. The unspoken understanding was clear to all. Chu Jian's gaze then fixed on an old wall clock. Chugo, what do you think of this old wall clock? It was a wind-up clock. The elderly grandmother informed Chu Jian and the others, this clock might be older than I am. Chu Jian examined it thoughtfully for a moment before nodding. It's a pre-founding item, made of rosewood, with carvings both inside and out. Quite remarkable. May I take it down and inspect the interior? Of course, but be careful. Let me assist you. The middle-aged man quickly stepped forward, cautiously removing the old clock. Chu Jian unscrewed the outer casing to inspect the inner workings, and after a while, he nodded at Chu Jian. If you're interested, we can discuss a price. What price would be appropriate? Chu Jian inquired openly. Even the elderly woman and others could see that this person lacked guile. Ahem, we can negotiate within 30,000. Beyond that, I wouldn't recommend purchasing. Moreover, the collection of antique wall clocks does not enjoy immense popularity, which may render future transactions somewhat challenging. Chu Jian offered him some advice. The history of wall clock collecting is relatively brief, having only commenced abroad in the 1950s, while the appreciation for such clocks in China began in the late 1980s. The rosewood wall clock is regarded as one of the classic designs, characterized by exquisite craftsmanship and an antiquated charm that exudes an air of sophistication. Furthermore, these clocks embody a timeless elegance, refined through the passage of time. The prices of antique wall clocks vary based on their materials, and the quotations for different products are equally diverse. Generally, pre-liberation wall clocks range in market value from 1,000 to several tens of thousands of yuan. Naturally, some made from rare materials can command prices exceeding $1 million. Chu Jian turned to the family. Uncle, how about this? Could you let me have it for around 3 to 5,000? What do you say to 25,000? Observing the earnestness of the young man, the aunt and others found it difficult to refuse, and they readily agreed. It was clearly stated that the value did not exceed 30,000, and considering the difficulty of reselling, the request for 3 to 5,000 was indeed reasonable. Had someone come forth with an offer of over 100 yuan, they would have likely been shown the door. Suddenly, the elderly lady recalled some old items and suggested showing them to everyone, uncertain of their worth. Despite her fluctuating memory, she soon retrieved a drawer filled with decades-old ration tickets. Witnessing the elderly woman's actions, Chu Jian felt hesitant to take advantage of her. After examining the large bundle of ration tickets for a while, he remarked, "These tickets are products of a special era and indeed possess collectible value. However, as we all know, the circulation of ration tickets was extensive, diminishing their worth. This principle is understood by your uncle and aunt. Ration tickets share similarities with stamps. They are most valuable when complete sets are assembled. These tickets are scattered and incomplete, with most valued at merely 10 or several dozen yuan each." As he spoke, Chu Jian selected one ticket, continuing, "This one is a 1962 edition National One-Tail ration ticket, and there is another for 2 tails. If they were a complete set, the current market value would be around 150,000 yuan. Uncle, you could keep these for now and see if you can gather a complete set. It would fetch a higher price. Additionally, ration tickets are likely to appreciate in value over time. Their craftsmanship is quite intricate, with strong requirements regarding both historical context and regional significance. As the years pass, such artifacts become increasingly scarce, resulting in a natural rise in their value. For this reason, many individuals, both domestic and international, are attempting to acquire them. In recent years, The community of ration ticket enthusiasts has been steadily growing. As time progresses and interest in collecting these tickets intensifies, the market for such collectibles is destined to flourish. However, this time, Chu Jian did not recommend that Sun Shiji pursue this acquisition. Recognizing Chu Jian's sincerity, the uncle nodded. "All right, thank you for your reminder, young man." With the family bidding them farewell, Chu Jian and his companion stepped outside. Chu Jian candidly told Sun Shiji, "This isn't merely a bargain. It's akin to purchasing an antique." Chapter 41, The Lion's Demands. To put it plainly, the hearts of Chu Jian and his companions are neither sufficiently ruthless nor resolute. Sun Shiji chuckled awkwardly. "I'll be more cautious next time, I assure you. After all, I have Brother Chu to back me up." He glanced at the wall clock. "This piece must be worth more than 30,000. Wouldn't you agree? Do you truly believe you surpass Chu Jian in worth?" Yi Wenshuan shot him a disapproving glare. However, the subsequent nod from Chu Jian left him somewhat perplexed. Is it the case that those who dabble in antiques possess such a mindset? "Had I not deliberately understated the price, you would likely have had to contribute additional funds," Chu Jian remarked. "This clock, taking into account its intricate craftsmanship, is valued at no less than 50,000. The internal components appear to be assembled from German parts. Among antique clocks, German-made ones are the most sought after." Upon hearing this, Sun Shiji began to feel inflated with pride. "See, I told you it wouldn't be a loss." Yi Wenshuan rolled his eyes, pondering if he was indeed the most innocent among them. Continuing onward, they stumbled upon a household surrounded by a considerable crowd, likely developers and government officials negotiating with the homeowner. It seemed they were dealing with a stubborn resident demanding exorbitant compensation. Sun Shiji observed, "Indeed, it appears to be yet another difficult case. The homeowner insists on a replacement residence and 50 million in cash. Otherwise, there will be no negotiations. And no one can change that." Chu Jian peered inside to see a well-dressed man speaking, seemingly educated, yet exhibiting such unreasonable behavior. To be frank, the house is merely 3 stories tall, occupying less than 80 square meters. To demand a replacement residence along with 50 million in cash is utterly outrageous. Liungria, let us reason this out. The neighboring buildings, which are taller and occupy larger plots, do not receive such compensation. What gives you the right to special treatment? This is hindering the modernization of the urban area. Just because you've emigrated to Australia doesn't mean we owe you any special consideration," remarked a man who appeared to be a village official. Chu Jian and his companions were immediately at a loss for words. So, he has emigrated overseas and now feels entitled to act without restraint. It seems he is considering extorting the state, hence his blatant disregard for negotiation. The entire urban village renovation project cannot be held hostage by one individual, especially since other homeowners have already reached agreements. Li Hu believes that even if his demands are excessive, the developers will eventually acquiesce. Furthermore, if he has moved to Australia, what need does he have for a replacement residence? Nonsense. Li Hu is wholly unconcerned about developers resorting to underhanded tactics or the government cutting off utilities. After all, he no longer resides there. I simply 1T sign, and you cannot demolish my house. It serves you right to be inconvenienced. His obstinate demeanor was infuriating. 50 million plus a house. He truly dares to ask for such a sum. For someone so unreasonable, it would be better to seize the opportunity for a forceful demolition while he is distracted. Once the house is torn down, they can leisurely engage in legal battles for compensation. In the past 2 decades, the government has increasingly prioritized public opinion and adopted a more conciliatory approach. In Yi Wenshuan's view, why bother being polite to those who are no longer Chinese? It is evident that this individual is merely seeking trouble. Liungria, witnessing the waste collector remove the cardboard from his home, could not help but exclaim, "Hey, old man, you take the valuable cardboard but leave the rest untouched. Is this how one should conduct themselves? Such poor quality. If you're not going to take these bottles and cans, then at least return the cardboard. What sort of person is this? I assure you, such individuals, when abroad, would not dare to act so brazenly. They only dare to bully others domestically." Sun Shiji holds a particular disdain for such characters. A worthless soul who goes abroad to become a 2nd or 3rd-class citizen, yet wears a proud demeanor. If their ancestors were aware of this, would they not rise from their graves in anger? Of course, one cannot doubt that this behavior is inherited, as their forebears likely possessed the same disposition. As an elderly man pushing a tricycle passed by Chu Jian, he called out, "Old man, for these bottles and cans, let us settle on 20 yuan. The old man was taken aback, finding the proposition quite favorable. He wouldn't have to discard them himself and would gain 20 yuan. He quickly and carefully removed the 7 or 8 bottles and cans he had just loaded onto his cart. "Brother Chu, this." He was interrupted by a sharp glance from Shan Shiji, prompting him to swiftly fall silent. Chu Jian counted and decided to generously offer the old man 200 yuan, saying, "No need for change." The old man was astonished. He initially thought it was a total of 20 yuan, not realizing it was 20 yuan per item. Thank you, he exclaimed, and fearing that Chu Jian might change his mind, he hurriedly pushed his tricycle away. Shan Shiji picked up a bottle and could not resist commenting, "This must be enameled porcelain, right? Surely you can ascertain this?" Identifying the era of porcelain can be somewhat challenging, but distinguishing the types should not be too difficult. Chu Jian Vito. Ahem. I have only been in this field for less than 2 months. If I am not mistaken, this is indeed enameled porcelain. Indeed. Furthermore, it is enameled porcelain produced in Yangqing. We produce porcelain in Yangqing? No way. Yi Wenxuan was astonished. To him, it seemed that Yangqing had little to offer in terms of ancient traditional art. When porcelain is mentioned, the first place that comes to mind is undoubtedly Jingdezhen in Jiangxi. Are you confused? Enameled porcelain itself was introduced from the West. At that time, our Yangqing was the only trading port, and many foreign imports first arrived there. Shan Shiji proclaimed, exhibiting expertise before Yi Wenxuan. Yet, Yi Wenxuan remained perplexed. I have never heard of porcelain production in Yangqing. Since you are so knowledgeable, enlighten me. Chu Jian elaborated. The colored porcelain produced in Yangqing is also known as guangcai, renowned for its vivid and brilliant colors. As one of the unique varieties of our overglazed porcelain, the early guangcai enamel porcelain was highly favored by both domestic and foreign individuals. It was designated as a tribute to the Qing court, and officials from foreign royal families would specifically come to Guangzhou to procure it. Subsequently, European merchants brought designs for colored porcelain, which Chinese merchants would then manufacture according to their specifications for export. At that time, Guangdong merchants transported porcelain blanks from Jingdezhen, employing Jiangxi's powder color techniques to imitate Western painted designs, which were then fired to perfection. Guangcai artists inherit the artistic characteristics of Ming Dynasty colored porcelain, integrating Western painting techniques while adorning their creations with patterns emblematic of the Lingnan region. This gradual fusion has given rise to a distinctive Lingnan artistic style, solidifying numerous motifs into traditional floral designs of Guangcai. The inception of Guangcai porcelain evolved from export ceramics, crafted for international trade, progressively adapting to the demands of foreign markets. Its development is intricately linked to foreign sales, as it arose to cater to the tastes and preferences of overseas merchants, thus forming a unique genre of artistic painted porcelain. Guangcai porcelain is quite renowned, though perhaps overlooked. The styles of several pieces are evidently foreign, indicating their original purpose for export, crafted with exquisite detail. This particular vase, for instance, must be worth 4 to 500,000. Yi Wenxuan's eyes widened, for the vase in Chu Jian's possession was merely the size of 2 fists. Therefore, the 7 or 8 pieces before him must be valued at no less than 2 to 3 million. Although his family is not impoverished, earning such an amount in less than half a day was indeed astonishing. Chapter 42. It seems my family has some as well. Yi Wenxuan now comprehends the allure of the antique trade. Having spent merely 200 yuan, one could resell for 2 to 3 million, a profit exceeding 10,000 times. He finally understands why an increasing number of individuals are drawn to this field. Shan Shiji, on the other hand, has recognized Chu Jian's prowess, realizing his own lack of attentiveness and the long journey ahead. From now on, he must learn diligently from Chu Jian. Fortunately, his childhood friend shares a close bond with Chu Jian, making future learning endeavors more accessible. Such opportunities are rare, especially since each demolition of urban villages diminishes their number. Given that urban villages tend to exist for considerable durations, they may harbor many hidden treasures. After loading several enamel-colored porcelain pieces onto the vehicle, the trio resumed their leisurely exploration of the urban village. Shan Shiji suggested, "Why don't we split up and see if we can uncover any hidden gems?" However, the likelihood seemed slim. To put it bluntly, even mice might not bother visiting, as there was truly little left. Upon hearing this, both Chu Jian and Yi Wenxuan agreed without hesitation. They then separated to search for treasures within the houses. The structures were relatively spacious, each encompassing at least a couple of 100 square feet, perhaps due to their long history. Even the walls were made of blue bricks rather than the more commonly seen red bricks of today. Upon entering one room, Chu Jian found nothing but some decayed wood shavings and shards of glass scattered across the floor. He quickly proceeded to another room. which was similar, yet appeared even more dilapidated. As he stepped inside, he suddenly felt as though his foot had landed on something hard. Considering his weight of over 100 pounds, it was surprising that he felt no discomfort. Lifting his foot, he discovered an iron box, explaining the rigidity beneath him. This box, rusted and marked by time, bore the unmistakable signs of age. They picked it up and then proceeded to explore other rooms. After approximately 10 minutes, the three had thoroughly inspected the entire house. Chu Jian exclaimed, "The owner of this house is incredibly stingy. There's not a single item left behind. It's as if they were about to move the house itself. It's truly beyond comprehension." Yi Wenxuan added, "I haven't found anything either. Aside from shattered glass and a floor strewn with wood shavings, there is nothing here." Soon, both of them noticed the iron box in Chu Jian's hands, which, at first glance, did not seem like anything of value. Chu Jian inquired, "Brother Chu, is this iron box another antique?" Upon opening the box, they discovered it was filled with stamps, roughly estimating around 180 in total, though they were uncertain of their worth, as not all stamps hold significant value. Yi Wenxuan and Chu Jian observed that indeed, there was nothing of real worth, otherwise given the owner's miserly nature. It would be surprising if something valuable were to slip through the cracks. The stamps were from the China Post, issued in the year of the monkey. Valued at 8 fun. Chu Jian was taken aback to find a set of 1,980 monkey stamps in such circumstances. He remarked, "I never expected the owner to leave behind something so precious." Yi Wenxuan, curious, asked, "Third brother, are these stamps truly valuable?" Although he was not an antique collector or a philatelist, he had heard that some stamps could be quite valuable. Chu Jian explained, "The 1980 year of the monkey stamp is the first in our Zodiac series and serves as a hallmark of our Zodiac stamps, possessing considerable commemorative value. The 1980 monkey stamp features a red background, exuding a festive and auspicious atmosphere, with a golden monkey vividly depicted, showcasing a high level of traditional Chinese artistic style. Released during the Spring Festival Gala in the year of the monkey in 1980, it already possessed significant social value at that time. Furthermore, this golden monkey was illustrated by the renowned artist Huang Yongyu, whose playful and lifelike depiction adds to its charm. As a masterpiece of a distinguished Chinese artist, Huang Yongyu's works are highly collectible. His painting Tinjiao may fetched over 60 million at an auction in Beijing, reflecting his artistic prowess and the high prices of his works. The artistic merit embodied in this 1980 monkey stamp undoubtedly enhances its appreciation potential. Moreover, it is crucial to note that the 1980 year of the monkey stamp had a limited issuance, making its surviving quantity exceedingly rare. According to relevant information, the initial plan was to release 8 million stamps, but only around 5 million were actually issued, during an era when stamp collecting was not yet popular. Many of the 1980 year of the monkey stamps were lost through practical postal use. After decades of attrition and the maturation of the stamp collecting market, the existing quantity is even scarcer, particularly for those in circulation. Upon hearing this, Yi Wenxuan and Chu Jian were astonished by the remarkable history of the stamp and asked, "So, how much is this stamp worth?" Chu Jian and Yi Wenxuan were taken aback by the astonishing price. They never anticipated that 6 modest stamps could hold such immense value, leaving them somewhat incredulous. However, Yi Wenxuan felt a peculiar familiarity with these stamps, as if he had seen them before, yet he could not quite recall where. Chu Jian continued to search, hoping to determine whether the iron box contained the 1980 monkey stamps, though the remaining stamps seemed rather worthless, perhaps collectively amounting to less than 100 yuan. Nevertheless, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction, as if he had stumbled upon over 1 million yuan. What more could one desire? Sudendi, ye Vainwan Eklaimet. It seems I also have similar stamps at home. No wonder they seem so familiar. Yet, I cannot ascertain their authenticity. He then urged old 3, "You must come to my home and help me verify whether those stamps are genuine." After all, a complete set is worth over 1 million yuan. Even if one is financially secure, who would ever turn down more money? This is merely a small favor, and given how well my elder brother treats me, there is no reason for him to refuse such a trivial request. The 3 of them wandered through the urban village for over an hour without uncovering anything of value, likely having exhausted their fortune. With thoughts of the authenticity of the stamps at home occupying his mind, Yi Wenxuan felt little inclination to continue browsing and suggested, "It's getting late. Shall we head to my house?" Chu Jian and Chu Jian had no objections, for it was already around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Although there were still many places left to explore in the urban village, they felt satisfied with the day's bountiful harvest. This exemplified the allure of transportation in Yangcheng, which could leave its drivers utterly exasperated, especially with the soaring fuel prices exacerbating the situation. Afterward, they led Fong Ting and the two others into the storage room to commence their stamp hunting journey. Although Chu Jian and Shun Shiji initially intended to assist, they were politely declined and instead engaged in idle chatter in the living room. Seizing the opportunity, Shun Shiji eagerly sought knowledge about antiques, recognizing the rarity of having such a knowledgeable mentor. Approximately half an hour later, the two emerged from the storage room, appearing quite disheveled and covered in dust, prompting Chu Jian and Shun Shiji to chuckle ungraciously. Shun Shiji jested, "I must capture this moment and post it on social media." Yi Wenxuan, however, remained unfazed, for the priority was to have Chu Jian assess the authenticity of the stamps. He remarked, "Old 3, I shall trouble you with this." He then handed over a box, which was not as rusted and stained as the previous iron box. Upon receiving it, Chu Jian opened it to find an even greater quantity of stamps than before. He began to scrutinize them closely, discovering indeed the presence of the 1980 monkey stamps. With so many stamps at hand, he was determined not to overlook any detail and continued his examination. After observing the collection, he placed down one stamp and picked up the next, only to find yet another set of monkey stamps. Subsequently, he perused the entire assortment, discovering that many were from the year 1980. Both Yi Wenxuan and Fong Ting felt an acute sense of anxiety, as they were unfamiliar with the situation and hesitant to intrude, leaving them to wait in suspense. The waiting period was torturous. On one hand, they hoped the findings were genuine, yet on the other, they feared that greater expectations would lead to greater disappointment. The entire living room fell into a profound silence, where even the slightest breath seemed to resonate with clarity. In this tranquil atmosphere, time slowly slipped away. Chu Jian counted and found there were 10 complete sets of the 1980 monkey stamps, which could be deemed priceless. He had not anticipated such treasures residing in his superior's home, nor that he would stumble upon a set while others possessed 10. After his examination, Chu Jian inquired, "May I ask where such a vast collection of stamps originated?" Having encountered so many sets of monkey stamps at once, he began to question their authenticity, thus employing his left eye's ability. To his astonishment, he discovered that all 10 sets were indeed authentic. "Ye venwan elaborated." My grandfather was once an employee at the post office. Due to an inability to meet sales targets, he was compelled to purchase 15 sets of the 1980 monkey stamps out of his own pocket for 96 yuan. At that time, the 1980 monkey stamps were merely ordinary, one among the many stamps sold by the post office for mailing purposes. However, due to their exquisite design and the popularity of philately, many feared that the beauty of the stamps would draw the attention of collectors, causing delays in mail delivery. Thus, they often hesitated to choose the 1980 monkey stamps for sending letters. Consequently, these beautiful stamps eventually became unsold stock in certain areas, and my grandfather failed to fulfill the sales quota, leading him to buy them himself. Back then, each monkey stamp was issued at a mere 0.08 yuan, with a complete set of 80 costing 64 yuan in total, and he purchased 15 sets for 96 yuan. Upon hearing this, Chu Jian was taken aback, never expecting the situation to unfold in such a manner. It seemed utterly absurd. Why had such an occurrence not transpired in his own home? Indeed, there are disparities among individuals. "So, your family is quite fortunate," Chu Jian remarked. "I just examined them closely, and all 10 sets are authentic. Based on current market prices, each set is valued at approximately 1 million yuan. Collectively, that's around 10 million yuan. To think that merely selling some stamps could yield such a substantial sum." After hearing this, Shun Shiji expressed joy for his childhood friend, as this could be viewed as an unexpected windfall of 10 million yuan. Even though property prices in Yangsheng are quite high, one could still purchase 2 or 3 apartments in slightly less desirable locations. He exclaimed, "You must treat us to a meal. I must indulge thoroughly to honor this fragile heart of mine." Yi Wenxuan replied confidently, "Rest assured, this meal is on me." After all, earning such a fortune undoubtedly calls for a celebration. After all, without the assistance of the third brother, he had no inkling that the stamps in his possession could be so valuable. The adage, "Those who plant trees benefit future generations," holds a profound truth. Suddenly, Chu Jian recalled that the auction house was soon to hold sale. If these stamps were to be auctioned, they would undoubtedly fetch a handsome price. He inquired, "Elder brother, do you intend to sell these stamps or keep them for your collection?" Upon hearing this, Yi Wenxuan's immediate inclination was to sell. Yet he realized that such a decision could not be made unilaterally. He ought to consult his parents first. He replied, "Third brother, what do you think? Is it better to sell or to keep them?" Chu Jian analyzed, the 1980 monkey stamp still has room for appreciation, though it may take quite some time. Chapter 44. Sell half, keep half. After listening to the analysis, Yi Wenxuan found it quite reasonable. His ignorance of antiques was evident. Otherwise, he would not have been oblivious to the value of such precious items. Third brother, please wait a moment while I discuss this with my parents, Yi Wenxuan said. After conferring with his parents, he returned to the living room and directly asked, Third brother, I wish to sell. Do you know of any channels through which I could do so? His parents shared the same sentiment, as the older generation believed that money in hand was the most secure form of wealth, whether through direct sale or auction. The value of such a rare monkey stamp was unquestionable. Yi Wenxuan felt a bit perplexed, as he did not fully comprehend which method would be more advantageous. Thus, he asked, I am unsure, perhaps you could help me decide. He trusted that the third brother would not lead him astray, for he would not have disclosed the stamp's worth otherwise. Chu Jian assessed, if you're not in urgent need of money, I believe there is no necessity to sell everything at once. The 1980 monkey stamp is still appreciating in value, although the increase may not be substantial. It is certainly better than leaving money in a bank. What value did a monkey stamp hold over 30 years ago? It could only send a single letter and lost its postage value once canceled. At that time, its market worth was merely a few dimes, peaking at a few yuan. Who could have foreseen that, over 3 decades later, it could command a price in the millions? Considering the latest valuation of the 1980 monkey stamp, it has appreciated by nearly 80 to 90,000 times. What a staggering concept! Such an extraordinary price is hard for many to fathom. Perhaps, apart from the once thriving Bitcoin, no other industry has seen such remarkable profits. After hearing Chu Jian's analysis, Yi Wenxuan found merit in his reasoning and began to ponder. His family was not in financial distress. He was merely apprehensive that the value of the monkey stamp might decline in the future and that selling it could prove challenging. Chu Jian's perspective suggested that there was no immediate need to liquidate everything. It might be wiser to retain a few sets for posterity. The primary concern expressed was that selling everything at once may not be the most prudent decision, as it could lead to future appreciation in value. However, the allure of obtaining a substantial sum of cash immediately was enticing. A few individuals engaged in hushed discussions, and after a few minutes, Yi Wenxuan proposed, let's sell 5 sets and retain 5. At a price of 1 million each, we would secure 5 million in cash. With 5 million, we could embark on 1 or 2 more entrepreneurial ventures. He added, since you have made your decision, I will arrange for someone to come by shortly to coordinate with you. By the way, what mode do you prefer? The first option is a direct buyout. Our auction house can offer approximately 1 million per set. If we opt for auction, the price may be slightly higher, but we would incur a commission. The final amount would likely be similar, thus avoiding unnecessary complications. Chu Jian now held significant authority within the auction house, second only to General Liu. Furthermore, Liu Ruoyan had complete trust in him. Before long, Chu Jian informed Liu Ruoyan, General Liu, we have 5 sets of the 1980 monkey stamps, and I have negotiated a buyout at 1 million per set. Liu Ruoyan was taken aback by the swiftness of this good news, feeling justified in her decision to retain him under such favorable conditions. Although she had little knowledge of antiques, she had certainly heard of the 1980 monkey stamps. Should Chu Jian continue to possess such fortuitous luck, it was not inconceivable that their auction house could ascend to a leading status nationally. Liu Ruoyan replied, very well. Please send me the address, and I will arrange for someone to go over immediately. Shen Shiji remarked softly, Brother Chu, it seems that philately holds great promise. To which Chu Jian responded, the number of stamp collectors is increasing, and the 1980 monkey stamp is a cornerstone in the philatelic community, hence the price is quite reasonable. After all, in this world, rarity begets value. The scarcer the item, the higher its price. Shen Shiji found this reasoning compelling, regretting that he did not possess such stamps to showcase and boast about. Soon, Li Zhong and several others arrived, although Li Zhong typically would not attend such matters. His own interest prompted him to join, for it was a rare opportunity to see multiple sets of the 1980 monkey stamps together. Consequently, he mustered the courage to come along. Chu Jian directly handed a check to Yi Wenxuan, who envied him for having unearthed such treasures in just one day, pondering why fortune had not favored him similarly. Despite their comparable abilities, fate had clearly dealt them differently. Yi Wenxuan declared, tonight, we shall indulge until we are inebriated. He had already made reservations at a renowned restaurant, eager to celebrate this joyous occasion, though his parents could not join due to prior commitments. They soon arrived at the prestigious Huaqing Hotel in Yangcheng, where the average expenditure per person was no less than 10,000 yuan. Shun Shiji exclaimed, "Old Yi, how generous of you. Without the drinks, the cost per person is likely around 10,000. With drinks, this meal would certainly not fall below 60 to 70,000. However, considering that Old Yi has earned so much today, this expense is but a trifle. Under normal circumstances, Fong Ting would surely object. Dining in such an extravagant place, despite having some wealth at home, is not the way to spend it, perhaps because she experienced poverty in her youth. Fong Ting understands the value of money and believes in avoiding unnecessary expenditures. She also heard from her husband that Chu Jian made a fortune today, earning 2 to 3 million. This revelation left her astounded, prompting her to subtly share the news in her work group, showcasing her lavish dining experience in celebration. Chen Bing was the first to be introduced to Chu Jian by Fong Ting. Back then, Chu Jian was quite down on his luck, and she genuinely looked down upon him. However, recent news has left her regretting her past judgments in her dreams. Su Xin An So Fauzet, but is even more frustrated with Chen Bing for her indiscretion. Tian Rong's secretary, Ning Yutong, messaged Fong Ting, asking when they could dine together. In the following 2 or 3 days, Chu Jian and Shun Shiji explored the urban village slated for demolition, returning each time covered in dust, yet thoroughly enjoying themselves. Yi Xuan did not partake, as he was busy planning his next entrepreneurial venture. The milk tea shop is unlikely to last long. This city is saturated with such establishments, leading to fierce competition. During these days, Shun Shiji became utterly captivated by Chu Jian's capabilities, transforming into a devoted follower. "Brother Chu, we've nearly scoured the urban village. Where to next?" Shun Shiji asked, playfully fiddling with a lock in his hand. His tone reflected a hint of regret at having traversed the site so swiftly. Over the past few days, he had made consistent discoveries. Although not monumental finds, they were certainly more fruitful than his previous blind ventures. For instance, today he uncovered an ancient lock from a temple preparing to relocate, made of copper and resembling a crab. It was an evident treasure, which he acquired for 500 yuan from the temple's custodian. China boasts a rich history of locks, with wooden locks discovered at Neolithic Yangshao culture sites. Bronze locks emerged during the Western Zhou, and it wasn't until the Eastern Han that metal locks were invented, adorned with intricate patterns of dragons, leopards, cheilants, turtles, butterflies, and other animals and insects. The Tang dynasty saw the widespread use of locks crafted from gold, silver, copper, and iron. The Ming and Qing dynasties marked the zenith of ancient locks, with various materials developing concurrently. Copper and iron locks became prevalent, and craftsmanship reached new heights with significant innovations in locking mechanisms and aesthetics. Notable examples include the 3-colored copper locks of the Ming era and the white crane locks, combination locks, hidden door locks, 4-opening locks, and pullback locks of the Qing dynasty, showcasing an array of exquisite designs featuring figures, animals, and characters. "Let's take a break. These past few days have been exhausting," Chu Jian casually remarked. No sooner had he spoken than Shun Shiji handed him the copper lock, saying, "Brother Chu, could you tell me what era this is from?" "No need to examine it further. I noticed it earlier. It's from the Qing dynasty and holds some value," Chu Jian replied. Generally speaking, the older the collectible, the more valuable it is. However, in the case of ancient locks, due to various reasons, the iron locks from the Song dynasty and the copper locks from the Ming and Qing dynasties are considered to hold greater value. In particular, the copper locks from the late Ming to early Qing period exhibit significant advancements in both practical utility and artistic merit, resulting in numerous exquisite pieces. Furthermore, this particular lock employs the intricate technique of gold-inlaid craftsmanship, marking it as a fine antique lock. "Your discerning eye is commendable," praised Chu Jian. "It is essential to understand that traditional Chinese locks are handcrafted, and the more exquisite and complex the craftsmanship, the higher the lock's value. Gold inlay refers to a technique wherein strands of metal are embedded on the surface of objects to create patterns or inscriptions. This artistry can be traced back to the bronzeware of the Shang and Zhou dynasties, primarily adorning various practical vessels, chariots, and weapons. During the Warring States and Han periods, gold and silver inlaid bronze artifacts became prevalent, widely circulating in various aspects of daily life, with archaeological discoveries numbering in the thousands. "Ah, so this is the gold inlay technique. I had heard of it from an elder, but was unaware of its specifics," Shun Shiji remarked, growing increasingly fond of the lock. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he inquired about its market price. "Regarding the price, I might have to temper your enthusiasm," Chu Jian replied. "Currently, ancient locks fall into the lower-end collectible category, and their prices are generally modest, often in the hundreds. A slightly better lot could reach a few thousand yuan, and yours is likely valued around 10 to several thousand yuan. Upon hearing this, Shun Shiji was unfazed and responded with a smile. No worries. I shall collect it myself. It is bound to appreciate in value over time. All lower-end collectibles possess substantial potential for appreciation. Chu Jian, noticing Shun Shiji's mindset towards antiquities, could not help but commend him. Your perspective is admirable. Those who constantly seek to strike it rich overnight often find themselves ensnared. Collecting is inherently a long-term endeavor. A fleeting passion of mere moments will not suffice. Some collectors dedicate their entire lives to amass their treasures. Shun Shiji then turned his gaze toward the object in Chu Jian's hands. Brother Chu, is that a smoking pipe you have? Indeed, this is a sea willow smoking pipe. Notable for its material and craftsmanship, he replied. The sea willow smoking pipe in Chu Jian's possession boasted a rare and precious natural material, with a stunningly beautiful shape and first-rate quality, exhibiting a splendid blend of dark brown and golden hues. Many might assume from its name that sea willow is a marine plant. However, it is in fact a true marine animal, a type of coral. Sea willow is treasure-laden and versatile in its applications. Utilizing its unique form, exquisite coloration, and fine texture, artisans sculpt a variety of exquisite smoking pipes, bonsai, bracelets, teacups, rings, and prayer beads through processes such as cutting, planing, polishing, and drilling. In ancient times, it was a prized possession among emperors and nobility. Is it made from sea willow? It looks quite different from the sea willow bonsai my father has. Shun Shiji observed thoughtfully. As he knew, sea willow grows at an exceedingly slow rate, akin to a treasure that cannot be easily cultivated. Scientific studies have confirmed it grows merely 5 millimeters in height each year. Thus, crafting such a fine smoking pipe requires hundreds of years of sea willow, the ancient sea jade bonsai belonging to his elder, rumored to be over 1,000 years old and still thriving, left Shun Shiji astounded. This particular variety, known as golden silk sea jade, is rare and precious. Much like the blood jade, as explained by Chu Jian, there are 3 varieties of sea jade: red jade, stone jade, and golden silk sea jade. Blood jade and red jade are exceptionally rare. Black jade is more common than yellow, and the exquisite patterns of blood jade, with its delicate and plump yellow flesh, contribute to its scarcity and value. As for golden silk sea jade, it is even more elusive and command a high price. The sea jade pipe currently in Chu Jian's possession is valued at no less than 200,000. Just moments ago, he had managed to procure it for a mere 800 from a tobacco enthusiast. After a brief conversation, they parted ways, with Shun Shiji scheduling another treasure hunt in a few days. Subsequently, Chu Jian received a call from Elder Kong, prompting a visit to Zhao Hongda's antique shop. You've had quite a bounty lately. It's remarkable how many treasures you've stumbled upon at those small stalls on Antique Street. How come I've never encountered such finds? Zhao Hongda remarked. Brother Zhao, you found more treasures than I've consumed salt. For the past few days, I've been delving into the dusty ruins of a village facing demolition. And this is the extent of my findings, so please refrain from teasing me. Found them at a demolition site? Zhao Hongda and Elder Kong were taken aback, silently acknowledging their oversight. They were well aware of the ongoing demolitions in the area. Elder Kong, what prompted your call? Without beating around the bush, Elder Kong stated, in a couple of days, there will be an antique appraisal conference organized by the Antique Association. You might consider attending. It could be beneficial. Chu Jian, surprised yet appreciative, nodded, recognizing Elder Kang's good intentions. Chapter 46. In a vast forest, all sorts of birds can be found. Tomorrow marks the Antique Appraisal Conference, and since yesterday, individuals from nearby cities have flocked to participate in this competition. This grand event organized by the Antique Association is merely an appetizer, with the true main course being the Guangdong Province International Exchange Conference. At this exchange, attendees would have the opportunity to view antiques not publicly disclosed by officials, admire rare foreign antiques, and engage directly with international appraisal experts. This is indeed an honor. Initially reluctant to participate, Chu Jian ultimately accepted Elder Kang's recommendation, realizing that in the world of antiques, cultivating connections is essential. As the event is held in Yang City, he need not travel to other cities for the competition. With a considerable number of participants, the evenings in Yang City have become livelier than usual. Suddenly, Chu Jian noticed a crowd gathering, piquing his curiosity, and he approached to investigate. Amidst the throng, he heard a startled cry. Peering through the crowd, he discovered 2 middle-aged men, clad in suits and swaying slightly, evidently under the influence of alcohol. One was gripping a woman's hand, while she anxiously shook her head, unable to free herself from his grasp. I'm merely here to accompany my friend. I'm not the type of woman you imply. Zhao Daji listened as a resounding slap echoed against the woman's face. Am I giving you face while you disregard it? Speak another word, and you shall regret it. The woman felt an increasing sense of dread. Her eyes darted around in vain, only to find the onlookers keeping their distance, their indifference deepening her despair. She spotted a close friend among the bystanders. Yet like the rest, she made no effort to intervene. This was indeed her friend. It was a bitter lesson in misjudging one's acquaintances. The woman, named Yang Ying, had planned a night out with friends, arriving a bit early, never anticipating such an ordeal. Chu Jian stepped forward. My friend, this behavior is rather unbecoming. Upon hearing his voice, Yang Ying, amidst her boundless hopelessness, glimpsed a sliver of hope. Who are you to speak here? Zhao Deji replied, his intoxicated gaze assessing Chu Jian with a hint of arrogance. In a bustling market, such matters are typically resolved without intervention. Why does it differ now? Are you hard of hearing? Did you not catch her words? Should you persist in this manner, I shall have no choice but to contact the authorities, Chu Jian retorted. Though he had initially wished to remain uninvolved, the weight of his conscience compelled him to take a stand, fearing that his inaction might lead to dire consequences for the woman. Do you know who I am? Let me warn you, being a hero comes with its costs. Zhao Hitaji threatened. Chu Jian stood resolute. I care not for your identity. Do you believe you wield more power than the law of the land? Another middle-aged man interjected. Young man, perhaps it would be wise to simply look the other way. There is no need to jeopardize your future for strangers. I recognize you from the registration form. You are here for the appraisal competition, are you not? He had seen Chu Jian's photograph on the entry list. Thus he was aware of his participation. I am a member of the Antique Association. So, you two are here for the competition? To offend me would mean you may not even participate. Zhao Deji threatened, feeling a semblance of authority as a judge in the upcoming event. He had not anticipated such disgraceful behavior from a member of the Antique Association. It was indeed a reflection of the diverse characters one encounters. As Zhao Daji sobered slightly, his expression darkened. You shall regret crossing me. He seethed. Then enlighten me on how you intend to make me regret it, Chu Jian replied, retrieving his phone and activating the camera. He had not wished to resort to such measures, but the hostility from the two men left him no choice. Upon seeing Chu Jian's action, Zhao Dai's demeanor shifted. He understood that as a public figure, being recorded in such a negative light would not be tolerated by the Antique Association. Reluctantly, he released Yang Ying, muttering a few threatening words before retreating in disgrace. Yang Ying felt a firm grip on her hand, which was finally released. Overcome by inner trepidation, she could only cower behind Chu Jian. At that moment, Chu Jian called out, Do you intend to leave just like this? Are you not even prepared to utter an apology? And what about compensation for the mental distress? If this continues, I assure you this video will be uploaded online shortly. Their tone implied a sense of superiority, as if they were influential figures, while she felt like a mere commoner, unable to provoke them. What if they decided to settle scores later on? She whispered, Actually, there's no need for that. Why not just let them go? If it weren't for Chu Jian's keen hearing, he would hardly have caught her words amidst the surrounding chatter. As many were engaged in conversations and the roar of vehicles filled the air, Zhao Des and his companion nearly thought they misheard, as they had already refrained from troubling Chu Jian and were surprised that he dared to confront them. Young man, don't be so ruthless. Leave a thread of hope for future encounters, warned another middle-aged man. Chu Jian remained unfazed, asserting, If you do not apologize and compensate, I will follow through with my words. In this world, nothing comes without a cost. One cannot bully others and then simply walk away. Everyone must be accountable for their actions. Otherwise, what is the purpose of law? With the evidence firmly in hand, Zhao Des and his companion had no choice but to relent. Zhao Des stepped forward to Yang Ying, devoid of remorse, and stated, I apologize, and here is 10,000 yuan as my compensation. After speaking, he glanced at Chu Jian as if to ask if that sufficed. The effects of alcohol were wearing off. Earlier, he had been slightly intoxicated, yet he was not foolish enough to act brazenly in public. Once such an incident spreads online, no amount of connections could shield him from the fallout. Chu Jian nodded. Since they had apologized and offered compensation, further entanglement would be futile. As for their sincerity, it mattered little. He did not expect them to undergo a transformation. Zhao Des cast a lingering gaze at Chu Jian, as if to engrave his face in memory, then pulled his friend and hurried into their vehicle, leaving the scene. The onlookers, seeing there was nothing more to witness, began to depart as well. Soon, only Chu Jian and Yang Ying remained. Yang Ying's friends had also followed the crowd, perhaps unable to face her after their actions. In this society, many choose to remain indifferent out of fear of trouble. Yang Ying quickly expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you so much today. I shudder to think what might have happened otherwise." Reflecting on the incident, she felt a chill to think it had occurred in broad daylight, with no one extending a helping hand, not even her closest friends. Had someone merely called the police, Zhao Des and his companion would not have acted with such audacity. A trivial matter indeed, yet one must exercise caution in the future. When venturing out at night, it is prudent to gather a few friends for safety, remarked Chu Jian. Next time, luck may not be on our side. Moreover, this incident occurred in a crowded area. Zhao Daji and his companion did not directly intervene. In more secluded places, the outcome could have been dire, considering the diverse elements present in today's society. Of course, individuals like those two ruffians, emboldened by a few drinks, are not common. Chu Jian added, "Allow me to send you the video. This way, should those two wish to retaliate, they will think twice before acting impulsively." Yang Ying was taken aback by the thoroughness of his considerations, even contemplating future implications. She responded, "Thank you. Let us connect on WeChat." EIM Yang Ying. The following morning, Chu Jian arrived bright and early at the grand competition venue, the Cultural Expo Center in Yangqing, with attendance exceeding 20,000. The significance of this event was unmistakable. In the center of the hall stood an expansive stage adorned with numerous seats, all occupied by members of the Antique Association. Among them was Elder Kong, who seemed to recognize Chu Jian, nodding in acknowledgement. However, amidst the panel of judges, a shadowy gaze fell upon Chu Jian. Turning to investigate, he discovered it was none other than Zhao Deji, the intoxicated miscreant from the previous night. "What a nuisance," Chu Jian muttered under his breath. Yet, he remained unfazed. This event was not one he particularly coveted. From the moment Chu Jian entered, Zhao Daji had been fixated on him, eager for revenge for the embarrassment he had suffered. Having never faced such humiliation before, he felt compelled to reclaim his dignity within the antiques realm. Chu Jian shrugged, regardless of Zhao Daji's role as a judge. The appraisal competition would ultimately be determined by skill. As long as he could outshine his competitors, even a judge like Zhao Daji would not dare to overstep. His confidence stemmed from his unique abilities. After all, success in appraisal hinges on talent. The number of qualified participants was limited, totaling around 100, encompassing young experts from neighboring cities, or those like Chu Jian, recommended by their elders, each possessing a modicum of expertise. Standing amidst the crowd, Chu Jian had no intention of targeting anyone. Rankings held little significance for him. Unbeknownst to him, two familiar faces were watching from the sidelines, Lu Ruyan from the company and Shun Shiji. Lu, aware of Chu Jian's participation, had come to offer support, while Shun, having heard of the event on short notice, rushed over without informing Chu Jian beforehand. He was taken aback to discover that Chu Jian was among the contestants. "All right, all contestants are ready. Let us proceed to the stage," the host exclaimed excitedly, holding the microphone before the panel of judges. The contestants took their positions on stage as required. "Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, welcome to the grand and prestigious appraisal competition organized by the Antique Association. This competition aims not only to deepen our understanding of antiques, but also to identify the most formidable appraisal expert in the antique community of Yangqing. The champion will be awarded a letter of recommendation from our esteemed association." As the host began the opening remarks, the atmosphere in the venue gradually became electrified. Do not underestimate the significance of this letter of recommendation. Possessing it will grant one the opportunity to participate in the International Antique Exchange Conference of Guangdong Province. The audience erupted in astonishment. Although they may not possess extensive knowledge of antiques, they had certainly heard of the International Antique Exchange Conference, which invariably generates immense excitement. The host continued, stating that this letter also provides the chance to recommend a peer for membership in the Antique Association. While the title of champion may seem merely honorary, many are inclined to trust those with greater renown, and it is likely that winning this title would lead to a steady stream of individuals seeking one's expertise. Chu Jian held little interest in becoming a member of the association. He could glean much from Zhao Daji's character, and the Provincial Antique Association did not seem particularly appealing. Membership was not a necessity. The only enticing aspect was the opportunity to attend the International Antique Exchange Conference in Guangdong Province, where he could encounter rare treasures seldom seen. He was indeed eager to witness this event. The rules of the appraisal competition were straightforward, adhering to an elimination format. An equal number of items would be presented on stage, corresponding to the number of contestants. who would then seek out antiques they could authenticate. Those who successfully identified an antique would advance to the next round, while the unsuccessful would be eliminated. The host announced the regulations. Contestants would have only 15 minutes. Without further ado, let the competition commence. The audience erupted in applause. Although not every attendee was well-versed in the world of antiques, human nature is drawn to spectacle. Chu Jian observed as the antiques were displayed, and the surrounding individuals eagerly approached to inspect the items, for the quantity was limited, and they surely sought to select a simpler piece for authentication. This strategy would ensure their advancement to the next round, as those participating were undoubtedly vying for the championship. A middle-aged man from the previous evening, upon spotting Chu Jian, smirked derisively, not anticipating that this young man would dare to compete. Having recently allied himself with the influential Zhao Deji, he aimed to leverage this competition to establish a positive reputation. Chapter 48, Apologies, I could not restrain myself. While all contestants were busy selecting their pieces, only Chu Jian and Li Fei remained stationary in the center. The audience began to murmur. As a stark contrast of the two, standing out amidst the bustling crowd was impossible to overlook. Upon recognizing Li Fei, Chu Jian recalled him as the other individual from the previous evening. If glares could kill, Chu Jian would have surely perished countless times. Li Fei approached slowly, inquiring, "Dare to compete against me?" Due to his connection with Zhao Deji, he had already acquired knowledge about these collectibles. Thus he harbored no concern regarding the possibility of defeat. Chu Jian remarked, "Why should I compete with you? I gain nothing from it. If you lose, you must come and apologize to me and delete the video from last night. Should I falter, I shall compensate you with 1 million, Li Fei replied. Had he not been privy to the information about the collectibles in advance, he would never have dared to wager so boldly. After all, 1 million was a substantial sum that could potentially be quite detrimental to him. Upon hearing this, Chu Jian, confident in his unique advantage, saw no reason to decline the opportunity presented to him. "Very well, I shall indulge you in this game," he stated. Li Fei, upon receiving Chu Jian's consent, was elated. He envisioned Chu Jian's apology extinguishing Zhao Daji's ire, thereby facilitating his path to victory in this competition through his connections. He approached a teacup, fully aware that he could declare its authenticity outright, yet he feigned a careful examination, donning white gloves and scrutinizing it intently. The Jian teacup featured a small, shallow foot with a robust yet unrefined base, expertly crafted. The glaze was lustrous, dark black, applied both inside and outside, with the exterior glaze nearly reaching the foot, leaving the base unglazed to reveal the clay. It was unmistakably a masterpiece from Jian Kiln. Moreover, the surface exhibited evident drips and kiln transformation phenomena, with an intricate pattern of rabbit hairs and crystalline droplets, all appearing remarkably natural and fluid, unlike a deliberately forged imitation. The judges observed this individual and perceived a deep understanding of Jian Kiln among him. Their subsequent evaluations were eloquent and astute. Clearly, the quality of the competitors in this event was commendable, as it was not easy to articulate the characteristics of Jian Kiln so effortlessly. Indeed, quite impressive. One judge nodded in approval. Completing the authentication in such a brief period indicated a solid foundation and considerable experience. Thus, he had successfully passed the first hurdle. Li Fei cast a triumphant glance at Chu Jian, as if to say, "See, you are bound to lose this competition." Chu Jian glanced back, noticing the immaturity in Li Fei's demeanor. He could somewhat speculate that there was a trick involved, yet he chose to remain indifferent, feeling rather disillusioned with the antique association. At that moment, he could not help but cast a sidelong glance at the Jian teacup, taken aback to discover that it was indeed a counterfeit. Given that these collectibles were selected by the judges, it was expected that there should be no fakes among them. It appeared that an intriguing spectacle was about to unfold. Chu Jian then approached a small pot, donned his white gloves once more, and began his examination. After 2 to 3 minutes, he declared, "This is a small white glazed pot from the Tang dynasty." The Qing kiln of the Tang dynasty was renowned in the north for producing primarily white porcelain, while also crafting yellow and black glazes, as well as tricolor varieties. Its wares were not only consumed domestically, but were also exported worldwide. The Qing kiln site is located within the territory of Qingtai, Hebei province, with the central kiln site situated in the present-day town of Niqiu County. From the investigations and excavations of the kiln site, it is evident that Tang Dynasty Qing kiln white porcelain varied in refinement, catering to the demands of different societal classes. As the renowned Tang scholar Li Zhao stated in his National Supplementary History, the white porcelain cup from Niqiu and the purple stone inkstone from Duanqi are universally applicable, regardless of wealth or status. After listening to this, the judges could not help but nod in appreciation. The authentication of this Tang, Dynasty Qing, kiln, white glazed small pot was notably challenging among the collection. Yet, the individual before them, despite his youth, was able to identify it with such swiftness, suggesting a boundless future ahead. Congratulations, you have passed the first round. After Li Fei advanced to the next stage, he approached Chu Jian, curious about his capabilities. To his surprise, Chu Jian also progressed swiftly, leading Li Fei to realize he had underestimated him. Even if we tie this round, let us settle the score in the next. Li Fei thought to himself, believing Chu Jian was too young, probably just in his 20s, and thus presumed his appraisal skills would be lacking. Upon hearing this, Chu Jian couldn't help but chuckle. Observing this, Li Fei felt mocked and indignantly questioned. What are you laughing at? The surrounding contestants and judges were drawn to the commotion, many intrigued by the exchange between the two. Chu Jian replied, I apologize. I simply could not contain myself. The onlookers were taken aback. Hadn't Li Fei authenticated the item correctly? How could it suddenly be deemed incorrect by Chu Jian? The judges frowned, as Chu Jian's words seemed to challenge the credibility of the Antique Association. Li Fei was elated internally, surprised that Chu Jian dared to voice such a statement, clearly lacking social awareness and still so youthful. Then tell me, without even examining it closely, how can you ascertain its authenticity? He retorted. Chu Jian stepped forward to inspect the teacup, examining it closely before stating, This Jian cup indeed appears exquisite, with impeccable quality. However, to my knowledge, Jianware from the Song and Yuan dynasties contains a high iron content, resulting in a black or reddish-brown hue due to carbon monoxide exposure in the kiln. This cup, however, exhibits a lighter color. Moreover, due to the limitations of its era, Jianware from that time typically has a rough surface with sandy impurities, and one can observe the marks left by manual shaping, which are both orderly and natural, flowing yet structured. Chu Jian gestured further. But look here, the body of this cup contains few impurities, and its surface is smooth and refined. I believe it was crafted using an electric potter's wheel, which gives it a somewhat rigid form. In truth, Chu Jian deduced these flaws based on his prior knowledge of genuine Jianware. Upon hearing his insights, many in the crowd found them quite reasonable, and several approached the teacup for a closer examination. Noticing this, Chu Jian graciously stepped aside, allowing others to inspect it as well. The judges, witnessing this development, remained skeptical since these artifacts were sourced from their own expertise. Yet, faced with the situation's progression, they felt compelled to proceed rather than forcibly intervene, which could lead the audience to believe the Antique Association was unwilling to entertain any questions. At that moment, the Antique Association may find itself in even graver trouble. However, several judges had already mentally relegated Chu Jian to their blacklist. Old Kong had not anticipated that matters would escalate to this extent. Chapter 49, what? Another video? Chu Jian spoke with such fervor that Li Fei felt a twinge of anxiety, casting a furtive glance at Zhao Deji. Outside the venue, Shun Shiji waved to Chu Jian, encouraging him with a cheer. Brother Chu, you can do it. He had faith in Chu Jian. After 3 or 4 days of interaction, he was well aware of Chu Jian's capabilities. This situation was becoming quite absurd. It was utterly inconceivable that an event organized by the esteemed Antique Association could suffer such a blunder. How would they explain this to the audience? In any case, it promised to be a spectacle. A senior member of the Provincial Antique Association, responsible for this event, scrutinized the Jianzhan with an increasingly furrowed brow. Finally, he raised his head and demanded, Who is responsible for arranging this item? The majority of the judges turned their gazes toward Zhao Deji, who instantly felt a surge of anxiety and cautiously raised his hand. It was me, Old Tang. The individual referred to as Old Tang immediately unleashed a torrent of reproaches. What were you thinking? Can't you see that there's an issue with this Jianzhan? In fact, Old Tang had been contemplating whether to conceal the matter and privately discuss compensation with Chu Jian. After all, speaking so openly would tarnish the Antique Association's reputation. However, he feared that if Chu Jian were to retaliate, the situation could spiral out of control. Thus, he ultimately decided to hold the responsible party accountable to demonstrate fairness and minimize the negative impact. As soon as Old Tang's words left his lips, the atmosphere in the room erupted in astonishment, particularly among the contestants, who now regarded Chu Jian with entirely different eyes. Li Fei was left dumbfounded, staring blankly at Zhao Deji. Zhao Deji was at a loss, unable to fathom why Old Tang would expose him publicly, leaving no shred of dignity. Old Kong and Lu Ruyan, who stood outside, both exhaled in relief their faces breaking into smiles. It was indeed a rare occurrence to publicly embarrass the Antique Association in such a manner. Consequently, Chu Jian's reputation would soon soar, albeit at the expense of the association, which only added to its value. Old Tang I. Additionally, the contestant is disqualified, Old Tang added. It was then that Li Fei suddenly realized that the leg he had so diligently clung to was nothing but a false support. While drinking, singing, and engaging with women, that individual had boasted of his influential connections within the association. Yet now, it appeared that such connections were utterly meaningless. How could he have been so easily cast aside? Now, he felt utterly ruined by Zhao Deji. The thought of losing $1 million to Chu Jian sent shivers down his spine. At this moment, he was no longer concerned about the competition, but rather how to wriggle out of that $1 million wager. Chu Jian approached him. You don't intend to brush aside the $1 million bet, do you? What million? Li Fei's eyes darted, feigning innocence and confusion. After all, there was no written agreement, and it had been a private arrangement between the two of them, unknown to others, with no third-party witnesses. He had no intention of paying that $1 million. Today, he had already suffered significant losses. If he were to hand over another $1 million, it would be catastrophic. TSK. Reluctant to admit it, a quarrel erupted between two individuals, immediately capturing the attention of others nearby. As they listened to the exchange, it became apparent that there was more to the story, prompting onlookers to become part of the spectacle. Unbeknownst to me were the details of their discourse. Regardless, Li Fei was resolute in his stance, adamantly refusing to acknowledge any wager. Without waiting for the event staff to intervene, he prepared to make his escape. I knew you would try to evade responsibility. I have recorded the video, Chu Jian said with a sly smile, brandishing his phone and shaking it triumphantly. Li Fei felt a surge of anxiety. What the hell? Another video? He recalled the last time they had filmed him to intimidate him, which left him with no doubt about the video's authenticity. Given this scoundrel's penchant for such antics, it seemed entirely plausible. If he simply walked away, Chu Jian would indeed be powerless to retaliate. Such verbal agreements lack legal standing, making litigation futile. However, should the video circulate, Li Fei's reputation within the antiques community would suffer significantly. The dilemma of whether to part with $1 million or not became a source of great internal conflict for him. All eyes were upon him, amplifying the pressure. After deep contemplation, Li Fei resolved to maintain his obstinacy, for he had nothing to lose. This was not a matter of a mere 30 or 20,000, but a staggering $1 million. I don't know what you're talking about, he retorted, striding quickly towards the exit. Chu Jian chuckled, recognizing that there was little one could do against such shamelessness. Nevertheless, this was sufficient to fulfill his objective. From the outset, he had not anticipated that the other party would dutifully pay the $1 million, so there was no reason for disappointment. The purpose of his actions was merely to humiliate that scoundrel. Now, both Zhao Daji and Li Fei had been effectively ousted, much to the delight of the onlookers. Bro, you're incredible, remarked another competitor of similar age, approaching Chu Jian. Not only did he possess skill, but he also had the audacity to disregard the reputation of the Antique Association, something the other could never have achieved. He admired Chu Jian deeply. Huh, you're not doing too badly either. Didn't you clear the round? Chu Jian deeply. I merely sent an opportunist packing. As an appraiser for the Magnifier auction company, this news spread swiftly. Many were enlightened, realizing the source of his prowess. He was indeed an appraiser from the auction house. Consequently, the Magnifier auction company gained notoriety as well. This filled Lu Ruyan with immense joy. What a delightful surprise. Once Chu Jian secured victory in this event, the reputation of the Magnifier auction company would undoubtedly rise alongside his own, yielding a dual benefit. The first round had successfully eliminated 2/3 of the competitors, a rather high elimination rate. Very well, we shall promptly proceed to the second round of competition. The task is straightforward. Shortly, our staff will present 10 vases. You must identify the authentic piece within 10 minutes to advance. Failure to do so will result in elimination, the host explained. Soon enough, 10 garlic-shaped vases were displayed. The garlic vase, a style from the Western Han Dynasty, gained popularity during the Ming and Qing dynasties, with most examples crafted at the Jingda Jun kilns. Available in various forms, such as blue and white, polychrome, and blue and gold. All 10 vases appeared identical, each being blue and white porcelain. From a stylistic perspective, these vases were characteristic of the garlic-shaped vases from the Wanli period of the Ming dynasty. Those who possess understanding are aware that the Ming Changhua garlic head vase is characterized by a petal-shaped mouth with ears casually molded. In contrast, the Ming Jingda garlic head vase features a protruding spike on its belly. The Ming Wanli garlic head vase has undergone simplification, its mouth no longer resembling a garlic head. Yet it stands tall, predominantly adorned in blue and white or polychrome. The Qing dynasty's garlic head vases exhibit a tendency towards a delicate and graceful form. As the competition commenced with the host call to start, the remaining participants immediately entered a state of heightened concentration, seizing the opportunity to assess the items. In Chapter 50, may I say a few words? Chu Jian initially relied on his own abilities to ponder before employing the power of his left eye, which revealed that all 10 vases were counterfeit. What a cunning move by the organizers. This scheme could potentially ensnare many participants. As time drew near its conclusion, everyone inscribed their answers on cards. Subsequently, the judges announced the results with efficiency and decisiveness. What? They're all fake? I am eliminated. The organizers truly know how to play the game. I thought so. Each piece appeared counterfeit. Do not be absurd. Those with half-baked knowledge often experience such illusions, perceiving everything as genuine one moment and entirely false the next. Goodness. This revelation eliminated a significant number of participants. Chu Jian glanced around, noting only 10 individuals remained standing. Thus, the top 10 were born. Liu Rian handed Chu Jian a bottle of water, offering words of encouragement. Keep going. The more renowned Chu Jian becomes, the greater the benefits for their auction company, binding their fates together in mutual prosperity. In the third round, ordinary collectors were invited to participate. 10 selected ordinary collectors were to present their collections for free appraisal. The host reiterated the competition's details and rules. To enhance accessibility, they had previously recruited 10 ordinary collectors, promising complimentary appraisals. Each item holder would share the story behind their treasures, recounting how they acquired them. The first participant was a retired teacher. After retirement, while many elderly men might indulge in gardening, caring for pets, spending time with grandchildren, or playing chess, this particular teacher chose to immerse himself in the world of collecting, diligently seeking hidden gems. He approached his pursuits with principles. He was not reckless, as his own finances were modest. As the saying goes, the impoverished have their own methods, just as the wealthy have theirs. Collecting is not solely the domain of the affluent. Today, there's a national fervor for collecting, allowing ordinary citizens to partake. The retired teacher refrained from acquiring items priced over 1,000 yuan, ensuring that even if he made a mistake, the financial repercussions would be manageable. He purchased a Yixing teapot for 500 yuan at a park, which bore tea stains indicative of its use. Well then, this retired teacher, akin to a lecturer, began his analysis. Is this truly an appraisal request, or are you conducting your own evaluation? Ahem. Teacher Chun, if I may, we can discuss your valuable insights later. If that is acceptable, let's allow the contestants to observe first. The host hurriedly intervened to halt his lecture. This is not a classroom. The retired teacher paused, then smiled wryly. My apologies. Old habits die hard. Upon the utterance of these words, a wave of amiable laughter resonated throughout the venue. The esteemed elderly educator garnered considerable affection from the audience, who secretly wished for his success in acquiring the antique purple clay teapot. The participants were acutely aware that those who assessed first held a distinct advantage, as the preceding individuals expressed their observations. The latter might find themselves at a loss for words, thus exhibiting a keen enthusiasm, excluding Chu Jian, who remained composed and assured. The purple clay teapot is a unique handcrafted ceramic artifact of China, its creation tracing back to the Zhengde period of the Ming dynasty, with its primary material being purple clay sourced from Dingshu town in Yixing, Jiangsu province. Since the inception of teapot crafting during the reign of the Ming Emperor Wuzong, numerous master artisans have emerged, and over the span of 5 centuries, exquisite pieces have continued to grace the world. Within the realm of collectibles, the purple clay teapot has consistently been a coveted item. Presently, there are more than 10 purple clay teapots that have fetched auction prices exceeding 10 million. Among them, the highest record belongs to a set of 10 tea utensils crafted by Gu Jingzhou, which was auctioned some years ago, commencing at 18 million and ultimately sold for 92 million after fierce bidding, a staggering figure that left many in awe. To authenticate a purple clay teapot, a series of methods is employed. Firstly, one must disregard teapots with excessively bright colors. Secondly, those that lack a substantial weight when held are not to be considered, as true purple clay teapots possess a certain heft. Additionally, teapots exhibiting peculiar green hues should be dismissed. Furthermore, striking the teapot to listen to the sound is crucial. The sound produced should resemble a muted ceramic tone, whereas a ringing, porcelain-like sound indicates one should avoid such a piece. The preceding participants adhered to these principles in their evaluations. Professor Chun, I may have to temper your enthusiasm. The most significant flaw in this teapot lies in its thick base, remarked one contestant, shaking his head. Soon, others echoed this sentiment, affirming indeed. The primary issue is the base of the teapot. Upon examining the inscription by Dai Bin, it became apparent that the style of this teapot did not align with the characteristic works of Shi Dabin, a master of Yixing purple clay artistry, whose teapots were renowned during the Ming dynasty, frequently referenced by literati. Although numerous pieces attributed to Shi Dabin exist, very few have survived to the present day. By the Qing dynasty's Qianlong period, his works were already regarded as rare treasures. Subsequent statistical attempts reveal that only a few dozen of his creations are documented in literature, underscoring their extreme rarity. Numerous private collections exist both domestically and internationally, but due to the lack of verifiable provenance, these are not included in the count. Indeed, if this were a work by Shi Dabin, congratulations would be in order. 1,000,000 would be but a trifling matter. Following this, the other contestants shared their opinions, clearly expressing skepticism regarding the teapot. The elderly educator interjected, I too have pondered this. Yet I have heard that Shi Dabin's early works often emulated the style of Gongshan teapots. This teapot bears a resemblance to that style. Could it possibly be an early work of Shi Dabin? Before Chu Jian could voice his thoughts, one of the judges interjected. Shi Dabin's early imitations typically did not bear inscriptions, as he was not yet widely recognized at that time. Leaving a mark was not considered appropriate. It is akin to an aspiring star giving autographs before achieving fame, merely inviting ridicule. The elderly educator paused, taken aback by this insight. He had not anticipated this aspect. Moreover, the base of the teapot indeed presented a significant concern. Thus, Teacher Chun, this Dabin purple clay teapot of yours is likely a replica. If the bottom of the teapot had been crafted with more finesse, perhaps even the experts would be deceived, remarked one of the judges with a chuckle. A collective sigh of regret echoed through the room. Although Teacher Chun felt disheartened, he still bowed graciously to express his gratitude for the experts' insights. Afterward, he prepared to leave with the teapot in hand. Teacher Chun, please wait a moment. May I say a few words? The judge who had just given his critique felt a pang of awkwardness, realizing he had been a bit hasty, as the contestant had not finished speaking. Young man, please enlighten us. One must commend the old teacher for his poise. Chapter 11, Li Da Ping, Shi Da Ming. The judge who had just concluded his assessment felt a surge of anxiety upon hearing Chu Jian speak, having just witnessed the young man's formidable prowess. Moreover, he had not had the opportunity to examine the teapot closely. Had the matter concluded, there would have been no issue. However, if Chu Jian were to validate that this Dabin purple clay teapot was indeed authentic, then the implications would be significant, likely resulting in a decline in future invitations to appraise items. The audience, intrigued by the unfolding drama, eagerly anticipated how the situation would develop. After all, this young man had just challenged a judge, and spectators were keen to witness the spectacle. Dabin's creations, aside from tea wares, also included scholarly implements. One of the notable artistic characteristics is the self-inscribed markings. Shi Dabin often employed others to write his inscriptions, but after mingling with numerous literati, he diligently studied the calligraphy of renowned masters, ultimately mastering the art himself. His effort bore fruit, and he began to inscribe his name on his teapot artworks using a bamboo knife as a writing instrument, garnering admiration from many distinguished scholars. Consequently, Dabin's calligraphy later became a criterion for authenticating his works. Shi Dabin's two students, Li Zhongfang and Su Yuquan, hailed from prestigious lineages yet exhibited distinctly different creative styles. Shi Dabin greatly admired certain pieces, thus inscribing his name on his disciples' works. This practice is a privilege within the purple clay industry, serving as a recognition of the skills of his apprentices and representing the highest accolade. Hence, the saying arose, Li Da Ping, Shi Da Ming, referring to teapots made by Li Zhongfang and inscribed by Shi Dabin. Thus, it can be inferred that within the oeuvre attributed to Shi Dabin, there exist works by his students, though precisely which pieces remain uncertain. Nevertheless, the artistic value of such teapots equates to that of Shi's own creations, if not surpassing them. Upon hearing this, Teacher Chun inquired, Are you suggesting that my Dabin purple clay teapot is the work of one of Shi Dabin's disciples? His knowledge of antiques was limited, and he had not encountered this particular anecdote before. Unsure of whom to trust, he found Chu Jian's youth somewhat dubious, especially since many had just examined the piece and deemed it merely a replica. The surrounding contestants, many hearing this for the first time, engaged in hushed discussions, as not everyone possessed such extensive knowledge. After the host concluded, He found himself facing an unprecedentedly awkward situation in his career, momentarily at a loss for words. He could only consult the backstage team, yet a solution was swiftly proposed. Observing Chen's expression, Chu Jian sensed a hint of disbelief in him. He then suggested, "Professor Chen, how about this? Our auction house is willing to offer 1 million for this Dabin purple clay teapot. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Chen began to ponder, recalling that he had only spent 500 yuan on it. If the teapot were indeed an authentic Dabin piece, its worth would undoubtedly exceed 1 million. Conversely, if it were a counterfeit, it would be utterly worthless, and there would be no reason for him to be overly greedy. Just as Chen finished speaking, the host chimed in, "Given the earlier results, if there are dissenting opinions, we will invite all the judges to the appraisal stage to collectively ascertain whether this Dabin purple clay teapot is genuine or a replica." This was the best course of action devised by the Antique Association. After all, among the judges were several venerable elders whose expertise could provide clarity. If they determined it to be a replica, there would likely be no further dispute. However, if it were confirmed as genuine, Chu Jian would have achieved something remarkable. Soon, Tang and others arrived at the appraisal stage, surrounding the Dabin teapot. After approximately 10 minutes of examination, nearly everyone had taken a turn to inspect it. Chen was astonished to see so many esteemed figures evaluating his Dabin teapot, knowing that even wealthy individuals might struggle to secure their presence. Tang, with decisiveness, proclaimed, "This Dabin teapot is indeed authentic. However, as Mr. Chu mentioned, it is Li Deping, Sherdaming. They could have dishonestly labeled the teapot as a replica, thus avoiding any further complications, but such a misrepresentation, if discovered, could result in far graver repercussions." Mo Fei, the judge who had previously declared a replica, hastily approached Chen and apologized. "I'm sorry, I was too hasty in my judgment." He wished to avoid a fate similar to Zhao Daji's, prioritizing reconciliation over pride. He sincerely hoped to mitigate the situation's impact through his genuine apology and corrective measures. Unexpectedly, in his quest for recognition, he found himself in an embarrassing predicament. What could Chen do but choose to forgive? In reality, his participation in the event was motivated by a desire for exchange. Observing Tang's lack of intent to pursue the matter further, Mo Fei finally felt a weight lift from his chest, as he had worked diligently to secure his position as a judge. The surrounding audience, witnessing the unfolding drama, were surprised by the turn of events, which many had not anticipated. For the onlookers, nothing was more exhilarating than witnessing experts being proven wrong. Outside, Shun Shiji was elated, reveling in the moment as if he himself had delivered the blow to the experts, boasting to those around him that it was his friend who had caused the stir. Lu Ruoyan was exceedingly pleased with Chu Jian, who, at this moment, was still able to attract business for the company. Although she did not possess profound knowledge in this area, she was confident that since Chu Jian had bid 1 million, the company's auction would surely not fall below that figure, ensuring no loss for the company. This time, Chu Jian was the first contestant to emerge as a discerning appraiser, and thereafter, his involvement would be minimal. He approached Lu Ruoyan and mentioned the matter regarding Teacher Chen's purple clay teapot. Lu Ruoyan smiled and reassured him, saying, "Rest assured, I shall arrange for someone to liaise with Teacher Chen shortly. Your paramount concern now is to secure the championship of this competition." Chapter 52. Perfection as the Greatest Flaw. As Chu Jian's popularity soared, it also propelled the auction house forward. After all, having a reliable appraiser was no trivial matter. The second holder of a treasure took the stage, though lacking an antique of the caliber possessed by Teacher Chen, presenting merely a replica vase devoid of any significant value. Nevertheless, the holder remained undaunted, acknowledging the vast number of antiques in the world, and considering that he had only spent a few hundred yuan on it. He deemed it an acceptable tuition fee, especially since he could afford the loss. The contestants were quite wary of Chu Jian. Having faced defeat at his hands twice in a row, such prowess positioned him among the upper echelons, even among the judges, let alone when compared to the other contestants. It bore the semblance of a disproportionate battle. Soon, the final treasure holder appeared, cradling a small bowl. Xiang Tian remarked, "Why the multitude of questions? My time is precious. Please ascertain whether this is indeed a genuine article." This shadow blue bowl had cost him over 1 million yuan, and he had enlisted Zhao Deji's assistance, who had vehemently assured him of its authenticity. With a mere flip, it could easily command a price of 2 to 3 million. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tian could not resist his greed and withdrew his company's liquid assets for purchase. His intention in attending was also to make a move here, reminiscent of the previous individual who had spent merely 500 yuan and subsequently earned 1 million. The two stood aside, allowing space for the contestants. One contestant boldly approached, murmuring about shadow blue porcelain, and produced a flashlight to illuminate the bowl. As the light shone, the subtle floral patterns on the exterior of the small bowl became vividly apparent on the inner wall. The intricate patterns, commonly known as the entwined lotus design, conveyed elegance with their simplicity, and under the shimmering light, they possessed a dynamic beauty. With a deft flick of his wrist, the contestant's gaze fell upon the base of the shadow blue bowl, where 4 blue characters in regular script immediately captured his attention. Mu Zhai Ju Shi, the contestant exclaimed in astonishment. He recognized the significance of Mu Zhai Ju Shi, knowing well that Tang Ying had inscribed various signatures, including Tang Ying, Jungong, Yuangong Shi, Yuangong, Shu Xi, Wu Di Liu Ling, Tao Xing Qiu Xi, Mu Shai Qiu Xi, Tao Ling, and Kitao Shi Shi, among others. Tang Ying, a ceramic artist of the Qing dynasty, was not only versed in literature and painting, but also adept in calligraphy and seal carving, as well as in the art of porcelain making. A native of Shenyang, affiliated with the Han Army's Zhongbai banner, was appointed as the supervisor of porcelain production in Jingdezhen in 1728, a position he held for nearly 3 decades, serving under both the Yongzheng and Qianlong emperors in the production of exquisite porcelain. He is renowned as the most illustrious porcelain supervisor during the Qing dynasty's Yongzheng and Qianlong eras. Throughout his 30-year tenure, he elevated the porcelain industry to its zenith, earning the moniker Tang Kiln. Tang Ying diligently studied the art of pottery, immersing himself in practical experience. He not only possessed vast expertise, but also scientifically summarized the production techniques of Jingdezhen porcelain, enhancing them theoretically. He authored several significant works, including a brief account of pottery, illustrated treatise on pottery, chronicles of porcelain production, and instructions on porcelain matters. During his supervision, he systematically examined and researched the porcelain-making process in Jingdezhen, compiling the illustrated compilation of pottery, which serves as a precious historical resource for understanding the production conditions of Jingdezhen porcelain during the Qing dynasty. Upon hearing this, the venerable Tang could no longer remain seated and hurried down. Although such actions were typically deemed inappropriate, Tang's esteemed reputation afforded him some leeway. Upon seeing Tang and the others descend, the competitors graciously vacated their positions. Tang immediately took a closer look, observing for a considerable time before exclaiming, "Having endured for 2 to 3 centuries, its appearance remains flawless, seemingly as fresh as if it had just emerged from the kiln." Alas, upon handling it himself, he found it peculiar. How could a porcelain piece, over 200 years old, appear so pristine? Xiang Tian, upon hearing this, felt an overwhelming joy. Could it be that this small bowl was a genuine antique? What might it be worth? As soon as Tang set it down, Kong Lao eagerly stepped forward, scrutinizing it closely before nodding in agreement. If it is indeed genuine, after more than 2 centuries, it would be impossible for it to be preserved in such immaculate condition, with scarcely a blemish. After all, any object exposed to the passage of time undergoes gradual aging or oxidation, and porcelain is no exception. Xiang Tian exclaimed, "Impossible. This shadow green porcelain bowl cost me over $1 million. Are you suggesting it is fake merely because you covet my bowl? If this bowl were counterfeit, his company could face significant troubles." The onlookers, witnessing Xiang Tian's reaction, felt a sense of satisfaction, particularly after his earlier haughty demeanor had been irksome. Suddenly, one curious individual inquired, given Tang Ying's exceptional skills, why would he replicate ancient porcelain? Tang responded by providing an example. "This is a piece of Qing dynasty porcelain, yet it is a replica of ancient style. Our trend of imitating antiquities thrived most prominently during the reigns of Emperors Kangxi, Yongzheng, and Qianlong. These emperors, well-educated and fond of elegance, possessed refined discernment. Why, then, the imitation of antiquities? This precisely underscores that the treasures left by our ancestors are indeed invaluable, deserving of preservation and continuation by future generations. Furthermore, we must not only preserve but also innovate and elevate. This small bowl emulates the shadow green porcelain of the Song dynasty. Yet in comparison, its body, glaze, and craftsmanship appear far more exquisite. This vividly illustrates Tang Ying's innovative spirit, which, building upon the foundations laid by predecessors, persistently engages in research and creativity. Consequently, the porcelain he crafted not only retained the essence of antiquity, but surpassed the accomplishments of ancient artisans. This legacy of inheritance and innovation has earned Tang Ying a reputation that resonates both domestically and internationally, with later generations marveling at the diverse array of porcelain produced during his tenure at the kiln. Chu Jian could discern Tang Lao's profound admiration for Tang Ying, as he generously lavished praise upon him. Driven by curiosity, he endeavored to evaluate a particular bowl, yet was astounded to discover it was indeed an authentic piece. Given Tang Lao and his associates' expertise, it was perplexing that they had not recognized its genuineness sooner. However, upon observing the bowl's pristine condition, reminiscent of a freshly crafted piece, it was as if 2 centuries had left no trace upon it, a notion that proved difficult to accept. Chapter 53. When an IT man encounters antique appraisal. One can only say that this shadowy Celadon bowl was preserved in an extraordinary manner. It is hard to fathom that it appeared as if it had just been fired and subsequently sealed away, never to be unwrapped. It is no wonder that Tang Lao and his colleagues were taken aback. The more accomplished the antique expert, the greater their vigilance toward flawless porcelain. At times, they would rather forego an opportunity than hastily acquire a piece. Impossible, this cannot be. The possessor of the bowl staggered backward, evidently struggling to accept this reality. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he scanned the surroundings as if searching for something. Where is Zhao Daji? He asserted that this is undoubtedly genuine. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. It was no surprise that Zhao Daji had introduced it. Someone reminded the possessor, if Zhao Daji is so certain, why hasn't he purchased it himself? Surely he wouldn't pass up such a profitable opportunity. This poignant inquiry shattered the possessor's composure, prompting a relentless inner dialogue. Indeed, if he is so convinced of its authenticity, why did he not seize it for himself? Logically, this made little sense. Zhao Daji, being a man of avarice, would not forego a chance to profit. At that moment, the possessor finally comprehended that he had been duped by Zhao Daji's cunning. No longer willing to linger and become the subject of ridicule, he resolved to confront Zhao Daji with the porcelain bowl in hand. Chu Jian, maintaining his composure, quietly approached Lu Ruyan and whispered in her ear, Director Lu, send someone to intercept. I believe that bowl holds significant value. Lu Ruyan felt her ears flush at his breath against her skin. However, upon absorbing Chu Jian's words, a spark ignited within her, and she instantly grasped his intent, nodding slightly. Leave it to me. A flutter of excitement coursed through her. In such a setting, if Chu Jian could unearth a hidden gem, then who else could? Without hesitation, Lu Ruyan utilized her phone to contact someone. At that moment, the original group of 10 had dwindled to just 4 remaining on stage, with 6 individuals having been eliminated. Among these 4, Chu Jian was undoubtedly the youngest. While the eldest appeared to be around 40, with thinning hair, the others gradually familiarized themselves with his background. His name was Peng Guangzhu, a former IT professional who had retired from a major company due to advancing age. Over the years, he had sacrificed his hair to accumulate considerable wealth and had amassed some capital. It was only in the past 2 or 3 years that he had begun his journey into the world of antiques. It must be said that when an IT professional encounters the realm of antique appraisal, sparks of brilliance can indeed fly. Originally, Peng Guangzhu wrote code with unwavering concentration, allowing for no room for error. This meticulous habit seamlessly transitioned into his antique appraisal, allowing him to achieve notable success quite swiftly. It is evident to discerning eyes that the only individual capable of matching Chu Jian in skill is Peng Guangzhu. A champion is surely destined to emerge from this duo. Next, the host announced the format of the competition, which would consist of head-to-head matchups determined by a draw. Soon, Peng Guangzhu exhaled in relief. He had not drawn Chu Jian immediately. To be honest, he preferred to postpone facing Chu Jian, who, as an appraiser for an auction house, was undeniably formidable. As anticipated, both Chu Jian and Peng Guangzhu advanced by eliminating their respective opponents, culminating in a final showdown between the two. The long-awaited clash of titans has finally arrived. Though the host's attempts to create an atmosphere fell somewhat flat, resulting in an awkward ambience. The final challenge was straightforward. The organizers would present 5 items, and the first to identify the most valuable treasure would be declared the victor. This task not only tested their appraisal skills, but also their ability to estimate value, assessing their understanding of the antique market. Truth be told, this played to Chu Jian's advantage. Everyone knew he was affiliated with an auction house, making him acutely aware of antique prices. When the 5 artifacts were unveiled, many were astonished to discover that they were all bronze Buddha statues. This added a layer of intrigue. It was evident that the organizers had put considerable thought into their selection. Identifying the most valuable bronze statue amongst them posed a greater challenge. Peng Guangzhu remained silent, focusing intently. Before long, he and Chu Jian reached for the same statue almost simultaneously, but Peng Guangzhu was a fraction swifter. Observers could almost ascertain that this was indeed the most precious piece, given that both had set their sights on it, albeit with Peng Guangzhu's hand moving slightly quicker. After you, Peng Guangzhu smiled. Chu Jian nodded in acknowledgement. No matter. He then continued to examine the others. Previously, he had not utilized his left eye for the search. The reason he reached for that particular bronze statue was due to its gilded finish, which typically denotes a much higher value. In broader terms, gilded bronze statues encompass all movable figurines made of various metals, commonly including gilded bronze, gilded silver, brass, and bronze statues. The statue Peng Guangzhu selected was a seated bronze figure of Shakyamuni, featuring a top knot and a cyan-hued head. It was entirely gilded, with slightly closed eyes and ears that gracefully fell to the shoulders, seated in a meditative pose, performing the gesture of subduing Mara, adorned in a light, form-fitting robe that exposed his right shoulder. In a surprising turn of events, Chu Jian chose the least conspicuous bronze statue, which bore unsightly stains, appearing either soiled or rusted. Have the selections been finalized? The host inquired for confirmation. Both Peng Guangzhu and Chu Jian nodded in agreement. Then, Peng Guangzhu, please articulate the rationale behind your choice of this bronze statue, as well as your estimated valuation, requested one of the judges. Peng Guangzhu began his discourse. I believe this gilded Buddha statue dates back to the Ming dynasty, bearing the influences of both Han and Tibetan cultures. Observe the intricate details of the statue. The bronze casting industry flourished during the Ming era, a time when silver circulated widely, diminishing the significance of copper, allowing its application in various domains. Within the imperial court, there existed a dedicated institution for the creation of Buddha statues, known as Buddha crafts. The statues produced were fundamentally based on Tibetan Buddhist iconography, integrating traditional aesthetics and various artisanal techniques, thus masterfully amalgamating Han and Tibetan cultures within these divine figures. The gilded statues were crafted using mercury to amalgamate gold, which was then applied to the surface of the bronze statues and subjected to high temperatures, resulting in a statue adorned with a golden finish. Peng Guangzhu spoke with great confidence, even convincing himself of his assured victory. The gilded Buddha statues from the Ming dynasty are highly sought after in the auction market, with prices ranging from millions to hundreds of millions. Indeed, you read that correctly, hundreds of millions. A few years ago, a Ming Yongla gilded copper statue of Shakyamuni fetched an astonishing 23 $1 setting a world auction record for Chinese sculptures. Chu Jian, why don't you share your thoughts? The judges were not in a hurry to provide their verdict. In Chapter 54, titled Not a Single Competent One, I selected a piece that is also a Buddha statue from the Ming dynasty. However, it stands in stark contrast to the gilded statue as it is gold-plated bronze, with a core of gold enveloped in copper. I believe it is worth at least 10 million. Chu Jian began to analyze the Buddha statue in his possession. This is a statue of the infinite life Buddha inscribed with the mark of the great Ming Xuande period. Its visage is square and full, emanating a solemn demeanor. Adorned with a 5-leaf crown and long hair cascading over the shoulders, it bears an exposed upper body cloaked in silk, embellished with intricate ornaments and bracelets. The waist is cinched with a flowing skirt, its folds natural and fluid. The hands are positioned in the meditation mudra, seated in full lotus posture atop a lotus pedestal, which bears the beautifully inscribed mark of the great Ming Xuande period. This infinite life Buddha statue reflects the stylistic trends of the Yongla period, characterized by its ornate and luxurious decorations, exquisite craftsmanship, and harmonious proportions, embodying the distinctive features of the courtly sculptures of the Xuande era. Aside from the judges, the others were equally astonished. In terms of intrinsic value, it seems that Chu Jian's selection may indeed be superior. After all, a gilded Buddha statue is merely a bronze figure adorned with a layer of gold, while Chu Jian's piece is fundamentally crafted from gold, with only a copper exterior. Both are artifacts of the Ming dynasty. It merely comes down to which holds greater representational significance. Upon hearing Chu Jian's analysis, Elder Tang could not help but commend the young man, recognizing his immense potential. Alas, it seems that this individual might not align well with the Antique Association, and introducing him could yield unpredictable outcomes. I must address Peng Guangzhu, Elder Tang began. In truth, that gilded Buddha statue is not from the Ming dynasty. It is a Qing dynasty imitation of a Ming piece. Do not be disheartened, however, even we experts initially misidentified it, much like your assessment. It was only through scientific dating methods that we later discerned it to be a Qing imitation of a Ming artifact. Upon hearing this, a wave of murmurs swept through the room. It appeared that the champion was likely to be Chu Jian. Peng Guangzhu let out a wry smile, believing he had been sufficiently meticulous, yet still found himself mistaken. He was acutely aware of the vast disparity in value between gilded Buddhist statues from the Ming and Qing dynasties. During the 32 years from the Yongle to the Xuande reigns, the gilded Buddhist statues of the Ming dynasty reached unparalleled levels of exquisite design, superior craftsmanship, and splendid ornamentation, thus becoming highly sought after by affluent collectors. In the annals of auction history, any copper Buddha statue fetching over 100 million had origins in the Ming dynasty. Old Tang then turned to Chu Jian and congratulated him on winning the championship of the antique appraisal contest organized by the Provincial Antique Association. The subsequent remarks were devoid of substance. On stage, Peng Guangzhu extended his hand to Chu Jian, expressing admiration for his prowess and a desire for future exchanges. Chu Jian, albeit modestly, acknowledged the compliment while noting his relative inexperience, given that he was merely an appraiser at an auction house. Outside, Shun Shiji exhibited even greater excitement than Chu Jian. There isn't a competent contender among them, he remarked, offering his critique of the event. Shortly thereafter, Old Tang presented certificates and rewards to Chu Jian and others. How much did you spend? Chu Jian inquit. Lu Ruyan, with a radiant smile, replied, 20,000. In truth, they had hoped to acquire it for a lesser sum, but the owner adamantly insisted on the 20,000, declaring he would rather shatter the item than part with it for less. It was reasonable, after all. The owner was not in need of a few hundred or 1,000 yuan. Before long, Shun Shiji approached, asking, Brother Chu, Sister Lu, how did this piece come into your possession? Isn't it a fake? He immediately recognized it as the shadow blue porcelain bowl brought by the last owner, which had been dismissed by the panel of experts due to its perceived perfection. To his surprise, it had found its way into the hands of Lu and her associates. Based on his understanding of Brother Chu, it implied that they had indeed confirmed its authenticity. This situation seemed rather amusing. Had the Antique Association been publicly humiliated thrice in succession? Who would believe such a tale? Clearly, the Provincial Antique Association was rather lackluster, filled with mediocrity. It must be a piece that hasn't been exposed to light for long, he speculated. What do you mean? Shin Shiji was puzzled. For instance, consider a mobile phone produced today that remains unopened for a century. While it may be outdated, it can still be classified as a new phone. Do you understand? Such a straightforward explanation resonated even with Lu Ruyan, making it clear why the experts had deemed it too new and too perfect. This was indeed the crux of the issue. Brother Chu, I did some research, and it seems shadow blue porcelain isn't particularly valuable. It tops out around 3 to 500,000, Shun Shiji remarked. Unable to contain himself, Lu Ruyan, however, was not disheartened. After all, they had acquired it for 20,000, and even if it fetched merely several tens of thousands at auction, they would still profit. Chu Jian, feeling discontent, retorted, What price information did you find? A shadow blue 3-foot basin from the Ru kiln of the Southern Song dynasty sold for over 40 million. Brother Chu, you mentioned the Ru kiln. How can this be the same? It's not merely shadow blue porcelain, Shun Shiji countered. Then what of the Southern Song shadow blue statue of Guanyin that's sold for over 19 million? How do you explain that? Chu Jian, being an auctioneer, had a sharper memory of auction records. But that was from the Qing dynasty, he noted. Thus, it certainly wouldn't exceed 10 million. I estimate it might fetch 3 or 4 million at best, he concluded with his own appraisal. Indeed, we have made a substantial profit, having acquired it for 20,000. Lu Ruyan remarked. Shun Shiji was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that it was purchased for such a modest sum, especially considering that the previous individual had claimed to have spent over 1 million. Even if it were authenticated as a counterfeit, one would hardly be willing to part with it at such a low price. He raised his thumb in admiration. You are truly impressive. Lu Ruyan then directed her gaze towards the Buddha statue, selected by Chu Jian, which was appraised at over 10 million. If only they could persuade the owner to present it at the Muxiangwa Auction Company for bidding. Stop looking, if I am not mistaken. That statue might be a museum piece, Chu Jian informed Lu Ruyan. The Antique Association might lend it, but auctioning it is out of the question. Is that so? What a pity, Shun Shiji interjected, wiping the sweat from his brow. I would love to attend the International Antique Exchange Conference to broaden my horizons. I wonder if there are alternative avenues. This notion sparked an idea in Shun Shiji's mind. Don't look at me. I lack the capability to grant you access. Chu Jian quickly replied. However, if Shun Shiji wishes to join the Provincial Antique Association, I could assist him. Winning the championship would grant him the privilege to recommend someone for entry. You could always infiltrate using a different identity. Lu Rian suggested. A different identity? This ignited a spark of inspiration in Shun Shiji. Surely, there would be media and other personnel present at the event. It might not be overly challenging to blend in. To my knowledge, the conference is hosted in an exhibition hall. You could simply slip in beforehand. Chapter 55. All eyes on Chu Jian. Chu Jian effortlessly claimed the championship. Yet soon, a myriad of complications arose. The following day, a throng of individuals descended upon the Muxiangwa auction house, either seeking appraisals or genuinely wishing to auction items. Lu Rian felt a surge of happiness at the sight of so many visitors. It seemed that the sacrifices made previously were well worth it. If this trend continued, the goal of becoming the foremost auction house in Yansheng would be within reach. It is worth noting that not long ago, the Muxiangwa auction house was on the brink of collapse, but its rapid transformation into its current state was entirely attributable to Chu Jian. Li Zhong found himself so busy that he scarcely had time even to sip water. Yet what pained him more was that all these individuals had come specifically for Chu Jian. Some were reluctantly persuaded to accept Li Zhong's appraisal, while others insisted on having Chu Jian authenticate their items, threatening to take their business elsewhere if he did not. Li Zhong felt an overwhelming sense of injustice, but was powerless to change the situation. After all, he lacked both the reputation and the expertise in appraisal that Chu Jian possessed. It seemed imperative for him to diligently study the art of appraisal in the future, seeking guidance, for he was a person of ambition, not merely a passive bystander. Spotting several commendable collectibles, Li Zhong noted that a few were valued at around 1 million. Securing those would significantly enrich the offerings for the next auction. Thus, he sought out Lu, stating, Lu, these individuals are all looking for Chu Jian. Some refuse my appraisal, no matter how I explain it. After abruptly ending the call, Chu Jian was left with no opportunity to respond. He had initially contemplated visiting the largest antique market in Yansheng to see if he might stumble upon something extraordinary. Typically, the auction house would only host a handful of visitors on a regular day, perhaps only a few to 10 patrons, but the current scene was markedly different. A glance around revealed at least 100 individuals present. Just as Chu Jian stepped through the entrance, a voice rang out loudly. It's him. That's the one. Instantly, the crowd turned their attention toward Chu Jian, leaving him somewhat disoriented. Lu Rian had been waiting for him and quickly pulled him away. Bewildered, Chu Jian inquired, What on earth is happening, Director Lu? He had no recollection of the throng surrounding him, yet they seemed to recognize him, which puzzled him greatly. Little did he anticipate that merely participating in a treasure appraisal competition would lead to his sudden fame. Lu Rian explained, How can you still ask? These are your fans, all here seeking your expertise in appraisal. Fans? The realization struck him swiftly. It was indeed a consequence of the earlier competition. He couldn't help but exclaim, Isn't Li Zhong here at the auction house? Surely he can handle the routine appraisals. Though he may not possess Chu Jian's level of skill, he was certainly capable of managing typical collectibles. Lu Rian shot him a glance. Li Zhong is swamped with work, and some clients have specifically requested you, disregarding everyone else. He has already attended to at least 20 clients, not counting those who only wish to consult you, which likely brings the total to 30 or even 40. Upon hearing this, Chu Jian was at a loss for words. It felt as though he were a technician at a foot massage parlor being summoned repeatedly. However, since he was already there, he felt compelled to engage. Soon, word spread of Chu Jian's presence at the auction house, allowing Li Zhong a moment of respite. As all clients flocked to the reception area where Chu Jian was stationed, the morning passed swiftly, with Li Zhong assisting Chu Jian in various tasks. The most challenging aspect was dealing with some individuals who, despite all reasoning, insisted that their items were assuredly antiques. Engaging in rational discourse with them was akin to conversing across a chasm, as they would readily counter with flawed logic. By around 1 o'clock, Chu Jian could no longer endure, having rushed over without even a morsel of breakfast. He informed the customers that he would take an hour's break. Fortunately, most were reasonable, perhaps having waited long enough that their own hunger mirrored his. Once the clients departed, Chu Jian and Li Zhong collapsed onto the sofa, utterly exhausted. Lu Rian entered with 2 takeout boxes. You both have worked hard. Hurry and eat something, otherwise, your break will slip away, and you won't have time to eat later. Although you have seen many clients, the waiting list seems to only grow longer. Chu Jian was experiencing an unprecedented bout of nausea from the appraisal activities. Just moments ago, in a bid for efficiency, he had resorted to utilizing his abilities. Otherwise, had he relied solely on his own observations, he would have been at a loss as to when he might finish, especially with the considerable queue still awaiting their turn. Nevertheless, The arduous effort proved worthwhile as he had encountered several items valued in the millions, significantly enriching the collection for the upcoming auction. His prior concerns regarding a scarcity of items now seemed unfounded. Chu Jian inquired, "Director Liu, how many guests remain? Surely, there can't be many left." Having remained in the reception area, he was unaware of the number still in line. Lu Ruyin cleared her throat softly, replying, "It's about the same as this morning." Upon hearing this, both Chu Jian and Li Zhong sprang to their feet, incredulous that, after assisting so many individuals, the situation could still mirror that of earlier. It appeared they had underestimated the impact of the appraisal competition. However, Director Liu reassured them that this phenomenon would likely not persist for long, urging them to endure the temporary strain. Perhaps by tomorrow, things will revert to normal. Who can say? Unbeknownst to them, those whom they had just assisted were boasting to their friends about Chu Jian's remarkable skills, which had led to an increasing number of individuals becoming aware of his prowess. These patrons were extolling his prowess in confronting the Antique Association and even securing the championship title. Although some had not participated, they recognized the esteemed nature of the appraisal competition, fueling their curiosity. Consequently, many brought their own collectibles to the Cottonwood auction house. Naturally, some were merely hoping for a stroke of luck. An hour's respite soon elapsed, and a new round of evaluations commenced. During the proceedings, Chu Jian noticed an odd occurrence. The same antique seemed to reappear multiple times, with different appraisers each time. In the span of approximately 2 hours, a replica vase had surfaced no less than 3 times. He quietly asked, "Have you noticed why this vase has been appraised so often?" Li Zhong glanced at it and shook his head, responding, "I don't recall anything of the sort." The frenetic pace of their work had left him too disoriented to focus on anything else. A message from Director Liu arrived for Chu Jian. Upon reading it, Lu Ruyin mused that if this were indeed the case, it suggested a coordinated effort. This matter was likely more complex than it appeared. She dispatched someone to follow up on the individuals Chu Jian had mentioned. As night fell, they finally managed to see off all the customers, leaving the two of them utterly exhausted. At that moment, Lu Ruyin entered and remarked, "Chu Jian, your observations align closely with what we've discovered. However, their operation is larger than anticipated, involving both counterfeiting and deceit, albeit conducted discreetly enough that no one had noticed. Had you not alerted us, we might not have uncovered such significant findings." Surprised by the implications of his casual remark, Chu Jian pondered whether it was sheer luck on his part or misfortune for them. He then asked, "Director Liu, have you reported this to the authorities?" "Certainly. They must not be spared, for the realm of antiques, particularly the art of deception, has driven countless ordinary citizens to ruin." Lu Ruoyan elucidated, "Naturally. I reported to the authorities at the first opportunity. Otherwise, how could I have acquired those details so promptly?" Li Zhong was taken aback, surprised by her response. It seemed he had not been sufficiently meticulous, for he had been unaware of the information when Chu Jian had mentioned it earlier. Lu Ruoyan contemplated the prospect of promoting the auction house, and it would be at no cost to them. Chu Jian, however, remained unimpressed, muttering, "Who would covet such a banner?" The following day, upon arriving at the auction house, Chu Jian was greeted by a long queue of patrons. He found himself perplexed. Were there truly that many antiques to appraise? Yet, there was little he could do. After all, he was merely an employee. Had he not felt a twinge of guilt for contemplating escape from Yangcheng, he might have departed for another locale to evade the current turmoil. Soon, the day commenced with its usual flurry, and the first customer entered, presenting a box. As Chu Jian opened the container, he discovered a meticulous arrangement of jade pieces, round, square, fishtail-shaped, varying in size. After a careful count, he found a total of 20 pieces. While Chu Jian assessed the items, Li Zhong remarked, "These are the fittings of a jade belt. Such leather belts are distinguished as jade, gold, silver, etc., with the jade variant being the most prestigious, typically reserved for officials," Li Zhong explained softly. Chu Jian nodded slightly, prompting Li Zhong to continue. According to historical texts, the design, quantity, and arrangement of jade belt fittings from the Ming Dynasty are quite systematic. The front fastening of a leather belt is referred to as san tai, with 3 round pieces arranged on each side, while the square pieces are placed at the ends, resembling fishtails. There are also 2 small square fittings for assistance, with a total of 7 at the back and 13 of varying sizes at the front. Thus, it is evident that a standard complete set of jade belt fittings should consist of 20 pieces, including 2 fishtails for assistance pieces, 6 round pieces, and 8 square pieces. Chu Jian confirmed, the fittings in this box conform to those standards. Moreover, the decorative carvings feature cloud dragon motifs. The 5-clawed dragon is reserved for the emperor, while the 4-clawed and 3-clawed variants are designated for princes, dukes, and certain high-ranking officials. This one is 4-clawed. Li Zhong picked up a round peach-shaped jade piece, scrutinizing the intricate designs. The cloud dragon motif depicted a 4-clawed dragon, its body elegantly coiled. The design and edges were smooth, presenting a refined silhouette, and the meticulous polishing showcased a lustrous sheen on both the front and sides of the fitting. Under the sunlight, this round peach jade fitting appeared crystal clear, absolutely flawless. Chu Jian remarked, "This is Hatian jade, characterized by a white hue with a hint of green, likely belonging to the category of green jade. The surface of the jade exudes a gentle luster, crystalline and moist, imbued with a glass-like quality. Furthermore, the carving is exquisite, with the cloud dragon motif displaying remarkable depth and a three-dimensional effect." Chu Jian nodded, picking up the other jade pieces for further examination. Before long, he placed the jade pieces down, and Li Zhong inquired, "What do you think?" Accustomed to consulting Chu Jian, regardless of his own confidence in his assessments, he sought validation to avoid any missteps. Chu Jian sensed that Li Zhong's ability to appraise treasures was not lacking, but his confidence was evidently wavering. "You have articulated everything that needed to be said, leaving me with little else to contribute. I believe this item is indeed a jade belt from the Ming dynasty," he remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Li Zhong felt quite pleased, as he was reassured that his judgment had not faltered. Should he have misidentified it, leading to a loss for the auction house, his conscience would have weighed heavily upon him. If the loss were minor, it might have been bearable, but if it reached into the millions, or even beyond, he would find himself unable to compensate, even if he sold himself. Although the antiquities trade is undoubtedly lucrative, it requires a certain acumen, which he lacked. Thus, Chu Jian was the leader, and he remained the second in command. Chapter 57. The fisherman never returns empty-handed. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. Chu Jian peered out to see a man carrying a fishing rod and a bucket, seemingly intent on barging in. The two security personnel appeared somewhat embarrassed, having inadvertently allowed the fisherman to slip past them. The fisherman was determined to enter. Chu Jian looked at the middle-aged man clad in a tank top and thought to himself, "My good fellow, have you mistaken this for the wrong set? There are no ponds, reservoirs, or rivers here." The fisherman extended the bucket, saying, "I wish to sell this to your auction house. Are you interested?" Cough, cough. "This is not a restaurant," the security guard replied, somewhat at a loss for words. However, Chu Jian stole a glance into the bucket and was astonished to discover a rusted bronze artifact, an ancient wine vessel known as a Jew. At this moment, Chu Jian recalled a saying circulating online: "The fisherman never returns empty-handed. Apart from fish, one can catch anything." He waved his hand, interrupting the security personnel. "Li Ge, you may step outside for now. I shall converse with this gentleman." He then called out to a newly hired assistant, Xiao Yun, "Please bring a cup of tea or coffee." The fisherman, beaming, turned to the two security guards and said, "See, I told you, your company would surely be interested." The guards then realized that the bucket contained an antique, feeling quite frustrated. "If you had an antique, why not show it earlier? We wouldn't have made things difficult for you." Just as they settled in, General Liu arrived, having heard the news. After all, this was rather peculiar. A fisherman reeling in an antique. Many would be astonished to hear such a tale, wouldn't they? No need to rush with the tea. Let us first ascertain its value. I fear if the news spreads, experts will advise me to surrender it, the fisherman quipped half-jokingly. As a seasoned internet user, he was well aware of certain realities. Often, when ordinary citizens discover antiques, they are encouraged to turn them over to the state, receiving a modest reward and a ceremonial flag in return. In his view, this was utterly deceitful. Very well, let's examine the item first. I trust you are familiar with what this is? The fisherman nodded. I have seen it in textbooks and historical dramas. It is used for drinking wine. Precisely. It is called a Jew, a vessel for holding, pouring, and warming wine. The Jew can be considered one of the earliest drinking vessels, functionally akin to modern decanters or wine warmers, prevalent during the Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties. Its typical form features a spout for pouring, a pointed tail, a central cup, a handle on one side, and 3 feet, with a column at the junction of the spout and cup, which are common characteristics across various historical periods. The flowing walls deepen, with a wide trough and an oval base. The double columns are positioned further back, near the junction of the flow and the mouth, adorned with decorative beast heads. This indicates that it is a bronze vessel from the late Shang dynasty. Chu Jian pointed out its characteristics. After the mid-Western Zhou period, bronze vessels gradually faded from the historical stage, no longer serving as everyday utensils. but occasionally appearing in large tombs as coarse replicas, likely created by the old nobility who longed for the traditional rites since the decline of Eastern Zhou rituals and music. As for the ancient costume dramas from the Three Kingdoms, Tang, and Song dynasties, where characters are seen drinking from such vessels, it is evident that the scriptwriters and directors lack historical understanding, joked Chu Jian. From the Shang dynasty? That is quite a long time ago. It must be worth something, right? If I were to sell it directly, how much would you offer? He was not well informed. Otherwise, he would not have come here. As long as it wasn't a few hundred yuan, he could accept it. If it were merely a few hundred, he would rather turn it over to the Cultural Relics department, which offers a reward of 500 yuan and a banner, doesn't it? The fisherman seemed somewhat uncertain, especially since the item was so rusted. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Jian replied, "If you sell it directly, our auction house could offer 20,000. My friend, you would never receive such a high price at those antique shops. You could try them if you wish." In reality, he could have offered a lower price. But Chu Jian felt it unnecessary, as it was not his own money at stake. The common folk also have it hard. One must allow them a morsel of comfort. 20,000? That sounds fair. You are quite generous, exclaimed the fisherman immediately. In truth, he had already visited several antique shops, the highest offer being 800. Compared to the auction house's 20,000, the difference was vast, leading him to conclude that the auction house was indeed generous and decide to sell it to them. Is that possible? You must understand, my salary is only 8 or 9,000. This amount represents 2 months' pay. Of course, he would need to set aside some personal funds. Replacing a fishing rod also requires money. Fishing without the right equipment is unthinkable. They say that a DSLR can impoverish 3 generations, and fishing can ruin a lifetime. This is no mere saying. If you have someone in your household who is obsessed with fishing, you'll find a dedicated cabinet filled with fishing stools, bait, rods, and a shoe cabinet containing fishing lines and tackle boxes, hooks, and line coils on the wine cabinet, while the garage is stocked with fishing bags and buckets, and the car trunk is filled with nets and other gear. Fishing is indeed an addictive pursuit. Chu Jian exchanged a glance with General Liu, who promptly understood and called for someone to bring the payment. "You are fair. If I catch something good again, I will come straight to you." The fisherman, delighted with his payment, felt pleased. Although he did not catch any fish today, he made a considerable profit. Once he left the auction house, he planned to visit a nearby market to buy a few fish for appearances. As the fisherman carried his bucket and rod out, Lu Ruyin inquired, "Is this bronze vessel quite valuable? To have preserved in such condition at the riverbed is commendable. This beast-faced vessel from the late Shang period is worth around 300,000. Lu Ruyin nodded slightly, considering it a significant gain. She did not blame Chu Jian for not negotiating down the price. She was well aware that had they started with a price of 10,000, the seller would likely have agreed. The prices are quite reasonable, which bodes well for the future development and reputation of our auction house. Chu Jian offered a brief explanation. For instance, that individual from earlier, should they come across antiques again, would likely bring them here first. Lu Ruyin smiled and said, "No need for explanation, I understand." As she served tea and water, the intern Xiao Yun silently marveled. The notion of fishing out antiques was already absurd enough. Yet to discover they were worth around 300,000 was astonishing. If she were to acquire such treasures, she would certainly pursue some other small ventures rather than merely assisting here. Chapter 58. Unearthing Treasures in the Countryside, a Fortuitous Encounter. After a bustling 2 days, the auction house finally settled down. This auction featured over 40 pieces of antiques, 2/3 of which were consigned to them, while 1/3 was sold directly to the auction house. Although he intended to rest, the thought of exploring the countryside for hidden treasures piqued his interest, and he seized the opportunity to witness it firsthand. Upon arriving at the meeting point, he discovered that alongside Shen Shiji, there was a formidable-looking middle-aged man. Upon seeing Chu Jian, Shen Shiji introduced Brother Chu. "This is Uncle Li, an elder of mine. He is heading to the countryside today to collect something, and I thought I would tag along for the experience." Upon hearing this, Chu Jian responded, "Thank you for your assistance today, Uncle Li." Uncle Li chuckled, "It's a trivial matter. Time is of the essence, and the journey is somewhat lengthy, so we should set off soon." Thereafter, Uncle Li engaged in conversation with Chu Jian. Though Chu Jian was unfamiliar with him, he had heard whispers of Chu Jian's rising prominence in the antique circles of Yanqing. As a seasoned enthusiast himself, Uncle Li was keen to exchange insights. With only 3 travelers, they opted for a single vehicle. Having avoided peak hours, the roads were relatively clear. After traversing several streets, they reached the outskirts within approximately an hour, continuing along a secondary highway deeper into the countryside. Along the way, they passed through several small towns, with the surroundings growing increasingly remote. Eventually, even the paved roads disappeared, and they found themselves navigating through rugged, muddy paths. Fortunately, they were driving a capable off-road vehicle. Otherwise, they would have struggled to pass some of the deeper potholes. After a bumpy ride lasting over an hour, Shun Shiji felt dizzy from the jolting motion. But they finally arrived at their destination. Chu Jian, having grown up in the countryside and familiar with the area, fared better than Shun Shiji. They arrived at a farmer's home. Though the house bore signs of age, it was respectable by ancient standards, belonging to a landowner. "Brother Amo, do you remember me?" "Apologies for the intrusion," Uncle Lee greeted as he approached. An elderly farmer, preparing to head out with his tools, paused and, after a moment's thought, smiled. "Mr. Lee, right? Impressive memory." "Indeed. Is the plate I asked you to keep still with you?" Uncle Lee inquired. "Yes, indeed. I've been waiting for your return." The farmer's words left Chu Jian feeling somewhat bewildered. Waiting for Uncle Lee seemed rather peculiar. The old man welcomed everyone into the house, then proceeded to serve tea. "Brother Amo, let us first examine the items. We can leisurely enjoy our tea afterward." Upon hearing this, the man had no choice but to retrieve the plate that Mr. Lee had previously shown interest in. Chu Jian and Shun Shiji took the opportunity to survey their surroundings. To their surprise, the living room featured a folding screen, an unusual sight for a farmer's home. Nearby, there was a vase. "But wait, this vase is a high imitation," Chu Jian remarked as soon as he noticed the man was absent. To be honest, it struck him as odd for a farmer to display such a replica. Being from the countryside himself, Chu Jian understood well that rural homes did not possess such pretentiousness. Li Shu and Shun Shiji immediately became suspicious. With this reminder, how could they not be on guard? "Let's take a look first. Shao Jia, it's best if you remain silent for a while. If the plate turns out to be problematic, I'll find a way to dismiss it," Li Shu suggested. Had it not been for bringing Chu Jian along, they might have found themselves in a troublesome situation. Those involved are often blinded by their own circumstances, while onlookers see clearly. During his first visit, he had been brought by a friend who claimed the place was once owned by a landlord and contained some old relics. At that time, this not-so-familiar friend had purchased an item for over 500,000 in front of him, which had led to his lack of suspicion. However, now Li Shu could not help but doubt whether that friend had conspired against him. Consequently, he called that friend. "Sorry, the number you dialed is not in service." At this moment, both Shun Shiji and Li Shu felt their hearts race. How could they still remain oblivious? They were not fools. "Shall we leave now?" Shun Shiji suggested. After departing, they could report to the authorities. He felt a surge of indignation at being deceived. "No rush. Let's play along for now. We've come this far." Chu Jian replied. "Mr. Lee, please take a closer look." "Well, a farmer knows the term take a closer look and speaks it so fluently. It's suspicious," Li Shu mused. Chu Jian focused intently, his brow furrowing at the realization that this plate might indeed hold considerable value. "What do you think?" Shun Shiji whispered, while Li Shu pretended to examine the treasure, eager to hear Chu Jian's opinion. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Jian replied, "It's acceptable. I could consider it at around 30,000. Sensing that the price was too low and might not entice the man, he felt compelled to raise it slightly. "That won't do. This is a family heirloom, purportedly an antique from the Qing dynasty," the old man hastily countered. Chu Jian shook his head. "This is a Republic-era imitation of Qing porcelain. You might want to observe closely. If it were from the Qing dynasty, it would have a slight yellowing. Look through a magnifying glass to see the bubbles." He then began a professional analysis, leaving the old man momentarily stunned, almost convinced. "Mr. Lee, I can consider it within 30,000, but anything above that I wouldn't recommend." Li Shu turned to the old man. "Brother Mo, my esteemed nephew is an appraiser in an auction house. He should not err in his judgment. How about this, 30,000? If that suits you, we shall proceed with the transaction. If not, we remain friends and continue enjoying tea. What do you say?" Given that Chu Jian had made such a statement, it indicated that the porcelain's value was undoubtedly greater than that sum. He found himself in a state of bemusement, initially convinced that it was a mere fabrication and almost slipped away unnoticed. To his astonishment, by a stroke of serendipity, he stumbled upon a genuine treasure. The old man, well aware of the true nature of the items in this place, knew that even the house itself was merely rented. After a moment's hesitation, he thought to himself, "Whatever can be swindled shall be swindled. Very well then. In acknowledgement of your 2 visits, I shall sell you 1 item." Once the transaction was concluded, Uncle Lee and his companions lost their desire for tea and decided to take their leave. As they stepped outside, they encountered a villager who cast a peculiar glance at Uncle Lee and his group. Chapter 59. The Temple S items are not for sale. seemingly eager to avoid any exposure. The old man quickly introduced, "This is my second brother. Ha ha." He discreetly gestured to the villager entering the house. This villager was, in fact, the owner of the residence. Typically, when guests arrived, the family would vacate the premises. However, the unexpected visit from Chu Jian and his companions caught them off guard, leading to this unforeseen situation. He was acutely aware of the purpose of his dwelling. Yet when offered a monthly rent of 10,000 yuan, he was inclined to cooperate. The villager nodded and rummaged through his home to retrieve a rope as thick as his thumb before stepping out once more. "Brother M.O., there's no need to see us off. Take care." Uncle Li waved his hand. "Very well, Mr. Li, travel safely." Chu Jian had already taken note of the object in the villager's hand and promptly pursued him. "Hey, sir, where's your village's temple? I would like to offer a stick of incense." Chu Jian initiated the conversation as he caught up. The villager quickened his pace. "That may disappoint you. Our village's temple is under reconstruction, and we are not currently offering incense." "Oh, may I at least take a glance? By the way, is that a divination tube you have?" Chu Jian quickened his steps again. "Indeed, this is a divination tube. Could I take a closer look?" Chu Jian extended his hand. The villager pondered for a moment, then handed it over, reasoning that as long as he did not divulge any sensitive information, the rest was inconsequential. Soon after, Uncle Li and Shun Shiji also caught up, observing the cylindrical object made of bamboo in Chu Jian's hands. The surface of the bamboo tube was adorned with exquisite relief carvings depicting scenes of the 8 immortals crossing the sea, showcasing remarkable craftsmanship. Over centuries of handling, the color of the divination tube had transformed into a rich amber hue, exhibiting an exceptional patina. It was likely due to its association with the temple that it had been preserved so well. "Sir, is this divination tube for sale?" Chu Jian inquired. He was astonished to discover that this tube dated back to the Ming dynasty. Artifacts of bamboo carving from the Ming era are exceedingly rare, especially esteemed pieces, which often fetch prices exceeding $1 million. Bamboo carving ranks among the earliest forms of ancient Chinese decorative arts. Though typically small in scale, these items are often crafted with meticulous attention to detail, making them cherished collectibles. They are grouped with wood, ivory, and horn carving, collectively referred to as bamboo, wood, ivory, and horn. In recent years, the prices of bamboo carvings from the Ming and Qing dynasties have surged, with certain pieces commanding astonishing sums. "Not for sale. This is a temple item." The villager firmly shook his head. 500, Chu Jian countered directly. The elder paused momentarily, then shook his head. "The items from the temple truly cannot be sold." 5,000, Chu Jian immediately raised the offer tenfold. The elder hesitated. "Is it really appropriate to sell the temple's belongings?" 20,000, if that doesn't work. Before Chu Jian could finish, the elder swiftly interjected. "Well, it's about time for the temple to acquire some new items." Uncle Li and Shun Shiji were left speechless. Goodness, wasn't it said that the items from the temple were unsellable? It seemed that the notion of non-saleable treasures was mere pretense. In the end, it all boiled down to insufficient funds. Uncle Li picked up the item and examined it for a while, realizing it was a work by Zhu He, which instantly filled him with envy. It is worth noting that Zhu He was renowned for his bamboo carving, being the founder of the Jiating school of bamboo carving. His surviving works are exceedingly rare, with one particularly representative piece, a bamboo carving of Mithria with 5 children climbing upon him, exuding a lively and playful spirit. Following Zhu He, his son Xiaosong and grandson Sansong also became notable practitioners of the Jiating bamboo carving tradition, collectively referred to as the 3 songs of Jiating. The works of the 3 songs are often auctioned for hundreds of thousands, with some even exceeding $1 million. When this topic arose, Uncle Li became quite earnest. Even the villager walking ahead perked up his ears, chuckling inwardly. "You have been deceived. How could someone orchestrate such a scheme and present genuine treasures to you?" Thus, in the eyes of this elder, Chu Jian and his companions were novices. Otherwise, how could they have fallen for the ruse? This should be Mao porcelain. Uncle Li must be aware of that, right? Is this Mao porcelain? Uncle Li certainly knew. Mao porcelain refers to the ceramics specifically designed and produced for Chairman Mao's personal use, representing the pinnacle of Chinese ceramic craftsmanship. Among these, the 7,041 Mao porcelain produced in Liling stands out as the most renowned. The body of Mao porcelain is delicate and resilient, with a wall thickness of less than 1 millimeter, appearing nearly transparent under light, producing a melodious sound and exhibiting exquisite craftsmanship and fine quality. The process of creating Mao porcelain is intricate and requires expensive materials. The State Porcelain Office utilizes rare and nearly extinct Linchuan kaolin for its production. along with color minerals meticulously ground into pigments. The porcelain is finely crafted, hand-painted beneath the glaze, with colors that seep through the glaze to the surface, resulting in a characteristic that ensures they never fade. This porcelain is free from harmful substances such as lead and cadmium, is resistant to acids and bases, and is beneficial to health. Over the past 2 decades, this batch of enigmatic porcelain has surged in value from a few thousand yuan each to several hundred thousand, with some exquisite pieces reaching prices in the millions. Look, this is a typical decorative pattern of Mao porcelain featuring water dots and peach blossoms. First, the petals are drawn with glass white water dots to outline the flowers, followed by a second application of color on the glass white, executed with precision and agility to achieve the delicate effect of the blossoms. Unfortunately, there is only one plate. Mao porcelain is best sold as a set. A lone piece cannot command a high price. A few years ago, an auction house sold a set of underglazed, multicolored Mao porcelain bowls for over 8 million. Observing that both Uncle Li and Chu Jian had made finds, it was Shun Shiji's turn to feel envious. "Where shall we go now?" he inquired. "The village temple is being rebuilt. Let us go and take a look." Upon hearing this, Uncle Li and Shun Shiji nodded in tacit agreement, choosing not to say more. The guide, after a moment's hesitation, inquired, "Is it possible to put away that cylinder?" Chu Jian instantly understood, realizing the man was reluctant to part with the 20,000 yuan, and thus he placed the cylinder into his backpack. Chapter 60, Offerings and the Schwanda Furnace. Uncle Li leaned closer and whispered, "This must be a brush holder, right?" As for why it is mistaken for a fortune-telling cylinder, that remains a mystery. Stories in the antique world can be quite absurd. For instance, a priceless bronze ding was used by villagers as a pig trough for over a decade, an assertion that many would find hard to believe. A brush holder? That would be even more valuable. Shun Shiji chimed in, joining the hushed discussion. The older man in front, striding ahead, had already distanced himself by over 10 meters, rendering their murmurs inaudible to him. Indeed, this should be a brush holder. Brush holders are treasures of the scholar's desk. In ancient times, items related to scholarly pursuits were often steeped in artistic value. The brush holder, being one of the more significant tools in this realm, naturally commanded a high worth. Typically cylindrical in shape, they were crafted from various materials, including bamboo, wood, porcelain, lacquer, jade, ivory, and purple clay, and were a staple on the desks of literati. In antiquity, brush holders were favored for their artistic individuality and elevated cultural significance. Bamboo and wooden brush holders emerged around the mid to late Ming dynasty, quickly becoming fashionable and retaining their popularity to this day. However, their origins can be traced back to the Song dynasty, when porcelain brush holders first appeared, albeit in scarce quantities, leading many to mistakenly believe that such items originated solely in the Ming era. In reality, few brush holders from the Ming dynasty have survived, with many of those we see today actually dating back to the Qing dynasty. Notably, Kangxi brush holders are rare treasures among collectors, with the market being flooded with late Qing replicas imitating the Kangxi style and motifs. Distinguishing between the two necessitates meticulous examination of the glaze color, shape, and brushwork. As they conversed, they followed the older man to the temple's construction site, where work was underway to dismantle the roof. Statues of deities that once adorned the temple had been relocated to a temporary abode, while various items lay haphazardly scattered across an open area. The locals, aware of the 3 outsiders, tacitly refrained from discussing anything. The misdeeds committed by Chen Lin's family were not to be spoken of, especially since Chen Lin frequently treated everyone to cigarettes and drinks, serving as a sort of hush money. The elder explained to the others that the 3 were likely there to inspect the antiques. Upon hearing this, some expressed discontent, stating, "The items in the temple are not for sale." This phrase elicited nearly exasperated eye rolls from Uncle Li and Shun Shiji. Chen Lin's face flushed slightly, as he had just echoed that very sentiment moments ago. Chu Jian laughed, saying, "We do not intend to purchase. If we find something we fancy, we shall offer a donation instead." That notion does hold some merit, the others mused, their eyes gleaming with intrigue. Given the temple's reconstruction efforts, funds were somewhat lacking, and the endeavor appeared rather meager. If only there were more resources available, who wouldn't wish to enhance the temple of their village? In the coming 3-yearly temple fair, the villagers from neighboring areas felt a sense of pride. Indeed, what mattered more was that, regardless of their poverty, the temple could not be allowed to fall into disrepair. In their rural community, while one's home might be bare and desolate, the temple must not be too shabby. How could the deities bestow their blessings if they were housed in such squalor? The temple steward was the first to speak. "Feel free to examine the surroundings. As long as you do not take interest in the statues of the bodhisattvas and other deities, anything else can be discussed. Even the boldest among them would not dare to sell the sacred images. Indeed, the offerings must be made with sincerity. Goodness, Shen Shiji was enlightened by this experience. The customs of this village were quite peculiar. Given this, Uncle Li and Shen Shiji felt no hesitation. Particularly, Shen Shiji's gaze was immediately drawn to one of the incense burners, which he believed was most likely to be a treasure. Not minding the dirt, he emptied the ash inside and examined it from various angles. Ultimately, he sought the expertise of Chu Jian. Brother Chu, what do you think of this incense burner? Incense burners are indispensable implements in the traditional Chinese customs, religious rites, and ceremonial activities. Throughout the ages, various types of incense vessels have been utilized, including Basan furnaces, hand burners, incense holders, reclining burners, and incense tubes. The materials used primarily consist of bronze, ceramics, gold, silver, bamboo, wood, enamel, and jade. Their purposes vary, whether for perfuming garments, decorative display, or reverent offerings to deities and Buddhas. Commonly, they are found in square or round shapes, with square incense burners typically featuring 4 legs, while round ones generally have 3 legs, with one positioned at the front and 2 at the back. The piece before them was a round incense burner with 3 legs, adorned with intricate floral engravings. After years of incense burning, it had acquired an ancient and charming patina. Shen Shiji even showcased the mark on the incense burner to Chu Jian, which astonishingly read made during the Xuande period of the Ming dynasty. Chu Jian chuckled. Do you think it could be genuine? I am uncertain, hence my inquiry, replied Shen Shiji, a novice in the realm of antiques, who only understood that Xuande burners were exceedingly valuable. If it's a replica, you might as well forget about the authentic Xuande burner. Chu Jian interrupted his daydream. The Xuande burner, a bronze incense vessel crafted during the Xuande period of the Ming dynasty, is commonly referred to as the Xuande furnace. It was the first instance in Chinese history where yellow brass was utilized in the casting of bronze wares, under the personal supervision of Emperor Xuande. The entire production process, encompassing copper smelting and design, was based on ancient texts such as the Xuande antiquities and archaeological records, along with hundreds of treasured artifacts from renowned kilns of the Song and Yuan dynasties. The finest models were selected and rendered into illustrations, presented to the emperor for review, accompanied by explanations regarding their origins and historical significance. Once approved, physical samples were cast for the emperor's inspection, and only upon his satisfaction was the full-scale casting permitted. The rarity of Xuande burners lies not only in the multiple refinements of the copper, but also in the incorporation of precious metals like gold. In total, only 3,000 pieces were cast, most of which adorned various locations within the imperial court, while a small portion was bestowed upon royal relatives, distinguished ministers, and prosperous temples. For the common folk, the name Xuande was known, yet the sight of an authentic piece was seldom experienced. After centuries of trials and tribulations, genuine copper incense burners from the 3rd year of the Xuande period have become exceedingly rare. It can be said that, as of now, there is not a single genuinely recognized Xuande furnace. In pursuit of exorbitant profits, antique dealers have never ceased to replicate Xuande furnaces from the Xuande period of the Ming dynasty to the Republican era. Consequently, there are so many Xuande furnaces on the market that one cannot help but question the very nature of existence. For instance, the piece before us is a replica from the Republican era, crafted with a degree of skill, at least showing some effort. It's from the Republican period. You may discuss it at your leisure, remarked Chu Jian. Xuande furnaces from the Republican era typically fetch a few thousand yuan, while finer examples can soar into the tens of thousands, with exquisite pieces reaching upwards of 100,000 yuan. With Chu Jian's guidance, Shen Shiji felt more assured, contemplating how much incense money to donate. Chapter 61. Uncle Li donates 30,000. The temple keeper feels ashamed. Uncle Li unexpectedly unearthed a pipa. Does the temple possess such an item? Shen Shiji inquired, his expression peculiar. The temple keeper informed him. This was left over from the last temple fair, when our village invited a theater troupe to perform. It is likely of no use to us, if you desire it. Feel free to take it. It is of no benefit to have it lying around in our temple, far less useful than a suona or a gong. Uncle Li instantly recognized that the structure of the pipa was crafted from aged mahogany, adorned with exquisite mother-of-pearl inlays. Regardless of its age, Uncle Li believed this pipa must hold some value. Mother-of-pearl inlay is a unique traditional art treasure of China, referring to the craft of creating thin pieces depicting figures, flowers, birds, geometric shapes, or text, made from polished seashells and inlaid onto the surface of an object as decorative artistry. due to its natural allure and striking visual effects. Mother-of-pearl inlay is one of the most prevalent forms of traditional decorative art, widely applied to lacquerware, furniture, musical instruments, screens, boxes, dishes, wood carvings, and related crafts. This craftsmanship boasts a long history, believed to have originated with lacquerware during the Shang dynasty. By the Tang dynasty, Chinese mother-of-pearl inlay had reached a considerable level of sophistication, particularly in the realm of lacquered copper mirrors adorned with mother-of-pearl, which were regarded as masterpieces of the period. Mother-of-pearl inlay on a pipa? Quite remarkable. Exclaimat. Chu Jian could not help but give a thumbs up. This gesture, however, struck the villagers as somewhat boastful. How could these three individuals, having been deceived by Chun Lin, possess any discernible insight? They likely assumed that anything appearing somewhat antiquated must be a treasure. Uncle Li and Chu Jian discerned the villagers' psychological state and decided to engage in open dialogue. After all, these villagers had already considered the three of them as ignorant victims. So why bother being discreet? Brother Chu, what era do you think this is from? Shun Shiji inquired. It appears to be from the Ming dynasty. However, the pipa strings have likely been replaced with newer ones, replied Chu Jian. The craftsmanship of mother-of-pearl inlay reached its zenith during the late Ming and early Qing dynasties, with specialized artisans in the imperial workshops creating royal mother-of-pearl inlaid items. This particular piece is likely of court origin, hence it should be of high quality. Upon hearing this, Uncle Li was elated. Even if the pipa strings were recent, the main body being from the Ming dynasty already renders it quite valuable. For a pipa, particularly one intended for collection, the strings do not constitute its most valuable aspect. The strings of a pipa can always be replaced with superior ones. Li Shu, in an exceptionally buoyant mood, jested with the temple steward. My good fellow, I shall donate 30,000 for the incense funds. Chu Jian discerned the similarities between Li Shu and Shun Shiji. Both exhibited a propensity for generosity. In such circumstances, a donation of 3,000 to 5,000 would have elicited secretive smiles from the villagers. If they were merely simple folk, there would be little to remark upon. However, given this village's collaboration with others to deceive outsiders, Chu Jian felt no obligation to consider their feelings, opting instead to toss them a nominal sum as a mere formality. His earlier donation of 20,000 was motivated both by the genuine worth of that pen tube, which could fetch $1 million or $2 million at auction, and by a desire to incentivize that elder to guide them here. The villagers gasped in astonishment, unprepared for such generosity. The steward, possessing a modicum of conscience, appeared slightly abashed and hastily instructed someone to serve tea. We are exceedingly grateful to you, esteemed benefactor. Lady He, the civil and military officials, and Lord of the land shall undoubtedly bless you, the steward hurriedly expressed with flattering words. Just seeking a bit of peace of mind. I shall offer incense shortly, Chu Jian replied. It is only proper. Earlier, Shun Shiji had acquired an incense burner, contributing 5,000, which they had deemed extravagant. Little did they expect that this elder would surpass that amount. With an additional 30,000 in the budget, the temple's interior renovations could be considerably improved. Shun Shiji rummaged about with the fervor of a refuse collector, being the most industrious among them. Chu Jian remained unhurried, finding the ordinary items beneath his notice. Soon, Shun Shiji unearthed another item, not merely one, but a bag filled with jade Buddhas, jade Guanyins, and jade peaches. Such items resemble talismans. Their monetary value is hardly worth discussing. Those that have been consecrated are believed to possess significant spiritual efficacy, at least in their estimation. Chu Jian glanced at the collection. The jade was of exceedingly poor quality, akin to waste material in a jade quarry, hardly worthy of attention. Observing Chu Jian's expression, Shun Shiji shared a tacit understanding. With a restrained chuckle, he graciously selected a jade guanin, stating, I shall take one. I cannot wear so many. The conventions were well understood by Shun Shiji. Men typically wear guanin, primarily due to historical associations with commerce and examination, as men often venture out for extended periods and tend to exhibit more volatile temperaments. In contrast, guanin of Chinese Buddhism is depicted as female, symbolizing compassion and gentleness. Thus, men wearing guanin signifies a desire for gentleness. Women, on the other hand, wear representations of Maitreya Buddha, particularly the rotund figure of the laughing Buddha, which symbolizes joy and generosity, with the hope that women might cultivate a tranquil and open-hearted disposition. Chu Jian continued to observe the temple, picking up a piece of blue brick, astonished to discover its age, spanning 300 to 500 years. Good sir, was there not originally a structure here? Chu Jian inquired. Upon uttering these words, Shun Shiji and Uncle Li were taken aback, turning their gazes towards him. The temple caretaker was equally astonished, inquiring, "How did you know?" Indeed, this place was once a Taoist temple, which eventually fell into disrepair. 2 or 3 decades ago, when the village sought to construct a temple, a feng shui master informed them that the location of the Taoist temple was a site of exquisite geomantic fortune, making it the most suitable place for their new structure. Consequently, they dismantled the abandoned temple and erected a new edifice in its stead. At that time, the village was not affluent, so some materials were salvaged from the old temple. Huh, just a guess, but this brick feels like it belongs to a different era. Chu Jian remarked casually. Upon comparison, others indeed discovered a distinction, leading to an epiphany. Thus, the temple caretaker recounted tales of yore, such as the existence of a stone tablet that had been repurposed as a foundation support. A stone tablet? Take me to excavate it, Shun Shiji urged eagerly. Chapter 62. The Ailment of the Child, the Emperor's Tongbao. Given that Shun Shiji had just donated 5,000 yuan in incense money, the villagers agreed to assist him in unearthing the stone tablet. "Brother Chu, come over and take a look," Shun Shiji called out. Chu Jian and Uncle Li, who were sipping tea brewed in the temple, approached to see what was amiss. To be candid, the collection of stone tablets is quite niche and not highly valued. Neither Chu Jian nor Uncle Li held much interest in stone tablets. They merely wished to indulge Shun Shiji's enthusiasm. Stone tablets, which first appeared during the Zhou dynasty, served different purposes from those of today. In the imperial court, they were used to calculate time based on the shifting shadows cast by the sun in ancestral temples. They acted as stone pillars to tether sacrificial animals. By the Han dynasty, stone tablets began to be utilized in burial sites, evolving into tombstones. As they approached, Chu Jian noticed that the tablet's frame was adorned with high-relief carvings of turbulent seas and the motif of 2 dragons playing with a pearl, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. The sunlit side bore numerous inscriptions, the essence of which celebrated Lu Dongbin. "It seems the former Taoist temple was dedicated to Lu Dongbin," Chu Jian remarked. Lu Dongbin is a folk deity in Taoism based on a historical figure. Common lore identifies him as the grandson of Lu Wei, a vice minister during the Tang dynasty. This individual held an official post, but, weary of the chaos wrought by rebellions, renounced worldly fame and fortune, retreating to the Jufeng mountain with his wife to practice asceticism. Before abandoning his official duties, he generously distributed his vast wealth to the impoverished, performing many charitable deeds for the common folk. For this reason, Lu Dongbin earned the admiration of the populace, leading to the construction of the Lu Gong Shrine in his honor. In the Jin dynasty, due to Lu Dongbin's devotion to Taoism, the shrine was transformed into a temple. To the right of the stone tablet, a line of text caught Uncle Li's attention. In the 6th year of the Jiajing era of the Ming dynasty, during the summer month of April. From the Jiajing period of the Ming dynasty, how intriguing! Exclaimed Uncle Li. No wonder that fellow called us over to verify its authenticity. If this is genuine, it might hold considerable value. Observing Chu Jian nodding slightly in affirmation, Shun Shiji promptly addressed the villagers who had assisted in the excavation, saying, "Gentlemen, please help me transport it to where I parked." Then, pulling out 200 yuan, the 2 men each took 100, just enough to buy some cigarettes. Without hesitation, the 2 young villagers rolled up their sleeves, each taking a side, and lifted the stone tablet away. Earning 100 yuan so effortlessly was a proposition they could hardly refuse. The other villagers looked on with a tinge of envy, wishing they could take their place. After all, moving a mere stone was nothing. In their toil, they could scarcely earn 200 yuan in a day. As for Shun Shiji taking away the stone tablet, there was little objection, for it was something they had deemed unwanted. At that moment, a couple arrived at the temple, carrying chickens and other offerings, accompanied by a child. However, the child bore an unsettling appearance, with arms resembling those of the Hulk. Alas, it would be best to seek medical attention. The temple keeper couldn't help but advise. What purpose does praying serve? Of course, such words should never escape the lips of a temple keeper. Shun Shiji observed and inhaled deeply. Is this varicose veins? Timely treatment is essential. It can be cured. He recognized the ailment, a condition characterized by swelling in certain areas. Varicose veins manifest as bulging, dilated, and twisted veins, which can occur in various regions. Treatment options include medication, surgical intervention, and physical therapy, and, generally, it does not impede normal life post-treatment. The couple forced a smile. It's not varicose veins. That will be manageable, a surgical procedure costing merely thousands. Currently, The hospital could not ascertain the issue and suggested observation. Fearing amputation might be necessary, they advised seeking consultation at a larger hospital, as smaller clinics often lack the capacity to address such complex ailments. Chu Jian also felt pity for the child and suggested, perhaps it is best to pray. The temple keeper, wanting to say something further, ultimately sighed in resignation. Uncle Li and Chu Jian discerned his meaning. They suspected the family was impoverished and lacked the funds for a larger hospital. Truth be told, facing a severe illness today could lead to financial ruin, not just for rural dwellers, but even for ordinary city folk. Chu Jian noted that the child's ankle was adorned with an ancient coin. It is a common custom in our culture to use old coins to ward off evil. So this sight was not surprising. Many young people wear such charms, particularly the 5 emperors' coins. These coins, minted by the 5 most illustrious emperors of China, are believed to gather the energies of heaven, earth, and humanity, thus serving to ward off malevolent spirits and attract wealth. What surprised Chu Jian was that the coin was actually a rare Emperor Song Tongbao. "Excuse me, could you please remove that coin for me to examine?" Upon seeing the couple's bewilderment, the temple keeper quickly interjected, "They're interested in antiques. That coin might be quite valuable." The couple, hearing this, hastily removed the coin from the child's ankle and handed it to Chu Jian. If it held any worth, it could be a lifeline for them. Uncle Li and Shun Shiji also turned their attention, though their knowledge of ancient coins was limited, rendering them unable to discern its significance. Emperor Song Tongbao, not familiar. Shun Shiji shook his head slightly. Chu Jian silently mused. It is understandable that you, a novice in antiquities for only a few months, have not heard of it. However, Uncle Li remarked, "I seem to recall something. This script appears to be Judaism, doesn't it?" Chu Jian nodded. "Indeed. Quite right." The 9-fold seal script flourished during the Tang, Song, Yuan, and Ming dynasties, continuing to the present day. When this exquisite script is applied to coinage, among the thousands of ancient coins, the Huangsong Tong Bao stands as a singular example, thus esteemed by collectors throughout the ages as a rare gem and a treasure of ancient currency. "Is it valuable?" inquired the child's father with eager anticipation. Chu Jian cast a glance at the unfortunate child, feeling a pang of compassion, and sighed inwardly. If this ancient coin is genuine, it is valued at over 500,000. As soon as the words left his lips, everyone present, save for Shun Shiji and Uncle Li, widened their eyes in astonishment. The child's parents were filled with immense joy. "Brother, will you buy it?" "Certainly. I will take it for 500,000. Use the money to take your child to the hospital promptly. Do not delay, and do not believe in any folk remedies," Chu Jian advised him. Although the 9-fold seal version of the Huangsong Tongbao is valued at over 500,000, it has previously fetched prices exceeding 900,000. Therefore, securing 500,000 would undeniably be a profitable venture for Chu Jian. The man nearly fell to his knees in gratitude, while the child's mother continuously expressed her thanks. The temple keeper was also moved, recognizing the goodness of these 3 individuals, feeling a sense of shame, and finally couldn't resist revealing, "You 3? You just purchased items from Chun Lin's house, correct? That individual is a fraud, not from our village." Chapter 63. Incitement to Report Golden Silk Nanmu. This sudden confession left Chu Jian, Shun Shiji, and Uncle Li somewhat at a loss. Ultimately, Uncle Li chuckled heartily. "Oh, really? Well, since the purchase is made, let's serve as a lesson. However, if this matter were to be exposed, it would be quite troublesome. If they were to pack up and leave, there would be no repercussions for them, while the blame would solely fall upon your village. Thus, I suggest you remain vigilant. Your confession is noted, but we do not wish to confess." Upon hearing this, the faces of those present changed slightly. Indeed, they had not reaped much benefit, and if they ended up bearing the blame, it would be problematic. In light of this, I believe it would be prudent for everyone to report it. As a form of self-disclosure, your culpability is minimal. Clarify the situation, and you may avoid imprisonment, perhaps even gain merit for assisting in solving a significant case. Shun Shiji interjected. The villagers began to murmur among themselves, while only Chun Lin appeared anxious, startled by the temple keeper's sudden confession. He was acutely aware that if a report was made, the other villagers would be unscathed, but his own fate would be uncertain. Observing his distress, Chu Jian spoke. "Uncle, if you personally report it, you may atone for your misdeeds. You would only need to return the money received from that gang, which is considered illicit gains, and you should not face any serious consequences. However, if matters escalate and you attract the attention of powerful figures, the gang may escape, but you would not be so fortunate and would bear the responsibility. This statement thoroughly unsettled Chen Lin. The temple keeper, being a relative of the child with a peculiar illness, would undoubtedly support Chu Jian and his companion's perspective. Gritting his teeth, Chen Lin declared, "Very well, I shall go now." After all, he had merely received 20,000 yuan, and having just sold that signature tube for the same amount, he felt he had neither gained nor lost. The child's parents wished to invite Chu Jian and the others to their home as a gesture of gratitude for their life-saving assistance. However, remaining here after the report would indeed complicate matters. They must accompany the authorities to file a record, and it is possible that Uncle Li's acquisition of the 3,000 yuan Maozi encountered some obstacles. "Sir, that beam of wood appears quite splendid. Could you arrange for someone to help me transport to the town? I shall also contribute some incense money," Chu Jian remarked. He had been admiring the beam for quite some time, but had remained silent until now. The temple elder quickly waved his hand, saying, "No need, no need. The Bodhisattva will surely bless you. Abayo, go fetch your tractor to help transport to the town." He felt somewhat guilty about asking for payment for a mere beam of wood. If memory served him correctly, that beam originally belonged to the Taoist temple. Initially, everyone decided to utilize it since it was well preserved. Upon hearing this, Uncle Li and Shun Shiji immediately examined the wood, even using a nearby villager's knife to shave off a bit, revealing the wood's golden threads glistening. A look of astonishment flickered in the eyes of the two relatives. This was indeed a piece of golden silk nanmu, something they had overlooked. Historically, golden silk nanmu was exclusively used in the construction of royal palaces and select temple furnishings. The crystalline structure within golden silk nanmu is markedly more abundant than that found in ordinary nanmu, and when caught in sunlight, the wood sparkles with a golden hue, emitting a subtle and elegant fragrance. The golden threads within this wood are formed from the tree's resin undergoing oxidation, with the finest aged materials requiring over a century of oxidation to develop such golden-like stripes, though the likelihood of this is exceedingly rare. Yet here was a piece that had indeed manifested such golden stripes. On the surface, both men feigned ignorance. Soon, the golden silk nanmu was lifted onto a tractor by several individuals, securely fastened, while Shun Shiji conveniently loaded his stone tablet onto the vehicle as well. Upon reaching the town, Shun Shiji handed over some cash, saying, "Abayo, thank you for your hard work. Here as for the fuel. Take it and don't decline." It must be said that Shun Shiji had a knack for making friends effortlessly. Although this outing had its share of hiccups, the rewards were considerable, as Uncle Li summarized. He was quite satisfied, having acquired a piece of Vote and a Ming dynasty pipa, marking a rare highlight in his antiquities journey. Especially the pipa, he believed its worth would not fall below 500,000. What a remarkable find. Shun Shiji's haul was slightly less impressive, a Republic-era Schwana furnace, estimated to be worth around 20 to 30,000. The stone tablet he procured, if he found the right buyer, could also fetch several thousand. Ancient tablets from the Wei and Jin dynasties are particularly rare, with some having auctioned for millions. Undoubtedly, the greatest fortune fell to Chu Jian. The Zhuhe bamboo pen holder is conservatively estimated to begin at 1 million, while the Huang Song Tong Bao might not bring much of a middle price. The golden silk nanmu is indeed pure profit. However, they were unaware that the Judi Zhuan version of the Huang Song Tong Bao has a surviving quantity of fewer than 20 pieces, which lends it its value. Such ancient treasures will only appreciate in worth over time. In truth, regarding the casting background of the Judi Zhuan Huang Song Tong Bao, contemporary numismatists generally believe this coin to have been a sample coin or a furnace coin, not intended for regular circulation. Ye. If you decide to carve something from the golden silk nanmu, please save me a piece. Shun Shiji interjected. Chu Jian nodded. "No problem. It's a small matter. Treasure hunting in the countryside is indeed delightful. I hope to have another opportunity next time." Shun Shiji felt somewhat reluctant to part ways. "You? Perhaps you should save your enthusiasm. In the countryside, the waters have become treacherously deep, difficult to navigate." Uncle Li bluntly doused him with cold water to prevent him from getting carried away. Shun Shiji mused. "Is he talking about me? Uncle Li, you're no different. Had it not been for Brother Chu this time, you would have been submerged by the rural waters." Shortly after their departure, personnel from the police station covertly entered the village and swiftly apprehended the gang, seizing all their porcelain and other illicit items. The old man never anticipated that the informant would be Chen Lin. Anyone in the village could have reported them, but what madness possessed Chen Lin? What benefit would he gain from such a report? This thought made him grit his teeth in frustration. Just as Chu Jian and the others had remarked, Chen Lin, in an effort to atone for his past misdeeds, had only faced 10 days of educational detention after surrendering his illegal earnings, and then he faced no further consequences. Chun Lin felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Chu Jian and his companions. The police were also pleased to have resolved a significant case through their interrogations. They discovered that this gang had been active for many years, operating across the nation and involving sums of money in the tens of millions of yuan. Besides the old man, there were several other members of the gang. Upon receiving detailed information, the police continued their pursuit of additional suspects. Chapter 64, The Second Auction. The day after returning to Yangsheng marked the occasion of the second auction. General Liu had long since informed Chu Jian to prepare at the company. On the day of the auction, a multitude of guests arrived, largely drawn by the Qing dynasty's Qianlong period's Dotsai penny vase, a rare treasure indeed. 2 of the nation's top 10 wealthy individuals were present, with another sending a proxy. Although one of them could not attend, the presence of nearly 1/3 of the nation's wealthiest individuals signaled a promising future for the auction house. Liu Ruyin and Chu Jian were among the early arrivals, and this auction featured several of Chu Jian's items. As the crowd filled the space, Zhao Yan took to the stage. Thank you all for taking the time from your busy schedules to attend our auction at the Mafanhua auction house. I shall refrain from unnecessary chatter. The first item is Wen Tong's ink bamboo painting, with a starting bid of 2 million. 2,500,000, 3 million, 3,100,000. The bidding escalated rapidly, with over 70 bids placed in just 5 minutes. And the ink bamboo painting surged from its initial 2 million to around 10 million. Observing this spectacle, Liu Ruyin congratulated, given this momentum. We might see at least a revenue of over 10 million. It's quite tempting. She had witnessed Chu Jian's growth to this point, and even 10 million was a substantial sum for her. Yet, Chu Jian remained unfazed, as if that amount were merely 1,000 yuan. Manager Hao, overhearing their conversation, suddenly felt that as an ordinary person, he perhaps did not belong in such a setting. Bidders grew increasingly cautious, as many were merely looking to purchase and wait for appreciation, rather than seeking to keep the items for personal collection. 10,250,000. 10,300,000. Suddenly, a voice shouted a bid of 15 million, instantly elevating the price by 2 million, presumably to intimidate potential bidders. This amount subtly surpasses the intrinsic value of the artwork. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Yan began. 15 million. First, second, third sold. Congratulations to this gentleman for acquiring Wen Tong's ink bamboo painting for 15 million. The auction commenced with a resounding success, bringing in over 10 million, marking a promising beginning. This outcome took Chu Jian by surprise. He initially believed the piece might fetch around 10 million, which would have been satisfactory. But it unexpectedly exceeded that by a substantial margin. This turned out to be advantageous, as his lot was exempt from commission fees. Thus, only taxes needed to be settled. As the auction progressed, item after item was presented, and by the time it reached the halfway mark, no piece had gone unsold, a commendable sign. If this trend continued, it could serve as a promotional highlight, undoubtedly attracting more collectors and establishing the Moo Flower Auction House as a premier venue. When 5 sets of 1,980 monkey stamps were unveiled, they astonished many. Such items are seldom released by collectors. The value of these stamps continues to rise, proving far superior to mere bank interest. Initially, the intent was to auction the sets separately, but Manager Hao proposed bundling them together as a promotional strategy for the auction, which successfully drew numerous philatelists. This approach intensified competition, presenting a unique opportunity. Missing this chance could mean an indefinite wait for another. The starting price was set at 5 million. The bids climbed: 5,100,000, 5,300,000, 5,400,000. Unlike the rapid ascent of the Wen Tong ink bamboo painting, this price increments steadily. Currently, a set of monkey stamps is valued between 120,000 and 150,000, and the price had already risen to 6 million. Apart from dedicated enthusiasts, most bidders withdrew. Further bidding would yield no profit, rendering it unnecessary to squander time, unless one intended to hold the stamps for another decade before reselling. A gamble with uncertain returns. Ultimately, the 5 sets of monkey stamps were sold for an astonishing 7,200,000, nearing the pinnacle of valuation. The auction reached its climax with the grand finale. The Qing Dynasty Qianlong period Dotsai Peach Blossom Vase, commemorating the 3 heroes of Peach Blossom. I believe everyone is here for the Qing Dynasty Qianlong Dotsai Vase, Zhao Yan stated confidently. I shall not elaborate further. The starting price is 50 million. 5,100,000, 5,300,000, 5,600,000. The price soared like a rocket, swiftly exceeding 70 million. The bidders appeared unfazed by the escalating numbers, seemingly detached from the financial implications, with each bid incrementing by at least 1 million. However, the true heavyweights had yet to enter the fray. Once they did, the current bidders might find themselves outmatched. Lu Ruoyan observed the prices soaring, her heart brimming with joy. Although the Qing dynasty, Qianlong Dotsai, Peach Garden Three Brotherhood Celestial Vase was merely a piece she assisted in auctioning, it promised to significantly elevate her reputation. A particular auction house had hosted 2 consecutive auctions featuring such high-caliber antiques. These treasures might not even surface once a year. Yet within a mere month, she encountered 2. As the price approached 100 million, the rate of ascent began to decelerate. At that moment, Wang Yong called out, 110 million. Wang Yong, the son of the nation's wealthiest magnate, nearly raised the price by 10 million in one fell swoop. No surprise, given his lineage. 130 million. Another billionaire chimed in. It was evident that the affluent, renowned for their status, differed remarkably from the rest. While others might incrementally raise bids by 100,000, they effortlessly escalated by 1 million. The distinction in class was palpable. All the staff and Magnifier grew tense, uncertain whether they could surpass the celestial vase. After an exhausting half-hour of bidding warfare, the Qing dynasty, Qianlong Dotsai, Peach Garden Three Brotherhood Celestial Vase was finally auctioned for a staggering 170 million, ultimately falling into Wang Yong's possession. Although it did not break any records, Lu Ruoyan felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Following this auction, their auction house finally gained a semblance of recognition within the city, stepping cautiously into the realm of second-tier auction houses. Indeed, Magnifier Auction House could barely be deemed second-tier, having only hosted 2 noteworthy auctions in the past decade or so. Thus concluded Magnificier's second auction, a resounding success. All employees expressed their elation. For nothing brings greater joy than the prospect of financial reward. Chu Jian had initially intended to abstain, but Lu Ruoyan insisted. You are the linchpin of this auction. Your presence is indispensable. Thus, he was compelled to attend. With merely 5 days remaining until the exchange meeting commenced, he estimated that the journey from his home would only take a few hours, ample time indeed. However, he would be unable to visit the auction house in the meantime, necessitating prior notification. Time was of the essence. He had initially contemplated flying, as he had never experienced air travel and wished to savor the adventure. Unfortunately, there were only 2 flights a day. The first had already departed, and the second was not until evening. After waiting in the terminal for over 20 minutes, the high-speed train arrived punctually, prompting him to hastily check his ticket and board. Moments later, the train surged forward. The journey itself proved to be tedious. Chu Jian stared blankly out of the window as the landscape whizzed by. After 2 hours, the train finally halted at his destination. Chu Jian's hometown was a remote village, and even the nearby county was but a small one, with average economic strength and no rail connections, rendering transportation inconvenient. Outside the station, numerous taxis and tricycles awaited eager passengers. Upon exiting, Chu Jian promptly hailed taxi. Some storefronts remain unchanged, while others have closed down, evoking in Chu Jian a sense of familiarity tinged with a hint of estrangement. The population residing in the county town is scant, naturally lacking the congestion found in a bustling metropolis like Yangqing. Upon entering the village, it becomes evident that the youth are virtually absent, mirroring the situation in many rural areas where young individuals migrate to urban centers for work, seldom returning to their hometowns. Almost everyone he encounters greets him warmly. As one of the few university students in the village, Chu Jian is particularly well recognized. After a brief stroll, he spots the entrance to his family home, adjacent to an open space where a foundation is being laid, presumably for a new house being built by his family. Upon hearing the commotion, his mother looks up, seemingly surprised. While she expresses mild reproach, her face radiates a gentle smile. There are no embraces, no tears, yet an overwhelming sense of warmth envelopes him. Perhaps it is in this simplicity that one finds the true essence of home. I thought I would surprise you. Chu Jian et Golim. Where's Dad? In rural areas, many believe that unless one is physically present, the work may be done carelessly. Realizing this, he adds, I'll go check on Dad. Arriving at the construction site, he sees a middle-aged man who, without even donning a helmet, stands directing the workers with fervor. Chu Jian wonders about his father's expertise in construction. Is he truly adept at this? It seems challenging to command professionals while being an amateur. Dad, Chu Jian calls out. The workers, relieved to see his father step away from the chaos, appear as if they have bid farewell to an ominous presence. yet they continue their tasks. For the boss's wishes take precedence. Upon returning home, Chu Jian eagerly inquires, "Dad, didn't you mention finding a chest? Let me see it." He promptly enters the room and drags out an enormous wooden box, rushing to offer assistance. Once beside the chest, he realizes its considerable weight, at least 100 pounds. After exerting considerable effort, he manages to haul it into the living room. Without further ado, his father lifts the lid, releasing a faint but distinct scent of ink that lingers in the air. Peering inside, Chu Jian discovers a disarray of pure black ink blocks, each varying in shape, cubic, rectangular, and many others. "We have no idea what these are for," his father remarks, "but don't worry. I've already given a red envelope to everyone who laid eyes on it." Although not particularly invested in antiquities, Chu Jian is aware from news and videos that returning cultural relics typically garners a meager reward of 500 yuan and a commendation banner, both of which seem rather insignificant. Suppressing his excitement, Chu Jian picks up an ink block, examining it closely. The texture feels as solid as jade, with a surface that exhibits a subtle sheen, conveying a profound essence. Weighing it gently in his hands, he senses its notable heft. Based on its color and tactile quality, he surmises that this must be a superior quality ink. If a single ink brick might not elicit much of a reaction from Chu Jian, the situation was entirely different when it came to an entire box containing at least several dozen ink bricks. Chapter 66. The Fragrance of Ancient Ink, Hidden Treasures. Chu's father did not intrude, but allowed Chu Jian to examine them at his leisure. As he gazed at the ink brick in his hand, he observed that it was rectangular, its color akin to lacquer, a deep, lustrous black, with a delicate texture that was hard and dense, exuding a faint, alluring fragrance. On one side of the ink brick, the words Zayuguang were meticulously engraved in regular script, adorned with gilded lettering that imparted an air of opulence. Chu Jian remarked, "I never anticipated that this ink would be Zayuguang." Curiously, Chu's father inquired, "What exactly is this Zayuguang? Is it valuable?" Zayuguang is a renowned ink crafted by Cao Sugong, one of the 4 great ink makers of the Qing dynasty. During the Kangxi Emperor's southern inspection, he seized the opportunity to present his ink, earning the emperor's admiration and the bestowed title of Zayuguang. Chu's father, though not fully comprehending, sensed its significance and wondered about its value. After weighing the ink brick, he examined it closely, striking it gently and taking in its aroma. The texture allowed for a clear distinction between new and old ink. For instance, new ink often bore a grayish hue, while old ink was a pure, glossy black, rich in color and texture. Old ink possessed an ancient, subtle fragrance and displayed a timeless tone. In contrast, new ink had a peculiar odor due to an excess of gelatin. Moreover, with the passage of time, the gelatin in ancient ink had naturally diminished, resulting in a texture as firm as jade, with a surface that hinted at its profound character. Appearing black with a touch of purple and feeling weighty in hand, Chu Jian mused that it was a pity this ink was merely ordinary commercial ink, not the specially crafted tribute ink Zayuguang by Cao Sugong. Just as porcelain can be categorized into practical and ornamental types, so too can ink. The foremost category is imperial ink, produced by the royal household. Next is tribute ink, crafted by esteemed ink makers from various regions, following their custom inks made by cultured scholars for personal use. Fourthly, there are collectible inks, intended for display. Fifth, medicinal inks are used for therapeutic purposes. Lastly, there is commercial ink designated for writing. In truth, the third and fourth categories can be collectively referred to as elegant play ink, typically commissioned by scholars and officials who appreciate artistry, inscribed with the creator's name, poetic verses, studio names, or artistic designs for personal use or as gifts. Even ordinary commercial ink now commands a price of at least 10,000 yuan per piece, and with approximately 65 pieces here, Chu Jian calculated, these inks should be worth over 600,000 yuan. Chu's father's eyes widened in astonishment at the mention of 600,000, enough to renovate a house splendidly. "So, you can't be mistaken, can you? It truly is over 600,000, not just 60,000? He promptly rushed to share this delightful news with his wife, akin to acquiring a house without any expenditure. After extracting all the ink bricks, they pondered the box's considerable weight. Was there some hidden secret? They began to explore with their hands, searching for any concealed compartments. Chu Jian quickly discovered that while the bottom of the box's exterior was flat, the interior bottom sloped at a certain angle. However, due to the slight arch of the box lid, when opened, it hangs at the back, creating a sense of overall balance. This subtle visual effect induces the illusion that the interior base of the box is flat. If not observed closely, One would hardly notice this slant. It appears that the feng shui of my hometown is quite favorable, though I'm uncertain about the contents within. Initially, I contemplated prying it open with a small knife, yet fearing potential damage to the inside, I opted for an alternative method. Soon, Chu Jian discovered a rubber suction cup at home. With a gentle lift of the suction cup, a thin, delicate wooden piece at the base of the box was immediately drawn upward. Within the hidden compartment of the box, an object wrapped in yellow silk cloth was soon exposed to the air. Upon unveiling the yellow fabric, he discovered that it was an inkstone. The inkstone was oval in shape, broader at one end and narrower at the other. At the smaller end, a crescent-shaped, slightly recessed pit was carved out. Logically, this small pit holds a minimal amount of ink, likely enough for only a few strokes before it is entirely depleted, rendering it impractical. Nevertheless, Chu Jian dared not underestimate the value of this inkstone, for upon its surface lay naturally formed stone patterns resembling the deity Kuei Xing, with every detail of its figure. Garment folds, and even expressions vividly captured, lifelike and exquisite. Kuei Xing is a legendary figure believed to govern official fortunes. Typically, items adorned with the likeness of Kuei Xing can appreciate several times in value, let alone this naturally formed depiction. Thus, this inkstone is not merely functional, but rather a piece of art for admiration. Upon handling it, Chu Jian sensed the quality of the stone was also remarkable. He wondered if it might belong to one of the 4 great inkstones. The 4 great inkstones refer to the Taohe inkstone from Gansu's Taozhou, the Duan inkstone from Zhaoqing in Guangdong, the Shi inkstone from Shixian in Anhui, and the Qingyi inkstone from Xinjiang in Shaanxi. When Chu's father and mother entered the hall, they noticed that Chu Jian was holding something they had not seen before, and certainly, such an item did not exist in their home. He inquired, "Where did you find this?" Chu's father asked eagerly, "Tell me, how much is this treasure worth? Is it more valuable than that pile of ink bricks?" Both of Chu Jian's parents were astonished by the price. This tiny item could be worth $1 million, which seemed unfathomable. Even gold would not fetch such a sum. After all, gold is currently priced at over 300 per gram, and $1 million could buy at least 2 to 3 kilograms. The thought of possessing something worth $1 million made them uneasy, fearing theft. After all, earning $1 million is a formidable challenge for an ordinary family. Upon hearing this, Chu's mother quickly clarified, "Son, that is not what I meant. My mind just didn't process it in time. I'll prepare something delicious for you too, and tonight, you can enjoy a bit of wine." Hearing this, Chu's father felt immense joy. He often wished to indulge in a drink, but was usually deterred by his wife's piercing gaze. Now, it seemed he was granted permission to drink, and he resolved to return home only after having his fill. Who knows when the next opportunity would arise. Chapter 67. A rough house worth over $1 million. During dinner, Chu Jian suggested that they should enhance the house, urging not to be stingy with money. "Is it enough? Do you intend to turn it into a palace? Save your money. You will need it for your future marriage and children, and even leave some inheritance for the next generation." His mother was thinking long-term. "Your mother speaks wisely. I can see you working outside. Won't you eventually need to purchase a home of your own? Properties outside are hardly inexpensive." Chu's father concurred with his wife's perspective. The older generation tends to be more conservative, emphasizing the necessity of saving resources and money. How could Chu Jian be oblivious to his parents' thoughts? Yet, would he truly be short of funds in the future? He was aware that his mother held a certain envy for Zhang Sun's family, who had constructed the first villa in the village. "I believe Zhang Sun's family has done quite well. We could build something similar, just over $1 million, and we certainly have that now. When the time comes to marry and host a banquet back home, it would enhance our reputation." Chu Jian deliberately framed it as his own desire, believing this would prompt his parents to consider it. Indeed, upon hearing this, both Chu's father and mother fell silent for a moment. Why not consider what Xiao Jian suggests? Chu's mother's stance softened slightly. Chu's father reflected on the valuable items unearthed, worth over $1 million, sufficient to construct a villa. Fine. After all, these resources are ultimately for him. However, I must oversee the construction to ensure it does not end up like Uncle Yu's, resulting in a mere shell of a house for over $1 million. A shell of a house? Uncle Qian's? Chu Jian was taken aback. In reality, he was not closely related to Uncle Qian. In rural areas, nearly every household has some familial connection. In the end, they spent a significant amount, but ended up with just a shell of a house, which left Uncle Yu's family quite disheartened. Now, everyone in the village was quietly discussing it. It would have been better to hire any construction team. Uncle Yu initially aspired to build a villa akin to Zhang Sun's family. Chu Jian was astonished. If Uncle Qian desired a villa, they could be held accountable for delivering subpar results. I shall pay a visit tomorrow, Chu Jian declared. Uncle Yu is a well-liked figure in our village. And you know he wouldn't create a scene, even if dissatisfied, considering he is from the television station. Chu's father gently shook his head. In that case, you would only suffer in silence. The next day, after breakfast, Chu Jian went to Uncle Qian's house while Chu's father sought out the foreman to discuss redesigning the project. As they were merely digging the foundation, alterations were still possible. Indeed, it is only right, as this will ultimately belong to you. You should also provide some input on the construction. At this, Uncle Yu's expression turned slightly awkward. The third child had earned money outside to improve their hometown, yet they ended up with such a situation, leaving them unsure how to explain it to him. They were somewhat bewildered. Is this really the outcome? Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone in the room shifted. The elder sighed. Although the results did not meet our expectations, there are still merits to consider. Uncle Qian, you initially took them to see Zhang Sun's villa, highlighting the intention of building something similar. Now the disparity is vast. We cannot accept such a loss. If you wish to avoid conflict with them, I shall negotiate with Uncle Yu. Otherwise, it would merely serve as a source of amusement for the entire village. Uncle Yu, having endured much, could no longer contain himself. Father, I believe Chu Jian is correct, with matters escalated to this extent. I find it impossible to account for it to Lao San. While they may be honest farmers, they should not be subjected to such indignities. Over $1 million spent. And this is the result? If this continues, they will surely flee. The elder, reflecting on the difficulties his third son faces in earning a living away from home, sighed deeply. Very well, you may discuss it with Chu Jian and see if improvements can be made. The head of the production team, the director, appeared rather displeased. Furrowing his brow, we have already consulted with Elder Yu, who claimed everything was quite satisfactory. That was merely a courteous remark. Can you not discern that? Go and inquire with the villagers. Hear their accounts. Over $1 million spent, and this is the outcome. Do you not feel any remorse? Let me assure you, if this situation is not rectified, you may expect a lawyer's letter. Chu Jian was not one to indulge them. Is that a threat? Director Wang's expression darkened. I have recorded all relevant footage. I shall be keen to observe the public's reaction. After considering the consequences, Director Wang felt a twinge of trepidation. It seemed unlikely they could demolish and rebuild, but some unreasonable designs must certainly be amended. He mused that the demands were not excessive, and the additional costs would be manageable. Thus, they should acquiesce. Excellent. Chu Jian continued. The entire interior and exterior need a complete renovation. At the very least, the tiles must be properly affixed to avoid such an unsightly appearance. Have you lost your mind? Who will cover these additional costs? Director Wang abruptly stood. I have a friend in the media. I believe he. The agitated Director Wang was doused with cold water once more. Let us strategize. Uncle Yu remained somewhat disengaged. Being an honest farmer, he did not expect much from the negotiations. However, witnessing Chu Jian's determination brought him joy. At the very least, the outcome would not be a mere shell of a house, and he felt grateful to Chu Jian. Chapter 68. Ancient Coins and Treasures of the Warring States Period. Three-hole cloth. Director Wang pondered seriously, recognizing the validity of Chu Jian's words. Just moments ago, he had been lectured by Chu Jian and had viewed photographs and videos taken by him. The transformation of this house compared to previous renovations was indeed stark, a marked contrast. Once aired, he could only imagine the backlash from netizens. Chu Jian approached a nearby desk, which was in disarray. This is where the designer works, Uncle Yu informed him. In high spirits, Chu Jian resolved to assert more substantial demands for the modifications this time. They could not afford to be passive as before. This opportunity was a result of Chu Jian's earnest efforts on their behalf. Chu Jian nodded slightly and noticed an oddly shaped object on the desk, seemingly crafted from bronze. Resembling a hoe but with a bifurcated bottom in a V shape, with a small round hole at both the head and the 2 feet. Alongside this item, there were several ancient coins. It was apparent that the designer had an interest in collecting. However, since the designer had left these behind, it suggested he regarded them as replicas and chose not to take them. Chu Jian was astonished, quickly recognizing that the coin in his hand was none other than the illustrious Warring States three-hole cash, a renowned ancient currency in the realm of numismatics. The collection of ancient coins has perpetually captivated collectors, ranging from the shell money of the Shang dynasty, the knife and cloth coins of the Warring States and Han dynasties, to the square-holed copper coins of the Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties. Chinese ancient coins encapsulate a rich history and profound cultural significance, cherished by numerous enthusiasts and collectors, fostering vibrant exchanges among the public. The coin before him bore the inscription Shi Liang and displayed a robust patina. In the antiques trade, Patina refers to the oxidized layer formed on the surface of artifacts over prolonged periods. It is essentially a natural sheen, resulting from the passage of time and the accumulation of dust, sweat, fingerprints, moisture from the earth, and even radiation from the air. The older the object, the thicker the patina. For instance, a newly purchased bamboo mat, regardless of how smooth it is polished, lacks patina. In contrast, a bamboo mat that has been used by a grandmother for 50 years radiates a brilliant sheen. The coin in Chu Jian's possession exhibited clear inscriptions in a slightly reddish copper hue. Its surface was bordered with a precise casting at the mouth, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. The Warring States 3-hole cash is regarded as one of the most precious varieties of pre-Qing currency, recognized today as a notable treasure in the numismatic world. If Chu Jian's memory served him right, a similar coin had fetched an astounding $3.68 million at an auction a few years back, setting a new record for ancient Chinese coin auctions. What a remarkable find! Chu Jian, without hesitation, slipped it into his pocket. Uncle Yu, having witnessed the act, feigned ignorance. That scoundrel had caused his family immense suffering. Who would care for him now? Besides, the coin was left behind, indicating it was unwanted. Furthermore, Uncle Yu couldn't ascertain the coin's value, and given that Chu Jian had rendered significant assistance to his family, why would he expose him? Moreover, Uncle Yu discreetly shifted his position to shield Chu Jian from Director Wang's gaze. Rest assured, Brother Yu, this time I will ensure your family is satisfied. Director Wang, having calmed his thoughts, was now sweating profusely. With Wang's assurance, they felt reassured. Grateful for Chu Jian's fortunate discovery, he was in high spirits. Uncle Yu, not particularly eloquent, could only echo Chu Jian's sentiments. Had he been more articulate, the house would not have ended up in such disarray. Designer Jean Sancher was in a rather dismal mood. The production team showed no respect, adopting a stern attitude. If the house was not rendered beautiful to satisfy the Yu family, his reputation would be in tatters. Furthermore, Director Wang's insinuations hinted that he should relinquish any ill-gotten gains. He had traveled to this remote valley and endured months here. What was wrong with wanting a little extra? A designer of his caliber could easily command fees in the hundreds of thousands. Yet, he dared not offend the television station. Little did Jean Sancher realize the invaluable treasure he had lost. In truth, as long as both the interior and exterior are beautifully decorated, and the villagers are spared from ridicule, they will be content. Xiao Jian, please ask your parents not to cook at noon. Come dine with me instead. We must express our gratitude to Chu Jian. Uncle Qi, you are being too polite. Before departing, he left behind the dragon and phoenix jade pendant he had received from my mother to keep. Upon returning to Yangcheng, Chu Jian began to attend to the precious golden silk Nanma wood. Whether fashioned into furniture or carved into exquisite art, both options are commendable. Through the introduction of Elder Kong, he sought out a renowned woodcarver within the community. Chapter 69, Exceptional Grain, Grand Waves. After all, golden silk Nanmu is no ordinary timber. Casually selecting a woodcarver could result in a waste of materials. Master Luo is quite famous in the woodcarving realm, and his works are highly sought after. With the scarcity of quality timber increasing and his advancing age, the production of his pieces has diminished. Chu Jian also felt the inconvenience of being without a vehicle. Traveling necessitated taxis or relying on others for rides. It seemed wise to find an opportunity to purchase a car, especially since he was not lacking in funds. There was no need to deprive himself. It was best to head over promptly to avoid leaving a negative impression on others. As it was not peak hour, the journey was relatively smooth, and after approximately an hour, he finally arrived at his destination. This area resembled the outskirts of Yangcheng. Yet there were many towering buildings and numerous self-built houses intermingling, creating a unique landscape. Soon, he approached a villa, although it was not particularly large. Its decor exuded a distinct Lingnan style, setting it apart from the surrounding homes and making it remarkably stand out. He pressed the doorbell, and shortly after, an elderly woman answered the door, inquiring, "Whom do you seek? Please come in." Perhaps due to his early arrival, as he entered the garden, he spotted an elderly gentleman practicing Tai Chi. His movements, though slow, possessed a unique beauty. Observing this, Chu Jian felt that it was markedly different from what one might see in the park, where elderly men and women often practiced. While the movements were similar, there was an unmistakable distinction that could be felt at first glance. He refrained from interrupting, allowing nearly 10 minutes to pass before the elder finally ceased his practice. "You must be the young Chu introduced by Elder Kong. I hear you possess a piece of golden silk Nanma wood." Having learned from Elder Kong that Master Luo's workshop was situated within his residence, he had brought the wood along as a courtesy. Master Luo felt a tinge of impatience. In recent years, the lack of quality timber had hindered his ability to create. Chu Jian stepped outside to signal the craftsman to unload the vehicle. Although it was merely a single piece of wood, it weighed several hundred pounds, making it impossible for him to manage alone. Soon, two craftsmen emerged from the vehicle and, after a brief moment, they carried the golden silk Nanmu wood into Master Luo's home. With another job awaiting them, the craftsman hurriedly departed after setting down the wood. Master Luo then inquired, "What kind of grain does this golden silk Nanmu wood possess?" Lao Luo did not find it strange. Such knowledge is reserved for those who possess a profound understanding of golden silk Nanmu wood. The wood is renowned for its resplendent golden luster and its ever-changing beauty. Artifacts crafted from golden silk Nanmu embody a harmonious blend of strength and softness, exuding an air of opulence and elegance, coupled with a serene and understated charm. Under varying colors and intensities of light, it presents a myriad of visual delights. Even with a fixed light source, the perception shifts dramatically from different angles. The beauty of golden silk Nanmu is fluid, three-dimensional, and profound, transforming with each step as shadows dance and golden waves appear ethereal, enchanting all who behold it. Its strong sheen ensures that even unvarnished pieces grow more lustrous with use. Golden silk Nanmu, a culmination of the earth's spirit, manifests as a breathtaking beauty, akin to a chameleon-like enchantress, awaiting a discerning admirer to appreciate and uncover its wonders, a pursuit that could occupy a lifetime without fully grasping its intricacies. Chu Jian was curious and inquired, "Lao Luo, what do you mean by the texture?" Lao Luo held a deep fondness for these eager young minds. As traditional crafts are increasingly overlooked, the textures of golden silk Nanmu are rich and diverse, coupled with its unique play of light and shadow. The wood reveals dual aspects of yin and yang. The value of the wood correlates directly with the beauty and rarity of its grain, where more exquisite and scarce patterns yield greater worth. There are at least 35 recognized types of textures. Common varieties include golden silk, burl patterns, mountainous waves, ordinary water ripples, black tiger skin patterns, golden peaks, and those that evoke picturesque scenes, such as black tiger skin from aged materials, golden tiger skin, golden line patterns, golden ingot textures, cloud-like patterns, water droplet textures, bubble patterns, exquisite water ripples, and magnificent wave textures, among others, including phoenix tail patterns, dense water droplets, golden chrysanthemum patterns, sesame to gnarled wood, cloud patterns of ding-ding Nanmu, dragon gall patterns, dragon scale patterns, golden jade-filled patterns, rose patterns, grape gnarled wood, and textures that depict beautiful landscapes or animal motifs. Chu Jian was taken aback by the vast knowledge surrounding golden silk Nanmu wood, realizing that even the textures alone were so numerous. After elucidating, Lao Luo proceeded to examine the wood closely, intending to cut a small section to determine its internal pattern before deciding on its potential use. Shortly after, upon revealing the internal grain, Lao Luo exclaimed, "I cannot believe it is a grand wave pattern." Chu Jian asked, "Is this grand wave pattern rare?" In truth, he was not entirely uninformed. He merely recognized Lao Luo's penchant for theatrical expression and sought to engage him further. Lao Luo elaborated. The grand wave pattern is considered the pinnacle of golden silk Nanmu wood textures. Its form resembles tumultuous waves, with the delicate golden threads akin to the finest Jiangnan silk, exuding both a majestic grandeur and an alluring visual impact. As one moves, the light shifts, creating a stunning spectacle that is richly three-dimensional and imbued with an amber-like quality. Truly a rarity in the world and a collector's treasure, compared to water ripple patterns, is far more imposing. If water ripples represent a gentle stream, then the grand wave pattern can be likened to roaring tides, vast and dynamic in beauty. Yet upon closer examination, it resembles exquisite Jiangnan silk, delicate and gentle, offering an unparalleled aesthetic experience. Lao Luo added, "Regrettably, this piece of wood is not large enough. Otherwise, crafting a grand wave golden silk Nanmu table would be worth no less than 700,000 to 800,000. If it finds favor with the right person, it could easily exceed 1,000,000. Currently, one can only carve a few artistic pieces, while the leftover scraps can be crafted into exquisite bracelets, thus minimizing waste. The genuine golden silk Nanmu bracelets are exceedingly precious, enriched by historical and cultural significance, and coupled with their resplendent appearance. They have become the choice of an increasing number of individuals. However, given the current market conditions, the production and stock of golden silk Nanmu wood are exceedingly scarce. Chu Jian is not well versed in this area, so it is prudent to heed the advice of professionals, particularly that of Master Khan. He remarked, "Very well then. I shall trouble you, old Luo. We can settle the labor costs together later." In Chapter 70, Purchasing a Vehicle, Top-Tier Configuration, old Luo responded, "No problem. It will take approximately over a month. Once it is ready, I will inform you." Chu Jian felt a burgeoning eagerness to commence work on the rare golden silk Nanmu. With a little time still on his hands, he considered purchasing a car. He is financially comfortable now and sees no reason to acquire a vehicle that is too inexpensive. Although sports cars are quite flashy, they do not particularly appeal to him. He has always held a fondness for Porsche, and now that he has the means, he decided to procure one. He soon hailed a taxi to the Porsche dealership. Upon entering, Su Xuelan initially intended to greet him, but upon noticing Chu Jian's attire, her enthusiasm waned. After all, Porsche is a high-end luxury brand, with even the most affordable models starting at several hundred thousand. Many vehicles begin at $1 million, making them unattainable for the average person. She instructed, "Xiao Pan, please attend to our guest." At that moment, a couple entered, their attire suggesting they were affluent. Prompting an immediate approach, "What vehicles are you interested in?" Pan Xuanqin inquired, "Sir, do you have a preferred model in mind? Perhaps you would like to consider this one, which is our entry-level Porsche, approximately priced at $750,000. Thanks to current manufacturer financing incentives, we can waive the interest. Would you be interested?" Chu Jian found the situation somewhat amusing. Did they truly think he could not afford it? "Do you have the Porsche Panamera? That model happens to be his favorite. If available, there would be no need to visit another dealership." Pan Xuanqin explained, "We do have the Porsche Panamera in stock, but the price is on the higher side. Even the base model starts at around $1,300,000. Additionally, it's a popular model, so the discounts are not as substantial." With that, she led Chu Jian to the Porsche Panamera. The Porsche Panamera is a sedan characterized by its smooth, flowing lines, devoid of any sharp angles, showcasing the mature design ethos of Porsche. The new Porsche Panamera is equipped with Michelin tires specially designed for this model, including the Michelin Pilot Sport and Michelin Pilot Alpine. It features a four-door design, with large air intakes on either side of the front fascia, elegantly framed by horizontally arranged fog lights that possess a distinctive shape. The side profile is treated with a sleek and gentle line, exuding both elegance and dynamism. The substantial five-spoke wheels are complemented by black brake calipers, hinting at remarkable athletic potential. Like other Porsche models, the new Panamera employs a traditional steel-bodied structure for its internal framework. In terms of power, the vehicle will initially be equipped with a 4.8-liter V8 engine, which incorporates direct injection and cylinder deactivation technologies, delivering a minimum output of 400 horsepower. With turbocharging, it may reach up to 520 horsepower, reportedly derived from the updated Kian. Chu Jian inquired, "May I take a look inside?" After a moment's hesitation, Pan Xuanqin acquiesced. Opening the door, "You may step inside and experience it for yourself." Having not closed the deal in over 2 months, she felt the pressure. If she failed to secure a sale by the end of the month, she would be compelled to depart. The couple glanced around, realizing that the car they had previously admired was sold, and promptly left. Su Xuelan observed this and remarked, "Xiao Pan, are you out of your mind? Don't let just anyone into the car. You must understand that many individuals merely wish to sit in luxury vehicles for social media clout. You need to discern genuine interest." She was once the most attractive salesperson in the store, but since Pan Xuanqin's arrival, things had changed dramatically, prompting her to target her rival at every opportunity. Su Xuelan did not anticipate that the usually timid girl would dare to counter her, leaving her momentarily flustered. She could only storm off, acknowledging that Pan Xuanqin had a point. Chu Jian, seated in the car, listened intently, surprised by the typically demure young woman's fiery outburst. He then asked, "May I take it for a test drive?" Once all the paperwork was completed, they proceeded to the designated Porsche test drive area. The moment the ignition was engaged, the engine roared to life with a magnificent sound, akin to a musician performing a grand symphony. Since obtaining his driver's license, Chu Jian had not driven much, so he maintained a modest speed of around 40 to 50 kilometers per hour, which eased Pan Xuanqin's anxiety. If any issues arose, she feared she might lose her job before the month's end. After concluding the drive, he handed his bank card to Pan Xuanqin. She was taken aback, wondering if this individual truly intended to purchase a vehicle. However, his attire did not suggest affluence. Could he be one of the well-known landlords of Yangshan? Yet, he lacked the casual flip-flops and shorts typical of such individuals. Perhaps he was merely a discreet millionaire. She responded, "We have a fully loaded white model available, with a total price of $2 million. Although white was not her first preference, the availability meant she wouldn't need to wait. Chu Jian then asked, "If I pay in full now, can I take the car today?" This would allow him to attend the upcoming exchange meeting and drive himself there. Pan Xuanqin quickly responded, "There should be no problem. I will go ahead and prepare the invoice." Upon hearing this, Su Xuelan felt a wave of regret wash over her. Had she not introduced Chu Jian to Pan Xuanqin, she would be the one selling the car now, earning over 2 million, with a commission of at least 30,000 yuan. With that amount, she could easily purchase the handbag she desired. But alas, life is filled with such hypothetical scenarios. Soon, Pan Xuanqin returned with the contract and the POS machine, saying, "Please enter your password, sir." As the POS machine printed the receipt, Su Xuelan's heart felt as though it had been shattered. Pan Xuanqin then said, "Please follow me to the VIP lounge. We will expedite the procedures," which would take about an hour. Unlike a typical 4S dealership, they had some connections that enabled them to secure a temporary license plate so swiftly. Chapter 71. The breakfast shop's conical bowl. On this day, Chu Jian summoned his superior, Yi Wenshuan. Upon learning that he had purchased a luxury vehicle, Yi Wenshuan was eager to experience it. Although he owned a car himself, he seldom drove it. A few minutes later, Chu Jian and Yi Wenshuan arrived at a small breakfast shop. The establishment was modest and somewhat worn, yet impeccably clean. "What would you like to eat, young man?" the owner greeted. "Slim pork and egg rice rolls," Yi Wenshuan replied, then turned to Chu Jian and asked, "And you?" "Oyster and egg, and 2 bowls of plain congee." Chu Jian responded, glancing at the menu affixed to the wall. "All right, please find a seat. It will be ready shortly." Rice rolls are a renowned traditional snack of the Han nationality, belonging to Cantonese cuisine, originating from the Tang dynasty in Longzhou, now known as Luoding City in Guangdong. Initially, they were not called rice rolls, but rather long kanzi. There's a fascinating tale behind the name rice rolls. It is said that during the Qianlong era, Emperor Qianlong, while touring Jiangnan, was tempted by the culinary delights of the minister Ji Xiaolan and made a special trip to Luoding to savor long kanzi. Upon tasting these delightful, tender, and smooth morsels, the emperor was thoroughly impressed and whimsically remarked that they were not quite like traditional snacks, but resembled pig intestines, thus coining the term rice rolls. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Wenshuan and Chu Jian picked up their chopsticks and eagerly devoured the rice rolls, occasionally sipping the congee. "Owner, bring us 2 more servings." Just like before, Yi Wenshuan called out, feeling he could manage another 2 portions. The owner beamed with delight at this request. Of course, it will be ready shortly. This not only meant an additional sale, but also signified customer satisfaction, instilling a sense of pride and fulfillment in the owner's labor. Before long, the 2 had polished off the rice rolls. The popularity of rice rolls can be attributed not only to their deliciousness, but also to the quick preparation time. A serving can be made in just 2 to 3 minutes and is easy to eat without burning one's mouth, whether consumed immediately or taken to go. They are exceptionally convenient for busy professionals and students alike. After letting out a burp, Yi Wenshuan stood up and declared, "Having satisfied our hunger, let us get down to business." Was that really just satisfying hunger? Chu Jian quipped, glancing at Yi Wenshuan's slightly protruding belly. Hee. Yi Wenshuan chuckled awkwardly and headed for the exit. Chu Jian rose to his feet, preparing to follow suit. At that moment, a bowl from the neighboring table, which bore remnants of food, caught his attention. Yi Wenshuan took a few steps before realizing that Chu Jian had not followed. Turning back, he thought, "What is this fellow up to now?" Staring blankly at a bowl. Could there be something unusual about it? While there was no doubt regarding Chu Jian's talent for treasure hunting, it seemed improbable. If it were indeed an antique, wouldn't he feel a pang of sorrow at the slightest scratch or break? Without having examined it closely, Chu Jian dared not ascertain the authenticity of the bowl, unless he were to employ the abilities of his left eye. After all, the creation of ancient artifacts in our country boasts a rich history with a multitude of styles and a vast output. In addition to the numerous heirlooms passed down through generations, countless artifacts continue to emerge from underground excavations. On the other hand, certain individuals, driven by various motives, have produced a plethora of replicas and forgeries, further complicating the task of authentication. The unusual behavior of the 2 attracted the attention of some diners. One customer, appearing to be in his early 20s, scrutinized Chu Jian intently. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Ah, aren't you that appraiser from the auction house?" Turning at the sound, Chu Jian saw a stranger with a modest stature and reasonably handsome features, though the scars from his adolescent acne somewhat marred his appearance. "I am Chu Jian, an appraiser at the Yangcheng Cotton Flower Auction House. May I ask who you are?" he replied. The excited diner quickly approached, mingling admiration with enthusiasm. "Hello, I am Mu Chuan. I was fortunate enough to see you during Zheng Peiqiang's live broadcast. I never expected to meet you in person today. What a stroke of luck. The bowl on the table was a creamy white, with a mouth diameter of approximately 14 centimeters, a base diameter of around 4 centimeters, a height of about 10 centimeters, and a foot height of roughly 5 centimeters. This is called a Doli bowl. If you turn it over, doesn't it resemble a traditional Jiangnan straw hat? Chu Jian explained. Oh, it certainly does. No wonder it looks somewhat familiar. The name is fitting indeed. The onlookers, who had quietly gathered around, suddenly enlightened, began to understand. Some might argue that the tendency to crowd around is a flaw in our national character, but this is not entirely true. Foreigners also enjoy joining in on the excitement. The underlying motivations for such behavior may include a sense of curiosity compelling one to seek clarity, a desire to gather material for conversation over tea and meals, or simply a lack of engaging leisure activities, yearning for a touch of novelty to invigorate their mundane lives. After obtaining the shop owner's consent, Chu Jian commenced the appraisal of the Doli bowl. The majority of the diners present were outsiders with little knowledge of antique appraisal, so he began to educate them as he assessed. Antique appraisal primarily focuses on 3 aspects. The first is authentication, determining whether the antique is genuine or a later imitation or forgery. This is the initial and pivotal step in the appraisal process. For instance, a piece of porcelain bearing the mark, made during the Kangxi period of the Great Qing, must be verified to confirm whether it was indeed produced during the Kangxi era or if it is a later counterfeit. For instance, Longquan kiln porcelain was produced during the Song, Yuan, and Ming dynasties. To discern whether it originates from the Song, Yuan, or Ming period, one must consider various aspects. Mu Chuan timely offered a cup of water, and Chu Jian, not one to refuse, took a sip to moisten his throat before continuing. The final aspect is the identification of the kiln. Determining the origin of an antique is essential, as it belongs to a specific kiln. For example, to ascertain whether a piece of printed blue-glazed porcelain was crafted by the Yaozhou kiln, the Linru kiln, or another. After approximately 10 minutes, Chu Jian formed a conjecture regarding the straw hat bowl in his hands and confirmed it with his left eye. Indeed, his suspicions were correct. Mu Chuan, perceptive to Chu Jian's completion, eagerly inquired, Master Chu, is this straw hat bowl an antique? It is a porcelain bowl from the Tang Song era. Ah, a Dei porcelain bowl. The very bowl that Du Fu longed for, exclaimed a patron with a square face. Du Fu is a name not unfamiliar to many. He is a renowned poet from the Tang dynasty, whose influence in Chinese classical poetry is profound, earning him the title of poet sage, with his works referred to as poetic history. Yet, how does this bowl relate to such a great poet? Instantly, all eyes turned to the square-faced patron, increasing his pressure, and he nervously responded, Last night, while tutoring my child in Chinese, we happened to mention a 7-character quatrain by Du Fu. Again, it weighs. I asked for a Dei porcelain bowl. Dei porcelain is lightweight yet durable, resonating like mournful jade, a legacy of Jinsheng. Your family originally anxious. The patron's face flushed crimson as he suddenly forgot the subsequent lines of the poem. Your white bowl surpasses frost and snow. It is also a pity to send it to a thatched cottage. Chu Jian interjected to alleviate the tension. The square-faced patron wiped the sweat from his brow, expressing heartfelt gratitude to Chu Jian. Chu Jian continued, Du Fu hailed from a distinguished family, surrounded by relatives and acquaintances in high positions. He once served as a left steward at the court and even composed an epitaph for a royal concubine, achieving considerable fame. During his time in Chengdu, he interacted significantly with local officials. However, to acquire a fine piece of Dei porcelain, he had to humbly ask Wei Xiaofu, akin to a modern deputy county head of finance. This poem, again it weighs, I asked for a Dei porcelain bowl, is a somewhat self-deprecating recounting of this little tale. How much is this bowl worth? Yi Wenxuan nudged Chu Jian. The straw hat bowl had been established as an antique, seemingly linked to the poet sage Du Fu, piquing everyone's curiosity about its value. Among the crowd, the shop owner appeared the most anxious and expectant. Although this bowl was merely a product of a folk kiln, its thin and delicate walls, pristine glaze, and well-preserved condition could fetch around 30 to 50,000. Chu Jian proposed his estimate. Wow, it is worth 30 to 50,000, murmured many voices of envy from the crowd. The shop owner, seemingly unaware, had clenched his fists, subtly waving them in delight, his joy evident. Perhaps he could contemplate how to utilize this substantial sum to enhance his life. Just as Chu Jian hesitated over whether to procure the bowl, a patron in a suit, sans tie, showcasing a thick gold chain the size of a pinky, with a rather rotund belly, boldly declared, 50,000, I'll take this bowl. As the connoisseur Chu Jian discovered and authenticated this conical bowl, the somewhat intrigued shopkeeper cast a glance at him, saying, "Master Chu, what do you think? Feel free to take a look." Chu Jian had no intention of seizing a bargain. Even if he were to purchase it, he would offer a fair price. With someone else now taking an interest, it was indeed the best outcome. Chapter 72. The Antiques Market of Pengcheng. After bidding farewell to Yi Wenshuan, with less than 3 days remaining before the exchange meeting commenced, he contemplated hurrying to Pengcheng today. Suddenly, he recalled that Shun Shiji had expressed a desire to accompany him. So he called directly, "I am setting off for the exchange meeting now. Would you like to join me?" Aware that Chu Jian did not own a car and that it would be cumbersome for him to take a taxi to find him, Shun decided it was swifter to go on his own. Soon, he received Shun's location via WeChat and drove his new car directly to him. What would typically be a half-hour journey took Chu Jian just over an hour. Upon seeing Chu Jian's new vehicle, Shun Shiji exclaimed in awe, "Brother Chu, this is the latest model of the Porsche Panamera, and it appears to be the top configuration. The price must be no less than 2 million. Brother, may I take it for a spin?" This car had long been on Shun's wish list, but alas, his parents disapproved, stating that without a grandchild, he had no business desiring such an exquisite vehicle. "Once you give us a grandchild, you can buy whatever car you wish." Every man harbors a dream of owning a luxury car, yet over 90% of them find this aspiration financially unattainable. Fortunately, he did not have to drive, allowing him to choose to sit in the passenger seat, where he could play on his phone and ponder various thoughts. Driving, however, demanded utmost concentration. A moment's distraction could lead to grave consequences, leaving no room for regret. Thus, the two set off. The journey from Yangcheng to Pengcheng typically took around 2 to 3 hours, assuming no traffic delays. As soon as Shun Shiji took the wheel, he accelerated to over 100, causing Chu Jian in the passenger seat to grip the armrest tightly, as if that could provide a semblance of safety. Once on the highway, Shun drove even more recklessly, and Chu Jian felt a twinge of fear. Nevertheless, having promised to let Shun drive, he could only endure his anxiety in silence. Finally, around 6 in the evening, they arrived in Pengcheng. They found a hotel nearby, and Shun Shiji, still brimming with energy, suggested, "Brother Chu, since you're in Pengcheng, shall we experience the nightlife?" For individuals in their line of work, visiting the local antiques market upon arriving in a new place was essential, if only to compare it with Yangcheng's market, even if they did not intend to make any purchases. Upon hearing this, Shun Shiji remarked, "If Brother Chu want to join me, then I shall go alone. Be sure to invite me to the antiques market tomorrow. I wish to learn from you." The following morning, the two set out for the Pengcheng antiques market. Upon arrival, they discovered that this market was truly vast, stretching endlessly before them. Pengcheng Antique City stands as the sole government-approved marketplace for cultural relics in Pengcheng, encompassing an expansive area of 150,000 square meters, with a commercial building space of 80,000 square meters. It boasts a plethora of specialized exhibition halls and over 3,000 operational venues, predominantly dealing in antiques, exquisite Chinese teas, rare wines, modern antiques, high-end jade, and jewelry. This privately funded venture is the largest antique art market in the nation, housing the highest number of antique dealers domestically and serving as the only national-level cultural industry demonstration base within the sector. Currently, it has cultivated a diverse array of specialties, primarily focusing on jade, porcelain, pu'er tea, Chinese and foreign calligraphy, and painting, jade jewelry, and collectible wines, alongside thousands of other varieties including miscellaneous antiques, folk art, ethnic handicrafts, philately, and currency. It has established a tripartite dominance alongside Kyoto Antique City and Shanghai Antique City. Upon entering, one quickly realizes that although the market is relatively new to the city of sheep, it is already bustling with activity, with both vendors and customers diligently engaged in their respective pursuits. Shun Shiji remarked with urgency, "Chuge, I never anticipated that Pengcheng's antique city would be so vast. I reckon a day's exploration might not be sufficient." Stepping into the antique city feels akin to immersing oneself in a cultural museum that encapsulates the splendid history of China spanning 8 millennia, offering a remarkable opportunity for intimate engagement with the nation's cultural heritage. Chu Jian had heard of the renowned jade antique shops here. The Qilu Pavilion of the Liu family, a luminary in the jade world from Taiwan, alongside the He Shantang of the Tsai family from Hong Kong and the Zhuyu Pavilion of the Zhuo family from the mainland, collectively represent the triumvirate of the jade industry across Taiwan, Hong Kong, and the mainland. Today, They were determined to broaden their horizons. Subsequently, the two entered a shop specializing in porcelain. Although modest in size, the wooden shelves on either side displayed an array of exquisitely beautiful porcelain pieces. Upon noticing Chu Jian and Shun Shiji, the shopkeeper hastily approached, inquiring, "What can I assist you with?" "I must say, our shop ranks among the best in the antique city." Paying no heed to the shopkeeper's boast, Chu Jian replied, "We'll take a look first. If we have any questions, we will seek your assistance." The two then proceeded to explore independently. Chu Jian soon became captivated by an enameled, garlic-shaped vase and began to scrutinize it closely. This vase features a slightly flared mouth, a rounded belly, and a circle foot, standing approximately 20 centimeters tall, with a foot diameter of around 6 centimeters. Entirely adorned with enamels, its body is decorated with depictions of mountains, rocks, and peonies, while the shoulder bears a couplet of 5-character poetry rendered in ink, a cluster of graceful blooms amidst a cool breeze. The entire composition seamlessly integrates poetry, calligraphy, and painting, exuding an exquisite beauty. Upon inspecting the mark beneath, he discerned a blue and white 4-character inscription indicating it was made during the Qianlong period. While it could easily deceive an inexperienced collector, Chu Jian discerned the flaws evident to a more seasoned eye. Shun Shiji was aware of his own limitations and thus refrained from speaking out of turn. Chapter 73. An assignment for Shun Shiji. Shun Shiji seemed intent on examining every piece, and upon observing this, Chu Jian chose to remain silent, recognizing that a novice should engage in observation rather than excessive discourse. Chu Jian's gaze was suddenly drawn to a jade buckle nestled within a porcelain shop. Jade artifacts are indeed a rarity. The jade appears to be of Hetian white jade, characterized by its lustrous and semi-transparent quality. This particular piece is a rectangular jade slab adorned with a ring, its reverse side featuring 2 rectangular clasps. The craftsmanship employs a technique known as yang line carving, depicting the head of a bovine deity, with the horns intricately rendered through the interplay of yin and yang lines in a hollow design. The beast face motif buckle demonstrates a harmonious blend of relief and hollow carving techniques, enhancing its 3-dimensional effect. The intricate carvings exhibit a delicate finesse, with fluid lines indicative of a Ming Dynasty jade carving masterpiece. The beast face motif is one of the earliest decorative patterns found on jade artifacts, frequently appearing on pieces from the late Neolithic to the Han Dynasty. This motif represents the visage of various animals, such as cattle, sheep, and tigers. Due to the absence of bodies, it is aptly named the beast face pattern. Traditional Chinese folklore posits that during one's youth, when vitality is abundant and yang energy is strong, malevolent entities are deterred from encroaching. However, as one ages and vitality wanes, the ability to repel such evils diminishes, necessitating the adornment of protective amulets to safeguard oneself. The beast face design is among those believed to offer such protective qualities, in addition to its personal protective function. The beast face motif is a prevalent antique-inspired design, commonly found on bronze artifacts. Its earliest appearances are noted on pottery and jade from the Liangzhu culture in the Middle and Lower Yangtze River region, flourishing from the Shang Dynasty to the early Western Zhou period. This design is often grand and exaggerated, rich in decorative appeal, embodying the wisdom and creativity of ancient laborers. Chu Jian inquired, "How much for this jade buckle?" The shopkeeper replied, "This is a jade buckle from the Republic of China era, made of Hetian jade. If you are sincerely interested, it can be yours for 30,000 yuan. In truth, Chu Jian possessed only a superficial understanding of jade artifacts, having acquired this buckle by chance, rendering him largely ignorant of its true worth. Upon hearing the price, he recognized that the shopkeeper was unaware of the buckle's genuine value, as it actually dated back to the Ming Dynasty. A weight lifted from his heart, although it was claimed to be Hetian jade. How could he ascertain its provenance from the Republic of China? He mused that he could just as easily assert it was carved yesterday. Thus, the 30,000 yuan price seemed exorbitant. If he can accept 2,000 yuan, I will take it immediately. The shopkeeper, finding the offer too low, countered, "How about this? Let us each make a concession. The lowest I can go is 10,000 yuan. Following an intense negotiation, the jade buckle was ultimately agreed upon for 5,000 yuan. Shun Shiji observed the entire exchange with intrigue, curious about the buckle's true worth. Once outside the shop, he asked, "Brother Chu, what makes this jade buckle so special?" Shun Shiji felt a twinge of envy. In less than half an hour, Chu Jian had seemingly earned a staggering sum of 70 to 80,000 yuan. Though his family was relatively affluent, This transaction had no bearing on his own financial situation. Even his father could not achieve such a profit in under 30 minutes. With fervor, Chu Jian declared, "I must uncover a hidden treasure here today. I won't leave until I do." Chu Jian quickly interjected, No, I have no intention of spending the night here, especially since this place does not operate 24 hours. By nightfall, even if one wishes to linger, departure becomes inevitable." His words fell like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing Chu Jian's enthusiasm in an instant. In the realm of antiques, such a mindset would surely lead one to be deceived time and again. To seize a good deal, one must possess patience. Otherwise, one risks becoming a gullible fool. The two continued to wander through the antique market, arriving at a stall that exclusively sold wrist beads. Upon noticing customers, the vendor eagerly proclaimed, "Gentlemen, let me assure you, my agarwood wrist beads are absolutely top-notch, and I guarantee honesty in my dealings." Chu Jian and Chu Jian each took a closer look. Yet they found no authentic agarwood beads among them. Genuine agarwood feels smooth and oily to the touch, revealing a delicate layer of oil, while counterfeit versions are often rough and may even convey a sense of dirtiness when handled. Some beads, dyed to mimic real agarwood, leave traces of dye on one's hands, which some sellers deceitfully claim is the oil from the agarwood itself. Suddenly, Chu Jian glanced at the string of beads in Chu Jian's hand and noticed that it was genuine agarwood. He quickly exchanged a knowing look with Chu Jian. Having spent several days with Chu Jian, immediately understood the implication. Chu Jian inquired, "How much for this string?" The vendor, feeling a surge of hope, realized that a question about price indicated interest. Seeing that the two appeared quite young and likely newcomers to the trade, he was confident he could lead them astray. "My young friend, you truly have an eye for quality. You've picked my stall's most precious string, originally priced at 30,000, but since you seem knowledgeable, how about 20,000? Chu Jian feigned poverty, saying, "Look, we are merely workers and cannot possibly afford 20,000. How about we each take a step back and settle at 200? If that works, I shall take it." The vendor nearly choked on his own disbelief. This was not merely a step back, but a retreat of epic proportions. He quickly shook his head. "My friend, that is not how bargaining works. How about 10,000? It cannot go any lower. You must allow me to benefit as well." Gradually, Chu Jian began to relish the thrill of haggling. "How about this? Dear vendor, let us each take another step back. 500, shall we?" It was as if he were signaling that if his offer was not accepted, he was prepared to walk away. Observing this, the vendor hastily replied, "All right, 800 it is. If you want it, take it. If not, I have no other options." Chu Jian conceded, "Very well. 800 it shall be." After completing the transaction and moving away from the stall, Chu Jian felt a twinge of curiosity. Based on his understanding, genuine agarwood should emit a fragrance, yet this string was devoid of any scent. However, he trusted Chu Jian implicitly and asked, "Brother Chu, what is the explanation for this?" Chu Jian, anticipating the question, replied, "This string contains both genuine and fake agarwood. Your task is to discern the authentic from the counterfeit." This served as a sort of extracurricular assignment for Chu Jian. Chapter 74. The Raw and Aged Agarwood. Since Brother Chu has expressed such sentiments, I must muster my courage and proceed. The number of beads is determined by their size. If there are 11 beads, the diameter of each bead is 20 millimeters, while if there are 14, the diameter is 15 millimeters or 16 millimeters. This particular bracelet consists of 12 beads, and Chu Jian is uncertain about how many are genuine and how many are counterfeit. It is possible that only one is authentic, leaving the other 11 as fakes. Or the situation could be entirely reversed. Observing this predicament, Chu Jian suggested, "Let us first find a place to dine, and then you can take your time selecting." Chu Jian had no objections, so they made their way to a nearby restaurant, opting for a private room to ensure a tranquil atmosphere. Upon entering the room, one busied himself ordering food while the other examined the sandalwood bracelet. After approximately half an hour, Chu Jian confidently declared, "Out of these 12 sandalwood beads, 5 are fake, and 7 are genuine." Chu Jian shook his head and replied, "You are mistaken. Only 3 are counterfeit, while 9 are authentic. Do you have a lighter?" Chu Jian, puzzled by the query, retrieved his lighter and handed it to Chu Jian. Upon receiving it, Chu Jian began to warm the bracelet without allowing the flame to touch it directly, merely using the heat to extract the fragrance of the sandalwood. Temperature is equally crucial for sandalwood, as in a warmer environment, the fibrous pores of the wood expand, facilitating the release of aromatic molecules from the oils, thereby preserving the fragrance and eliminating any intrusive odors. After about a minute of this process, Chu Jian returned the bracelet to Shun Shiji and instructed him. Now take a whiff. Synthetic sandalwood is often produced using artificial fragrances that emit an obviously unnatural scent, pungent and even musty, evoking feelings of discomfort. As Shun Shiji brought the bracelet closer to his nose, he detected a subtle aroma that was quite soothing. Chu Jian remarked, "This bracelet should be classified as Xingjia." Shun Shiji, perplexed, inquired, "Brother Chu, what does Xingjia mean?" Chu Jian explained, "In the industry, Xingjia has two definitions. One refers to when the sandalwood tree is affected by external forces, such as human actions or natural disasters, resulting in injury that produces fragrance. For instance, deep wounds from axes or bites from insects can cause the tree to exude resin for self-protection, leading to the formation of fragrance near the wound. But this type typically undergoes a shorter period of oil condensation and maturation, known as Xingjia sandalwood. The other definition pertains to artificially cultivated sandalwood, where after 35 years of growth, the tree is drilled and injected with fungi, creating resin directly on the trunk, which will be harvested after 2 or 3 years. It is important to note that this type of artificially injected sandalwood rarely sinks in water, lacking the depth of aging, and thus the aromatic quality is somewhat inferior to that of the former. In the esteemed work Xiang Cheng, the term Shu Jie is elucidated, referring to the resinous formations that occur in agarwood trees due to internal ailments, leading to the secretion of fragrant resin. In essence, when no external forces intervene, this aromatic wood is classified as Shu Jie. After a certain number of years, the scabs formed naturally shed, or the agarwood tree may succumb to death, collapsing to the ground or becoming buried beneath the earth. Over the years, the plant matter gradually decomposes, leaving only the essence of the agarwood. This remnant undergoes further maturation and fermentation, resulting in the accumulation of oils, thus producing Shu Jie agarwood. Chu Jian, Zima. This strand you possess is evidently of the lesser grade. He emphasized that without diligent effort, progress remains elusive. Grateful for Chu Ji's guidance, he acknowledged the lesson learned. Chu Jian shook his head, elucidating that lesser grade refers to agarwood of shorter maturation periods, wherein the oils have not undergone adequate fermentation, thus lacking the investment value of Shu Jie. Consequently, this particular strand is likely valued around 30 to 40,000 yuan. With a nod of agreement, Chu Jian proceeded towards the antique market. Perhaps due to the afternoon hour, the foot traffic was noticeably greater than in the morning. Fortunately, the expansive structure of the antique market was capable of accommodating the throngs of visitors. Upon arrival, Shun Shiji resembled a wild stallion unleashed, darting about, leaving Chu Jian no choice but to follow suit. Before long, Shun Shiji found himself at a stall brimming with ancient copper coins. Upon inspection, he discerned that none were authentic, mostly consisting of replicas. The stall owner remained unperturbed, not resembling the typical hurried vendors who frantically promote their wares, boasting of their authenticity. Unlike the past, many are now aware of the complexities within the antique trade. Chu Jian stood quietly at the side, patiently awaiting Shun Shiji's negotiation. In no time, Shun Shiji spotted a rare copper coin he had encountered in his research. He inquired of the stall owner, "Sir, what is the price for these coins?" Shun Shiji continued, "Your asking price seems excessive. Others typically offer 100 yuan for 10 coins or even less. Why is yours so much higher? How about this? Let us each make a concession, 200 yuan for 10 coins. Would you consider that? If not, I shall seek elsewhere." Upon hearing this, the stall owner, who originally priced the coins at 100 yuan for 10, feigned reluctance. Very well, very well. If we continue to haggle, we could reach 100 yuan for 10 coins, or perhaps even lower. It seems unnecessary to squander so much time over a mere 100 or so yuan. What appeared to be a casual selection was, in fact, Shun Shiji's calculated choice, as he included the coveted coin in his selection. After selecting 10 coins, he completed the transaction with the stall owner. Chapter 75. The purest of all is myself? He could hardly believe Shun Shiji's fortuitous luck in encountering a gold West King reward coin and managing to procure it for merely 200 yuan. Shun Shiji was overjoyed. Initially, he had only a fleeting impression of its authenticity and decided to purchase it, reasoning that even if he were to incur a loss of a few hundred yuan, it would not amount to a significant detriment. However, should fortune favor him, the rewards could be substantial. Then, did he really bet correctly? Over the past few days, I have thoroughly prepared myself. The Western King's reward coin, one of the ancient Chinese currencies, was minted as a reward by the ruler of the Great Western Kingdom. It is among the 50 most precious ancient coins of China, a true gem in the realm of numismatics. The earliest records of the Western King's reward coin date back to the late Qing dynasty in Chengdu, and by the Republican era, it had been produced in gold, silver, copper, and iron, with several experts collecting them. This coin was minted by Zhang Xinzhong, the leader of a rebel army during the late Ming dynasty. It exists in both gold and silver. During the Qing dynasty, any items related to the Western King would lead to severe repercussions for their owners. And in the years of the Western King's reign, these coins became rare treasures seldom possessed by military leaders. For over 370 years, no one has reported citing an authentic Western King's reward coin. It is said that the craftsmanship is exquisite, with robust and beautiful characters. The existence of the Western King's reward coin is exceedingly rare. The known gold and silver pieces from earlier years are unique artifacts. Chu Jian revealed that due to the scarcity of surviving Western King's reward coins, he recalled that in 2011, at a spring auction by China Guardian, a gold and a silver piece each fetched remarkable prices of 3 million and 52 million yuan respectively. Moreover, the coin you hold is also of gold quality. It is conservatively estimated to start at over 2 million, although Chu Jian understood that this copper coin would be quite valuable. He was taken aback to learn it was worth over 2 million, which could easily allow him to purchase his dream luxury car by selling this Western King's reward coin. Chu Jian suggested, if you wish to sell, you can entrust it to our auction house. We could discuss the commission. Naturally, it wouldn't be the same as his own arrangement of not charging commission. After all, sustaining the operations of an auction house requires substantial financial resources, and it could also be seen as a means of attracting items for auction. He didn't want to trouble Brother Chu over such a trivial matter, and besides, he wasn't short of a few thousand yuan. Every antique market has its share of eccentric vendors, and this one is no exception. For instance, the individual next to him, dressed in tattered attire resembling that of a beggar, holding a broken fan in one hand and a gourd in the other. Is he here to conduct business or to perform? Chu Jian approached and was immediately handed something. Indeed, it was a gift, free of charge. A decorative gourd. Don't be polite. Fate has brought us together. Let's be friends. Chu Jian couldn't help but wonder if this was a strategy to clear out unsold inventory. He knew that decorative gourds had been quite popular a few years ago. As the name suggests, decorative gourds are meant for handling and are suitable for tactile enjoyment. The smaller the gourd, the better. They're a rare breed. With prolonged handling, the color of the gourd gradually transforms from yellow to red, and then from red to purple, becoming glossy and lustrous. The one in Chu Jian's hand appeared pale, indicating it had likely been soaked in some solution. Much like those street vendors who offer fans. Once you accept, they lead you to buy cosmetics, a complete package. Thank you. I'm not interested in this. Chu Jian understood that most decorative gourds are actually quite inexpensive and hold little value, making them one of the most accessible forms of collectible art. A few pieces can be casually selected for a few dollars, while the finer ones are priced in the tens or even hundreds. Those priced above 10,000 belong to the realm of exquisite craftsmanship. To the uninitiated, one might mistakenly believe it to be a charitable endeavor. Chu Jian then spoke up. May I exchange this? Ji Gong was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded with delight. Of course. Which one do you desire? The one over there, adorned with characters and patterns. Yes, that's the one. Chu Jian expressed his astonishment, contemplating that even with inscriptions and designs, the value of these gourds remained quite limited. He had never heard of any particularly expensive decorative gourd, with 10,000 being the utmost. Ji Gong detached the gourd and handed it to Chu Jian. Upon receiving it, Chu Jian turned to leave, but Ji Gong hurried over, saying, Brother, I am a volunteer from the Disability Center. Please lend a hand and show some compassion. As he spoke, he produced a payment QR code. Chu Jian rolled his eyes, fully aware that it was a ruse. See, I wasn't mistaken. Chu Jian, uninterested in further conversation, scanned the code and proceeded to pay 50 yuan. While this sum was not exorbitant for a gourd, the manner of the transaction left a disquieting feeling. Thank you, thank you. Here is a card from the Disability Center. Please keep it. After receiving the payment, Ji Gong produced a printed card expressing gratitude. Chu Jian declined to take the card and turned to leave. Chu Jian shot a glare at the faux Ji Gong and hastily followed. Brother Chu, don't be upset. Such tactics are commonplace now. Chu Jian chuckled. I'm not angry at all. This is a gourd from the Qing dynasty, also known as a paoki, and I got it for a steal at 50 yuan. He explained to Chu Jian that a paoki is a unique Chinese craft that combines human artistry with natural elements. The production of these gourds involves two primary methods. One involves selecting mature gourds with a golden hue, which are then intricately carved or embossed by skilled artisans, resulting in various forms. The other method employs molds engraved with patterns or text, placed on young gourds, allowing them to grow into the exact shape of the mold, known as a fan-made gourd. It is said that cultivating fan-made gourds is a challenging endeavor, often requiring thousands of gourds to yield one with complete decorations and inscriptions. The piece he had just acquired was indeed a fan-made gourd, likely once used to hold crickets. The item in his hands undoubtedly held a value exceeding 100,000 yuan. What? Shun Shiji's eyes widened. So, this is a reversal of fortune? It turns out I was the most naive of all. Chapter 76. Brother Chu, times have changed. It seems I'm still too young. The antique market is vast, and attempting to explore it all in a single day would be quite improbable, especially with the exchange meeting commencing shortly. Let us return after the meeting concludes. Shun Shiji suggested, expressing no objections. Today was indeed a fruitful day for him, having amassed over 2 million, which would allow him to purchase the luxury car he had long desired. He particularly looked forward to flaunting it to his parents, proving that even without their financial support, he could achieve success through his own efforts. Today marked the beginning of the exchange meeting, which would last several days. Shun Shiji acquired a document akin to a work permit, which granted him access to the exchange conference even in the absence of an invitation, a privilege not uncommon among attendees of his ilk. The Guangdong International Exchange Conference stands as a paramount event within the antique circle of Guangdong Province. However, the limited number of available slots inevitably leaves many unable to gain entry. The organizers devised a system resembling a work permit that could be openly priced, costing 1,000 yuan for a single day, with the conference spanning 7 days, thus augmenting their revenue. Hosting such a grand exchange necessitates substantial funding, a considerable sum indeed. Naturally, government support is also at play, likely subsidizing a significant portion of the expenses. Upon their arrival at the venue, the two initially believed they had arrived early, only to discover a considerable queue already forming for entry. Reluctantly, they joined the line, but fortunately, the efficiency was commendable, and they gained access within 10 minutes. Once inside, they were met with a throng of attendees. The spacious venue was sufficient to accommodate the crowd. However, what astonished them most was the abundance of antiques on display. Many attendees arrived in small groups, seldom alone, with a notable number comprising pairs of elder and younger individuals. Reminiscent of a master guiding an apprentice to witness such rare opportunities to behold a plethora of antiques, including some from foreign lands. The organizers had invited numerous collectors and appraisers from across the globe, many of whom brought their own antiques for exhibition, while some showcased artifacts from their respective countries. The majority of foreign attendees presented antiques from China. Genuine pieces, typically rare, seemed almost commonplace in this setting, though their authenticity remained uncertain. Yet, given the scale of the conference, the likelihood of counterfeit items was minimal. Shun Shiji, eager to learn, promptly urged Chu Jian towards a nearby display case. What caught their eye was a vase, though the organizer had deliberately withheld information regarding its era or the master behind its creation. This approach was intentional, as revealing such details prematurely would eliminate the learning experience and hinder any potential for growth. The organizers seemed genuinely invested in enhancing the appraisal skills of collectors, a testament to their thoughtful planning. Shun Shiji quickly inquired, Brother Chu, this vase is exquisite. Could you enlighten me about it? Being relatively new to the field and still in the throes of learning, he sought guidance. Chu Jian examined the vase and responded, this is a Qing Dynasty Yongzheng period Guanyin vase, adorned with enamel colors depicting narrative scenes. Indeed, it is beautiful, for enamelware represents a pinnacle in the history of porcelain production, emerging after the era of blue and white ceramics. The peak of enamel craftsmanship was achieved during the reigns of the Kangxi, Yongzheng, and Qianlong emperors, with the secret production of such porcelain within the imperial palace during these times standing as the most radiant gem atop this pinnacle. It is precisely due to its production within the imperial court, rather than at the renowned Jingdezhen imperial kiln, and because it flourished and subsequently waned during the Qing dynasty, compounded by the elusive folklore akin to gazing at the moon through clouds, that the enamel-painted porcelain is shrouded in an aura of profound mystery in the eyes of the world. Upon witnessing this, Chu Jian was nearly infuriated, exclaiming that such an approach could only be conceived by someone like him. Brother Chu, Shun Shiji interjected, we must adapt to the times. The era has transformed. Chu Jian replied, however, there's a plethora of antique information that is simply unattainable. What then shall you do? Naturally, some foundational knowledge can be gleaned from the internet, which is acceptable. What can be found on mobile devices are predominantly well-known antiques, yet many remain elusive online. After hearing this, Chu Jian felt somewhat embarrassed. As he had initially thought he had discovered shortcut, he realized that Brother Chu's intention was indeed for his own benefit. Rest assured, Brother Chu, I will only consult encyclopedic materials and some shared identification methods online. Chu Jian gently shook his head, cautioning, one must remain vigilant. Many of the methods shared online are, in fact, unreliable. When I first delved into this field, I encountered numerous individuals who were complete outsiders, playing it by ear. Certainly, times have changed. Analytical instruments from various eras yield results that are indeed more persuasive. However, scientific instruments are lifeless entities. It is not impossible for clever individuals to deceive machines. Thus, one must remain adaptable and not overly reliant on any singular method. Unbeknownst to them, an elderly man and a young boy had been listening intently nearby. Given the spacious environment, their conversation was crystal clear. The elder suddenly spoke. Xiao Hui, did you hear that? Chung Xiaohui felt a pang of shame, as he often found himself cramming at the last minute, relying on online resources for convenience rather than memorizing extensive information. Understood, grandfather. Chu Jian and Chu Jian were interrupted by this sudden dialogue and turned to look, not finding it strange that in such a bustling place, conversations were inevitable. They prepared to depart. Chapter 77. The Treasure Duel Arena. The Arrogance of the Islanders. The elder called out, young brother, please wait. Elder, is there something you need? Chu Jian inquired. Chu Jian expressed his gratitude, saying, thank you for your kind words. These are merely my personal insights. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, the four parted ways. Once Chu Jian and Chu Jian had left, Chung Lao sighed. Xiao Hui, if only you could possess half the discernment of young Chu, I would feel at ease. Chung Xiaohui, upon hearing this, felt a hint of defiance, as he too had made significant discoveries, and he had never seen his grandfather hold such a high opinion of a young man after just a brief interaction. It seemed he would need to find an opportunity to demonstrate who was truly more capable. Chu Jian and Chu Jian meandered aimlessly until they stumbled upon a gathering that attracted a considerable crowd. Curious about what was transpiring, they approached to join the festivities. After inquiring with those around me, I discovered that the exchange meeting featured a treasure contest, where one could present any antique of their own, thus becoming the challenger. Spectators then assessed who possessed the more precious artifact. This aspect of the exchange meeting proved to be a significant highlight, igniting spirited competition among numerous esteemed collectors. However, it remained a healthy rivalry. Takamura Asahi boldly took the stage with his antique, retrieving a bronze sword from a rectangular box. As the blade fully emerged, the spectators were astounded by the inscriptions on it, which bore the mark of the sword crafted for King Fuchai of Wu. The sword's design was striking, featuring a wide blade tapering towards the point, with a double-edged, curved form that exhibited a distinct central line and two diagonal arcs. The thick spine was crafted into a concave shape, adorned with intricate gold inlays. The hilt was round, embellished with two raised rings, each etched with fine grooves. The pommel was disc-shaped, featuring multiple delicate concentric circles. This sword, made of high-quality bronze with gold inlay, displayed a natural patina, and bore the inscription confirming its origin as the sword of King Fuchai of Wu. The crowd began to murmur incessantly. If this were authentic, it would indeed be an invaluable treasure. Takamura Asahi, in his broken Chinese, challenged the audience. If you possess a superior treasure, feel free to present it. If not, the title of champion in this treasure contest shall be mine. Laughter followed, yet the attendees felt a surge of irritation, perhaps stemming from a deep-seated bias against foreigners. The thought of a foreigner claiming victory at an event held in their own country seemed a source of embarrassment. As the treasure contest allowed for close examination, numerous eager young individuals approached, keen to showcase their own artifacts. Given the rampant forgeries in the antiques market, it was a bold move to assert authenticity. Many stepped forward, scrutinizing the sword, yet all returned defeated. Chu Jian refrained from joining the fray. He had already employed his abilities to ascertain that it was merely a replica. Takamura Asahi, witnessing the multitude failing to detect any flaws, felt an overwhelming sense of joy. His investment in the sword, which he had purchased for nearly 10 million yuan from a friend's estate, appeared to be well placed. To keep this from his parents, he had borrowed the money from a loan shark, facing a daunting interest of 200,000 within just a month. However, the prospect of future profits dulled the sting of the debt. This exchange meeting promised to be a grand spectacle. If he could secure the champion title, he would undoubtedly profit handsomely. He was acutely aware of China's willingness to spend lavishly on its lost national treasures. In a moment of arrogance, he mused, "It seems that in such a vast nation, not a single respectable antique can be presented. They have the audacity to boast of a 5,000-year cultural history. I dare say we, the Yamato people, surpass them." A number of older individuals, unable to contain their curiosity, stepped forward in hopes of uncovering some flaw. Shun Shiji quietly inquired, "Brother Chu, what do you think of this bronze sword?" He had approached it himself earlier, yet he possessed the self-awareness to recognize his own limitations. Although he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, he acknowledged that his abilities were insufficient to discern anything significant. Chu Jian replied candidly, "I am not particularly optimistic." He chose to remain an observer, reluctant to draw attention to himself, especially with so many esteemed seniors present. However, Chu Jian could not endure the audacity of the arrogant individual from the island nation and was preparing to confront him when a voice chimed in from behind. "Didn't you just say you weren't optimistic? Why not step up?" Turning around, he realized it was Cheng Xiaowei, which explained the familiarity of the voice. Cheng Xiaowei had also approached the sword, driven by youthful impulsiveness. Yet he too had found nothing amiss. The usually reliable Dun Yang was of no assistance this time. As he descended, he overheard the exchange between Chu Jian and Shun Shiji. It was clear that Chu Jian had not even attempted to inspect the sword, yet spoke with such bravado about his lack of optimism. Cheng Xiaowei, feeling a sense of competition towards Chu Jian, seized the opportunity to challenge him. Shun Shiji interjected, "What does it matter to you whether Brother Chu goes up or not?" He held an unwavering trust in Chu Jian and would not tolerate any disrespect towards him. Cheng Xiaowei was not one to shy away from confrontation. "It is indeed none of my concern, but didn't he just claim to see nothing wrong? How can he dare to speak so boldly without even taking a look? Furthermore, we are being bullied by this individual from the island. If he truly sees something, why not point it out? Is he afraid or simply unwilling to share?" The crowd quickly rallied behind Cheng Xiaowei, many of whom had approached the sword earlier without any gain, their frustrations now finding a release. The disdainful tone of the islander had further fueled their indignation. Chu Jian regarded the provocateur, Cheng Xiaowei, with a puzzled look, wondering if he had unknowingly offended him. It was all quite perplexing. Though he was not one to instigate trouble, he directly responded, "And if I do see something?" Cheng Xiaowei, skeptical, retorted, "If you can indeed discern anything, I will follow you from this day forth. You direct me east, and I shall not venture west." The onlookers, eager for drama, found amusement in the unfolding spectacle, though most held little faith in Chu Jian due to his youth. Chu Jian fixed Cheng Xiaowei with a steady gaze. "Remember your words." With that, he boldly approached the sword. The crowd, once encircling, parted to witness why this young man dared to make such audacious claims. Cheng Xiaowei, observing, could not help but smirk. His grandfather approached and delivered a sharp reprimand to his head. Why provoke others for no reason? Cheng Xiaowei, stubborn, fell silent and refrained from further comment. Chu Jian picked up the bronze sword, and even Takamura Asahi assumed he merely intended to appraise it, thus offering no resistance. However, Chu Jian suddenly struck the sword against the ground. With a crack, the bronze sword broke apart. Takamura Asahi rushed forward, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Do you understand the value of my bronze sword? How could you break it? Can you afford to compensate me?" He failed to grasp that if it were a genuine artifact, preserved in such pristine condition, it could not simply shatter with a single blow. After all, this was an ancient weapon. Chu Jian elucidated, during the spring and autumn period, swords were crafted from bronze, with specific amounts of tin, lead, iron, and sulfur added to various parts to ensure the blade's resilience and sharpness, achieving a harmonious balance of rigidity and flexibility. The Wu Kingdom's bronze swords hold a significant place in the annals of ancient weaponry, with types including short swords, ear-fitted swords, narrow-bladed swords, wide-bladed swords, and flared stem swords, profoundly influencing the weaponry of southern states and even the central plains during the Eastern Zhou period. Suddenly, many began to realize that a mere strike against the ground could not possibly be the famed sword of King Fuchai of Wu, leading them to conclude it was undoubtedly a counterfeit. With a sound reasoning that could be understood even by laypersons, they analyzed the situation. Cheng Xiaowei, upon witnessing the outcome, found it hard to accept and staggered back several steps, nearly collapsing to the ground. The sudden realization of having gained a formidable ally left him feeling quite unsettled. The crowd's perception of Chu Jian transformed significantly. Initially, they thought he was merely a person seeking attention, yet it became evident that he was a genuinely capable individual. Shun Shiji shouted, "Brother Chu, magnificent! as if he were the one who had discovered the truth. At that moment, Takamura Asahi rushed over, positioning himself defiantly before Chu Jian, shouting, "You have broken my sword of King Fuchai. I purchased it for nearly 10 million. You must compensate me." This 10 million had been borrowed from a loan shark. If his parents were to find out, he would surely face severe consequences. Although 10 million was not a life-altering sum for his family, it would be a considerable burden. This counterfeit's cost price cannot exceed 1,000 yuan. I'll give you 1,000 yuan as compensation shortly. Rest assured, I am a reasonable person, Chu Jian replied with a smile. Regardless, he acknowledged that he had indeed damaged another's property, and compensation was warranted, albeit only to the extent of the item's true value. Takamura Asahi could no longer contain his fury, seizing Chu Jian's collar and swinging a fist in anger. The onlookers were astonished by this audacious act from the islander. Contemporary China was not the same as it had been decades ago. In a swift motion, Chu Jian evaded Takamura Asahi's punch and retaliated with a strike of his own, knocking him to the ground. Chu Jian shook his hand, noticing a small cut and a trickle of blood. Shen Shiji hurriedly approached, asking, "Brother Chu, are you all right?" The sudden turn of events left many in the crowd bewildered, as the situation had concluded before they could fully comprehend what had transpired. Shen Shiji remarked, "Brother Chu, you were truly magnificent just now." Gao Siyuan Zhaoyang appeared utterly stunned, lying motionless on the ground. Had he not been breathing, one might have feared for his life. The security finally arrived, having been briefed on the situation from the command center, and promptly restrained Gao Siyuan Zhaoyang, wary of a repeat of his earlier actions. Chu Jian approached slowly, and Gao Siyuan Zhaoyang instinctively shielded his face with his hand, a gesture that elicited laughter from the surrounding crowd. This individual from the island nation spoke with such arrogance, yet was all bluster. When it came to a real confrontation, he was utterly cowardly. "All right, I will transfer the money to you. If you are dissatisfied, seek a professional appraisal. Should it exceed 1,000 yuan, return to me, and I shall compensate you." Chu Jian articulated, mindful of his image and language in public, unwilling to bring disgrace upon his country. The security personnel escorted Gao Siyuan Zhaoyang away, along with the bronze sword. Although he continued to shout loudly, no one paid him any heed. The team leader approached Chu Jian and whispered, "Brother, well done. That was splendid." Having witnessed Chu Jian exhale in relief, he felt an urge to applaud. Now, some foreigners still regarded themselves as superior. Believing China to be as it was decades ago, behaving tyrannically on Chinese soil, such conduct should not be tolerated. Hearing this, Chu Jian and Shen Shiji recognized that the security captain was a man of character. Cheng Xiaowei, seeing that the matter had concluded, contemplated slipping away quietly. Chapter 79. The Common Tactics and the Tragic Life of Tang Bohu. Shen Shiji turned to see Cheng Xiaowei preparing to escape and remarked, "How can one speak without honor? Now you wish to sneak away?" Cheng Lao fixed his gaze upon his grandson, a look that sent a shiver down Cheng Xiaowei's spine. Realizing that his attempt to flee was futile, he reluctantly approached Chu Jian, saying, "You are impressive." Had he successfully slipped away, he might have avoided Chu Jian in the future, but now he was caught, and the boastful words he had spoken could only be borne by him. An apology must be sincerely rendered. Sheng Lao was evidently displeased with his grandson's attitude. One may lose, but one must not present oneself as incapable of bearing the loss, lest one become a laughingstock. "I'm sorry. Just now, Chu Jian raised his hand, interrupting, "I accept your apology. I am no big brother. Let this matter conclude here." Sheng Lao smiled wryly. "Brother Chu, I sincerely apologize on behalf of this reckless lad. Since he proclaimed that if he lost, he would follow you, feel free to command him as you wish." Chu Jian was speechless, thinking to himself, "I merely wish to avoid an additional burden, hence my words." Cheng Xiaowei, feeling the weight of his grandfather's gaze, quickly forced a strained smile. "Since I have lost, there is nothing more to say." As he finished speaking, another challenger ascended the treasure contest stage, presenting a piece of ancient Chinese calligraphy, exhibiting a demeanor of humility, unlike the previous brash individual from the island nation. A German named Jix expressed that the painting in his possession was acquired by his grandfather during his travels in China. Due to his inability to speak Chinese, he was accompanied by a translator, a mere tool provided by the organizers. Jix's grandfather visited China during the tumultuous twilight of the Republic era, a time when political instability rendered many antiques and artifacts relatively valueless. The painting was sold to Jix's grandfather by an elderly woman for $50. According to her, it was a treasured heirloom of her family, but due to a dire financial situation caused by illness, they were compelled to part with it at a meager price. This narrative elicited barely concealed laughter from the Chinese attendees, as it echoed the cliched tactics often employed in the antiques trade, fabricating tales of familial hardship to justify the sale of cherished possessions. To be candid, such tales have worn thin in contemporary China, failing to sway the audience. Many present speculated that this German man's grandfather had indeed fallen victim to a scam. During the Republic era, the proliferation of counterfeit antiquities was rampant, with some individuals specifically targeting foreigners who were perceived as affluent and easily deceived. After all, who wouldn't desire to profit from such opportunities? Moreover, foreigners often lack the knowledge to discern genuine artifacts from forgeries, particularly porcelain, which was notoriously easy to replicate. There remains a subset of individuals today who continue to prey upon unsuspecting foreigners. Let us examine the painting before rushing to conclusions, suggested an elder. Thus, the attendees began to appraise the artwork. Upon its unveiling, they discovered it to be a piece attributed to the renowned Tang Bohu. However, the authenticity remained uncertain. Should it prove genuine, its value would be considerable. Few in China are unfamiliar with the illustrious name of Tang Bohu, one of the 4 talented scholars of Jiangnan, celebrated for his extraordinary gifts. The portrayals of him in dramas paint him as a charismatic figure, yet history reveals a more tragic narrative. Tang Bohu was indeed a prodigy, achieving first place in the scholar examination at the tender age of 16, which caused quite a stir in Suzhou. However, at 25, he faced his first profound setback. It remains unclear whether he was simply unfortunate or fated to be a solitary star, as he lost his parents, wife, children, and sister in rapid succession, leaving him devastated and his family in decline. After much persuasion from friends, he achieved first place in the provincial examination in 1498, momentarily earning acclaim in Jiangnan. Yet, during this time, he became embroiled in a scandal regarding leaked examination questions, leading to his imprisonment and a lifetime ban from future examinations. A gifted scholar rendered impotent by circumstance. In the years that followed, he survived primarily by selling paintings, enduring a life of hardship until his passing at the age of 54. Thus, while Tang Yin was undoubtedly talented, his life was devoid of glory or prosperity, enveloped in a continuous tragedy. So, is this painting authentic? Someone inquired. This is a landscape painting, yet lacks a specific date, making it difficult to ascertain its authenticity. In reality, Tang Yin seldom annotated the year of his paintings, and his stylistic shifts were not particularly systematic, complicating any attempts to deduce the timing of his works or categorize the evolution of his artistic style. Thematically, Tang Yin's oeuvre primarily encompasses landscape paintings, figure studies, and expressive floral and avian compositions. What do you think? Cheng Xiaohui inquired of Chu Jian. Chu Jian cast a glance at him, silently musing, "Oh, are you still unconvinced? Just observe." Cheng Xiaohui. Shun Shiji nearly burst into laughter, particularly at Cheng Xiaohui's frenzied demeanor. In my view, it must indeed be authentic. It is well known that Tang Bohu predominantly painted landscapes, traversing renowned mountains and rivers, his heart brimming with the majesty of countless peaks and valleys. This imbued his poetry and paintings with a grandeur unparalleled by the poets and painters of Wu, transforming robustness into elegance. His landscapes often depict the majestic and perilous mountain ranges, pavilions and bridges, showcasing the breathtaking scenery of the changing seasons. Some portray gardens and the leisurely lives of cultured scholars. Cheng Xiaohui could not resist sharing his perspective. Do you perceive this as a work from his middle or late years? Chu Jian tossed him a question. All artists experience stylistic changes throughout different periods. Generally, late works exhibit greater maturity than early ones, thus holding higher value. Tang Bohu is no exception. His landscape paintings from the middle period reflect the rigorous and robust brushwork of the Song dynasty, characterized by distinctive elegance. The composition is meticulously arranged, with lifelike forms. The mountains loom majestically, the stones appear rugged, and the brushwork is vigorous and expressive. Perhaps it is from his middle period? Cheng Xiaohui hesitated. Perhaps. Is your assessment merely conjectural? Chu Jian could not help but retort. Then, do you deem it from his middle or late years? Cheng Xiaohui expressed his frustration. Cheng Lao, observing from the sidelines, wore a smile and refrained from interrupting the exchange between the young men. Chapter 80, Jade Board Xian Paper. Cheng Xiaohui failed to identify any issues, or rather, any flaws. Cheng Lao, upon examining the piece presented by this foreigner, I discerned a problem, but I chose not to voice it immediately, intending to allow the younger generation to hone their skills. If I had pointed it out from the start, it would have lost its significance. Even if it is a replica, it still possesses aesthetic value. Shen Shiji queried, Chu Ge, what do you think of this painting? This had become a habitual inquiry for him. Whenever he encountered something he could not authenticate, he instinctively sought Chu Jian's insights, and he had never been disappointed. Chu Jian scrutinized the painting closely, seemingly uncovering an issue. He then, gloved hands gently probing the paper, confirmed his suspicions. It was indeed the paper that posed a problem. Chang Xiaowei initially contemplated countering this, but, fearing a repeat of the earlier incident, could only inquire, what exactly is the issue you discerned? Upon recognizing the question came from Chang Xiaowei, Chu Jian, who had initially intended to withhold explanation, anticipated that Shen Shiji would soon inquire as well. So he replied, this painting can be said to be a remarkably crafted imitation, yet the issue lies with the paper. During the Ming Dynasty, Xian paper was utilized, characterized by its fine texture, smoothness, resilience, purity, and lightness. The meticulous fibers facilitate ink absorption, allowing for a rich layering of brushwork. The smooth surface enables effortless strokes. Its resilience endures the nuances of brush techniques and mounting, resisting wear and tear. Its pristine whiteness enhances the visibility of ink and color, remaining unchanged over time. Its lightweight nature allows for easy handling, rolling, and folding. Xian paper is not prone to moth damage, making it suitable for long-term preservation. The ancient Chinese literature and artworks that have survived to this day predominantly employed Xian paper, earning it the moniker of thousand-year longevity paper. The production process of Xian paper involves 18 primary steps, including soaking the bast fibers in grass stem fibers, lime fermentation, gentle boiling, sun bleaching, stone grinding into pulp, bamboo screening, pressing, and drying, among over 100 operations, taking approximately 300 days to complete. Furthermore, Xian paper is categorized into raw Xian, cooked Xian, and semi-cooked Xian. Chu Jian remarked that upon closer examination, he discerned that the paper in question was not Xian paper, but rather Yubon Xian paper. His explanation, delivered without a hushed tone, caught the attention of those nearby. While others might not have noticed, given the context, they listened with patience. However, Yubon Xian paper is indeed a rarity to most. Shen Shiji inquired whether all paper was not essentially the same, and what exactly Yubon Xian paper entailed. Chu Jian elucidated that Yubon Xian is a type of semi-cooked Xian paper. This variety is characterized by its white color and robust texture, appearing smooth and resilient, akin to jade, hence the name Yubon Xian. It first emerged during the Mid-Qing dynasty as a high-grade tribute paper, produced from raw Xian, with water absorption capabilities lying between raw and cooked Xian. During the Ming and Qing dynasties, the papermaking industry flourished, with the craftsmanship of note paper and Xian paper becoming increasingly refined. In addition to techniques such as sizing, alum treatment, waxing, dyeing, pattern printing, and gold and silver sprinkling, various exquisite decorative techniques were employed, including the archflower printing method, to create fine note papers, with Yubon Xian being one such example. Notably, distinguished types of Xian paper from before the Qing dynasty have virtually vanished, with early Qing's heavy cold gold paper, Chunhua imperial note paper, and exquisite Korean paper from the Kangxi era, along with Qianlong pattern note paper and mid-Qing Yubon Xian, having become rare artifacts. Upon hearing this, those around understood that Yubon Xian paper first appeared in the Qing dynasty, and thus, it would have been impossible for Tang Bohu of the Ming dynasty to have used this type of paper for his art. Upon hearing this, individuals approached to verify Chu Jian's claims, and indeed, they found his statements to be accurate. They cast sympathetic glances towards Jikes, realizing that such tactics could easily ensnare foreigners. Although Jikes was unable to comprehend Chinese, the expressions conveyed a clear message. Why the previously envious gazes now turned to ones of pity. Seeking clarity on the situation, he inquired with the translator. Perhaps due to Chu Jian's distance from Debayatai, the translator had not overheard the exchange and responded, I will go investigate this matter immediately. Descending from the stage, he inquired with a nearby individual, and moments later, conveyed to Jix, some have claimed that your painting of Tang Bohu is counterfeit, with the issue lying in the paper itself. Remarkably, it was the same appraiser who had just authenticated the bronze sword that discerned this flaw. Furthermore, he noted that this painting was a reproduction from the Republican era, and thus not entirely devoid of value. Had it been someone else, their persuasive power might have paled in comparison to Chu Jian's, especially given the recent events that left a lasting impression. Upon hearing this, Jix felt a deep sense of disappointment. He was not one to shy away from challenges, yet having acknowledged its falsity, there was no reason to linger and risk further embarrassment. Unlike Takamura Asahi, who was in a frenzy, he simply retrieved the painting and departed the stage with commendable decisiveness, devoid of any hesitation. This action perplexed those still unaware of the truth, questioning why he chose to take the painting away. For those in the know, however, this gesture was quite commendable, particularly in contrast to the earlier performance. The translator then announced loudly, "This painting has been certified as a replica, hence Jix, wishing not to waste anyone's time, has promptly withdrawn it." After the staff's explanation, the attendees finally understood that it was indeed Chu Jian who had identified the issue, leading to a shift in their perception. If it were merely a single occurrence, one might attribute it to luck, but to have done so consecutively suggested a level of skill. Many esteemed individuals, like Chung Lao, recognized the flaw but refrained from voicing it initially, curious to see if any from the younger generation would spot the discrepancy. It appears there are indeed a few exceptional talents among the youth. The organizers had not anticipated that rather than a grand opening, they would face 2 consecutive fakes. Fortunately, Jix did not succumb to madness like Takamura Asahi. Otherwise, it would have significantly impacted the exchange meeting. Everyone exchanged glances, realizing no one brought their antiques onto the stage. At this juncture, Chung Xiaowei boldly approached, having acquired a box unbeknownst to anyone. Prepared with a prized antique for the contest, he was determined not to miss this opportunity to shine, bringing along his most cherished collection. The box, though modest in size, likely did not contain a large item. As Chung Xiaowei opened the box, a white necklace emerged. Though due to some distance, its details remained unclear. Chapter 81. The King Rewards Money. Chung Xiaowei's Narrow Defeat. Chung Xiaowei introduced. This is an exceedingly rare Qing Dynasty Hetian Ice white jade peach blossom necklace, characterized by exquisite craftsmanship, with delicate jade quality, exceptional ice white hue, and splendid carving, presenting a visually stunning appearance. Its regular shape, hollow carvings, and superb craftsmanship evoke a sense of beauty that is pleasing to the eye, reminiscent of the ancient elegance of jade. It is likely that only the empress or favored concubines in the Qing court could possess such adornments. The artisan's skill is evident in the handcrafted clasp, with each link of the Hetian ice white jade seamlessly interconnected, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Like a majestic dragon soaring through the heavens, it symbolizes the presence of a dragon in the household. The exquisite craftsmanship and profound significance of this piece are brought to life through the ultimate expression of a creamy white hue, embodying elegance and rarity. After the introduction, the owner cast a proud glance towards Chu Jian and Shun Shiji, as if to say, "Behold my remarkable collection. Is it not splendid?" Soon, everyone was captivated by this necklace, for a unified piece is indeed a rarity, demanding the utmost skill from the artisan. A moment's lapse could render the entire creation worthless. Furthermore, this necklace is crafted from Hetian jade, a specific variety of white jade renowned in our country. This soft jade, primarily sourced from the Hetian region of Xinjiang, is often referred to as Hetian jade. Due to variations in mineral content and chemical composition, soft jade manifests in various colors, including white jade and green jade, along with other names such as imperial jade and black jade, each characterized by its hue. Among these, white jade is the most precious variety. The texture of soft jade is exceptionally delicate, offering a smooth sensation to the touch. It consists of a conglomerate of fibrous tremolite and nephrite crystals, each measuring less than 0.01 millimeters, typically exhibiting a felt-like, clustered, or bundled interwoven structure. Given the substantial size of this exquisite Hetian white jade, combined with its intricate carvings, its value undoubtedly commences in the millions. Surrounding observers expressed their admiration, and upon hearing their remarks, Chung Xiaowei felt an immense joy swelling within him. He then raised an eyebrow at Shun Shiji, exhibiting a hint of provocation. The latter had been targeting him just moments before, and now, seizing this rare opportunity, he could not let it slip away. Shun Shiji, youthful and spirited, could not tolerate such taunts and approached directly. Considering the 2 million yuan worth of the Western King reward, keeping in the hotel would certainly pose a risk. Given its diminutive size, akin to a mere coin, it was instead carried on his person. Leaving it in the hotel could lead to complications, as no one would be able to vouch for its whereabouts, given its small size, which could easily be concealed in a pocket. As Chung Xiaowei observed Shun Shiji approaching without bringing anything along, he felt a twinge of confusion. Shun Shiji then reached into his clothing, producing a small silk pouch, from which he delicately retrieved a coin, placing it gently upon the table. The crowd, intrigued, pondered the significance of this coin that a young man would dare to present. Shun Shiji declared, "This is a gold Western King reward coin." His words sent shockwaves through the assembly. Most present had never encountered a Western King reward coin before. Eager to catch a glimpse of its authenticity, they hurried forward. The Western King reward coins had been systematically destroyed during the Qing dynasty, leaving only a scant few in existence, with less than 5 known to the public over the past 360 years. The rarity of this coin is thus immeasurable. As everyone's attention shifted entirely to the Western King reward coin, the once admired Hetian white jade necklace was suddenly overlooked, creating a stark contrast that left Cheng Xiaowei feeling disheartened. However, a thought struck him. He must scrutinize this coin closely, uncertain of its authenticity. Should it prove to be a counterfeit, I shall undoubtedly take great pleasure in ridiculing Shun Shiji. As the crowd gathered, Cheng Xiaowei exerted considerable effort to navigate his way to the front. He then commenced an online search to discern the characteristics of the Western King reward coins and the specific details one ought to heed. The items bestowed as rewards embody the Emperor's majesty. Thus, the Western King reward coins must adhere to a standardized format. Their dimensions, thickness, and various specifications should exhibit minimal variation. The inscriptions on the coins are rendered in a standard script, identified solely in this particular form, straight and angular. Should one encounter coins inscribed in cursive, semi-cursive, or seal scripts, or if the characters appear askew, they are likely inauthentic. Yet, upon observing these characteristics, the copper coin before him seemed to match perfectly. Could it truly be an authentic Western King reward coin? Cheng Xiaowei pondered whether his Hetian jade peach blossom chain could rival it, but he surmised it likely could not, given the extreme rarity of the Western King reward coin. Nonetheless, the thought of being subjected to Shun Shiji's mockery unsettled him. Yet there was little he could do, for his Hetian jade peach blossom chain was indeed the finest piece in his collection. Had he not held it in such high regard, he would not have retained it, especially at this age when most individuals are focused on capital accumulation. After approximately 10 to 20 minutes of examination, many present had scrutinized the coin without detecting any flaws. It appeared to undoubtedly be an authentic Western King reward coin. Shun Shiji remained unfazed, for his own coin had been previously inspected by Chu Jian, who found no issues. So he harbored no fear of scrutiny. Those present were predominantly knowledgeable connoisseurs, each possessing an understanding of which items were more valuable. In terms of worth, the gold Western King reward coin indisputably held the greater value. Cheng Xiaowei recognized this reality. Thus, he reluctantly withdrew his Qing dynasty Hetian jade peach blossom chain from the treasure contest. What good fortune for Shun to acquire such a treasure, Cheng Lao exclaimed. Cheng Xiaowei felt a twinge of discontent and muttered, perhaps he purchased it at an exorbitant price. Chu Jian, I found 10 pieces for 200 yuan yesterday at the antique market in Pengcheng. Upon hearing this, both grandfather and grandson were momentarily taken aback. This was indeed a remarkable find. The gold Western King reward coin, if auctioned, would likely fetch over 2 million. Did you hear that? Do not assume you're the only one blessed with good fortune, Cheng Lao admonished his grandson. Even at his advanced age, discovering such a significant treasure had occurred to him no more than 10 times. In his youth, antiques and artifacts were scarcely valued. One could stumble upon a valuable piece for just a few coins. As they spoke, another individual ascended the stage, a woman adorned with a silk scarf, exuding an artistic flair. It seemed many recognized her and greeted her warmly. Cheng Xiaowei remarked to Chu Jian, she is a renowned female collector in Pengcheng, quite impressive. Chapter 82, Su Beihong's Horse. Hello everyone. Today, I have brought a treasure for your appreciation, the woman collector, Wu Jingmei announced with a smile as she took the stage. Upon concluding her speech, she solemnly presented a chicken bloodstone seal from the box, capturing the attention of those around her. This exquisite piece, a Fengwu Sangxiong seal from the Qianlong period of the Qing dynasty, was introduced for appreciation by Wu Jingmei. The audience first examined the quality of the chicken bloodstone, as the material itself is paramount in the realm of collectibles. In recent years, remarkable chicken bloodstone artifacts have surfaced at major auctions. For instance, a piece titled Balan Chicken Bloodstone Blood King ornament was estimated at 8 million yuan but ultimately sold for 12 million yuan, while another, the Zhonghua Chicken Bloodstone Hong Pao ornament, was appraised at 8 million yuan and fetched 4 million yuan. The quality of Zhonghua Chicken Bloodstone is defined by its vivid colors and textures. The blood color ranges from bright red to deep red, with shapes including block red, stripe red, star red, and rosy red, ideally exhibiting a vibrant, dense, and profound appearance with balanced inclusions or mottling. This particular piece is a deep red chicken bloodstone of the highest caliber, as evidenced by its 6 sides of red. Look, it's entirely red, someone exclaimed. Those familiar with chicken bloodstone understand that a fully red or 6-sided bloodstone is of exceptional quality, and the completely red variants are exceedingly rare. Generally, pieces with less than 10 blood spots are considered ordinary, fewer than 30 are mid-range, over 30 are high-end, and those exceeding 50 are classified as treasures, with those above 70 being exceedingly precious. The seal presented by Wu Jingmei boasts approximately 80% blood content, categorizing it as a 6-sided red chicken bloodstone. Merely the material itself is worth a fortune. Its base is also remarkable, being semi-transparent white. Additionally, it is noted that the spiritually resonant chicken bloodstone, often referred to as Da Hong Pao, features not only red blood, but also a variety of foundational colors such as black, white, yellow, green, blue, gray-brown, purple, and cyan, all harmoniously blended in varying shades and intensities, forming naturally beautiful patterns without the need for artificial carving. The craftsmanship is equally impressive. This Qing Dynasty Zhonghua chicken bloodstone, Fengwu, Sangqiong seal, is valued at no less than 10 million yuan. Wu Jia, how did you come upon this treasure? Please, share the story with us, someone inquired, seeking to draw closer. Wu Jingmei, unbothered by the attention, replied with a smile. It's a long story that dates back over a decade. A migrant worker sold it to my father, so it isn't entirely my treasure. At that time, it cost just 20,000 yuan. In reality, she had been informed by her father that it could have been acquired for an even lower price. But he felt compassion for the migrant worker and paid the 20,000. Even then, that sum was not insignificant. Shun Shiji had discreetly slipped away from the treasure contest, feeling embarrassed to remain there any longer. You hardly stood there for long, Cheng Xiaohui remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. Shun Shiji shrugged. I never intended to stay up there. You're the one making a fuss. Chu Jian glanced at them and perceived a certain animosity brewing between the two, as they seemed prone to bickering when together. Since Ms. Wu has graced us with her presence, I shall join the merriment as well. Suddenly, an elderly gentleman clad in a Zhongshan suit, leaning on a cane, interjected. Beside him stood a middle-aged man holding a long box. As everyone beheld the elongated box, it was easy to surmise that it contained a piece of artwork, perhaps a painting or calligraphy. Mr. Zhang, please, Wu Jingmei promptly offered assistance. It was evident that this venerable gentleman was no ordinary figure, lest they fail to recognize such an esteemed predecessor in the future, which would only serve to invite ridicule. Ah, this painting, while not as historically significant as your esteemed seal, do take a moment to admire it, the elder remarked with a warm smile, exuding an approachable demeanor. Fang Xing discerned that the elder's cane was also a treasure, its dragon-headed design crafted from red coral. Red coral is among the most precious varieties of coral, placed alongside pearls and amber as one of the 3 great organic gems, and is listed as one of the 7 treasures in Eastern Buddhist texts, historically regarded as a symbol of wealth and auspiciousness. Natural red coral is formed from the accumulation of coral polyps and grows at an exceedingly slow rate, making it non-renewable, with its growth confined to 3 major straits. Due to these maritime limitations, red coral is exceedingly rare. Ornaments fashioned from red coral are highly coveted by collectors, and the value of fine red coral appreciates rapidly, garnering significant attention within the collecting community. In recent years, the price of blood red coral has soared to 182,000 yuan per gram, while ordinary aka grade coral has approached 6,000 yuan per gram. Momo grade coral also exceeds 1,000 yuan per gram, and top-tier red coral fetches even higher prices once crafted into jewelry. The cane in Mr. Zhang's possession is undoubtedly valued at no less than 1 million. At Mr. Zhang's indication, a middle-aged man beside him opened the box and gradually unfurled the painting. The onlookers beheld a depiction of galloping horses. Wu Jingmei, standing closest, remarked, "This is the work of Su Beihong." Instantly, a buzz of conversation erupted among the crowd, each straining to catch a glimpse. Su Beihong, a prominent modern painter, was renowned for his mastery of figures, animals, and floral subjects, advocating for realism and notably influenced by Renbanian. He emphasized the integration of Western techniques into traditional Chinese painting, focusing on light, form, and the anatomical structure of subjects, which profoundly impacted the Chinese art scene of his time. His ink and color paintings are particularly celebrated, especially his depictions of horses. We must scrutinize Su Beihong's horses carefully, for there are many fakes in circulation. Cheng Xiaohui could not help but exclaim. This statement was not slanderous. In truth, Su Beihong's works have been extensively forged, with authentic pieces accounting for less than 6% of those available. This phenomenon underscores the high demand and rarity of Su Beihong's art, resulting in rampant imitation. If someone claims to have acquired a Su Beihong horse for hundreds of thousands, such a claim is indeed dubious. However, it must be said that individuals of Mr. Zhang's stature are exceedingly unlikely to present forgeries. As expected, after evaluation by several esteemed experts in the field, the painting was authenticated as an original by Su Beihong, valued at over 30 million. The crowd once again marveled, acknowledging that Su Beihong's horses were indeed the most valuable. Historically, numerous artists have excelled in equine depictions, such as Chao Ba, Han Gan, Li Gonglin, Zhao Mengfu, and Lang Shining, yet it is Su Beihong's horses that remain the most revered by posterity. Subsequently, Mr. Zhang recounted the origins of this painting, revealing a story that took everyone by surprise. The artwork was a special gift from the esteemed Su Beihong to the Zhang family, specifically presented to Mr. Zhang's grandfather, representing a significant masterpiece from Su Beihong's later years. It was astonishing to discover such a profound connection between the Zhang family and Su Beihong. Are we now in the presence of treasures worth millions? Gasped Cheng Xiaowei. Those mere artifacts valued at a few hundred thousand seem almost unworthy to be displayed. Of course, this was not the only contest of treasures, and some individuals were in no rush to unveil their prized possessions. Surely, no one will dare to present their items, especially given Mr. Zhang's esteemed reputation, some whispered. The crowd understood the unspoken sentiment. They felt compelled to show respect to Mr. Zhang, even if they possessed superior treasures that could overshadow his. However, while the Chinese harbored such sentiments, foreigners were less inclined to follow suit. Indeed, a bald foreigner clad in a suit stepped forward, cradling a gilded bronze statue of the Buddha in his hands. Someone recognized him as a member of a Canadian cultural institution reputed for collecting Chinese artifacts and frequently auctioning national treasures for substantial profits. A Canadian, is it? Mused Chu Jian, furrowing his brow. The bald man wore a broad smile, yet to the Chinese observers, it felt anything but amiable. It seemed he had come to challenge their pride, deliberately aiming to embarrass them. His intentions are not pure, Cheng Xiaowei remarked. Inwardly, Shun Shiji cursed, wishing fervently for the statue to be a counterfeit. Do not fret. It is no easy feat for a bronze Buddha statue to exceed 30 million, chuckled Mr. Cheng. Just as he finished speaking, the announcer introduced the statue as a gilded seated statue of Guanyin from the Ming Dynasty. The audience was momentarily taken aback, aware of the immense artistic value of Ming Dynasty gilded Buddha statues, which could often fetch prices in the tens of millions, even exceeding 100 million. The Ming Dynasty held Tibetan Buddhism in high regard, and under the emperor's patronage, the art of creating Tibetan Buddhist sculptures flourished within the imperial courts. Following the example set by the Yuan Dynasty, the Ming court established dedicated institutions for sculpture creation, known as Buddha works, which were overseen by the imperial workshop and focused on crafting Tibetan-style statues. Among the Buddhist sculptures from the Ming court, those from the Yongle and Xuande reigns are regarded as the finest. Upon examining the statue closely, Chu Jian noted that the physique of the seated Guanyin was robust, its form both graceful and dignified, with a broad face and straight eyes. The drapery of the clothing was rendered in a realistic style typical of inland traditions, showcasing a strong sense of texture. The sculpture employed the traditional lost wax casting method, resulting in a substantial body treated with a layer of gold, radiating purity and brilliance. While the lotus pedestal was sealed, the gilded Buddha statue from the Yongle era could prove to be a significant challenge. Someone shook their head in dismay, fully aware that the gilded statues from the Yongle and Xuande periods are typically the most exquisite and valuable. If this were indeed an authentic piece, its worth could easily surpass 50 million RMB. A group of connoisseurs approached to authenticate the statue. Some believed it to be genuine, while others expressed skepticism. The bald individual from Canada presented the appraisal results from his institution, purportedly derived from the most advanced dating analysis apparatus in the world. This was claimed to be the authentic gilded statue of Guanyin from the Yongle period. Upon the release of such a scientific verification report, the previously skeptical experts, despite harboring doubts, chose to remain silent. Just as it seemed that the matter was settled, Chu Jian interjected. The results of an instrument's assessment are not infallible, are they? Even computers can err. Upon hearing the translation, the bald man addressed the assembly, asserting that this report was the culmination of 5 evaluations conducted by their institution, and thus would undoubtedly be accurate. Many remained perplexed, including the experts who had just completed the assessment, now deep in contemplation. Zhang Lao and Wu Jingmei observed Chu Jian with quiet amusement, smiles gracing their faces. Chu Jian elaborated. Generally, seated Buddha statues emphasize symmetry, embodying a certain aesthetic. If you observe closely, the adornment on Guanin's head is not uniform. The left side curves upward while the right side droops. Do you see it? If this cannot be considered evidence of forgery, then examine the drooping portion of the right adornment closely. Do not underestimate this seemingly insignificant detail. When viewed through a magnifying glass, one can discern that the gilded layer here is thicker, resulting in a more radiant appearance. Upon hearing Chu Jian's words, some hastily grabbed magnifying glasses to scrutinize the detail. Indeed, they noticed a small area, akin to the size of a fingernail, that appeared to be welded on. The bald man from Canada suddenly lost his composure, hastily offering various explanations. Yet, it was evident to all that he was grasping at straws. One could empathize with him. After all, a treasure once valued in the tens of millions had suddenly been declared a forgery, rendered worthless. Anyone would be alarmed. Those with weaker constitutions might even face a breakdown. In that moment, even foreign appraisal experts declared it counterfeit. No, that's impossible, the bald man exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. Meanwhile, the local attendees felt a wave of relief wash over them. See, take a lesson from them. You're still inexperienced, Cheng Lao remarked to his grandson. Cheng Xiaowei, secretly impressed, acknowledged the disparity between himself and Chu Jian, though he continued to mutter. I've been in this field for less than 3 years. It's only natural I'm not as skilled. Little did he know that Chu Jian had entered the profession even later, with a mere 2 years of experience. At this moment, Chu Jian stepped into a corner to make a phone call. Lu Zong, have you arrived? He then relayed the information about the bald man to Lu Ruyan, instructing her to send someone to negotiate for the statue at a low price. Indeed, the statue of Guanin was authentic, but the adornment had sustained damage that had been improperly repaired. Chapter 84. Severely worn sailing coins. When it comes to foreigners, Chu Jian felt no moral burden in taking advantage. Lu Zong, who was originally slated to attend the exchange meeting and had long secured a spot, was delayed due to an unexpected issue at the auction house. Upon hearing Chu Jian's words while still en route, Lu Rian urged the driver to accelerate. She had not anticipated that, in such a situation, Chu Jian would seize an opportunity. It was undoubtedly the best course of action for her to discreetly arrange for someone to procure the Yonglin Nanhai Guanin statue. It was clear that Chu Jian could not manage the purchase himself. Others were not foolish. Even if Lu Ruyan had orchestrated the transaction, the price would likely not be significantly lower. Find out which hotel he is staying at, Lu Ruyan suggested. Based on the information provided by Chu Jian, the bald man swiftly departed the scene with the Nanhai Guanin statue, leaving them to seek him at his hotel. The first day of the exchange meeting maintained its course until around 4 in the afternoon. During this time, Shun Shiji encountered numerous artifacts from various countries, the most peculiar of which was undoubtedly a mummified corpse that nearly made him retch. Who would have thought that a mummified corpse could be considered an artifact? He remarked incredulously. How novel. Chu Jian laughed. Mummies are also desiccated corpses, and they remain treasures within the British Museum. He informed Shin Shiji that 2 of the 10 most prized possessions of the British Museum were mummies, the Egyptian mummy and the Lindau man. The Egyptian mummy is well known to many. The British Museum boasts a diverse collection of mummies, most of which are meticulously wrapped and adorned with vibrant paintings, while some have been unwrapped, fully exposed to the air. In addition to adult mummies, the collection includes those of children and even cats. As for Lindau man, he may not be familiar to many. Discovered in the peat bogs of Lindau in 1984, this 2,000-year-old mummy is likely one of the oldest citizens of Britain, and he's been named Peter Marsh. It is believed that Lindau man was possibly used as a sacrificial offering during rituals. Mummified corpses have always held value, not just abroad. In our northwestern region, ancient corpses from historical Silk Road sites are frequently stolen, with reports suggesting one could fetch tens of thousands of yuan. Chu Jian noted, the most renowned mummified corpse in China is undoubtedly that of the beauty of Lulan. Mummies can generally be categorized into several types: dry, wet, frozen, waxed, and tan corpses. The ancient corpses from the northwestern region of our country fall under the category of dry corpses, which are naturally formed under unique conditions of aridity, sterility, and high temperatures, without any artificial treatment. This type of mummy is distinct from those found in ancient Egypt, which underwent artificial preservation, and is also unlike the corpses unearthed in certain areas of our country that were placed in coffins containing desiccants like lime or charcoal. Instead, they're a true marvel of nature. I never imagined that the plot of the film African Monk, featuring an auction of zombies, could have a basis in reality. Shin Shiji remarked sheepishly. I am indifferent, Chu Jian replied nonchalantly. During their meal, Chu Jian received a call from General Liu, who informed him that the Yongle Nanhai Guanyin statue had been successfully acquired. After 3 hours of negotiation, it was finally secured for the sum of $50,000. It was evident that the individual was initially quite stubborn, refusing to budge. However, after receiving a phone call, his demeanor softened. Lu Ruyin relayed this to Chu Jian. This was a fortunate acquisition with minimal risk, so Lu Ruyin was in good spirits. Although she missed the first day of the exchange meeting, the outcome was gratifying. According to Chu Jian's appraisal, this statue of Guanyin from the Yongle period is valued at no less than 10 million. Unfortunately, due to some damage, its worth has significantly diminished. Otherwise, it would fetch at least 50 million. However, there is no doubt that they have stumbled upon a remarkable find. By the way, are you still not out? All right, I'll reach out to you later this evening. After enjoying a hearty meal, Shen Shiji and Chu Jian made their way towards the antique market. As they approached, they spotted a vendor displaying his wares. Brother, why not set up inside? Shen Shiji asked, astonished. It's charged inside. I don't have much stock, just about a dozen items, the vendor replied. Understood. The stall indeed lacked variety. An approximately 1 square meter cloth was spread out, sparsely adorned with a handful of old artifacts. Should any city management officials arrive, the vendor could swiftly gather his items and make a hasty exit. In fact, he was not the only one peddling goods in the area. There were also stalls selling toys, flowers, bone china, and fruits. Take a look. These items are all from the countryside. I'm just a land dredger, the vendor said. Land dredger is a term used in the antique trade. With the rise of antique collecting, a certain group of individuals, armed with a motorcycle and a silver tongue, traverse the streets, bustling with activity. They possess the art of boasting and negotiation, adept at both appearing affluent and feigning poverty. In the morning, one might be a historian, while by afternoon, they mingle with the working class, toiling from dawn till dusk, dreaming of wealth even in their slumber. For this reason, they have earned the colorful nickname land dredgers, who pursue their trade with fervor, unafraid of dogs or being chased away, possessing both thin and thick skin, with the ability to boast and bargain. Shen Shiji glanced at the items displayed, musing to himself. Essentially, these can only be described as junk. A teapot missing its handle, a severely worn silver dollar, and a puppet with a missing leg. He picked up the only item that seemed valuable. A silver dollar. What kind of silver dollar is this? I've never seen one before. On one side of the dollar was a relief of a sailing ship. The other side was nearly unrecognizable, worn down to obscurity. This was a sailing ship coin, officially known as the $1 silver coin from the 24th year of the Republic of China, featuring the likeness of Sun Zhongshan. Regrettably, its condition rendered it nearly worthless, as Chu Jian slightly shook his head, feeling the loss. It is crucial to note that this type of silver coin is among the more precious varieties in the realm of numismatics. The front should depict a profile of Mr. Sun in formal attire, with the inscription 24th year of the Republic of China above his likeness, while the reverse features a 2-masted sailing ship navigating the sea, complemented by a rising sun motif to the right. Due to the societal turmoil of the Republic era, very few remain today. Presently, sailing ship silver dollars have become highly sought-after collectibles. Valuable? The vendor was momentarily taken aback. If in good condition, such a silver dollar could be worth 1 to 2 million. Some have even sold for over 4 million. But now, as you can see, the portrait on the other side is completely gone, which means the most valuable part has been worn away. Chu Jian remarked. Upon hearing this, the vendor's lips quivered in despair. 1 to 2 million. The thought of that sum made his heart bleed, and he could hardly bear it. Let us go, Chu Jian suggested, sensing that the vendor needed some time and space to gather his thoughts and regain composure. Chapter 85. The Master of Ugly Calligraphy. A feast for the eyes. Upon entering the antique market, the two men discovered that the foot traffic today was noticeably greater than that of the previous day, likely spurred by the ongoing exchange conference. Suddenly, Shen Shiji remarked, Look, Chu Ge, whom have we run into? Chu Jian turned his gaze and was equally surprised to encounter someone here. Cheng Xiaowei also spotted Chu Jian and approached them, saying, Have you come here for some treasure hunting as well? Having witnessed Chu Jian's prowess earlier in the day, he feigned indifference, yet internally acknowledged the disparity between them. Shen Shiji replied, Indeed, I never expected such a small city like Pengcheng would allow for such encounters. The two then began to engage in their usual banter. Noticing the squabbling, Chu Jian interjected, You two ought to settle down. At this rate, you'll still be at it by tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Shen Shiji and Cheng Xiaowei immediately ceased their bickering. The trio then strolled about, soon captivated by a stall teeming with onlookers. It was unclear whether some rare antiques were displayed to draw such a crowd. Given their penchant for excitement, they exerted considerable effort to squeeze in, only to find it was a stall dedicated to calligraphy and paintings. Their vantage point did not allow them to see the proprietor clearly, so they sought to ascertain what was occurring. They soon learned that half of the calligraphy pieces were the proprietor's own creations, and he was actively demonstrating his craft. It appeared impressive, and after much effort, they finally secured a spot where they could view the owner. However, the greater their hope, the more profound their disappointment. They had anticipated the presence of a renowned calligrapher, only to discover a pretender lacking in skill, posing as a master of the art. Shen Shiji remarked, "I admire the owner's audacity. With such a level of skill, he dares to sell his work without fear of ridicule. I wager even a primary school student could do better. What a farce." At that moment, a young man approached and inquired, "How much for this calligraphy?" The owner replied proudly, "Many of these are my original works, each unique, priced uniformly at 30,000, no negotiations." Cheng Xiaowei retorted, "Of course they are unique. Even he couldn't replicate them. This is mere scribbling." The young man did not hesitate long before stating, "Sir, would you be willing to write a piece for me? In life and death we are bound. Hand in hand, we shall grow old together, along with if love endures. Does it matter through day and night? This is a gift for my girlfriend, as she has always cherished calligraphy." The three friends stood in astonishment. Shen Shiji could not contain his thoughts, exclaiming, "This fellow must be seeking a breakup. Otherwise, why would he be so misguided as to give such a gift?" Cheng Xiaowei concurred, "He must be a plant. No one could be so foolish as to purchase something like this." The proprietor's preparations were indeed remarkably thorough. The fluidity of his calligraphy could captivate anyone, even those unversed in the art. Onlookers seemed to murmur amongst themselves, impressed by the apparent skill on display. Had the price not been exorbitant, I might have been tempted to purchase a piece myself. Perhaps my appreciation for such artistry is lacking. Yet, I felt the characters I penned surpassed his in quality. A true master, he undeniably stood apart from the rest. However, I noticed that Chu Jian's gaze was fixated on a particular painting, which surely was not the proprietor's work. Neither Shen Shiji nor Cheng Xiaowei paid attention, initially expecting some spectacle, and thus prepared to leave. It was then that they realized, with a sudden awareness, that they should have departed. Questioning why Chu Jian was still approaching the booth. Although perplexed, they understood that Chu Jian would not be interested in the proprietor's calligraphy. If they could discern its lack of merit, surely he, with his keen eye for appraisal, would recognize it as well. Suddenly, a thought struck them. Could there be some treasure among the items on display? They began to scrutinize everything on the table, effortlessly filtering out the proprietor's creations. The proprietor, noticing another person approaching, inadvertently misspelled a character, though it was hardly noticeable, hence of no consequence. "Young man, feel free to browse. Everything is priced at 30,000. If you wish for me to compose something on the spot, I could do that too. Right now it's 30,000, but in a year or two, it could be worth much more, perhaps double," he proclaimed with utmost confidence. The crowd seemed taken aback by his dual focus. "Chu Jian, inquit, are all your items priced at 30,000, including those that are not your creations?" He had no interest in such mediocre calligraphy, even if offered for free. He would deem it a waste of space. He believed that if he were to invest, he would only do so for a substantial amount. The proprietor, somewhat undeterred, replied, "Indeed, everything is 30,000. However, my dear young man, let me assure you, my works not only retain their value but also possess enormous potential for appreciation. A few years back, during the height of this ugly script's popularity, I sold many pieces in various cities, but in recent years, sales have dwindled. I'm considering a career change, as the profits I once earned have mostly been spent in these past few years." Upon hearing the uniform 30,000 price, Chu Jian felt no inclination to haggle. He simply selected one of the pieces, scanned the payment, and departed. The proprietor, observing this transaction, thought to himself, "Another fool," as he carelessly wrote beyond the paper's edge, unable to retain Chu Jian's attention. He could only apologize to the young man. "I apologize. My enthusiasm got the better of me. Rest assured, I can create another piece for you, or if you wish, I can gift you this one. My friend, let me tell you, for 30,000, you could acquire 2 of my authentic works, and when you resell them, you at least earn back that amount." Chu Jian, disinterested in the unsightly calligraphy, wished only to conclude the transaction swiftly and depart. The longer one gazes upon it, the more one feels the need to wash their eyes. The calligraphy is truly glaring. The three individuals swiftly vanish from boss's sight. Chapter 86. The Lost Masterpiece of Mi Fu. After departing, Shun Shiji inquired, "Brother Chu, have you discovered something remarkable?" Cheng Xiaowei had intended to ask, but refrained due to their relationship. He then handed them a piece, and upon opening it, they found a relatively large calligraphic work. The Dance of the Cranes? It is no wonder he was astonished. Mi Fu is indeed one of the four great calligraphers of the Song dynasty, renowned in the realm of calligraphy, alongside Kai Xiang, Su Shi, and Huang Tingjian, collectively known as the Four Masters of Song. His work, Shu Su Tai, also referred to as Imitation of Ancient Poems, is the eighth masterpiece of running script, celebrated by later generations as the finest calligraphic work in China. Shun Shiji rolled his eyes. "Please, stop pretending to be an expert. What do you know? Why don't you enlighten us on the ink techniques used here? Do you even understand what ink techniques are?" Cheng Xiaowei shot him a disdainful glance. He held Shun Shiji in low regard, viewing him as merely a sycophant. "Do not assume you possess exclusive knowledge. Who does not know about ink techniques?" With that, Shun Shiji elaborated on the subject. The ancients spoke of ink being divided into 5 colors. Ink varies in intensity, dryness, moisture, and burnish. A worthy piece not only features exquisite characters, but also exhibits a rich and precise ink resonance. Moreover, the ink must adapt to the content and emotional shifts of the writing, requiring mastery in controlling its nuances to achieve an artistic effect that is both intentional and unexpected. This demands long-term practice and experience. A pitch-black or excessively ornate ink technique does not signify quality. For instance, the earlier mentioned mediocre calligrapher paid no heed to ink technique and was utterly chaotic. When assessing a calligraphic work, one criterion is whether it aligns with the ink techniques of the calligrapher themselves. This is fundamental knowledge. It would be unacceptable for Shun Shiji to be ignorant of it. The essence of Qi Yun, often referred to as spirit, transcends the mere imitation of form. Replicating the spirit is an arduous task. Qi Yun embodies the metaphysical, thus serving as a high standard of aesthetics. The ancients asserted that the essence of calligraphy lies in the spirit, with brush and ink following suit, encapsulating this principle. In reality, many practitioners labor diligently, yet see little improvement, often remaining stagnant throughout their lives, unable to elevate their Qi Yun. The principal issue lies in insufficient personal cultivation, inadequate theoretical study, and a lack of outside skills. Indeed, discerning the Qi Yun of a calligraphic work is no easy feat, and even he himself lacks certainty. Shun Shiji, quick to act, said, "Let us compare it." Cheng Xiaowei responded. Chu Jian mused, "I must concede to these two, though it is understandable for a novice." As Shun Shiji and Cheng Xiaowei compared the pieces, they discovered they were identical, secretly astonished, pondering the potential value of such a genuine article. Cheng Xiaowei scrolled through his phone, suddenly furrowing his brow. "Oh, does it not say here that Mi Fu's The Dance of the Cranes has been found? If so, then this piece before us." This composition unfolds in chronological order, beginning with the desolate scenes witnessed by the crane as it descends from its celestial realm to the earthly domain. It then elegantly narrates the crane's exquisite dance, culminating in the poignant lament of its captivity. Chu Jian shook his head, remarking that the previously discovered piece sparked considerable controversy, with many asserting it to be a forgery from the Ming and Qing dynasties due to its elongated strokes. However, Shun Shiji was unconcerned, as he could not discern authenticity. Yet, Cheng Xiaowei found himself at a loss for words. Although uncertain, the remarks were rather hurtful. "Chu, what is the estimated value of this piece?" Shun Shiji inquired. "If it is genuine, it would undoubtedly exceed 10 million. Cheng Xiaowei interjected. Based on his knowledge, the most expensive work by Mi Fu to date is the Yanshan inscription. Also his representative piece, which fetched around 30 million during an auction in 2002, setting a record for the highest price in traditional Chinese calligraphy and painting auctions at that time. The Yanshan inscription had previously been lost overseas. To ensure this national treasure remained within the country, the Ministry of Finance allocated special funds for the auction, and the State Administration of Cultural Heritage designated relevant institutions to participate in targeted bidding. It is said that upon successful bidding, the piece was escorted away from the auction site by dedicated personnel. Mi Fu's Dance of the Cranes represents his artistic zenith at the age of 56. A rare gem lost to time. Therefore, Cheng Xiaowei believed its value would not fall below that of the Yanshan inscription. Should it be auctioned, it could very well surpass the record for Mi Fu's personal works. Contemplating this, Chung Xiaohui cast an envious glance at Chu Jian. No wonder the fellow had been too lazy to haggle earlier, hastily paying and leaving. 10 million? Shun Shiji exclaimed, wide-eyed, before relaxing. No wonder you are Chu. What a flatterer. Just think about it. Mi Fujianshan inscription was sold for 30 million in 2002. If auctioned today, wouldn't the price double? Moreover, Dance of the Cranes is his magnum opus at 56, a precious piece lost to the world. In terms of value, I believe it rivals Inshan inscription, of course. This is contingent upon its authenticity, Chung Xiaohui commented. Chapter 87. A treasure delivered to your doorstep. Chung Xiaohui could not resist capturing a series of photographs with his phone to send to his grandfather. Shun Shiji, seeing this, followed suit, sending one to Uncle Li to boast. He had done the same with the previous Western Yuan currency to elicit envy from Uncle Li. Chu Jian stored the artwork and continued walking with the two. After approximately 5 minutes, they unexpectedly encountered a middle-aged man clad in a Taoist robe, with a sign at his stall proclaiming, fortune-telling and character analysis, no charge if inaccurate, with small gifts to offer. Perhaps due to the allure of complimentary gifts, a considerable queue had formed, and they could not let this opportunity pass. Upon completing her reading, the Taoist inquired, how was that? Did I speak correctly? He exuded confidence. Having exerted considerable effort in self-studying psychology for fortune-telling, perhaps making deductions based on subtle reactions, leaving room for interpretation in his dialogue, thus ensuring that most would find his insights remarkably accurate. Those still in line listened with a hint of anticipation, as the typical inquiries pertain to matters of love, family, and fortune. If the girl is not a mere pawn, it attests to the prowess of the fortune-teller. Those who seek divination naturally desire the utmost accuracy in their readings. Upon hearing this, the fortune-teller chuckled inwardly while maintaining an impassive demeanor. 1,000 yuan, please. Li Man, taken aback, questioned her own hearing, then confirmed, 1,000? After which, she produced a string of prayer beads, pitch black in appearance. In truth, these so-called blessed trinkets were procured for a mere 10 yuan and held no real value. Regardless of their nature, who could ascertain their sanctity? Li Man felt she was being duped. The fortune-teller had merely uttered a handful of phrases, yet demanded 1,000 yuan. As for the trinket, its worth was evident. The claim of being blessed seemed a ruse. Anyone who has frequented antique markets knows that many purported prayer beads and bracelets are hardly worth anything. There are simply too many, and the pricing was not clearly stated. This was unacceptable. Li Man attempted to reason with him. The fortune-teller, growing impatient, retorted, are you one to avoid reason? If the reading is accurate, is 1,000 yuan too much? You could merely spend that on 2 or 3 meals. This remark was rather unreasonable. Just as other affluent individuals may lavish tens of thousands on a single meal, does that entitle them to demand exorbitant sums from others? Li Man, feeling helpless, glanced back, hoping the individuals in line behind her would voice some semblance of fairness. However, upon hearing the demand for 1,000 yuan, a significant portion of the queue dispersed, murmuring in disdain about the bait-and-switch tactic of using free gifts to ensnare the unsuspecting. The fortune-teller's expression soured at the sudden exodus of patrons. Li Man's frustration was palpable, her chest heaving with indignation. As a resident of Pengcheng, it was not that she could not afford 1,000 yuan. Rather, she felt deceived, leaving her quite unsettled. Observing the scene, Chu Jian found the unfolding drama intolerable. Not only the fraudulent fortune-teller, but also the apathetic reactions of those around him. Activating his left eye, he scanned the trinkets and surprisingly discovered 2 valuable items among them. Unable to restrain himself, he interjected, beautiful lady, just give him 1,000. However, exchange it for a different gift, asking for that jade plaque at the very least. Li Man turned to meet Chu Jian's earnest gaze. For reasons unbeknownst to her, a surge of trust washed over her, and her anger began to dissipate as she nodded slightly in his direction. The fortune-teller, witnessing this, felt elated. Someone was coming to his aid. Fortune favored him. He regarded Chu Jian with newfound warmth. As for exchanging the gift, it mattered little. After all, each piece had been acquired for merely 10 yuan. Li Man, with a scowl, pointed to the jade plaque. I want that one. The fortune-teller instantly responded, no problem. Absolutely no problem. After handing the jade plaque to Li Man, he graciously remarked to Chu Jian, you truly possess a noble spirit. I can see your fortune shines bright. Allow me to gift you a blessed trinket as well. Chu Jian pondered how he might procure the other item. Was it truly being offered to him? He pointed to a small bronze sculpture of a beast, roughly the size of a palm, and said, thank you. May I have that one? As you wish, your insight is commendable. Upon hearing this, Shun Shiji and Cheng Xiaowei nearly burst into laughter. To have captured the attention of Brother Chu is undoubtedly a sign of possessing a treasure. If this fellow were to realize that what he had given away was an antique, he would likely spew blood in shock. Shun Shiji, with a quick glance, noticed Li Man turning to leave and hastily pursued her. Beautiful lady, would you sell that jade plaque to me for 10,000 yuan? Remarkably bold. Cheng Xiaowei silently chided himself for not being quicker on the uptake. Li Man, taken aback, glanced at the jade plaque in her hand and then at Shun Shiji. She discerned that Shun Shiji was affiliated with the handsome man who had just advised her. Cheng Xiaowei also hurried over, exclaiming, "Let me take a look." As Li Man stood in a daze, he snatched the jade plaque. "Hey, are you out of your mind? Do you understand the rules?" Cheng Xiaowei rolled his eyes. "I never said I was buying it. I'm merely taking a look and offering some advice to this beautiful lady." However, Shun Shiji was not convinced and suspected that Cheng Xiaowei was up to no good. Sure enough, after examining the plaque for a good 20 seconds, Cheng Xiaowei declared, "Dear lady, this is a Zigan plaque from the Republic of China era, a fine item indeed, worth at least 50,000. After stating this, he returned the item to Li Man and stood aside to watch the unfolding drama. Goodness! Chu Jian, witnessing this scene, felt somewhat speechless. Despite Cheng Xiaowei's current self-satisfaction, one must always pay their dues in this world. Next time he fancies something, Shun Shiji may very well cause a ruckus, which would certainly be troublesome for him. Shun Shiji glared at Cheng Xiaowei before turning to Li Man. "All right, since the truth is out, let's be forthright. I will offer you 50,000 for that jade plaque. What say you, beautiful lady?" He was unfazed by the additional 3 or 4,000, merely irritated by Cheng Xiaowei's antics. Li Man was overjoyed, never expecting such fortune to come her way today. Gratefully, she cast a glance at Chu Jian. "Thank you, handsome." Chu Jian waved his hand, signaling that it was no trouble at all. Subsequently, Li Man handed the jade plaque to Shun Shiji, and her WeChat balance swelled by 50,000 yuan. Chapter 88. You are mistaken, Shizhan. Li Man was elated and expressed her gratitude to Chu Jian multiple times, even offering to treat him to a meal. However, he politely declined her invitation, and she left her contact information, suggesting they could be friends. After Li Man departed, Shun Shiji could not help but kick Cheng Xiaowei, prompting the latter to dodge with a grin. Chu Jian beckoned Shun Shiji. "Let me take a closer look. I didn't examine it thoroughly before. Those in the antique trade are quite familiar with Zigan plaques, as they are akin to a brand. Originally, Zigan plaques were the signature creations of the Ming Dynasty jade carving master, Lu Zigan. Lu Zigan's jade carving skills were unparalleled, regarded as a marvel of craftsmanship, and he was revered as the ancestral master of the jade carving profession by his disciples in later generations. Several of his jade artifacts were documented by contemporary literati, further solidifying Lu's achievements in jade carving. At that time, Zigan plaques became a timeless classic in the jade industry, enduring through the ages. By the Qing dynasty, Zigan had evolved from a personal name into a brand, a symbol of cultural recognition. Due to the intricate and challenging crafting process of Zigan plaques, their historical quantity is scarce, and those authentically produced by Lu Zigan are exceedingly rare. The existing Zigan plaques predominantly originate from the Qing dynasty or the Republic of China period. Genuine pieces crafted by Lu Zigan from the Ming dynasty are virtually non-existent. Upon hearing this, Cheng Xiaowei furrowed his brow and remarked, "Is that so? Let me take another look." Chu Jian continued, "Authentic Zigan plaques from the Ming dynasty are exceedingly rare. In contrast, the Qing dynasty jade plaques often feature the intricately carved dual kuei dragon patterns, distinctly reflecting the jade carving style of that era. The replicas exhibit a more stylized rendition of the coiling dragon motif. Although the craftsmanship is meticulous and the carvings deep, they seldom convey the muscular structure of the dragon, resulting in a loss of vitality." Chu Jian elaborated with great detail, dissecting the nuances. Among the numerous surviving replicas, some are crafted from quality materials and exhibit skilled artistry, with certain exquisite pieces being imitations of genuine artifacts. The later replicas of Zigan plaques predominantly date from the Qianlong period, showing a slight reduction in size, with the forehead proportionally diminished to create more space for thematic embellishments. The telltale signs of replica Zigan plaques often reveal themselves in the inscriptions. Genuine pieces primarily feature two styles, Zigan and Ziganji. It is said that those inscribed with Zigan are mostly Qianlong replicas, while any inscriptions like Zigong or Zigong with clumsy lettering, awkward strokes, or inscriptions lacking in sunken characters or in poorly executed regular script are all forgeries. After listening to Chu Jian and comparing with the jade plaque in his hand, Cheng Xiaowei realized he had misjudged once again. Shun Shiji burst into laughter. With your limited skills, you still dare to prance about. You truly crack me up. Cheng Xiaowei, feeling embarrassed, quickly shifted the topic. Chu Ge, what is that item you have? Let's take a look. Chu Jian handed it over, saying, sure, have a look. Such items are relatively rare. Let's see if you can identify it. Shun Shiji and Cheng Xiaowei, intrigued, gathered around and took the half-palm-sized beastly bronze sculpture. Cheng Xiaowei recognized it as bronze, depicting a lion. This bronze piece appears rather aged. It has a hint of the Han Baodao style. It might be from the Han Dynasty. I speculate it could be a paperweight, he conjectured. Although the Han Dynasty marked the onset of the Iron Age, bronze artifacts were still extensively utilized. As for the Han Baodao technique, it is a distinctive method in Chinese jade carving, a product of the burial jade culture. During the Qin and Han periods, the style of jade craftsmanship shifted from intricate and delicate to a more robust and grand artistic expression. The representative work is the eight-knife cicada, typically characterized by its simplistic straight lines that abstractly convey its form. Each line is straight and powerful, as if carved with a knife, commonly referred to as Han Baodao, indicating that with a few strokes, the jade cicada is infused with vibrant life. This carving technique, however, was not confined to jade but encompassed all sculptural realms of the time. Strangely enough, one might wonder why, given that no lions exist in our country. There are numerous lion sculptures from antiquity. Shun Shiji could not restrain his curiosity and posed the question he had long wished to ask. Chu Jian replied with a smile. The image of the lion only emerged during the Han Dynasty. It did not exist prior. The Han Dynasty marked the beginning of the Silk Road during Emperor Wu's reign. Zhang Qian ventured to the western regions, establishing connections between China and various Western nations, which allowed lions to enter China. Historically, the Chinese have held a fascination for mythical creatures that do not exist, such as the qilin, the phoenix, and the pixiu, with the dragon being the most distinctive among them. The lion, an animal not native to the region, garnered considerable admiration upon its introduction, revered for its profound spiritual essence. Its fierce appearance gradually led people to regard it as a protective talisman against malevolent forces. When Cheng Xiaowei referred to it as a paperweight, Shun Shiji did not dispute this, knowing well that the earliest paperweights were indeed irregularly shaped carvings, unlike the predominantly elongated forms of today. Chu Jian interjected, stating, this is not merely a paperweight. Shun Shiji and Cheng Xiaowei exchanged puzzled glances. Not a paperweight? Is it merely a bronze carving? They were taken aback. This is a shizhen, a term you may not have heard of, Chu Jian explained. Shun Shiji and Cheng Xiaowei looked at each other, their expressions reflecting a sense of confusion. Shizhen? What is that? Chu Jian elaborated. A paperweight, as the name suggests, is an object used to hold down sheets of paper. Conversely, a shizhen serves to weigh down a mat, fulfilling a similar function. He informed them that, in ancient times prior to the Wei and Jin dynasties, people would sit on grass mats laid upon the ground. Noble families would have low beds, also covered with mats. Some beds were draped with canopies, which were similarly secured at the corners with weights. Mats woven from rattan, reeds, cattails, or bamboo strips were prone to curling at the edges and shifting when one stood up, thus necessitating the creation of shizhen. Such artifacts have been found dating back to the spring and autumn and warring states periods, with their use and production reaching a peak during the Western Han Dynasty, as evidenced by numerous archaeological discoveries and historical texts. Chu Jian remarked that the most renowned example was the shizhen discovered in the tomb of the Marquis of Haihan from the Western Han Dynasty, which captivated all who beheld it. The poses of the animals depicted were typically curled or coiled, with flat bottoms and substantial weight, primarily crafted from metals or jade, facilitating their function as weights. Upon hearing this, Shun Shiji and Cheng Xiaowei felt enlightened. Chapter 89. The Comfortable Life of the RB People. Cheng Xiaowei approached the stall, his eyes scanning the area with keen interest. Feeling a sense of competition with Chu Jian, who had uncovered two significant finds right in front of him, he was determined to showcase his own skills. He retrieved a magnifying glass he carried and began scrutinizing the items at the stall. Chu Jian and Shun Shiji felt compelled to remain, waiting for Cheng Xiaowei to finish his inspection. The stall owner remained remarkably calm, not interrupting Cheng Xiaowei's examination. In this line of work, vendors seldom worry about a lack of business. Their profit margins are high and costs are low. Most items are sourced from imitation workshops, typically priced at just a few dollars, with the most expensive items reaching only a couple of $100s. Selling 10 or 8 pieces in a month can yield earnings surpassing those of many white-collar workers, all while enjoying the freedom of their trade. Of course, this pales in comparison to antique shops, which often operate on a different scale, where some may remain closed for 3 years, only to reap substantial profits when they do open. While many antique shops may appear quiet and lacking in clientele, a single sale could amount to several million, an amount that could take a decade of hard work to earn in other professions. The 8 trigrams and 9 palaces talisman, alongside the celestial beads, iron of heaven, go, turquoise, amber, and coral, form the 7 treasures of esoteric Buddhism that ward off evil. The 9 palaces 8 trigrams talisman is the central wheel of mantras depicted in the middle of the Manjushri's 9 palaces 8 trigrams diagram, divided into 3 concentric circles. The outer circle represents the 12 zodiac animals, symbolizing the 12 earthly branches used for marking years, which, in conjunction with the heavenly stems, evolve into the 60 Jia Z cycle. In many regions of our country, there's a profound emphasis on the proper wearing of religious items. Any misstep in the adornment of ordinary accessories can easily lead to misunderstandings. Legend has it that wearing the 9 palaces 8 trigrams talisman at the waist can protect against malevolent influences arising from people, events, objects, and geographical feng shui, shielding one from calamities and transforming misfortune into fortune. Whether one seeks wealth, marriage, progeny, prestige, wisdom, or longevity, it is said to enhance virtuous connections and foster continual prosperity. After reading this, Cheng Xiaohui set down the 9 palaces 8 trigrams talisman and inquired, "How much for this, boss?" He noticed that Cheng Xiaohui was remarkably well prepared, suggesting a degree of competence, yet his youth implied he had not yet fully mastered his craft. If he set the price too high, it might scare the young man away. After some deliberation, he declared, "If you truly wish to acquire the 9 palaces 8 trigrams talisman, take it for 1,000 yuan. This was the most reasonable price the owner could devise, striking a balance that was not excessively high while still allowing for a modest profit. Cheng Xiaohui had initially intended to negotiate, but upon seeing Shun Shiji and another companion present, he decided to be generous and straightforward. "All right, I will take it for 1,000 yuan. The stall owner was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that this 9 palaces 8 trigrams talisman was indeed an antique? Otherwise, why would a youth so readily accept the price without haggling? Nevertheless, it seemed too late to backtrack now. Perhaps he had set the price too low. If word got out, he might find it difficult to continue his business in the antique market. Cheng Xiaohui, however, paid no mind to the stall owner's reaction, promptly exchanging money for the talisman. Just then, 2 individuals entered, one speaking in Japanese while the other appeared to be a translator. They pointed to a porcelain piece displayed at the stall, evidently interested in that particular item. Gu Yuan Guanghui was visiting China for the first time. He had heard from his senior brother about the significant treasures one could acquire during such visits. At that time, he had not yet embarked on his own journey as a collector and could only listen with longing. His master, a renowned collector in the island nation, had imparted extensive knowledge about appraising treasures, providing him with a solid foundation. Thus, as soon as he graduated, he eagerly ventured to China to hunt for treasures. The island nation has long been resource poor, with a meager cultural output, resulting in a scarcity of artifacts in the hands of the populace. Consequently, the pursuit of hidden gems is fraught with difficulty. Their gaze turned towards China, a land vast and rich, abundant with antiques beyond count. Millennia of civilization have birthed countless treasures, objects of envy for the island nation. Despite suffering significant blows a century ago that led to the loss of numerous precious artifacts abroad, they remain incomparable to the treasures of the mainland. Moreover, China extends preferential treatment to foreign guests, promptly addressing any issues that arise, often downplaying significant matters. Consequently, numerous foreigners are drawn to China. Following Gu Yuan Guanghui's gaze, Chu Jian discovered an exquisite piece of porcelain from the island nation. Historically, the culture of this island has been profoundly influenced by Chinese traditions, and the porcelain-making industry is no exception. Some designs closely resemble those of Chinese porcelain, yet they distinctly exhibit the unique aesthetic of the island's populace. The island's porcelain vessels predominantly include rice wine bottles, ribbed beast ear bottles, plum vases, lantern bottles, flower vases, character flower vases, and gourd bottles. The rice wine bottle features a wide body, narrow mouth, and short neck, adorned with branches and lines resembling grass that dangle from them, showcasing a clear island style. In contrast, the beast ear rings of the ribbed beast ear bottle are oval, whereas those in Chinese bottles are round. The character flower vases from the island are referred to as fish basket zuns or jars in China. With a refined appreciation for the art of tea, island teapots possess their own distinctive characteristics, including wine pots, Kyoto teapots, coffee pots with side handles, barrel teapots, and bridge teapots. Additionally, while the shapes of island jars bear similarities to their Chinese counterparts, their decorative techniques differ markedly. Notably, island jars feature ties on both sides, with large round lids embellished in vibrant colors. Island water jars are predominantly barrel-shaped, and some island tea canisters showcase heart-shaped openings on their bodies, with hexagonal patterns on the lids. Thus, it is only fitting to treat others in kind. It appears that a certain individual, enjoying a comfortable life, has recently encountered several such characters. Cheng Xiaowei could not help but express his discontent, perhaps due to the International Appreciation and Exchange Conference. He has met several intriguing personalities in recent days. Chapter 90. Oh dear. A novice? Chu Jian, possessing limited knowledge of island artifacts, could only rely on the abilities of his left eye to investigate further. To his surprise, this piece of island porcelain turned out to be genuine. Before him lay a piece of katani ware. In China, porcelain is typically categorized by kiln types, while in the island nation, is classified by firing techniques, essentially conveying the same concept. Katani ware is characterized by overglazed painting and derives its name from the island's Katani region, boasting a rich history of 350 years. During the late Ming Dynasty, the art of painted porcelain was introduced to the island, quickly gaining favor among the local populace and experiencing rapid development, thereby imbuing island pottery with a strong Chinese influence. He quietly informed Shen Shiji and Cheng Xiaowei that the island porcelain was an authentic piece, and it should not be allowed to fall into the wrong hands so easily. Upon hearing this, Shen Shiji and Cheng Xiaowei nodded in agreement, as today's experiences with Takamura Asahi had significantly tarnished their perceptions of the island's people. Shen Shiji was uncertain if the translator was Chinese. If so, matters would become simpler. He inquired in Mandarin, "Are you from the island?" Initially reluctant to undertake this translation task, he was compelled by his superiors to accept, with only two options: to accept the assignment or resign. For the sake of his career, he had no choice but to embrace the role of translator. Upon hearing this, the trio of Chu Jian understood that if the translator were indeed Chinese, the situation could be managed more effectively. Cheng Xiaowei candidly addressed the vendor, stating, "That piece is authentic porcelain from the island nation, so it must not be sold at a bargain price. Do not accept anything less than 300,000. Ma Sheng listened intently, but refrained from conveying this information to Gu Yuan Guanghui. The latter held no suspicions, as he was aware that Cheng Xiaowei had just been purchasing items here, and casual conversation seemed entirely normal. Had he known that the earlier remarks were intended to deceive him, his demeanor would not have been so composed. Upon hearing this, the vendor perked up. While deceiving others might typically induce a sense of guilt, the prospect of profiting from an islander was undoubtedly appealing. He was unaware if the translator would accurately convey his intentions. Ma Sheng inquired, "How much for this porcelain bowl?" Had it not been for Cheng Xiaowei's prior suggestion, he might not have quoted such a high price. The vendor, brimming with confidence, declared, "This bowl is priced at 1 million RMB, not yen." He feared that the islander might misunderstand and think it was 1 million yen, which could lead to complications, thus opting to clarify from the outset. If it were in dollars, any misunderstanding could be overlooked, and by quoting a higher price, even after negotiation, he could ensure a minimum floor of 300,000. Cheng Xiaowei and his companions were taken aback by the vendor's audacity. They had merely mentioned 300,000, yet he had multiplied it by more than 3 times. Truly, the world is full of untrustworthy characters. Gu Yuan Guanghui, upon hearing Ma Sheng's translation, felt disheartened. The price was markedly different for what his senior had indicated. Was it not said that prices were generally low? The local customs seemed to diverge from his expectations. 1 million RMB, when resold, yielded little profit. Consequently, he instructed Ma Sheng to negotiate a lower price, suggesting 10,000, a tactic taught by his senior to always propose 1/10 of the asking price. If the price was unsuitable, they would negotiate until it became agreeable. Upon hearing this, the vendor exclaimed, "Oh, a novice! How delightful!" He promptly shook his head, asserting, "The lowest I can go is 800,000. I will not sell for less. Young man, I believe you can see that this is an ancient porcelain artifact from your nation." Gu Yuan Guanghui, after receiving the translation, recognized that the vendor was no ordinary seller, as he was knowledgeable about his country's artifacts, leading him to abandon further attempts at haggling. After a series of negotiations, the final price settled at 500,000. Gu Yuan Guanghui felt quite satisfied. With this deal, he could still profit by several hundred thousand, and when combined with an antique acquired a few days prior, his journey in China would yield over $1 million in profit. Such a feat would be unimaginable back in his homeland. The two parties soon completed the transaction with mutual satisfaction, and Gu Yuan Guanghui prepared to depart. The vendor expressed his gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you immensely, otherwise I would not have earned such a sum. Please, allow me to treat you to a meal later." He then called out to the departing translator, "Young brother, come back to see me later. I must express my appreciation." He felt it necessary to reward the translator who had assisted in misleading the islander. After a hearty meal, Chu Jian and Shun Shiji graciously declined the vendor's kind offer. The vendor then inquired, "Gentlemen, is this 9 Palaces Bagua plate truly an antique?" He had intended to ask himself, but was interrupted by a local. Despite having already earned 500,000, he was still curious about the authenticity of the 9 Palaces Bagua plate. From the 3 young men, he discerned that it was a piece of porcelain from the island nation, realizing that his earlier judgment of the trio had been erroneous. Cheng Xiaoyi was also taken aback. He had not anticipated the vendor would pose such a question to him. However, since the transaction had already been completed, he felt no fear of the vendor retracting his offer. The 9 Palaces Bagua plate was indeed an antique, likely dating back to the Ming dynasty, and perhaps had even been consecrated by a revered monk, with an estimated value ranging between 300,000 to 500,000. Kaiguang, also known as the consecration of the eyes, is predominantly applied to religious artifacts or statues, involving a ritual to invite divine spirits to imbue the object with spiritual power. In Buddhism, the term Kaiguang is reserved for the consecration of primary deities, such as Buddha or Bodhisattvas. Other items are merely blessed. The consecration ceremony is typically held at renowned Buddhist temples, with participating monks required to have received proper ordination and hold valid credentials. The principal officiant should possess advanced spiritual attainment and serve as the temple's abbot. Master Miaoxiang of the Great Compassion Temple once stated that there is no actual practice of Kaiguang in Buddhism. Nowadays, many temples have transformed the consecration into a means of financial gain, which contradicts the fundamental tenets of Buddhism. Merely offering Buddhist statues suffices. Chapter 91. The Arrival of Elder Chung and the 12 Flower God Cups. Although the vendor felt somewhat disheartened, he suddenly recalled that the family had mentioned possessing a pair. It seemed he would need to make another trip, as it was merely a few hours' journey, and if the rumor proved true, he could potentially acquire tens of thousands more. The trio of Chu Jian continued to explore the antique market until past 8 in the evening. Their hunger had become quite unbearable, or else they would not have wished to leave. The following day's treasure exchange conference would be even more intense, with Elder Chung bringing forth his most prized possessions to avoid embarrassment in light of Su Beihong's equine paintings already on display. Approaching the stage with a box in hand, many were curious about what rare antique Elder Chung would unveil. Upon opening the box, 12 exquisite porcelain cups were revealed. Many in attendance had already begun to speculate. Elder Chung explained, "These are the Kangxi blue and white 12 Flower God cups." The Kangxi period's blue and white cups featuring floral designs are renowned pieces from the Qing dynasty, with imitations produced during the Yongzheng, Jiaqing, Guangxu, and Republic eras. The primary colors used in Kangxi's 5-color technique include red, yellow, green, blue, black, purple, and gold. The process involves outlining the desired patterns on a white porcelain body with blue paint, followed by high-temperature glazing. The colors are then filled in according to the distinct sections of the design, before undergoing a low-temperature firing, a technique known as dou-tsai, also referred to in Ming and Qing literature as Chengyao Kai, or the 5-color blue and white. A set consists of 12 exquisite cups, each adorned with a flower. One side featuring a painting while the other bears a poem derived from Tang poetry. Each cup depicts a seasonal flower that symbolizes renowned women from history, accompanied by the corresponding verses, collectively known as the 12 Flower Goddess cups. The inscriptions on the bottoms of the cups are relatively small, varying in font and often lacking in precision. Their forms are both regular and elegant, crafted from a milk-white clay that is as thin as paper and translucent. The Qing official kiln is the first to harmoniously combine painting, poetry, calligraphy, and seal carving, undoubtedly elevating the artistic value of the porcelain. Cheng Xiaoyi never anticipated that his grandfather would unveil such cherished items, which he had longed to admire, yet had never dared to display publicly. Fearing the ridicule that would ensue, the surrounding onlookers were eager to catch a glimpse of these treasures. While a mere couple of cups might not be particularly remarkable, a complete set is an entirely different matter. Such sets are exceedingly rare, having been passed down through generations. Shun Shiji inquired, Is it not said online that these 12 flower goddess cups correspond to 12 ancient women? Who might they be? Initially, Cheng Xiaowei was unaware, having only heard his grandfather mention them. He replied, in January, the plum blossom goddess is Jiang Kaiping. In February, the apricot blossom goddess is Yang Yuan. In March, the peach blossom goddess is Shi Fu. In April, the peony goddess is Li Juan. In May, the pomegranate blossom goddess is Gong Sun. In June, the lotus blossom goddess is Shi Shi. In July, the sunflower goddess is Lady Li. In August, the osmanthus blossom goddess is Concubine Su. In September, the chrysanthemum blossom goddess is Zhua Guipin. In October, the hibiscus blossom goddess is Lady Huairui. In November, the camellia blossom goddess is Wang Zhaojun. And in December, the narcissus blossom goddess is the goddess of the Luo River. Each cup is unique, making them exceptionally rare, perhaps even surpassing the renowned horse paintings by the late Zhang Lao Su Beihong. However, personal preferences vary. Some may favor calligraphy and paintings, while others might lean towards porcelain, resulting in diverse opinions. In recent years, Binyao and subsequent replicas have achieved auction records 10 times, with individual pieces fetching prices ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions. In contrast, the original pieces have only been auctioned once, commanding a staggering price exceeding 30 million. After much discussion, many still regard Cheng Lao's Qing Kangxi Blue and White 12-Flower Goddess Cup as more precious. The crowd had little hope, given that even the Qing Kangxi Blue and White 12-Flower Goddess Cup had made an appearance. Surely nothing could rival it. Some individuals initially considered showcasing their own collections, but ultimately decided against it, fearing embarrassment. Why not present your Fu's Dance of the Cranes for everyone to examine, to confirm its authenticity? His curiosity was piqued, if it were indeed an original piece. Securing victory in today's treasure competition would undoubtedly be within reach, although Chu Jian had initially hesitated to reveal it. Having utilized his left eye's abilities to ascertain its authenticity, he recognized the importance of collective validation in artifact appraisal. He intended to auction it rather than keep it in his collection. After some contemplation, Chu Jian approached the gathering. Many recognized him as the young man who had made quite the impression the previous day. Today, would he attempt to expose forgeries once more? One could observe Chu Jian holding an object which was evidently intended for a competitive display, distinct from yesterday's affair. Despite recognizing it as the Qing Kangxi Blue and White 12-Flower Deity Cup, he approached anyway. It appears that the item in his possession is indeed extraordinary. Elder Cheng had heard his grandson mention it the previous night and had perused several photographs. Yet he hesitated to confirm whether it was truly a genuine piece by Mi Fu. The onlookers, unable to fathom the presence of such legendary calligraphy, were astounded. Elder Cheng, positioned conveniently, retrieved a magnifying glass he had prepared in advance and began to scrutinize the piece meticulously. It was at this moment that the audience realized the significance of what they were witnessing, and they eagerly approached to admire it. The artwork even drew the attention of several prominent figures overseeing the event, who came personally to authenticate it. After a prolonged period of observation, a consensus emerged among the attendees that this was indeed Mi Fu's Dance of the Cranes. Elder Cheng expressed his astonishment, reflecting on the rarity of witnessing such a treasure in his lifetime, affirming that this visit was far from futile. He inquired of Chu Jian, "Might you consider parting with Mi Fu's Dance of the Cranes?" This question momentarily took Chu Jian by surprise, as he thought to himself, "Is this eagerness a bit excessive?" Chu Jian replied, "I do indeed entertain the notion of selling it. However, I plan to auction it at the Cotton Flower Auction House in Yangcheng. If you are interested, Elder Cheng, you are cordially invited to participate in the auction." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan felt a surge of joy. Chu Jian's advertisement was truly formidable, significantly enhancing the reputation of her auction house. It was anticipated that, even without extensive promotion, a considerable number of attendees would be drawn to their forthcoming auction. Chapter 92. Is the West also seeking to steal Chinese culture? During the exchange conference, I encountered a wealth of knowledge and numerous artifacts. For instance, Western antique artworks included European paintings and calligraphy, porcelain, ancient coins, bronze items, musical instruments, jewelry, lighting fixtures, clocks, and antique furniture, among others. Objectively speaking, they possess commendable attributes, with a level of refinement that is not to be underestimated. This exhibition showcased masterpieces from renowned artists such as Picasso, Monet, Degas, Chagall, Rembrandt, Moreau, and Kandinsky, with an estimated total value not less than $1 billion. equivalent to over 60 billion yuan. In contrast, while the number of artifacts and antiques exhibited from our country was substantial, their total value fell short of two-thirds of that amount. It is an undeniable reality that Western antique artworks continue to dominate the auction market, a situation that Chu Jian lamented with a wry smile. A single painting can effortlessly fetch tens of millions, translating to over 100 million yuan. Conversely, domestic antique artworks exceeding 100 million are exceedingly rare. A few billion is approximately the ceiling. Presently, the highest transaction price for an antique artwork in our country belongs to Qi Baishi's 12 Screens of Landscape, which sold for 315 billion yuan. This, however, comprises a collection of works, including families by the river and double shadows on the stone cliff. Following closely is the blue and white dragon-patterned large jar, a court porcelain piece from the Ming Dynasty during the Yongle era, auctioned for 7 billion yuan. The third highest is the yuan blue and white Meiping vase depicting Xiao He pursuing Han Exine under the moon, which fetched a trading price of 7 billion yuan. Among the top 10 treasures, for are represented by blue and white porcelain. It must be said that in China, blue and white porcelain is an eternal deity. Our nation is diligently forging ahead. Over the years, the soaring prices of Chinese antique artworks stand as the best testament to our progress. Chu Jian harbors great confidence in his country's antiques. At this moment, as Chu Jian and his companions passed by an exhibit featuring jade artifacts, they were astonished to find it labeled as French. Absurd. It is akin to hanging a sheep's head while selling dog meat, Chu Jian remarked. What does that mean? Is there a problem? Cheng Xiaowei and Shun Shiji inquired. Lu Rian remained silent, unable to comprehend the essence of Chu Jian's expression. There is fundamentally no jade culture in the West. How could there possibly be jade artifacts? It is clearly from our country, Chu Jian asserted vehemently. The significance of jade has always been paramount to the Chinese, yet it is seldom found in other parts of the world. In the annals of ancient cultures worldwide, jade artifacts have only been discovered in a few places, such as New Zealand and Oceania and Mexico and the Americas, and even then, they emerged relatively late and disappeared soon after. In contrast, China has maintained an unbroken jade culture from ancient times to the present, spanning from the Stone Age to modernity. Across all cultural centers of China, from north to south and east to west, jade artifacts have been prevalent, an unparalleled phenomenon in human history elsewhere. To speak bluntly, jade culture is uniquely Chinese, and that is no exaggeration. The piece before us is unmistakably a Liangzhu jade stone. How has it been transformed into a French relic? To put it harshly, the age of this jade artifact predates the entirety of European civilization, Chu Jian added. This is not to belittle Western civilization. The Liangzhu civilization existed between 6,000 and 10,000 years ago, a time when China had yet to conceive the notion of a nation, existing instead in city-states and tribal eras. The commonly cited 5,000 years of Chinese civilization does not encompass the Liangzhu civilization and other tribal cultures, which are counted only from the moment China became a unified nation. In stark contrast, the ancient Roman civilization, which the West takes pride in, boasts a mere 3,000 years of history. Thus, it is no exaggeration to state that the Liangzhu jade stone on display is older than the entirety of European civilization. Ah, exclaimed Shun Shiji and his companions, taken aback. Is there such a thing? So brazenly, does the organizing body not care? How is this approved? It's perplexing. Is it permissible for our culture to be brazenly pilfered before our eyes while they turn a blind eye? They have always heard tales of cultural theft by the Koreans, yet they never expected Europeans to engage in such acts as well. In truth, the West has its share of cultural falsifications. Their archaeology has often led the way in fabricating ancient cultures. What else is beyond their reach? Of course, the rumors circulating online claiming that ancient Greek and Roman civilizations are fabricated should not be taken at face value. We must not embrace negativity for the sake of it. Rather, we should maintain a pragmatic attitude. Cheng Xiaowei and Shun Shiji, being impetuous and passionate young men, could not contain themselves upon hearing this and shouted loudly, "Hey, is there a mistake? Our Liangzhu jade stone has become a French artifact?" Amidst the clamor, individuals recorded videos with remarkable finesse, prompting Chu Jian's brows to furrow in discontent. "This appears to be my signature move. Where did you learn to steal it?" The raucous sound swiftly drew the attention of a multitude, gathering onlookers around. Meanwhile, the staff sensed impending trouble and promptly notified their superiors regarding the situation. Elder Cheng and his fellow seniors frowned upon witnessing the scene, questioning the organizing party's oversight. "This is evidently our nation's Liangzhu jade stone," The Liangzhu Jade Song, meticulously carved from nephrite, presents an exterior that is square with a circular interior, tapering from a broader top to a narrower base. The intricate craftsmanship of its surface, adorned with subtle engraved lines, has reached a level of sophistication that modern artisans find nearly unattainable. The conundrum of how such hard jade, surpassing the hardness of ordinary stones and metals, was meticulously shaped during the Liangzhu period, when neither bronze nor steel existed, continues to perplex scholars dedicated to the study of ancient Liangzhu jade. As a quintessential artifact of Liangzhu culture, the jade Song has, since antiquity, been sought after by connoisseurs for its exquisite patterns, significant historical value, and immense artistic allure. Should this oversight remain unaddressed, it would come as no surprise if one day a nation sought to claim the Liangzhu Jade Song as part of their cultural heritage. Faced with the grave expressions of a multitude of venerable elders, the organizing party felt a wave of trepidation as they cautiously navigated the situation. Elder Zhang, please do not rush. This may simply be an oversight on our part. We shall clarify the matter at once, a responsible party member interjected. Elder Zhang, maintaining a stern demeanor, retorted, "What is there to clarify? It is abundantly clear. This is unmistakably our nation's Liangzhu Jade Song. Over a century ago, the French absconded with a multitude of our national treasures, and now they present it as their own." Elder Zhang restrained his ire, most incensed by the fact that individuals within the country were complicit in such actions. With Elder Zhang leading the charge, others joined in denunciation. Shortly thereafter, the organizing party and the Jade Song's holder issued an apology, with the former shouldering most of the blame, attributing the debacle to issues during translation. However, few were persuaded by this explanation. Most were adults, merely granting the organizing party a semblance of dignity to avoid further escalation. Chapter 93, Peculiar Foreign Artifacts. At the conference, the display was not solely comprised of ancient treasures, but also included a modest selection of modern Western artworks, numbering approximately 30 to 40 pieces. Among these, sculptures exuded a distinctly European flair. Italy, the epicenter of the Renaissance, has produced a plethora of sculptors whose masterpieces have transcended time. Undoubtedly, the most illustrious sculptor of the Renaissance was the genius Michelangelo, who was also a painter, architect, engineer, and poet. His countless artistic creations epitomize the quintessential paradigms of this era. The forms within Michelangelo's works exhibit not merely subtle variations, but rather intense and distorted changes, emphasizing that one should measure with the eye rather than the hand, for the hand merely fabricates, while the eye possesses the capacity to judge. His creations are imbued with a profound humanistic essence, particularly in his later works, where the use of stark contrast and form increasingly reveals an inclination to express inner turmoil and indignation. Chu Jian remarked, "I never expected to encounter sculptures here, yet it is evident they do not belong to any renowned master. These Western artworks are accompanied by clear descriptions. Most domestic collectors possess limited knowledge of Western art. Therefore, it is prudent to provide detailed information for better exhibition." How refreshing. There's merely a handful of such items from the West, Chang Xiaowei interjected. He jested. Many sculptures depict the human form, some even in the nude. If displayed domestically, they would undoubtedly attract accusations of vulgarity. Chinese sensibilities tend to be more conservative, unlike the openness found in Europe. Of course, there are some compatriots who, in their admiration for foreign cultures, adopt double standards and criticize their own country. To them, foreign art is exalted, while domestic works are deemed lowly. Such individuals are not uncommon and are quite distasteful. Indeed, this phenomenon is prevalent, especially online. Chu Jian rarely concurred with Chang Xiaowei's sentiments. After swiftly passing through the sculpture exhibition area, they arrived at a section dedicated to Western paintings. Soon, a particular artwork captivated the attention of the four. The painting depicted two young women engrossed in sheet music, one seated at a piano while the other, seemingly a teacher, offered guidance. Upon reading the adjacent description, Chu Jian and the others discovered it was a work by Pierre-Auguste Renoir, a member of the Impressionist movement, renowned for his oil paintings as well as sculpture and printmaking. In his early years, he worked as an apprentice, creating ceramics, fans, and curtains. Most of Renoir's oeuvre features young women rendered in bright, warm tones. He skillfully portrayed the soft, supple skin and voluptuous forms of youth with a unique traditional technique. Having just researched Renoir online, Chu Jian expressed his curiosity. It turns out this painting was created by a master. Shortly thereafter, the trio encountered another painting, which was evidently beyond their appreciation. Shun Shiji stated, "I fail to comprehend how such a piece can be displayed. I cannot appreciate it. It merely consists of 3 colors smeared across a canvas. Where's the artistry? To be frank, even a primary school student could create this. I still find the previous piece far superior, at least within my realm of appreciation." Upon hearing this, Cheng Xiaohui nodded in agreement, sharing a similar perspective with Shun Shiji. However, he acknowledged that abstract art is indeed not for everyone, and most would likely struggle to appreciate it. It is best left for those who can truly understand. He added, "It is merely imitation, lacking soul." Chu Jian remarked, shaking his head slightly. "Is imitation even necessary?" Shun Shiji rolled his eyes. "It's utterly ridiculous. Even a casual doodle might surpass it." He continued, "It's just a copy of Mark Rothko's orange, red, yellow. Rothko's work is somewhat similar, yet it fetched an astounding 54.7 billion renminbi. Who can explain that logic?" Chu Jian sighed in frustration. To think 54.7 billion renminbi ranks 6th in the history of auction sales for Chinese antique artworks. "Well, I truly cannot fathom it," Shun Shiji shrugged. As Shun Shiji continued to observe, his eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth is this? The previous artwork at least had 3 colors, while this one before him was merely a potato-shaped piece in a singular shade of cyan, priced at a staggering $1.6 million. How does one even interpret this? Shun Shiji scoffed. Cheng Xiaohui felt as though he had been defeated, utterly lacking the strength to critique further. Is this a case of money laundering? Even the usually silent Lu Ruyan spoke up. A young man nearby, overhearing, expressed his displeasure. "If you cannot appreciate it, then kindly step aside. Do you even grasp the essence of art? The principle of simplicity and returning to one's roots is precisely what this artwork embodies. You folks from the mainland are nothing but unsophisticated bumpkins." "Ah, here we go," Shun Shiji chuckled. Chu Jian and the others understood his implication. Just moments ago, he had remarked on the sycophantic attitude of certain individuals who had knelt for so long that they could no longer rise, praising foreign cultures while denigrating their own. Clearly, he was referring to this very young man. Well, it's no surprise. He is indeed a misguided individual. Perhaps you have misunderstood the concepts of simplicity and returning to one's roots. So, you perceive a different world, do you? Pray, share your insights. Chu Jian encouraged him to elaborate. Meanwhile, Shun Shiji had discreetly activated the video recording function on his phone, savoring the moment. Of course. Do you think everyone possesses your superficiality? Allow me to enlighten you. Fix your gaze upon this patch of color, and you shall uncover the profound depths of the sky. Or feel as though you are amidst an expansive prairie, an overwhelming sense of grandeur enveloping you. The young man elaborated with fervor. To an unknowing observer, he might indeed seem like an expert. Never mind. Your understanding falls short. Speaking of it is merely a waste of breath. With that, the proud young man from Taiwan turned away, leaving behind an enigmatic silhouette. Puffed. Lu Rian could no longer contain her laughter. Shun Shiji had already conceived a title for the video, Astonishing Insights from a Taiwanese Perspective. It was easy to predict that the video would ignite yet another round of heated debates. Goodness, what a spectacle. Cheng Xiaohui felt nauseated. To feign understanding while lacking genuine insight was simply ludicrous. Chapter 94. The Decline of Aristocracy, Kurt. In the ensuing days, the International Antique and Art Exchange exhibition continued. Chu Jian and his companions encountered a noteworthy foreign collector named Kurt. Or rather, he cannot be termed merely a collector. Kurt was a nobleman from a small European nation. His ancestors had once basked in glory, leaving behind a heritage that he inherited. However, many were unaware of Kurt's struggles. In Europe, the nobility is overwhelmingly abundant. The status of these nobles is now quite precarious. On one hand, the vast majority have lost their privileges, and apart from their titles, they bear little distinction from commoners. On the other hand, many nobles cling to their identities, striving to maintain the dignity of their lineage. In essence, it is akin to puffing oneself up. Even in dire straits, they must embellish the facade of nobility. This situation closely resembles that of the Eight Banners nobility during the late Qing and early Republican eras. Some nobles are compelled to liquidate their estates to sustain their castles and other historic edifices. In the West, inheritance is subject to substantial estate taxes, which can be quite burdensome. Kurt successfully inherited a legacy, yet a plethora of complications awaited him. The expenses associated with maintaining a castle and estate left him feeling overwhelmed. Consequently, upon hearing of an antique art exchange exhibition in China, he eagerly registered to participate. His ancestors had bequeathed a collection of Chinese antiques. and he was compelled to liquidate a portion to ease his financial burdens. On this journey to China, he brought with him 20 pieces of Chinese antiquities, including porcelain jade, calligraphy, paintings, and a bronze artifact. However, he secured only one spot for the exhibition: the bronze piece, a statue of a mythical beast known as the MO. The MO statue stands at 165 centimeters tall, hollow within, with an opening at the back covered by a lid. Its form resembles that of a sheep, with a slightly elevated head, a snout akin to that of a pangolin, elongated and protruding. Its eyes bear resemblance to a rhinoceros, round and expressive. Its ears mimic those of an elephant, and its body is quite corpulent, with relatively short legs and a small tail. A phoenix rests atop its back, serving as a handle for the lid. Despite its modest size, the statue is exquisitely detailed. The shoulders and hindquarters are adorned with 4 sets of intricate coué foam patterns. Such an artifact seems to be non-existent in our country, doesn't it? During the spring and autumn period, the Silk Road had yet to exist. How did it arrive here? It's perplexing, Shun Shiji remarked, unable to suppress his curiosity. Kurt promptly corrected him, stating, "No, my friend, you are mistaken. Such creatures have always existed in Asia. It's just that they have been extinct in your homeland for quite some time." Shun felt a twinge of embarrassment at Kurt's fluent Mandarin, realizing he couldn't quite hold his head high. According to Kurt, he had been exposed to the Chinese language from a young age and pursued a major in Chinese during university, which accounted for his proficiency. Indeed, the MO was once native to our country, but it has since gone extinct, much like the rhinoceros, which also had habitats in China but has vanished, Chu Jian added. Some bronze artifacts have been discovered depicting the MO, such as MO head vessels and decorations, but for a long time, they were misidentified as representations of pigs or sheep. It was only after Mr. Ma Qingyuan from the Shanghai Museum visited the zoo on a bicycle that these artifacts were correctly recognized as representations of the MO. The bronze MO before them is an exquisite piece from the early spring and autumn period, valued at approximately 2.5 million renminbi. Noticing Kurt's intent to sell, Chu Jian suggested, "Kurt, why not let our auction house handle the sale? You won't be disappointed." Lu Ruyan also joined in to persuade him. Kurt hesitated. He understood that an auction could yield a high price, but he was in urgent need of funds and could not afford to wait long. Sensing his apprehension, Lu Ruyan reassured him, "You could sell it to our auction house, though the price might be slightly lower." "All right, I can accept that." Kurt nodded in agreement. In truth, when Chu Jian initially estimated the piece at 2.5 million, Kurt had already considered selling it. Back in his homeland, he had sought an appraisal from an authentication agency, which only offered a valuation of 200,000 euros, approximately 1.5 million renminbi, less than 2 million renminbi. Ultimately, the bronze beast was sold for 2 million renminbi to the Mafanhua auction house, leaving both parties satisfied and delighted. Fortunately, this was merely a bronze beast. Had it been a bronze tripod, Chu Jian and his companions would have hesitated to accept it casually. In China, larger bronze artifacts, such as tripods, are essentially prohibited from auctioning. Presently, among the 5 bronze relics that have exceeded 100 million renminbi for auction abroad, with only one, a bronze vessel from the Western Zhou dynasty, fetching an astonishing 21.2 billion renminbi domestically. The highest valued piece remains the bronze Taoya patterned square vase, which sold for 25.7 billion renminbi, setting a record for bronze artifact auctions. Kote, do you still possess any bronze artifacts? If so, should you wish to part with them, approach us. The price will undoubtedly surpass what you would receive in Europe," inquired Chu Jian. In reality, transactions involving bronze artifacts are quite stringent in China, resulting in relatively modest market prices. Nevertheless, the industry acknowledges the immense potential for appreciation in value of these relics. Firstly, bronze artifacts are national treasures, imbued with significant historical and cultural value. Secondly, due to the restrictive domestic market for bronze artifact transactions, many individuals have yet to recognize their collectible worth, leading to a generally lower price point and, thus, ample opportunity for value retention and appreciation. From a craftsmanship perspective, even modern creations cannot attain the level of production of ancient bronze artifacts, a persistent challenge for contemporary artisans. Hence, the scarcity and collectible value of bronze artifacts are self-evident. Witnessing Chu Jian and his companion's kindness, Kote resolved to transfer other antiques to the Mafanhua Auction Company. "Excellent. Let us proceed at once," exclaimed Chu Jian and Lu Ruyan joyously. Unexpectedly, at the conclusion of the exhibition, they encountered a significant client, a delightful surprise. According to Kote, Many aristocrats are not faring well these days. Sister Lu, allow me to select one piece as well. Shun Shiji interjected eagerly. Lu Ria nodded, of course. You may choose first. After all, Kote has brought 20 pieces. Parting with one is not an issue. The primary concern was that Lu Ruyan doubted Shun Shiji's ability to select a valuable item. Had it been someone like Chu Jian, who possessed considerable means, she would have been compelled to contemplate more seriously. Thus, they proceeded to the hotel where Kote was staying. Chapter 95, A Bountiful Harvest, everyone delighted. Chu Jian and his companions discovered that among the remaining 19 antiques, there were 4 porcelain pieces, 6 paintings, and 9 jade items. In the eyes of Westerners, jade is not highly valued, leading to relatively low appraisals. Therefore, Kote decided to bring them all to China with a touch of luck involved. Since I mentioned you could choose first, go ahead. However, you must not seek Chu Jian's opinion. He is mine, Lu Rian instructed Shun Shiji. Yours? Shun Shiji shot a peculiar glance. Chu Jian cleared his throat twice. Lu Rian's face flushed slightly, and she retorted, hurry up. All right, I won't provoke you. Shun Shiji promptly began examining the treasures. The 4 porcelain pieces were all from the Qing dynasty. 2 blue and white porcelain, 1 famille rose porcelain, and 1 cloisonné piece. Shun Shiji was particularly taken with the famille rose turned-hard vase, a prized creation of Chinese ceramic art, belonging to a specific style developed during the Qing dynasty. Within an intricately perforated bottle resides a rotating inner vessel adorned with various patterns. The heart-turning bottle comprises an inner bottle, an outer bottle, and a base, each meticulously crafted through the art of firing. The upper part of the inner bottle presents an exposed neck, while its cylindrical body is embellished with decorative paintings depicting the 4 seasons, landscapes, figures, flowers, birds, insects, and fish. When the inner bottle is turned, scenes visible through the outer bottle's perforations create a mesmerizing carousel of images, akin to a revolving lantern. A few years ago, an exquisite heart-turning bottle from the Qianlong era, featuring vibrant enamel colors and the auspicious theme of abundance, fetched an astonishing price of 5 billion yuan, leaving both the industry and the public in awe. Such heart-turning bottles are exceedingly rare. Before Chu Jian could continue his discourse, he was silenced by a piercing gaze from Lu Ruyan, prompting him to promptly cease his words. The creation of a heart-turning bottle is a formidable task. It necessitates crafting the outer bottle's base into a chicken heart shape, while simultaneously fashioning the inner bottle's base into a matching groove. The precision of the fit between the knob and the groove is paramount. Consideration must also be given to the drying rates of both bottles and the mastery of shrinkage rates post-firing. A slight lapse in attention could result in a misalignment, rendering all prior efforts futile. Consequently, the expense of producing such a bottle is substantial, often yielding a 1 in 100 rarity. Shun Shiji, undeterred by the challenges, momentarily set aside his interest in the heart-turning bottle to focus on the calligraphy and paintings displayed before him. Out of the 6 pieces, 5 were from the Ming dynasty, while 1 was a work by the late Qing artist Ren Banian. Ren Yi's artistic journey began with folk art, exhibiting a comprehensive technique across landscapes, flowers, birds, and figures. He emphasized observational painting, blending various styles while assimilating the strengths of watercolor hues, resulting in a fresh and invigorating aesthetic. His influence on modern flower and bird painting has been profound. The painting before him depicted a cluster of peonies, rendered with remarkable vitality, causing Shun Shiji to hesitate. A mere chuckle sufficed to convey his sentiments. In truth, Lu Ruyan, too, felt a surge of anxiety. Through her observance, she discerned that Chu Jian also favored this painting. Although he had quickly redirected the conversation, it was evident he harbored an affection for the heart-turning bottle. Thus, it appeared that regardless of Shun Shiji's choice, each option was a treasure of great worth. Kao was equally anxious, eager to ascertain the potential value of his treasures in the eyes of Chu Jian and his companions. I have made my decision. I will take this painting, Shun Shiji declared, casting a reluctant glance back at the heart-turning bottle. It was then that Lu Ruyan inquired of Chu Jian regarding the painting. After a moment's contemplation, he responded, indeed, this is a work by Ren Banian. This peony painting is likely from his later years, showcasing exceptional skill. I would estimate its value to start at 8 million. His appraisal was remarkably considerate of Shun Shiji. Ren Banian's most esteemed work, Huazhu Senduo II, commanded an astronomical price of 6 billion, and there exists a plethora of his pieces valued over 1 million. Su Beihong proclaimed him the foremost Chinese painter following Qiu Shizhou and authored a biographical essay on him. Wang Xiutao, noted his meticulous use of color, particularly his mastery of pinks, asserting that no one has matched his proficiency in nearly a century. The British magazine The Artist regarded Rinbonian's artistic prowess as comparable to that of Van Gogh, identifying him as one of the most creatively innovative masters of the 19th century. Sun Shiji had long since established an unspoken understanding with Chu Jian. Upon hearing his words, he recognized that the true value of the painting far exceeded the initial estimate. Thus, he hastily spoke to Kurt. "Brother Kurt, how about transferring 5 million renminbi to me?" Kurt immediately nodded. "No problem." Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Jian and the others understood that the painting had certainly been undervalued in the West. In fact, the appraisal agency had only assigned a value of 500,000 euros to it at the time. Now, with Sun Shiji offering 5 million renminbi, over €1,000,000, what was there to hesitate about? Of course, they would sell it. Sun Shiji took over 10 photographs of the painting and sent them to Uncle Li, undoubtedly to flaunt his acquisition. Far away in Yanqing, Uncle Li's eyes widened as he viewed the photos sent by that rascal. The floral and avian painting by Rinbonian, particularly a high-quality piece from his later years, was secured for 5 million. He couldn't help but feel regret, wishing he had accompanied them on their excursion. Next, Chu Jian began to appraise the remaining antiques one by one. The Qing Dynasty Qianlong period pastel porcelain bottle, year after year with fish, was appraised at an impressive 15 million renminbi, which greatly pleased Kurt. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Jian was also capitalizing on opportunities, albeit presenting himself more favorably. To real and larger prospects, Chu Jian had to set a higher initial price, ensuring that the buyers could taste some sweetness. If he priced it too low, they might as well resell it in Europe. Following, there was a painting by Baudishan, run titled Cold Crow. The artwork, with only a few sparse strokes, appeared simplistic yet conveyed extraordinary meaning. Indeed, this painting could be classified as belonging to the Qing dynasty. Baudishan Run, originally named Zhu De, was a descendant of the Ming royal family, the ninth grandson of Prince Ning Xian, Zhu Quan, and a prominent figure during the late Ming and early Qing periods in Chinese painting. After the fall of the Ming dynasty, Zhu De was only 19 when his father passed away, plunging him into deep sorrow and indignation. He feigned deafness and muteness, adopting an alias to retreat from society and live in seclusion, preserving his identity. His most valuable paintings are worth over 100 million, with no fewer than 20 pieces exceeding 10 million, surpassing the well-known Tang Bohu by far. Chu Jian appraised this Cold Crow at 8 million renminbi, predicting that at auction, it would fetch no less than 15 million. In total, the valuation of the 17 antiques reached 32.6 million renminbi, an impressive sum. Adding in the earlier bronze artifact and the peony painting chosen by Sun Shiji, the total exceeded 40 million renminbi. "What about this porcelain piece? Do you not want it?" Kurt inquired, looking at Chu Jian. Chu Jian shook his head. "This blue and white porcelain is a replica from the early Republic period. Not particularly valuable, likely worth only a few tens of thousands of RMB. After all, in his view, his considerable gains were all thanks to Chu Jian. "All right, then I shall thank you." Chu Jian expressed his gratitude. At that moment, Lu Rian's phone rang. It was a call from Li Zhong. Although Li Zhong had confidence in his judgment, when dealing with such treasures, if any issues arose later, it would be troublesome. To be prudent, he decided to ask Chu Jian for a second appraisal for added assurance. Lu Rian was slightly taken aback. "All right, I will inform Chu Jian right away. You must ensure to retain the customer." Even if Li Zhong hadn't mentioned it, she would have included Chu Jian herself. Chu Jian was somewhat surprised. "Okay, then let us depart now." In recent days, the gathering has proven to be quite enlightening, yielding significant insights and experiences that were indeed worthwhile. Upon hearing this, Chu Jian said little, continuing his conversation with Kote and exchanging contact information. "When you next visit China, I shall ensure you are well treated," he remarked. "I believe we shall meet again soon," Kote replied, having encountered Chu Jian and others, relishing the sweet taste of success and envisioning the promising future of Chinese antique art. His mind already brimming with plans. Afterward, they bid farewell. Just as a customer was about to leave, Lu Ruyan ushered Chu Jian in. Upon noticing this, Li Zhong remarked, "Mr. Yi, may I introduce you to our general manager, Lu, and our chief appraiser, Chu Jian." Mr. Yi, upon seeing the young chief appraiser, felt a sense of calm wash over him. Slightly impatient, he said, "In that case, please expedite the process. I have matters to attend to." With that, he retrieved a Song Dynasty Ru Kiln sky blue glazed poetic flower rim plate from a box. "Mr. E, Could you elaborate on the provenance of this Song Dynasty Ru Kiln Sky Blue Glazed Poetic Flower Rim Plate? Chu Jian inquired. In an auction house, the origin of items is of utmost importance. A careless acquisition of items with dubious provenance could lead to complications if reported. Thus, appraisers typically inquire about the origins of the items. Lu Rian and Li Zhong, hearing this, harbored no doubts, as financial liquidity issues often lead to such situations. Many companies have collapsed due to cash flow problems. However, Mr. E was fortunate to possess ancestral items that could be liquidated. Li Zhong explained, Mr. E is in urgent need of funds and wishes to sell directly to our auction house. Upon hearing this, Chu Jian's guard was raised, and he began to scrutinize the plate closely. Noticing his attentiveness, Li Zhong remarked, with a sky as blue as jade, a visage like that of fine jade, crabclaw patterns, and rare morning stars. These features confirm my judgment that this Song Dynasty Ru Kiln Sky Blue Glazed Poetic Flower Rim Plate is genuine. After several minutes of examination, Chu Jian found no issues. Could it be that this Song Dynasty Ru Kiln Sky Blue Glazed Poetic Flower Rim Plate was indeed authentic? Subsequently, he activated the ability of his left eye to take a closer look. Though he had been honing his own abilities lately, neglecting the use of a unique skill would be folly. Alas, the plate before him was a counterfeit. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyin was preparing for the moment when Chu Jian would confirm the item as genuine, at which point she would initiate a promotional campaign for the Song Dynasty Ru Kiln Sky Blue Glazed Poetic Flower Rim Plate, aiming to ensure that the entire antique and collector community would be aware of it. She believed that the allure of Ru porcelain would guarantee a grand auction. Coupled with the diverse array of items in this auction, it promised to be the most successful event among the three held thus far. At that moment, Chu Jian suddenly declared, I apologize. I cannot ascertain the authenticity of this Song Dynasty Ru Kiln Sky Blue Glazed Poetic Flower Rim Plate. The three individuals present were left in stunned silence. Lu Ruyan's dreams were abruptly shattered. Nevertheless, she held unwavering faith in Chu Jian's abilities. Albeit with a tinge of regret, Li Zhong found himself in an awkward position. Having confidently asserted that the Song Dynasty Ru Kiln Sky Blue Glazed Poetic Floral Plate was an authentic piece, only to have his claims swiftly dismantled by Chu Jian. Upon reflecting on Chu Jian's expertise, his frustration dissipated instantly. Had it been anyone else, he would have undoubtedly engaged in a heated debate. Mr. Yi's expression shifted dramatically as he vocally reprimanded. Is this the stance of your auction house? After wasting so much of my time, you assert that my heirloom is a forgery? His initial directive was to present the Song Dynasty Ru Kiln Sky Blue Glazed Poetic Floral Plate at the Muxianhua auction house, seizing the moment when the chief appraiser was absent, believing it to be the opportune time. However, upon witnessing the youthfulness of Chu Jian, his trepidation eased. The authentic Ru ware is meticulously crafted, with harmonious proportions, a gentle glaze, and an artistic essence. While this imitation exhibited commendable craftsmanship, yet bore two minor flaws: an overly brilliant glaze and a lack of spirit. Observe here. After speaking, Chu Jian discreetly gauged Mr. Yi's countenance, sensing an unsettling undercurrent. Was there an attempt to ensnare the auction house? Chapter 97. The arrangement of the finale item. Although Li Zhong's technical prowess was not particularly remarkable, he could still be considered an expert compared to the average individual. Upon hearing Chu Jian's words, he quickly discerned the issue at hand. It evoked a sense of nostalgia akin to taking an examination. One might struggle to solve problems initially, yet after the teacher's analysis, understanding dawns swiftly. The Ru porcelain boasts a rustic elegance, glazed with rare agate, exhibiting a verdant hue, a rich and lustrous glaze that embodies the qualities of azure skies. A surface akin to jade, and intricate patterns reminiscent of cicada wings, rare morning stars, and sesame seed punctuations. The glaze shifts with the light, reminiscent of the beauty found in the aftermath of rain when the clouds part, warm and ancient. The surface showcases fine cicada wing patterns, colloquially known as pear skin and crab claw sesame flowers. The agate crystals surrounding the bubbles within the glaze create a starry shimmer, sparse like the morning stars, exuding a refined and elegant brilliance. The unique firing technique of Ru porcelain employs a full glaze support method, resulting in finely regulated support marks. Hence the reference to sesame punctuated glaze. Thus, it became clear, no wonder the subsequent details are known only to Li Zhong himself. Mr. E harbored contempt, questioning no wonder what? You could discern nothing before. Why the pretense now? He recognized that as long as Chu Jian was present, fulfilling his task was impossible. prompting him to stow away the item and depart in a flurry of curses. Chu Jian interpreted Mr. Yi's actions as a manifestation of anger and embarrassment, or perhaps guilt akin to that of a thief. Nonetheless, he possessed no concrete evidence. These were merely conjectures. Reflecting on Mr. Yi, he seemed somewhat peculiar upon his arrival. He had insisted on expediting the authentication of the item as genuine, which initially led Chu Jian to assume he was merely in urgent need of funds. In hindsight, the situation appeared far more intricate. Lu Ruyan, after a moment of contemplation, voiced, could it be envy from a rival? Alternatively, it may be attributed to other reasons. One can only say that this individual departed too swiftly. Otherwise, some information could surely have been extracted. However, it cannot be overlooked that there are many who seek to ensnare auction houses. Chu Jian shook his head, asserting the paramount importance of a highly skilled appraiser to an auction company. At times, even prominent auction houses fall victim, let alone smaller ones. The illustrious Christie's has, in fact, been deceived by forgeries. Upon hearing this, Lu Rian fell into deep contemplation. Had it not been for Chu Jian, the auction house would undoubtedly have incurred substantial losses. In retrospect, retaining Chu Jian was indeed a sagacious choice. Li Zhong felt a bead of sweat forming. My question? At this moment, Chu Jian remarked, the imitation of the Song Dynasty Ru Kiln sky blue glazed poetic flower plate was exceptionally well crafted. Even major auction houses might unwittingly fall prey to it. Had I not employed my skills, I too would have been unable to discern the flaws. Thus, I merely possess a golden touch that distinguishes me from Li Zhong. Lu Rian recognized that this was not the appropriate time for criticism or accountability. So she said, it is of no consequence. After all, the auction house has not suffered any losses this time. Let us consider it a valuable lesson. Lizon Uriel Yasurat Presidenu. I will promptly inform Chu Jian of any antiquities of this caliber in the future. Fortunately, President Liu did not pursue the matter further. Otherwise, his position might have been jeopardized. Should word of this incident spread, it would be unlikely for any auction house to consider him for employment. Wait, let's discuss the upcoming auction. We should have sufficient items. Which piece do you believe would serve best as the centerpiece? Lu Rian inquired eagerly. This was indeed a significant matter. Chu Jian pondered for a moment. He had acquired several exquisite items today, with two estimated to exceed 10 million. Namely the Qing Dynasty Qianlong Famille Rosier after year with fish vase and Bada Shanren's Cold Crow painting. Yurmi Fu's Dance of the Cranes, the Qing Dynasty Qianlong Famille Rose vase, and Bada Shanren's Cold Crow painting. Lu Ruyan recited with familiarity. Li Zhong's eyes widened in astonishment. Mi Fu's Dance of the Cranes and the Qing Dynasty Qianlong vase. Did you truly acquire them this time? But wait, wasn't Mi Fu's Dance of the Cranes already? President Liu chuckled. The previously discovered Mi Fu Dance of the Cranes was indeed contentious. The one Chu Jian has obtained has been authenticated unanimously by numerous experts at the International Antique and Art Exhibition as an original. President Liu, I can see that Li Zhong's breathing has quickened. Let's proceed to the vault, Li Zhong suggested. If Mi Fu's Dance of the Cranes is authentic, I believe it is the most suitable choice for the centerpiece. Mi Fu's inscription on the mountain fetched 30 million back in 2002. Today, it would undoubtedly exceed 50 million. Moreover, the Dance of the Cranes is considered his magnum opus at the pinnacle of his artistry at the age of 56, thus holding even greater value. Furthermore, as a lost work, it carries significant appeal for auction speculation. Chu Jian slightly shook his head. That vase has the potential to also command over 50 million. Let us deliberate collectively later before reaching a conclusion. Lu Rian felt a deep sense of satisfaction with Chu Jian's approach. Without relentlessly promoting one's own treasures, but rather considering the perspective of the company, this is commendable. Regardless, Chu Jian has made a significant contribution this time. The batch of treasures acquired from Cote may possess a total value exceeding 100 million, while their payment to Cote was less than 40 million. Their auction house stands to reap substantial profits. Li Zhong first arrived at the vault, admiring the treasures for a while, utterly astonished. Unfortunately, the gilded statue of Guanyin from the Yongle period was damaged. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly fetch a price exceeding 10 million. He could not help but remark that despite its minor damage, art is akin to a mirror. Once broken, its value diminishes greatly. Subsequently, several senior executives convened a meeting to discuss the centerpiece item. Considering that Mi Fu's Dance of the Cranes is a lost masterpiece, and that Mi Fu's works are exceedingly rare in the auction market, the managers unanimously agreed that it would be the most suitable centerpiece. The publicity for the auction requires a sensational highlight, and clearly. Mifu's Dance of the Cranes fits this criterion. As for the Qing Dynasty Qianlong period fish-themed vase, although it carries a considerable estimate, it lacks a certain degree of fame. Very well, let's finalize this decision. Publicity department, please expedite a promotional plan for me. General Liu directed the manager of the publicity department. Absolutely, General Liu. Chapter 98, Rural Volunteer Appraisal of Antiques. One day, while surfing the internet, Liu Rian was captivated by a post, instinctively straightening her posture to read it attentively. After finishing, she rested her chin on her left hand and twirled a pen with her right, deep in thought. After a while, Liu Rian called Xiaoyan, instructing her to notify Li Zhong, Manager Chun, and others to meet in the conference room in 10 minutes. Upon entering the conference room, Liu Rian noticed Chu Jian's presence, which elicited a trace of surprise. It is noteworthy that unless there is a pressing matter, it is quite rare to see Chu Jian at the auction house. Liu Rian cleared her throat and declared the meeting officially commenced. Before delving into the main topic, she expressed her appreciation and gratitude to all present, as the unprecedented success of the last 2 auctions had not only salvaged the auction house from the brink of collapse, but had also propelled it into the ranks of the second tier. Liu Rian signaled Xiaoyan to distribute the freshly printed papers, still imbued with a faint scent of ink. Occasionally, villagers sell ancestral items such as 8 immortals tables, armchairs, tea tables, canopy beds, and utensils at shockingly low prices, which is truly disheartening. The reason lies in the villagers' inability to assess the historical and economic value of these items. The merchants mentioned in the text refer to those who engage in ground scraping, a term in the antique trade denoting the lowest tier of antiquities dealers. Furthermore, the antiques acquired by these merchants are colloquially referred to as wild goods. This category of wild goods constitutes the mainstream of the antique market, albeit often a mixture of genuine and counterfeit items. In reality, rural treasure hunting is a fervent pursuit among both novice enthusiasts and seasoned players. Whether one uncovers a hidden gem or suffers a lapse in judgment ultimately depends on individual skill. A rural volunteer appraisal of antiques? Is it similar to the rural medical outreach and educational support? Manager Hao inquired. Liu Ruoya nodded and replied, in addition to appraising antiques, we will also provide free on-site repairs for lightly damaged artifacts, as well as disseminate knowledge regarding antiques. This will help the villagers recognize the true value of their treasured relics and understand the precautions necessary during the collecting process. The era may differ, but various historical artifacts serve as witnesses to history, powerful evidence reflecting the social realities of their time, and a comprehensive reflection of a region's politics, economy, history, and culture. Organizing such events holds significant meaning. Chu Jian agreed. Although the auction house invests time and money into these rural appraisal activities, which may seem thankless and futile, the reality is quite the opposite. There are numerous benefits for the auction house, such as subtly promoting its brand and increasing its visibility. Moreover, when encountering rare treasures, there is the opportunity to acquire them first for inventory. Additionally, offering free appraisals is a contribution to society that garners goodwill from relevant departments and associations, ultimately aiding the auction house's growth. Seeing that Chu Jian was in agreement, the others refrained from further opposition. President Liu, when and where shall we hold this event? Manager Chen inquired. In terms of appraisals, we should enlist the assistance of 1 or 2 experts, Liu Ruoyan noted. Currently, the Mafanhua auction house has only Chu Jian and Li Zhong as appraisers, and since Li Zhong needs to remain on site, only Chu Jian can conduct the appraisals. However, 1 person alone is insufficient. The previous appraisal competition serves as an excellent example, as the influx of treasure holders left both Chu Jian and Li Zhong utterly exhausted, with barely a moment to drink water. After a thorough discussion, the decisive Liu Ruoyan determined to hold the event in 3 days. 3 days swiftly passed, and Chu Jian rose early, as the appraisal location was somewhat distant. Shortly after his arrival at the auction house, the 2 invited appraisal experts began to arrive. The first to disembark was Mo Fei, a judge from the Yangqing Antique Appraisal Competition. Following him was Zhang Fujuan, who was of similar age to Mo Fei, portly with a round face, and serving as the deputy curator of the Yangqing Museum. Chu Jian hurriedly approached to greet them. Good day, Teacher Mo. Good day, Curator Zhang. There's no need for such formality. Since I'm a few years your senior, feel free to call me brother. Mo Fei chuckled. Congratulations, brother, on winning another championship at the International Antique Exchange Conference. Zhang Fujuan chimed in. Yes, let us refer to each other as brothers. Chu Jian was somewhat taken aback, as he had no prior acquaintance with either of them, and yet they were addressing each other as brothers upon first meeting. Moreover, they were not merely a few years older, they were nearly a decade his senior. It was worth mentioning that Mo Fei had experienced embarrassment during the appraisal competition, and had he been a narrow-minded individual, he might have held a grudge. However, Mo Fei was not such a person. Otherwise, he would not have immediately apologized to the treasure holders, nor would he have accepted the invitation from the Mafanua auction house to assist in the rural appraisals, particularly since he had proactively sought out the opportunity after hearing about it from an unknown source. Chu Jian understood this was a gesture of goodwill and camaraderie from both men, and he quickly corrected himself, greeting them again. "Good day, Brother Mo." "Good day, Brother Zhang. The location is a bit far. Let us head to the vehicle and continue our discussion on the way." Indeed, Mo Fei and Zhang Fujuan expressed no objections. This event was led by Chu Jian, accompanied by manager Hao, a master craftsman in cultural relic restoration, an antique conservator, and several accompanying personnel. Given the number of participants, it was deemed convenient for everyone to travel by bus. The three conversed animatedly on the journey, and before they knew it, they had arrived at their destination. After a round of cordial greetings, the village chief guided everyone forward to the appraisal site, conveniently located beneath a large banyan tree at the village entrance. Beneath the banyan tree, several tables and chairs were arranged, with numerous villagers holding their treasured antiques. Upon reaching the banyan tree, the village chief turned to assume the role of the host for the appraisal event. He warmly welcomed and expressed heartfelt gratitude to the experts from Yangsheng for their journey to the village to provide complimentary evaluations of the treasures. Next, he invited the first villager to step forward. A stir arose in the crowd. A young man holding an object approached without hesitation, directly walking toward Chu Jian. This took many by surprise, as most had anticipated he would choose the older Mo Fei or Zhang Fujuan, who appeared to possess more experience and thus seemed more reliable. Chapter 99. Ancestral or Imitation. Upon seeing the young man, Chu Jian couldn't help but smile, not expecting it to be Mu Chuan. Consequently, Mu Chuan remained behind, leading his parents to mistakenly believe he had changed his mind. "Hello, Brother Chu. It's good to see you again. Please take a look." Mu Chuan excitedly and respectfully presented the artifact before promptly sitting beside Chu Jian. Chu Jian rolled his eyes, wondering if the young man was unaware of the concept of courtesy. Naturally, the chair was designated for the treasure holder, as appraisals inevitably required some time, and it would be unreasonable to have them stand idly awaiting the outcome. Chu Jian donned white gloves and inquired, "You recognize this is a bronze mirror, correct?" "Of course. It's a mirror made of bronze from ancient times, a daily use item for personal grooming," Mu Chuan replied. Perhaps many were unaware that in ancient times, bronze mirrors first appeared as ceremonial vessels during the Shang dynasty, and from the spring and autumn to the Warring States periods. Only kings and nobles were permitted to use them. It wasn't until the late Western Han dynasty that bronze mirrors gradually became accessible to the general populace, evolving into an indispensable household item. Chu Jian nodded, stating, "In ancient times, bronze mirrors were intricately linked to daily life and were essential tools for individuals. They're also exquisite artifacts. Their craftsmanship is refined, their forms beautiful, their patterns splendid, and their inscriptions abundant, making them treasures of our ancient cultural heritage." Before them lay a round bronze mirror, featuring a high rim, with a mythical beast knob at its center. Surrounding the knob were two concentric rings, separated by a prominent ridge, adorned with 4 seahorses, each depicted in a similar posture and lying on the ground. Encircling the seahorses were intertwining grapevine patterns, with birds perched upon the branches, showcasing a myriad of forms and postures. All the designs were in relief, and this mirror exuded an air of ancient elegance, with its striking and lifelike imagery, indicative of superb craftsmanship. "Could you share the origin of this bronze mirror?" Chu Jian asked. "My father said it was passed down from my grandfather, and I have heard it was given to him by my great-grandfather. My father also mentioned that when I marry and have children, it will be passed down to me," Mu Chuan replied, feeling a bit shy as he scratched his head. "Oh, it seems to be an ancestral piece. Have you researched its era?" Upon acquiring the bronze mirror, Mu Chuan eagerly sought out relevant information, leading him to boldly speculate that it was a seahorse grape mirror from the Tang dynasty. Chu Jian nodded, then shook his head. What could that mean? The villagers, intrigued by Chu Jian's enigmatic demeanor, perked up their ears. Chu Jian chuckled, urging them to relax and not be too tense. From a mirror's design, thematic patterns, and the arrangement of its main motifs, it could indeed be confirmed as a seahorse grape mirror, a point Mu Chuan had not misrepresented. After sipping some water, Chu Jian elaborated. Furthermore, the seahorse great pattern mirror flourished during the Tang dynasty, particularly during the reign of Wu Zetian. It stands as a remarkable representative of the zenith in the history of ancient Chinese bronze mirrors and serves as an exquisite vessel for the cultural exchanges along the Silk Road. The primary motifs of lions and grapes originate from the western regions along the Silk Road. Upon entering China, the grape patterns merged with motifs of the four symbols, the 12 zodiac signs, and auspicious beasts, evolving into decorative patterns with distinctive Chinese characteristics. This elaborate and resplendent decorative style vividly reflects the prosperity of the Tang dynasty and the harmonious blending of diverse ethnic cultures. Many villagers nodded in quiet agreement, impressed by the depth of knowledge from this little expert. However, they were more curious about the meaning behind his head shake. Yet, it became clear that Mu Chuan had erred in his dating. The bronze mirror was not from the Tang dynasty, but rather a Tang imitation. An imitation? A counterfeit. Mu Chuan felt as though the sky had fallen upon him. Chu Jian chuckled, assuring him not to rush, for he had yet to finish. This was a Song dynasty imitation of a Tang mirror, possessing certain artistic value. Is that so? The villagers below were taken aback, finding this revelation more thrilling than a theatrical performance. Mu Chuan instantly revived, grinning, and asked, "Brother Chu, how can one discern whether it is an ancient imitation?" Chu Jian glanced around, noticing many villagers adopting an attentive demeanor, and began to elucidate. Since the Song dynasty, the alloy composition of bronze mirrors in our country has undergone significant changes, with a marked reduction in tin content, an increase in lead content, and a higher proportion of zinc. Consequently, both the quality and hue of the bronze have altered. This is a crucial aspect in distinguishing ancient imitations from genuine mirrors. Additionally, Song imitations are of inferior quality compared to Han and Tang mirrors. They tend to be softer, with a yellowish brass texture that sometimes has a hint of red. Generally, gold imitations exhibit a slightly yellowish tint compared to Song imitations. Although Ming and Qing court imitations are also of brass, Ming imitations have a white sheen amidst the yellow, while Qing imitations exhibit a more pronounced yellow hue. Furthermore, comparing the characteristics of different periods and recognizing even the slightest variations is essential for differentiating between genuine and imitation mirrors, whether or not they truly comprehended. The villagers all wore expressions of newfound understanding. "How much is it worth?" Mu Chuan inquired, touching upon the villagers' keen interest. In the 1980s and 1990s, the market price for exquisite Han and Tang bronze mirrors generally ranged from hundreds to thousands of yuan. However, since the dawn of the 21st century, the bronze mirror market has transitioned from a state of dormancy to vibrancy, with prices rising annually. In the auction market for bronze mirrors, those from the Warring States and Sui Tang periods command the highest prices, with the highest transaction reaching 14,950,000. Due to their relatively abundant existence, Han mirrors are priced lower than their predecessors, while those from the Song, Yuan, Jin, Ming, and Qing dynasties are priced even lower. This particular bronze mirror, well-preserved and a prototype mirror, is estimated to be worth around 500,000. 500,000, somewhat surprising yet entirely within reason. After all, it is merely a replica. What is a head model mirror? Mu Chuan inquired, utterly perplexed. A head model mirror refers to the first cast copper mirror. Its intricate patterns render it more valuable than the second and third models. In the realm of copper mirror collection, the distinction of cast models is of utmost importance, with head model mirrors being the most sought after. Should one wish to part with such an item, they may approach our auction house, whether for consignment or outright purchase. As Chu Jian opportunistically sought to attract business for the auction house, Mu Chuan chuckled heartily, stating, "This is a family tradition, meant for my future bride. How could I possibly sell it?" After expressing his gratitude to Chu Jian, he seized the copper mirror and swiftly departed, as if fearing it might be snatched away at any moment. This fellow truly is an eccentric. At that moment, Mo Fei and Zhang Fujuan were also attending to their respective first patrons. Chapter 100. Kindness ultimately reaps rewards. For most, the impression of Yuan Dado originates chiefly from films or literary works, with little profound understanding. Yuan Dado refers to one of the principal circulating currencies during the Republic of China. It is a colloquial term for the series of coins bearing the likeness of Yuan Shikai, more formally known as the Yuan Shikai portrait-backed Jia silver coin. The patron seated next to Mo Fei was an elderly gentleman nearing his 70s, possessing 2 coins from the 3rd year of the Republic featuring Yuan Dado. Mo Fei informed the gentleman that Yuan Dado is revered in the realm of currency collection as the treasure of silver dollars. It is the most widely circulated and influential variety among the myriad of modern silver coins in China, playing a significant role in the transformation of the Chinese currency system. Due to the complexity of minting and paper currency at the time under the Beiyang government, with over 100 types of circulating foreign and domestic currencies, the standards were inconsistent, leading to chaos in circulation and cumbersome conversions. The populace harbored grievances, and in a bid to remedy military funding issues, the government resolved to mint national currency. Yuan Shikai, seeking to bolster his authority, seized the opportunity to emblazon his visage upon the coin's face, thus giving rise to Yuan Dado. The volume of their conversation was not insignificant. Many could hear clearly, which was also one of the objectives of the appraisal event, to educate the public on fundamental knowledge of antiques and cultural relics. Soon, Mo Fei set down the Yuan Dado in his hand, easily discerning through his experience that it was merely a common specimen, notably worn, and would fetch only 100 or so yuan. However, he regarded the other Yuan Dado with greater significance, lifting it with a magnifying glass, examining it meticulously, fearful of overlooking any minute details. According to the elderly gentleman's hazy recollections, these two ancient coins were acquired approximately 30 years prior. It was a frigid winter, and a traveling merchant had arrived in the village. Not long after entering, the merchant swiftly sold all his remaining wares. In former times, such merchants, known as Walao, would traverse rural or urban backstreets, peddling daily necessities and sometimes purchasing local specialties. The Walao would announce their presence by beating a drum, enticing villagers to emerge and shop. As more people gathered, the merchant joyfully struck the drum, creating a lively atmosphere akin to a bustling market on Sundays, particularly exciting for the children. This was because, after a transaction with any household, the Hulao would often gift a few candies or a small snack for a dime to the children, and some particularly generous merchants would distribute treats to all the gathered youngsters. One cannot help but marvel at the hardships of making a living. The humble homeowner, an elderly gentleman before us, upon observing the peddler's plight, graciously invited him inside for a cup of warm water to stave off the chill. As time passed, the rain showed no signs of abating, and the peddler, grateful for the old man's kindness, accepted the invitation to seek refuge and warmth. With the sky gradually darkening and the rain continuing its relentless assault, the anxiety on the peddler's face became increasingly apparent. The elderly man offered solace, suggesting that if the peddler did not mind, he could stay for the night in his modest abode. The following morning, as the peddler prepared to depart, he expressed his gratitude to the old man and attempted to offer a small sum of money as a token for his lodging and meals. However, the old man firmly declined the gesture. After several rounds of polite refusal, the peddler produced 2 yuan coins, playfully placing them into the hands of a nearby child, and hurriedly left before the old man could respond. The notion of giving the coins to the child as mere toys was absurd. The old man had no choice but to keep them, intending to return them to the peddler the next time they crossed paths. Yet, the peddler never returned to the village, and the old man gradually forgot about the incident. Had it not been for the village chief's notification and reminder the previous day, the old man would have likely never recalled the existence of those old coins hidden away in his home. Unfortunately, the old man had fallen gravely ill last month, incurring considerable expenses, a significant portion of which came from his grandson's savings intended for purchasing a marital home. With the wedding date approaching and the funds depleted, the old man felt a profound sense of guilt for burdening his family in his twilight years. Thus, he became particularly concerned about the potential value of the 2 ancient coins before him. "What is their worth, esteemed expert?" the old man inquired eagerly. "Congratulations," the expert replied. "These are exceedingly rare gold coins from the 3rd year of the Republic, featuring a signed portrait of Yuan Shikai. Historical records indicate that over 7.5 billion yuan coins were issued, with numerous variations. Even among those from the 3rd year of the Republic, there are several subtypes, such as the O version, the open shell version, and the signed version, among others. Prior to the official minting of silver coins, there was a process involving the striking of gold test coins, the results of which were referred to as test coins. While most of these gold test coins were destroyed post-production, a few have survived, making them valuable collectibles. Ma Fei continued, gesturing toward the English inscription located at the nape of Yuan Shikai's left profile. The inscription Georgia refers to the signature abbreviation of the foreign minting expert, Italian engraver Luigi Giorgio. Coins bearing this inscription are classified as signed versions. This gold coin could fetch between 1.3 to 1.5 million, and if it falls into the right hands, the price might be even higher. Unfortunately, The silver coin is in poor condition and holds little value. Upon hearing this, the old man beamed with a long-forgotten smile. Over 1 million. Who would have thought that the village's first millionaire would emerge in such a manner? A wave of envy rippled through the crowd as they murmured amongst themselves. Zhang Fujuan welcomed a female patron who presented a treasure, a jewelry box from the Qing dynasty. Crafted from the precious wood known as chicken wing wood, it is rarer than rosewood and sandalwood, possessing unique grain patterns that endear it to collectors due to its scarcity and exquisite charm. Chapter 101. The Top Scholar Scroll. After a thorough examination and investigation, it was confirmed that the women's jewelry box was indeed an authentic piece, characterized by a rich patina and exquisite craftsmanship, with Zhang Fanjun estimating its value around 500,000. This revelation acted like a colossal stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring the already restless hearts of the crowd, leaving them in a state of agitation. Many villagers, initially drawn by mere curiosity, began to discreetly depart. Why leave, one might wonder. Chu Jian remained oblivious to the unfolding situation. Upon completing the appraisal of the item in his hand, he lifted his gaze and was taken aback. When had so many people arrived? The crowd had doubled since the beginning, and no one came empty-handed. Some brought one item, while others presented 2 or 3, and a few even had as many as 5. He observed one individual holding an item in one hand, another tucked under their arm, and yet another 2 smaller pieces in the other hand, with a medium-sized jar resting at their feet. What unsettled Chu Jian even more was the realization that this was not the entirety of the gathering. More individuals approached the banyan tree, each bearing treasures. Chu Jian sighed internally, pondering how long this appraisal could possibly take. Yet, voicing such thoughts would be akin to spilling water. One said it could not be taken back. One could hardly interrupt an event midway to declare it over. It would be like undressing only to announce that one's time had come. Fortunately, this time, there were 2 seasoned experts, Mo Fei and Zhang Fanjun, to assist, and with Chu Jian's ability to expedite the process, he hoped that over time would not be excessively prolonged. Sir, the property deed is indeed from the Republic era, but the quantity of such documents is considerable, and their artistic value is generally low. Moreover, yours is not well preserved, with numerous wormholes and a missing corner. Come now, don't jest. The mark on the bottom of this bowl indicates it is microwave safe. How could it possibly be Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain? For that large vat of pickled vegetables, let us not beat around the bush. I can have someone come immediately if you tell me how many you need. This painting holds some interest. It employs old paper with a new imitation. Chu Jian was utilizing his left eye's ability to swiftly appraise the treasures presented. His unusual actions caught the attention of Mo Fei and Zhang Fanjun. They had never doubted Chu Jian's capabilities since he first rose to prominence by uncovering significant finds from Tianrong's collection, further excelling in treasure appraisal competitions and international exchanges, subtly establishing himself as a leader among his peers. Wasn't he, this rural charitable appraisal meant to focus primarily on the dissemination of knowledge regarding antiques and cultural relics? With appraisal as a supplementary activity, with a sense of bewilderment, he looked up to grasp the situation, only to be overwhelmed by the dense throng before him, which sent shivers down his spine as he internally lamented the lengthy time this would undoubtedly consume. In unison, they quickened their appraisal pace, prioritizing essential points in their explanations while omitting trivial details wherever possible. The experience of appraising treasures amid a blend of joy and anguish was something Mo Fei and Zhang Fanjun had never encountered before. The joy stemmed from the fact that this appraisal had indeed revealed a plethora of remarkable items. A Longquan kiln dragon pattern plate, a Su Sanging engraved Qingtian stone seal, a Wang Wali hanging lamp chair, a carved red longevity symbol, and a white glazed bowl with subtly incised floral lotus petals, among others, varying in value. The pain, however, arose from the sheer volume of treasures to be appraised, coupled with the occasional bizarre encounters they had to endure. Mo Fei encountered a treasure bearer who presented an unusual night pot. While this may not have seemed significant, the individual had arrived in haste, neglecting to cleanse the vessel, which still bore traces of urine, emitting a foul odor that nearly overwhelmed Mo Fei. Zhang Fujuan also fell victim to a similar fate, meeting a treasure bearer with a small jar of pickles. This jar had been abandoned for many years, and its leftover contents had not been discarded. Without any washing, it was handed directly to Zhang Fujuan for appraisal, and the outcome was predictable. At that moment, a villager approached Chu Jian, offering a scroll. The scroll, A common form of mounting in Chinese calligraphy and painting is typically named after the rod it is mounted on. Generally, a single piece is mounted as one scroll, though multiple works may also be combined. Zhang Fujuan, taking a sip of water to ease his nerves, joined Mo Fei in examining the scroll as true nature. As he gazed at the exposed characters, Zhang Fujuan softly read, "I have heard that when an emperor governs the realm, he must engage in practical administration to effectively regulate the populace and manage the intricate affairs of state, thereby achieving a harmonious and prosperous governance." Old Zhang, having seen authentic works countless times, how can even a counterfeit appear so disheveled? Mo Fei remarked. Zhang Fujuan merely smiled, lost in his own contemplation. "Expert, how can you hastily declare my treasure a forgery after just a glance? This is a family heirloom." The villager retorted angrily to Mo Fei. Chu Jian quickly intervened, saying, "Sir, please do not be agitated. Are you aware of what this is? It is the top scholar scroll of Zhao Bingzhong." The villager nodded, clearly literate. The scholar's scroll refers to the examination paper of the highest-ranking candidate during the imperial examination system of ancient China. Being the top scholar was a coveted aspiration for many scholars in feudal society. However, the masterpieces of these scholars have not been preserved, as they were secured with the imperial archives, deemed state secrets, and crucial documents not to be shown to outsiders. When a dynasty fell, such items were often destroyed, leaving no trace. "What do you know about Zhao Bingzhong's scholar scroll?" Chu Jian inquired. "It is said to be the only existing copy," Zhang Fujuan replied. To discuss Zhao Bingzhong's scroll is to mention Wei Jinxing, an expert from the Qingzhou Cultural Heritage Bureau. During the Three Kingdoms period, Liu Bei, stationed in Xinya, sought out Zhuge Liang 3 times to persuade him to assist, while Wei Jinxing made over 20 trips to convince Zhao Bingzhong's descendants to submit the scroll to the state. The scholar's scroll later became the treasure artifact of the Qingzhou Museum. This extraordinarily precious item, however, did not receive adequate protection and was once stolen, its whereabouts unknown. It turned out that antiquities dealers were aware of the scroll's immense value, attempting to sell it for a hefty price, with market valuations reaching 100 million. Many desired to purchase the scroll, yet few dared to do so. Numerous dealers shook their heads, stating, "This scholar's scroll is indeed valuable, but one risks their life for a fortune that could easily be lost." The scroll, being an irreplaceable artifact, would undoubtedly attract governmental scrutiny, deterring them from taking such risks. Chapter 102. One page of Song Edition, One Tale of Gold. The villager before them surprisingly recognized that this was the only extant top scholar's examination paper on the continent, which left Chu Jian and his companions somewhat astonished. The paper, belonging to the Ming dynasty's top scholar Zhao Bingzhong, fills a significant gap in the archival records of our nation's imperial history, serving as an invaluable document for the study of the imperial examination system and Ming history. Classified as a national first-class cultural relic, since you are aware that it is the sole existing top scholar's paper, how could you possibly doubt its authenticity? Zhang Fujuan inquired with a smile. The villager furrowed his brow, stating, "However, it is indeed an heirloom passed down from my ancestors. There is no need for me to deceive you. I am also aware that it is the only one in existence, inherited from my forebears." Observing the villager's demeanor, it was clear he was not fabricating his words, prompting Chu Jian to use his left eye's ability to scrutinize him for a moment. "The genuine article is currently housed in the Qingzhou Museum." Zhang Fujuan shook his head. Chu Jian added, "It must be said, it bears a striking resemblance. Crafted during the Republic of China era." Mo Fei chimed in. "Do share the story of how this top scholar's paper came to be. It sounds intriguing." The villager pondered for a moment before recounting the origins of the paper. It was passed down from his great-grandfather, who had once been a soldier and had secretly escorted a batch of national treasures during a transfer. However, they were ambushed en route by a group of islanders, and his great-grandfather narrowly escaped. This top scholar's paper was among the treasures he had clandestinely safeguarded. In truth, he had not revealed everything during his great-grandfather's flight. He carried away more than just this singular artifact. Upon hearing this, Chu Jian and his companions immediately grasped the implications. This artifact had likely been created as a counterfeit to facilitate the transfer of national treasures, serving as a decoy, which explained its deceptive authenticity. Zhang Fujuan scrutinized the top scholar's paper with renewed diligence. "Can you discern whose work this is?" Mo Fei mused. "It's difficult to ascertain." Chu Jian Zima. Look at the seals above. The name of the artist, Chu Sheng, is renowned from the Republic of China era for his mastery in poetry, calligraphy, painting, and seal carving. The contemporary master of calligraphy and seal carving, Mr. Qian Huntao, once remarked that during the 1970s, the only artist who could independently command the seal carving realm was Chu Jian. His calligraphy, though seemingly clumsy, contains profound skill, particularly in cursive and clerical scripts. Blending influences from the Sixth Dynasty's steel, sculptures, and Han bamboo slips into his flowing cursive and clerical styles. While his regular script shows the influence of his teacher Pan Tianshou, embodying a rustic yet robust elegance, alongside a smooth and refined quality, truly marking him as a master of his generation. What distinguishes Chu Jian is his seals, particularly his portrait seals, which amalgamate Han imagery and ancient portrait seals. Reigning supreme in the seal carving world, unmatched in both ancient and modern times. With Chu Jian's reminder, Zhang Fujuan and Mo Fei both perceive the resemblance. If this were the case, the top scholar's paper could indeed be quite valuable. Look here, they have deliberately left a clue. Zhang Fujuan exclaimed with delight after examining the seals with a magnifying glass. Among them, he discovered a scarcely noticeable inscription of the words First Rising. First Rising was a phrase he frequently used in his later years, particularly fond of writing the character rising with a short horizontal line above the character door. The character first transformed from a left-right structure to an up-down structure, while the rising character, with its two doors of differing heights, displayed a harmonious arrangement. The diagonal strokes of first and the vertical strokes of rising achieved a unification through contrast. The lower section of the print is predominantly red. However, to prevent it from appearing monotonous and stagnant, the edges were deftly trimmed with a blade, creating a gentle curve. On the expansive field of crimson, subtle techniques were applied, yielding sporadic patches of white, thereby culminating in a melancholic beauty of decay. Indeed, this must be the piece that Chu Jian meticulously replicated, intentionally crafted to capture the attention of the island's military. It seems there is no mistake. This top scholar scroll, I would appraise at 200,000. Of course, this valuation is merely an estimation. At auction, it could well fetch double that amount, if not more. Zhang Fujuan remarked to the villager. The villager nodded in understanding. It was evident to all that he harbored a tinge of disappointment. After all, his ancestors had cherished it deeply, proclaiming it to be a significant treasure, only to discover it was a counterfeit. Do not be so disheartened, my good sir. Why not entrust it to our auction house and try your luck? Chu Jian suggested. The scholar's scroll is indeed rare. Even if it is a replica, it remains quite uncommon. Very well, I shall heed your advice. After a moment's contemplation, the villager resolved to submit it to the auction house in hopes of fortune. Nearby, the auction house staff promptly assisted the villager in completing the necessary procedures and signing agreements. Next, Chu Jian exclaimed, "Goodness gracious! Young man, do you think this is a place for old books and scrap paper? Even elementary school textbooks and assignments have been unearthed, and lo, 2 certificates of merit have surfaced as well. Ahem, kindly refrain from bringing out your school books and materials from when you were studying." Chu Jian gently reminded everyone. Laughter erupted throughout the venue. The village chief shot a disapproving glance at the child's parents. Chu Jian casually sifted through the items and extracted a thread-bound book. Its pages yellowed with age, inscribed with the title The Principles of Go. This is a renowned ancient chess manual, authored by Chu Jian in the early Song dynasty, elucidating the terminology associated with the game of Go, comprising 32 terms that played a pivotal role in standardizing ancient Chinese Go terminology. What? Have you stumbled upon something valuable? Mo Fei teased as he glanced over. Chu Jian nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is a fine ancient text, a song edition. Zhang Fujuan, in the midst of sipping tea, nearly choked upon hearing this. Mo Fei, momentarily taken aback, instinctively rose. A song edition? The collection of ancient texts has been a pursuit cherished throughout history. The survival rate of such texts in the public domain is exceedingly low, rendering them highly valuable. A decade ago, ancient texts were not particularly sought after in the auction market. However, in recent years, they have consistently commanded high prices. Certain exquisite editions have seen their values soar, particularly song editions, which are the most coveted. The worth of a song edition was famously likened to one tael of gold during the Ming Dynasty, a testament to the extraordinary value attributed to these texts. For instance, a unique surviving copy of the Southern Song Jinxiu Wanhua Gu fetched over 23 million at auction. The child's parent was overjoyed. Expert, how much is this worth? Presently, song editions are typically valued by the page rather than as a complete volume, with well-preserved pages commanding a market price of approximately 30 to 50,000 yuan each. Your book, though not in the best condition, should still be valued at over 10,000 per page. Do the arithmetic for the total number of pages yourself. This statement sent a ripple of astonishment through the crowd. The village chief observed with delight as villagers continuously prospered, expressing immense gratitude towards the experts who provided free antique appraisals. He promptly instructed the village officials to serve tea, fruits, and pastries to Chu Jian and his companions. Have Lao Lu prepare lunch, adhering to the standard of 8 dishes and 1 soup, and procure a few bottles of fine wine, the chief commanded. As Chapter 103, the Gao clan ancestral hall, unfolded, Chu Jian glanced ahead and noticed a lengthy queue. Are there this many people in your village? He inquired, slightly astonished. Coming from a rural background himself, he believed such a population was uncommon. The village chief chuckled awkwardly. Well, folks from a neighboring village have come too. It was nearly impossible to keep such news under wraps. Once someone struck it rich, they could not resist informing close relatives, easily drawing others from afar. Of course, the auction house played a role in this, intentionally fostering such an atmosphere. Since we're at it, let's make it a grand affair, the chief mused. In fact, Lu Ruyin even contemplated inviting media personnel for coverage, considering they offered their appraisal services pro bono and deserved some form of recognition, perhaps in the form of fame. How about we take a break and have a meal first? I've made all the arrangements, the chief suggested. Chu Jian turned to Mo Fei and Zhang Fujuan. What do you both think? He was indifferent, but wished to accommodate the sentiments of the 2 appraisers, who were genuinely there to assist. Mo Fei and Zhang Fujuan exchanged glances at the villagers in line and replied, let's finish appraising these individuals first. Chief, please ask those arriving later not to queue. Upon hearing this, the chief quickly instructed someone to stop the newcomers from forming a line, explaining the situation. It was crucial to prevent any grievances from the waiting villagers that could tarnish the appraisers' reputations. Subsequently, Chu Jian and his colleagues expedited the process. In less than an hour, they had appraised the items brought by the villagers in line. Although some were old artifacts, they held little monetary value. The chief set up the banquet in the small square at the entrance of the ancestral hall. This hall is quite impressive, Mo Fei remarked while fanning himself. Indeed, it carries a bit of history, Zhang Fujuan concurred. Before them stood the Gao clan ancestral hall, predominantly housing individuals with the surname Gao. The architecture displayed a rich Lingnan style, reflecting an old building from over a century ago. 2 stone door gods flanked the entrance. Those unfamiliar with the concept of door gods might find it curious. They originally referred to a pair of stone drums at the entrances of grand mansions, also known as Baogu stones. Due to their resounding and dignified echoes, believed to ward off evil, the common folk held them in high regard. Civil officials used square door gods, while military officials opted for circular ones, allowing passers-by to discern the status of the household at a glance. These stone door gods were typically placed on either side of the gates of traditional ancient architecture, serving as decorative art pieces that signified the social standing and identity of the household. Alongside door pins, thresholds, door panels, and frames, they collectively created an aesthetic of rustic elegance, symbolizing good fortune, blessings, and protection from malevolence. In essence, they resembled the practice of placing 2 stone lions at the entrance. Chief, your village once thrived, Chu Jian exclaimed with a smile. The architecture clearly indicated that considerable funds had been invested in constructing this ancestral hall. The chief sighed. Not at all. Our village once had an official, but that was a long time ago. Subsequently, the official funded the construction of this ancestral hall. Is it permissible to enter and take a look? Mo Fei suddenly inquired, noticing that the dishes had yet to be fully served. Some ancestral halls prohibit entry to outsiders and women, hence Mo Fei's somewhat abrupt question. Ancestral hall culture flourishes in southern China, laden with numerous taboos. In the collective consciousness, ancestral halls serve as venues for clan members to honor their ancestors or revered sages. However, aside from its primary function of ancestral worship, these expansive halls are also utilized for various family events such as weddings, funerals, birthdays, and celebrations. Moreover, clan members occasionally convene in these halls to deliberate on significant internal matters. They can be regarded as courts of feudal morality. They also serve as social venues for families, with some ancestral halls even housing schools where the offspring of clansmen receive their education. The village head nodded. No problem at all. While there were many taboos in the past, this is a new society, and such concerns have largely dissipated. Under the village head's guidance, Chu Jian and the others followed along. These 2 stone doors must be preserved well. They are worth several thousand yuan, so please do not damage them, Chu Jian advised the village head. The villagers, upon hearing this, gathered around to touch the stones, astonished to learn of their value. And these two doors, the door gods are intricately carved. Quite impressive, Mo Fei remarked. Decorative techniques such as inlay, wood carving, stone carving, and gilding were abundantly evident. This ancestral hall is indeed captivating. Mo Fei expressed his growing astonishment. Chu Jian noted that it seems that the individuals responsible for the construction of this ancestral hall were certainly not of humble standing. The most striking feature was undoubtedly the rows of ancestral tablets. In front, there was an altar for offerings, adorned with incense and various delicacies, with the smoke still wafting through the air, filling the space with the scent of sandalwood. On either side of the wall, a few chairs were symmetrically placed. To Mo Fei and Zhang Fujuan's surprise, the walls also displayed several pieces of calligraphy and paintings, instantly capturing their attention. This calligraphy is exquisite, though regrettably not the work of a renowned master, Mo Fei lamented. Thus, it was common for scholars of ancient times to be proficient in calligraphy. Come and see this 100 longevity picture, Zhang Fujuan said to Chu Jian and Mo Fei. The 100 longevity picture, a traditional motif in Chinese folk art, comprises 100 variations of the character for longevity, arranged in circular, square, or rectangular forms, or even within a larger longevity character adorned with smaller ones. Since the Song dynasty, the 100 longevity picture has been cherished as a rare treasure, particularly flourishing during the Southern Song period, with workshops dedicated to its engraving and mounting. Nobility, scholarly families, and common folk alike took pride in possessing a 100 longevity picture. The one before them measured 175 centimeters in height and 148 centimeters in width, with tightly composed strokes and vigorous brushwork. Each of the 100 small longevity characters possessed its own unique charm, showcasing a variety of styles, including regular, clerical, seal, running, cursive, and oracle bone script. From the Ming Dynasty, Chu Jian Gongge. Is it valuable? A villager immediately inquired. The village chief cast a sharp glance at the villager who posed the question, silently contemplating. Even if it holds value, it is still a relic of our ancestral hall. Can it truly be sold? Surely, he understood the desperate thoughts of the impoverished villagers. In all seriousness, unless one is utterly destitute, the treasures of the ancestral hall must never be sold. This piece is a work by the renowned calligrapher Huang Daozhou from the late Ming Dynasty, bearing his seal and inscriptions of blessings. It cannot be mistaken. Montauk Fai interjected, as he is regarded as one of the most innovative calligraphers of the Ming era. His expertise lies in regular script, running script, and cursive script. His running and cursive scripts exhibit vigorous and robust strokes, characterized by a well-proportioned form and a bold, free-spirited style. The market value of Huang Daozhou's calligraphic works can be ascertained by Chu Jian, who works in an auction house and possesses greater expertise. The villagers turned their gaze towards Chu Jian. While they did not necessarily intend to sell, they were eager to ascertain the precise value. Chu Jian replied with a smile. The market price for Huang Daozhou's calligraphy generally ranges from 200,000 to 2 million. This particular 100 longevities painting, being a labor-intensive work, I would estimate its value to be around 800,000. In fact, the most expensive piece of Huang Daozhou's calligraphy is the May River Waves Sending Off a Friend, which fetched an astronomical price of 10 million. There are several works priced in the millions, but they tend to be larger in size. Chu Jian gently touched the paper and shook his head slightly. It has likely been hanging here for quite some time, hasn't it? It cannot remain here indefinitely. The damp weather significantly affects ancient calligraphy and paintings. Fortunately, this is an ancestral hall, where daily cleaning takes place, thus preserving these artworks in relatively good condition. The village chief and others nodded in understanding. They were certainly aware. Later, they would take it down. After all, having a treasure worth over 800,000 displayed here would be a source of great distress should anything go awry. Even without Chu Jian's advice, they had already planned to carefully store it. Among the artworks adorning the wall, the 100 longevities painting was indeed the most precious. Chu Jian then shifted his attention to several chairs, all of which were grand scholars' chairs. The scholar's chair is the only piece of ancient furniture named after an official title, exemplifying the stylistic characteristics of Qing dynasty furniture. It boasts a broad frame, with the backrest and armrests forming a cohesive structure, creating a screen with 3, 5, or more panels. In fact, the scholar's chair originated in the Song dynasty, initially resembling a type of folding chair. By the Ming dynasty, chairs with circular backs resembling the upper section of a ring chair became known as scholars' chairs. These were Qing dynasty scholars' chairs, featuring a straight angle between the armrests and the seat, their appearance being dignified and austere, constructed from robust materials, grand in scale. and elaborately decorated. Crafted from old rosewood. It appears that those who built this ancestral hall truly poured their hearts into it, Zhang Fujian remarked to the village chief. Indeed, the words of the magistrate carry significant weight. The village chief responded, acknowledging that a Qing dynasty magistrate held the rank of a fourth-grade official, equivalent to a modern-day mayor. Mo Fei nodded slightly. So, do these chairs also hold value? The inquisitive villager could not contain his curiosity once more. Chu Jian and the others did not immediately respond, but instead began to assess the condition of the scholars' chairs. The old rosewood, typically dark in hue, often appears purplish-red, with some resembling sandalwood, but in a lighter shade, featuring delicate grain with far fewer knots than the new acid branchwood, offering excellent density and tactile quality. If it is newly harvested rosewood, it generally exhibits a yellowish-red hue, with a texture and color that convey a certain tenderness in comparison to aged rosewood. The quality and tactile sensation are inferior to that of older specimens. It is widely acknowledged that aged rosewood not only matures over a prolonged period, but also undergoes a purification process over the course of centuries following its harvest. The term aged rosewood typically refers to the rosewood imported from Southeast Asia during the Mid-Qing dynasty. This wood is characterized by its broad grain, elongated pores, and a density that falls between that of rosewood and Wangwali. There are signs of moisture damage and fading on the legs, which is not uncommon in humid regions where furniture is placed directly on the earthen floor for extended periods. Mo Fei observed this while commenting on it, his tone tinged with a hint of regret. The village chief and others discerned his sentiment, their hearts rising to their throats. They contemplated safeguarding these chairs once Chu Jian and his companions departed. Even if they were to remain in the ancestral hall, adequate moisture-proof measures would need to be implemented. What do you think? Zhang Fujian inquired of Chu Jian. Chu Jian was already examining the altar where the offerings were displayed, which was crafted from the same aged rosewood and adorned with exquisite carvings. The chairs, frequently occupied, gleamed with a polished patina, whereas the altar, seldom tended to, bore a heavier air of antiquity. Before Chu Jian could respond, a villager voiced his concern. So, is the table worthless? Chu Jian shook his head, asserting no. This table is the most valuable piece. When considering the entire set, its worth exceeds $1 million, with half of that attributed to this table alone. The villagers rejoiced at this revelation, realizing that the ancestral hall contained a significant amount of valuable items, perhaps nearly $2 million in total. If these were to be sold, each household would receive a substantial share. Of course, this was merely speculative, as the older generation would never consent to selling the ancestral hall's treasures. Chu Jian then bent down to inspect the 3 incense burners on the altar. The larger one was made of bronze, while the 2 smaller ones were crafted from clay. Have these incense burners been replaced? He inquired. The village chief promptly nodded. Mr. Chu, you truly possess an uncanny insight. They were replaced a few years ago. What about the originals? Chu Jian pressed. The eldest villager sighed. Sadly, the originals were lost. In fact, several paintings and calligraphies were also misplaced. During the 1960s, the ancestral hall was nearly demolished. The preservation of these items is a testament to the efforts of the older generation. Well then, Chu Jian remarked, if you do not intend to sell these items, they must be properly safeguarded. The paintings should be stored away and only displayed during significant events. Additionally, the flooring of the ancestral hall should be renovated, as the damp environment is detrimental to the preservation of all artifacts. The village officials were exceedingly enthusiastic, recognizing that Chu Jian and his companions were genuinely committed to assisting them. Their sincere approach to appraising the villagers' treasures and the prices they proposed made this clear. Therefore, everyone expressed profound gratitude. Chapter 105. The Guardian Beast of the Tomb, Ancient Tomb of the Tang Dynasty. Other villagers arrived with tractors, transporting antiquated items. Old Chun, you're making it quite difficult for us. The village chief rushed over to negotiate. This is simply excessive. Why not relocate the entire village? Ahem. Old Gao. Isn't this a rare opportunity? It is not every day that experts visit. Your village cannot monopolize the benefits, can it? Let us prosper together. The village head from the neighboring area, still clad in liberation shoes, hastily produced a pack of cigarettes, eagerly distributing them to please everyone. Upon learning that experts were offering free antique appraisals here, the villagers could hardly contain their excitement. It's not that I lack respect. You must speak to the experts yourself. This event was initially scheduled to last just 1 day in my village, but now it seems that 1 day will not suffice. All right then, I shall have a word. The village head, wearing liberation shoes, approached Chu Jian and the others with a respectful demeanor, treading carefully, as he had requests to make. No need for formality. Since you are here, you cannot be turned away. Let us not waste time. Let's begin, Chu Jian declared. Thus, the appraisal work resumed. Newly unearthed? Mo Fei suddenly furrowed his brow. Such items can be somewhat taboo and troublesome, easily attracting unwanted attention. Before them lay a stone-carved tomb guardian, standing a mere 20 centimeters tall and over 10 centimeters wide, its visage unmistakably resembling that of an ancient figure, with a fearsome and grotesque countenance that was somewhat alarming. Upon hearing this, all eyes in the room turned towards it. This is a tomb guardian. Have we uncovered a grand tomb? Zhang Fujuan observed it intently. The tomb guardian, a relic of ancient customs, is a type of funerary object. In ancient belief, various malevolent spirits could threaten the souls of the deceased. Thus, the purpose of the tomb guardian was primarily to ward off evil and ensure the peace of the departed souls. Such artifacts are characterized by their abstract forms, peculiar designs, and terrifying imagery, imbued with profound mystery and rich mythological connotations. The earliest examples were found in the Chu tombs of the Warring States period, flourishing from the Wei and Jin dynasties through to the Sui and Tang periods, gradually fading after the 5 dynasties. The creation of tomb guardians was initially in wood, bone, or rarely in ceramic, but later predominantly utilized ceramic and Tang sankai, with metal and stone versions being exceedingly rare. The villagers felt as if they were under scrutiny, their nerves fraying. In truth, not all tomb guardians bear such fearsome visages. Some even appear endearingly silly. A painted tomb guardian from the Northern Wei period, shaped like a pig, was once unearthed, with bristles raised along its back, lying on a platform, ears perked, tongue out, and exuding a charming innocence. Surely, there is nothing to worry about? He inquired anxiously. Chu Jian reassured him. There is no intention to excavate specifically. It is not illegal, so rest easy. Following this, he instructed his company's employees to contact the relevant authorities. Given the number of witnesses present, should such a situation arise without reporting it, complications would ensue later on. From a style of the tomb guardian, it appears to belong to a Tang dynasty tomb. Mo Fei commented, examining it further. Stone-carved tomb guardians are relatively rare. Typically, those from the Tang dynasty are more commonly found in Tang sankai. However, the craftsmanship of this stone carving indeed reflects the Tang period, Zhang Fujuan added. During the mid-Tang period, tomb guardians began to undergo transformations, with human faces evolving towards animalistic features, adorned with tufts of fur or wings, and horns becoming more pronounced. By the late Tang period, their forms exhibited significant changes, displaying formidable postures with bared fangs and claws, grasping serpents, and standing atop monstrous creatures. The distinction between the human face and the beastly visage has become increasingly blurred. It was not until the 5 dynasties period that the tomb guardian beasts began to vanish. Grave robbers, rampant in their activities, sometimes absconded with these guardians or even wrought destruction upon them. Thus, the deified sentinels of the tombs disappeared. This newly unearthed artifact may need to be surrendered, but it is of little consequence, for the stone-carved guardian beasts hold modest value. You have, in essence, indirectly discovered an ancient tomb, and the relevant authorities are likely to offer a reward. Mo Fei reassured the villager before him. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Jian picked up a piece of ancient jade. This too was excavated from the earth, I presume. However, it appears to have been unearthed several years ago. It seems there is indeed a Tang dynasty tomb in the neighboring village. Over the years, various items have been dug up from the ground. Yes, this happened about 7 or 8 years ago. I thought it was a piece of jade, so I kept it. Must it also be surrendered? The villager, standing before Chu Jian, looked somewhat dismayed. Chu Jian shook his head. After so many years, that should not be necessary. Was this the only piece you found? The jade artifacts of the Tang dynasty exhibit a novel artistic style, evolving from traditional foundations. The rigid, patterned designs of the Han dynasty have faded away, giving way to a more realistic representation that embodies a vibrant, robust spirit reflective of the era. The use of jade for religious and ceremonial purposes significantly diminished, with basic motifs such as grain patterns, reed patterns, and transformed cloud patterns becoming virtually obsolete. Tang jade decorations feature swirling cloud patterns, intertwined grass motifs, and linked bead designs, while animal motifs include dragons, phoenixes, oxen, horses, deer, geese, peacocks, and cranes, often depicted in pairs. Plant motifs such as peonies, pomegranates, and lotus flowers draw inspiration from real life. This transformation is attributed to interactions with foreign cultures, which introduced new forms and designs, thus propelling the development of jade artifacts into a fresh chapter. A salient characteristic of Tang Dynasty jade carving is the intricate use of fine lines and short shadow lines to depict decorative clothing patterns and the interplay of light and shadow. Chu Jian addressed the assembly. This is a jade hairpin. Initially, hairpins were mere decorative covers placed atop styled hair buns, serving an aesthetic purpose without specific design regulations. The system of headwear began to emerge during the Shang Dynasty, and by the Han Dynasty, it was redefined to differentiate individuals' identities and ranks through their headgear. In terms of materials, hairpins were crafted from gold, silver, jade, agate, crystal, ivory, wood, and more. Observe, this hairpin is made of Hetian jade, exhibiting a pale lotus pink hue with hints of green in certain areas. Such coloration is exceptionally rare among Hetian jade. This piece, fashioned from jade, features simple yet refined decorative patterns, polished to perfection with exquisite craftsmanship, rendering it a remarkably rare find. If I were to offer an estimate, its value would be approximately over 600,000. Chu Jian candidly stated. The villager, overjoyed, fearing the need for surrender, swiftly sold it to an auction house.